Hold on, all right, there we go. Let me let me close this YouTube out. I can't see what everybody's saying. I'm in the car. Peace, everybody. I'm switch over and um the YouTube chat in a minute. But yeah, y'all can hear me. Everything clear? Um, we've been arguing for 2 days, right? I just got off the phone with Unc, and he is just telling me to hit the button, go live, right? So I'm waiting for him to come in here now because he feel like he got something to chop our heads off with. So I hit the button for him. I'm on my way to get my daughter. How everybody day going? First off, Cedric, I'm about to send the link in the chat. I'm about to put the link in the back chat. Give me a second. How everybody day going so far? Now I'm trying to run a YouTube and a Zoom while I'm driving, about to get on the highway. So let me pull over right here and get everything situated before I really start driving. All right. So here we go. Cedric and Sosa, CK, sending all over the link now. Um, Shout out to the Mossy. They went live last night. They actually thought they did something. But us over here, we laughed at that. We laughed at that. That was a good try. That would get lesser niggas, you feel me, who didn't know what they were saying. But we were absolutely clear on the point that we was arguing. Now, y'all can bring information, nuanced information about said topics, but that doesn't negate what we were saying at all. Y'all just gave more context to it. But it didn't negate, and you could be arguing more than one point, right? So I wouldn't disagree with the information that Sean and them put forth. See, I don't have to do that. I don't have to disagree. Just because we have a point of disagreement don't mean that I have to disagree with everything that you say. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like y'all pulled down the point that we had started on. Now we can jump around in the conversation. Let my man so saying we can jump around in the conversation a whole bunch and talk about, what type of slavery it was and, who influenced them. The point remains Africans, right, participated in the slave trade. Simple and plain. Queen Nzinga was a slave trader. Simple and plain. Now, y'all can give context to it, all y'all want. But that's Monday morning quarterbacking right there, right? Because it's clear that Unc and them jumped out the window and said no Africans didn't, and specifically no goddamn Queen Nzinga was not a goddamn slave trader. She fought against slavery. That's what they said. That's why we're arguing. That's why we're arguing. They made a secondary point, right? While we were building to say that the slavery that Africans participated in did not exist before Europeans or the Arab influence into Africa. So they're basically saying what we were arguing is that Africans, did or didn't practice slavery before the arrival of outside forces, i.e., Europeans and the Arabs through Islam. So they was the points, right? Now it's going to be overlapping information on both sides. And then we got, so it was Queen Nzinga. They said she wasn't a slaver, but now they're switching up now. Remember the argument. See, they're never going to get me to forget the shit that I was arguing. They can come in and talk their stuff that they want to talk, right? But they actually contended against what I was saying. So it's either Africans did participate in slavery or they didn't. It's either Queen Nzinga was a slaver or she wasn't. Simple and plain. Now, so that's 2 points. The third point was the Masi involved in slavery? Did they enslave people or other Africans? So that's 3 points. The only point of contention that I see that we gotta iron out really is, did they do it prior to Islam? That's the only thing I'm giving. That's the only thing I'm saying. What's going on, Soul? I see you in the building.
All right, it seemed like your mic was cutting out a little bit.
Damn.
Yeah, just a little bit. But those are the bulletin points, and I know they're gonna try to switch it. You know what I'm saying? Like they always do, and they gonna create a straw man and beat us up on the straw man argument to death.
Always.
You know
like, and then it's gonna be, look, we unlearned, we don't read enough, right? Because they want to jump around the book in the argument. Yeah, I'm not reading what y'all reading because I'm arguing something completely different, motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying? And like even when I listen to the show, like Sean misproved what you were saying. Like it wasn't necessarily you was using his definition. You was trying to find parameters to where everybody can agree.
Exactly.
So we know exactly what slavery is. So it wasn't about using his position as the authority. We're trying to get everybody to agree, okay, what is indentured servitude? What do we call in slavery? So we can say, that's it. That's what it looked like. And we could identify that everybody's on the same page.
Right. Right. So, I mean, that's, you're absolutely right. So that's where we at now. Man, look, Unc just went crazy on me over the phone. Went completely nuclear. Right?
He's dead on his Nzinga, man. He's dead on it.
And now he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I mean, he's dead on his Nzinga.
Right. I'm like, look, man, I'm about to go pick up my daughter. Hit the button. Go live. Hit the button. just went crazy. So I'm like, man, I'm not scared to hit the button. You know what I mean? But you know, I've been doing the show a certain type of way, and I wanted to continue to build it that way for us, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, fuck it. Since he want to get this out so bad, I'm gonna go ahead and hit the button while I'm on my way to get my daughter, and just let him get it all out before he have a goddamn heart attack. And now, you know, he running. I'm gonna say you running. I'm going to say you're running.
Yeah, I don't know why he would pick Queen and Nzinga though. And I was like, yo, that ain't even like, because you know it was sold to us that way too though. From back in the day.
Definitely.
I mean, it was straight blackology, but you know what I'm saying. But it was like she was fighting to end the slave trade, but it's like it ain't had nothing to do with that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got their own motives going on over there while they doing things. It ain't necessarily because they care about us. They got their own political aspiration that they're trying to fulfill. And sometimes that involves fighting against enslavement. But it's only to wreak havoc on their system for their, for their interest, their sole interest. You feel me? So it's not like how they paint the picture to us. Yep. You know what I mean? Because I thought the same thing too. I was like, shit, Queen Nzinga was trying to free us up. Like, nah, like, some of us are directly responsible being here because of Queen Nzinga. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was reading from like 1580 to 1640, the bulk of the slaves were being shipped out of Angola. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
there's no way to justify that shit.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
No way to justify that shit. Yeah,
I mean that's dang. Yeah, I was waiting for Unc. I was tightening up on my nigga just for Unc. You know what I'm saying? Just for him.
But look, he already done switched the argument on me. He already wait till you hear. Now is, but I'm gonna let him explain it. But I'm just letting y'all know. We keep saying they keep moving the goddamn goalpost. They jump out there, right? And look, we're not even the deep researchers. That's the issue I'm having. We're not even the deep researchers, and we fucking them up, right? We fucking them up. We fucking them up like y'all can't even get around Wiki, and y'all arguing some shit when y'all can't even get around Wikipedia. Y'all can't even get around Wikipedia on this African shit. You know what I mean? But y'all telling us we unlearned. Y'all done read 300 books on it situation and y'all still fucking it up. That's crazy.
Yeah, as soon as they get to getting beat down, now you can't call it Africa no more.
What's the point
now you can't call it Africa no more. You know Africa's the white man's name. Oh, here you go with that shit. So now we can't even refer to the land.
That was the wildest. That was the wildest argument.
Those people over there enslaved us over here. You know, like, I don't got time for all of this shit, man. That shit crazy, man. That shit crazy.
It is crazy. Hey, Cedric, I put the link in the chat though. In the back chat. I can't even see the chat right now because I'm driving and I'm zooming at the same time.
I'm about to pull up in a second where I can see the chat. I'll be there in a second where I can see the chat and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And even with Sean, I was like, he didn't refute that Demasi was involved in the slave trade. He's talking about the Demasi economy now. You know what I'm saying? I never said they had a slave economy, but once they got introduced to the slave trade, then it's like once you attach yourself to that slave trade transatlantic, now slaving is your economy, bro, because it's the biggest money maker in town.
Right.
You cannot be involved in that and then be making more money elsewhere. Because that's the biggest games in town. You know what I mean? So it's like the minute you say they involved, that means that's their economy, bro. Nobody's gonna Nobody's gonna turn down or you have the most fruitful
Yeah, whatever.
opportunity. Yeah, now let's pump that millet out. You know
Right,
what I'm
that
saying?
millet
Like, come on,
and cola nuts. Millet and cola nuts.
Yeah,
right? Europeans don't want that shit. They want it bodies.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Come on, man. Yeah.
They want it bodies.
Yeah.
They don't even eat that shit. You feel me? They don't even eat that shit. Fuck they want that for?
I know, right? I'm a slave. I'm a slave. You got, hey, shit. I ain't got no slave. I got some millet though. I got some millet and some nuts. You're trying to, hey man, get up out of there.
All right.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's that old saying. European told them about that millet and them cola nuts. What you eat don't make me shit. What you eat don't make me shit. But I don't know where they at. But yeah, I listen to Sean Bill. They funny as hell. It's been a lot of stuff going on. The Chief X had a made a video about the slavery. So now he entered the
conversation.
The conversation. And so I mean, I think it's a good conversation. Oh, here goes Cedric right here.
It is, man. Here's the thing. Like I said before, it's like, you know, if they would just stop with the bullshit, right? We wouldn't even have to go this deep and bring out all this shit. But it's because they trying to goddamn make us think we crazy. You see what I'm saying? Then now we gotta bring it. Now we gotta pull all the dirt up now. You know what I'm saying?
And they make it seem like we're against Africa.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like
because they calling us stupid. They calling us stupid and wrong. So now we gotta motherfucking pull the shit out. And now it seems like we tearing down motherfucking y'all African heroes and shit. You know what I mean? So now we wrong for telling the fucking truth. Like that shit crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So now we the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? Now
right. If they would have just acknowledged from the get-go, yes, Africans had a major role in the fucking slave trade. Yes, it was African nations and people that dealt in fucking slavery, right? And it was key people that we celebrate, right? That was involved in the slave trade. We wouldn't be here right now.
Yeah,
but they called us liars. They called us liars. They called us imbeciles and all kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
y'all forced our hand. Y'all forced our hand. What's up, Cedric?
I'm good. Peace, Sosa, peace, Chef. Man, when Sean read last night and reached to his final point and said the Marcy was involved with the slave trade, I was good. He read that whole thing to say that the Marcy was involved in the slave trade. I was good because our methodology was so wrong. I'm glad Sean put the right methodology to reach to the same damn conclusion.
To get to the same conclusion we was at. So thank you, Sean, for using the methodology to bring out what we were saying all along. You said it better than us.
We don't have an argument anymore. We now have established by means of the right methodology that the Marcy was involved in the slave trade, in the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when it concerns indentured servitude, or localized slavery, when we look at what they talk about as indentured servitude or as localized slavery, it was equal to what was done in Europe. You could gain in rank as part of the Roman army, regardless of where you came from. You could raise in rank. You could own property in the Roman army. Didn't mean you wasn't a slave. Mm-hmm. Right? So when we're comparing the transatlantic slave trade to what was known throughout the old world as slavery, right? That's a false equivocation because that's industrialized slavery. People were misplaced, and behind that came colonialism. But you cannot subtract Africa from its day and time. I'm going to keep saying it. It was the level of human development at the time. It was what humans did. So how are you going to exclude Africa? We talk about Egypt, and we want to, I am one who say Egypt was African in its everything. And we know for a fact that Egyptians had slaves, right?
Yeah, that's why on the first show before it started, I said the exact same thing. I said slavery was a global concept. They're like, you crazy.
It was a global concept.
Crazy.
It was a global concept.
Like, are you serious? I'm like, prove it, nigga. Prove it. I'm like, all right. Okay, all right.
The Aztecs had a principle of they were too good to do their own farming. So they would go and conquer other tribes and make them slaves to do their farming. This was on the other side of the Atlantic about the same time. It was a global concept. It was the level of human consciousness is what humans did. We have records of it being done by Egypt, the greatest African civilization. And I am one that says it's African. So how I'm going to exclude the rest of Africa from engaging in a practice that I know established in Africa? Like, it doesn't make any sense, these arguments. And again, I want to thank Sean for his methodology in concluding that the Marcy was involved in the slave trade. I want to thank Ankh for his political analysis and his keen eye in understanding Nzinga's intellect and the fact that she was involved in the slave trade. Thank you very much. Next discussion. We won.
Right.
It's over.
We won.
It's over. It's over. There is no argument. I'm waiting for Ankh to get in here. I want to hear what he has to say.
He gonna move the goalpost.
Man, it's gonna be something sweet. I know it's gonna be something sweet. He gonna be dazzling you. You know what I'm saying? He gonna hit you with the emotional stuff.
He gonna get the whole emotion right.
Yeah.
And watch the crazy part is they gonna go for the shit.
Yeah.
Other than saying, yo, this man was completely wrong. You feel me? He contended a completely wrong point. You feel me? He presented the opposition to what we were saying.
Yeah.
Simple and plain. There's no way around it. Now they're gonna try to switch it. But like Sean said, one thing a point that Sean made was did they practice it before the herbs got there? Right? Now, I believe they did, so I'm willing to have that discussion further. Right. I'm willing to have that discussion further. I'm going to say that part of the conversation, right, is still on the table. Right? Maybe we can prove
it's a hard conversation to have. Why?
Definitely.
Because these people would have to have written
exactly.
down how their cultures function, who they would use as indentured servitude, what they would do with in the cases of war. That would need to be written down. And the fact of the matter is, in the western part of Africa, the people weren't literate, or they didn't use writing to put down their history. So that argument, that the only way we could actually look at that is if we're going to look at equivalents around the world, what was happening, if we can get some insight into their culture. But prior, there is no primaries of these people illustrating how their societies were structured. When it is written, it is always through outsider's perspective.
Outside.
So you could move the goalpost back to that point, and then it becomes muddy waters.
Unless they accept that, like I said, that video though. Now, if you want to accept oral tradition, that video was a mug, bro. You know what I'm saying? When he talked to that white lady, he said, "We've been doing this."
Oh my God, we've
been doing this before the white man stepped foot on the land. You know what I'm saying? And and it was justified through their religion.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And man, like, and that's why one thing too I noticed about the slavery concept. It's like, and we don't even, and I even say we don't even acknowledge the female aspect of it. Like they completely dead on the woman shit, right?
Right.
But like they don't even count that as slavery. Like, because when you raid these camps and you take the prisoners of war, right? what do you think happens to the women when you raid these camps?
Right.
So then, like, we just kind of, like, you know what I mean? We just kind of accept that's fair game. They're going to rape the women, you know, because the women going to be raped. They're going to take them and put them into their concubines forcefully, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, man, when you looking at that damn documentary, that shit had me hot. I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, that's the question I was asking. You raid a village, you kill all the men. What you do with the women? You just leave them?
No, they slaves now.
No, they slaves now. They become concubine. They become concubines. They work in your yard. They become your sex object. They are slaves. Their liberty is taken away from them. A king or a ruler would buy concubines. Would buy concubines.
Even in that video, they had them like that little temple. They work in the priestly temple and shit. But they also sex workers, you know what I'm saying? Also sex slaves, you know what I mean? So it's like, that shit's crazy. Shit's crazy.
No, these are just facts of history. And we cannot, again, place 21st century morality on how things used to happen. But if we're looking at it and we're talking about slavery, we cannot pretend that the continent wasn't part of humanity at that point. Or their humanity somehow was so different that these concepts were alien. And no one can prove that to me. That cannot be proven. For example, when we talk about Africa in context, realize we never talk about what was done to someone who stole in the group. What was the sanctioning? What kind of punishment did exist? And I'm sure some kind of servitude, some kind of slavery was one of the punishment that existed when you did an offense in those societies, because we don't have no documentation of their legal system either. Did they have jails? Did they have cops? Did they have prisons? What did they do with offenders?
We know they did. We know they did because we know, like, you know, there will be like certain vassals will be forced to pay tribute. If you couldn't afford to pay, you would have to serve it in bondage.
There you go.
Some type of servitude, or you know what I'm saying. So sometimes people would, if times are tough, you may have to sell your
daughter, your son,
your child.
You know, the Roman army, they would just drive to the villages, and because you were conquered by the Romans, you had to give up your oldest son to the Roman army.
Yeah, and the thing is this, like, and it's like, it's not that. See, we talk about Africa right now because they won't acknowledge that Africa is like everybody else, right?
Yes.
But I'm trying to say that it's just like everywhere else, bro.
That's my point. Humaning.
But it seems like we making it only Africa because they just refuse to put Africa in with everybody else. But we're saying they just like everybody else.
We're consistently drawing reference to what was done throughout the world at the same time. So we're making the link to Africa being just a part of the world and that reality at that time. Africa was the Bronze Age. Africa had an Iron Age. It went through the same development as the rest of the world did. And when we, on the one hand, want to make Africa, we don't want anybody saying that it's the European that came and created a trade route. We don't want to say, me neither, that the Romans came and developed the infrastructure in terms of roads. I don't accept that. Then I must be willing to accept that the system that ruled and was part of reality at that time was also endemic to Africa. So I cannot exclude Africa from being part of the concept of slavery that exists at that time. It would be ridiculous to do so.
Exactly. What's up, Fitz? I saw Fitz in the building. Fitz, you there?
Muted. Fitz, unmute your mic.
Oh, he must have just pulled up. Ain't at the computer yet. Yeah, man. But like I said, it's just making it it's just making it worse on them. I'm about to pull up the YouTube and see what they say in the chat, but it's just making it worse on them. I mean, just
Yeah.
admit the obvious, bro. And we
Yeah,
don't even
but
got to do this, and then we can just have
this evening
discussions about what
necessary.
actually happened. You know what I'm saying?
You mean? I mean, I can illustrate my growth, okay? Because I was one of those that when an Ankh made a point that when they said Africans was enslaving Africans, it's trying to sort of put the whole slave trade on the backs of the African. We're not doing in that. What we're doing is acknowledging, look, indigenous tribes, indigenous peoples needed to play a role, needed to help facilitate whatever the European was doing, whether it was coerced or whether it was part of being a wise ass ruler and understanding the economic benefits, warring with your brother, with your neighbors. You just entered into the system of the time. It doesn't make it less wrong or doesn't make it more right. It was just what happened. But we gotta have these discussions void of the emotional attachment and the romanticizing of any part of history. That we can't do that though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree
Just
with
need to
that.
acknowledge Africa and Africans, West Africans to be a little bit more precise, for our brother Montoya, our people in the western central part of Africa, the coast, the different coasts that were
Man, I ain't
mentioned
about
by
to
the
do that.
European.
Montoya what latitude,
Right that area,
longitude.
right across from Brazil, the shortest distance between the two continents, right in that area where we came from, right? Those people also engaged in the slave trade. That's just a fact of history. We can leave that alone and move on.
Then no, they want to argue. they want to argue. Unc just sent me this $400 book that he about to buy. I said, now what is that going to prove?
That's it. Like I would have never found out about the Marcy if they would just left that shit alone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't
read
know
them
that neither.
like the Marcy. What the hell?
The Marcy, what?
I never found out. I would have just said, just tapped out. I never even found out about that shit. Like,
I
Right,
wouldn't
I
have
wouldn't
even
have-
believed you guys until Sean read it. You know, once Sean read it, that's it. I'm sold.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
I would have
That's the
argued that
method
point
man.
with you, Chef. I would have
Right.
argued that point with you, Chef. But once was read in perfect and proper methodology by Sean
Right.
himself, that's it. We can't argue. The Maasai eventually got involved in the slave trade.
Right.
They succumbed to the economic pressures of the time just like everybody else.
Yep. Once he did that with that methodology, I knew it was
It
solid.
was a wrap.
I knew I was right there. Now I know I'm right.
Yeah, we was
Sean
vindicated.
that went through he didn't use the proper methodology to get to the answer. So yeah, that's what I was saying, Sean.
And shout out to the
That's what I was
Marcy
saying.
too. Shout out to the Marcy.
Yeah.
Y'all can hit that link anytime. You know what I'm saying? When y'all ready, jump on in. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Give it context.
Look, they not saying what we saying. Watch. It's gonna constantly be that. They not saying what we saying. Already know.
The goalpost done move so many times, I don't even know what game we're playing anymore.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay, all right. Show me prior to 300 BC. It's like, oh shit, here we go.
Show me the source. Show me the source.
Hey, I be hating when they ask for a source and they know the answer correct.
Exactly.
That'd be a goddamn distraction. They be sure the source to be like, all right, yeah, I knew that. I'm like, what the, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
Me and Unc argue that all the time. I be like, Unc, I'm not going down that road with you because you trying to slow down the conversation. And nah, you trying to gather your thoughts. No, you jumped out there. You said it wasn't. You prove it wasn't. No, I want to see a source on that. Man, look. It says it right here. Even if you have a peripheral reading of the history, you should have seen it. You feel me? You should
Mhm.
know. You should know a nigga ain't making that up. You feel me? So it gets disrespectful at that point. Like if you this studied and you acting like you've never seen that before, now if you didn't, now I can't trust nothing you say. You feel me?
Exactly.
But I know you did, so you bullshitting me and you bullshitting the audience. You feel me?
Exactly. They try to throw you off the scent and shit. Have you spinning
Right.
the wheel? I need a source. Nigga, you said it 3 shows ago. Nah, I need a source though. Like,
Right.
yeah.
So
This
it's
is some
crazy.
funny shit. This is funny. See how Unc went crazy yesterday when now you mentioned Nzinga. He went, like,
Right.
no.
Yeah,
She bought
he's
your
a
flavor.
zingologist. He's a damn zingologist. Goddamn.
Yeah, I studied. That's my favorite person. I'm ready for that conversation. I'm gonna beat y'all up. He went crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yo, she was a goddamn flavor. Like, what are you? How did you getting this emotional?
No, she wasn't.
This emotional,
She was a
and that,
diplomat,
and you're
and she was a
100%
political
wrong.
mastermind. So when she enslaved the people, it wasn't for enslavement purposes. That's what you don't get. She was enslaving them to get behind the enemy lines. So we over here, because Nzinga got behind the enemy lines, not because she wanted to enslave us, Chef. You don't get it. It's political.
I know. I don't get it. That's crazy.
And here's the thing, right? When you read about Africa, right? It's like they make Africa seem so soft. Like them niggas wouldn't play, man. Like when you read them niggas, like they be talking about how fierce some of these tribes is, bro.
Man, Africans still won't play. They said you can pull up an article, every Africans not playing with each other at all.
And like the Europeans would be like, yo, and you know, like how you go to LA, you got to tap in with Crips and Bloods and shit. That's how the Europeans will when they get to Africa. Yo, we got to tap in with these niggas because these niggas right here will be on our ass. We got to get them on our team.
Europeans have fear of Africans in so many different ways.
Yeah,
right? They would make folklores about motherfucker. If you get caught by the Africans, they gonna eat you. You feel me? Like they made Africans out to be the boogeyman. They wasn't saying these motherfuckers were soft.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
them niggas. Because you know some of them African tribes, right? You know they had rituals where they be like, they will like they may consume an enemy as a ritual type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You feel me? And you know, and they gonna put that room out there too, nigga. Yeah, nigga. We gonna catch a nigga and we gonna eat your ass, nigga.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Scared of hell, scared of hell, them niggas. They will eat y'all niggas. That you talking about? You know what I mean? But when I read about the tribes, bro, like these niggas is fierce, bro. I'm learning about more and more different tribes.
Back to the boat. Yeah, I said, chop off his head and send his hands back to the boat. Let them know what we do to people who invade our country.
Yeah, man, you gotta tap in, bro. Like that's why even when it comes to the Arabs, like they can only go but so far without helping the Africans, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Chef read it so clearly. They couldn't even get those big ass ships into the real coast. So it was with canoes from the locals that the products were shipped back and forth. If that doesn't set a relationship, a trading situation, nothing does. Because again, you can't get your big ass boat into the coastline. You don't have the canoes. How do you get ashore?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like, come on, all it takes is some deductive reasoning and look at some general information to understand what's going on. We don't have to pretend. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to pretend like this is rocket science. Come on.
Right. Yeah, Encyclopedia Britannica is whipping these niggas' ass.
Whipping their asses. Whipping their asses. Now the encyclopedia is wrong now. You know what I mean? These niggas, they didn't overturn the encyclopedias, yo. You feel me? They know they never been to Africa, but they know Africa better than the goddamn Encyclopedia Britannica. The motherfucker.
We're on God.
Montoya and them said that Africans don't even use the word Africa. Are y'all crazy?
To that
We the
point,
only ones that use Africa like that. Y'all, they just make up anything, yo.
Yeah.
I was watching a program today where they were in Germany, and in Germany, the institute name is European Center for Meditation. It's in Germany, but it's called the European Center for Meditation. I rest my case, Montoya.
You know how many white people say that they going on a European trip?
But you go, like I said the last time. Last time I went to Europe, I went to England, France, and Holland. It's levels to the discussion. Last time I went to Africa, I went to Ghana, then I went to South Africa, and then I went to Angola.
I said tomorrow.
Cedric. Can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on, Fitz?
Yes, Fitz. How you doing?
What's going up, man? Big up Sosa, big up Chef, big up Ced. Yeah, the same thing you just said. When I go to Europe, when I go, you see, even I say when I go to Europe, I'm in Europe. But when I say when we're going across the waters to like France and Italy and that, we say we're going to Europe.
There you go. Like
that's crazy. Fitz live in Europe. This is crazy because Fitz live in Europe.
Yeah.
And they say stupid stuff like, come on. This man lives in Europe. Yo, we know people that live.
People across, people on in England, when they're crossing the pond, they're going physically into Europe. So English people recognize the fact that they are part of the EU, but the whole block over there, the channel, when you cross the channel, whether you're going to the Netherlands, France, Belgium, Germany, Switzerland, you're going into Europe. Now, where in Europe, then we becoming more specific. But Europeans recognize themselves as European, and then as Dutch, and then as from Den Haag, or then as Fries. It goes down into levels. Every society has that. Montoya was doing as if when you're from England, or when you're from England, you're from the entire England. So people from the northern side of England don't have a different accent, a different swag, don't see themselves different to people from southern part of England. It's like, don't make that generalization.
No, you're right. I'm from London. I'm not just from England. I'm from London, England. I'm from Southeast London.
Southeast London. We break it down further and
then you go
as you get into
Deptford, and you go boroughs.
There you go. Yeah, so making that statement, what Montoya was saying was like, no, Montoya, we probably don't have that factual information. We can't go back to the specific tribes, but when we use in general terms, don't say that we use general terms because we're void of knowledge. It's just common speech. It's just common speech, because when we were being specific, we were being very specific, and our conversation focused on the western coast of Africa, because that directly relates to us. So like, how more specific can you get? So now, Montoya, you're gonna need to tell me your clan, no, first your tribe, and then your specific clan as part of the tribe, because we can keep breaking it down, and at a certain point, the waters just become muddy. We don't know, right?
And
so
that's
why
when
you
you
talk,
talk, it's like when you talk about,
we can't have.
right? It's like when you talk about World War II, right? You say, well, where did Germany, where did German do his offensive? We would say he did it in Europe, right? But then when you talk about particular battles, then you would name the specific countries and cities
France,
that, you know what I mean, that where battles took place. Right, like, what are y'all, like, everybody talk like that. They was trying to make it seem like African American, well, us having this conversation wasn't speaking correctly, right? That we had some type of
White
Oh.
supremacy, bro. It's white
Yeah,
supremacy.
yeah,
and
white.
brainwash.
What are y'all talking about?
No, you
Crazy.
know what it is. Said, and Chef, you lot hit the nail on the head. When you talk, you have to go to levels for one. But what you lot said it earlier in the conversation. This is a cultural trait. These things start from indentured servitude, then it moves on to other things. It started earlier than even that. Yeah. And then it moves on, and it's an evolution. It's an evolution of culture, of how big a population gets, how big certain tribes get. It's that. It's going to be there. You're going to have it. It's a part of human evolution. Well, cultural evolution. And it evolved into a slavery. Into the slavery we know today.
Especially if you got agriculture, right? Agriculture is backbreaking work, especially back in the days, bro. And if you're a chief, and you're somebody noble, you're not trying to be out there tilling them damn lands. So you need a group of people who's going to be able to, you know what I'm saying? And that's also going to be how you punish people. Oh, shit, nigga, well, we got to punish them.
I would say to Unk's argument, and maybe what some people's arguments are, yes, slavery, if we compare the two, let's say indentured servitude to slavery, if you had to compare the two, slavery is harsher. There's some things in indentured servitude where a slave may gain is freedom. You know, he might be able to have kids and whatnot, whereas slavery is based on a different kind of commodity. So I can say there's a difference, but what we've always got to go to is it's against human rights. No one wants to be in indentured servitude, or no one wants to be in slavery. Either one. So that's what we get to.
Nobody want to have to sell a child.
No one don't want to do that.
Facts. I keep saying any involuntary imposition of will is immoral, because at no level is it okay. So we're not going to have the moral discussion. What we want to establish is if Africa is somehow exempt from being humans at that point in time in history. And we establish that it's impossible.
But they still doing it. That's the point. We just watched the whole video of these motherfuckers still doing it. And it's crazy because the people that they're claiming, right, that we blame for slavery so much is the ones that abolished the shit and still trying to tell the Africans to stop doing the shit. Like, so at what point? Oh my God.
And what that dude say, nigga, we've been doing this shit before you niggas came, and we gonna keep doing it, nigga. We ain't stopping. That's basically what he said. Nigga, this shit ain't gonna happen.
Our thing.
You know what I'm saying? So they got the other dude, Reverend Ping Pong, right? I think Reverend Ping Pong. He's having to pay cattle, you know what I'm saying, to free these women, bro.
Right, the Christians. Again, the Christians gotta go in there and tell y'all fucking African religious motherfuckers and indigenous Africans to stop, knock this shit off. You know what I mean? To knock it off. The Christian, the white man religion. The African religion is saying, the African God is saying, go for it. You know what I mean? The motherfucking white man God is saying, yo, y'all gotta stop this shit.
Stop this shit.
You feel me? Like, so y'all are crazy. A white man. You did.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, tripping me out.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
And trust me, for someone who would have eaten your head off a couple of years ago if you said the Africans were involved in the slave trade to me. Now, as I continue to grow, apply proper methodology, take the emotions out of things, go back and really study how things were going on, the mechanics, you know, as my consciousness about our African culture becomes more clear, right? I take the good with the bad. So as much as I can now understand the amount of contributions the African made to the world, how much of lies have been told on the one side as it relates to Africa, I can also accept the lies told on the other side. which is we were never part of that. We didn't do that. We're taking all the blackology out and we're just facing things for what they are. So now, when a European says, well, you Africans sold Africans, I can have a better conversation and put things into the right perspective, especially like that article said. That doesn't justify anything that was done to us by Europeans on this side of the ocean. You're better equipped to have that conversation and shut that bullshit down now by just accepting the truth, right? Instead of now me going and saying, hell no, Africans wasn't involved in slavery, and then the dude pulls up in Zinga, and then what?
Then you ready to fight. Then the only thing left for you to do is throw hands.
Punch him in the mouth. You talking about Queen and Zinga, nigga?
Exactly. Now we got to bring up the goddamn long juju looking like some straight assholes. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me?
That long juju is spooky. That almost killed me. When I read that, I said, oh my God. I said, stop blaming. I don't want to hear all this stuff about Christianity or Islam. Look what these damn Africans doing themselves in their religion. All right,
listen, if you are going to rid yourself of the concept of spookism, then it starts with the African aspect of spookism, because they got some far outreaching stuff. Okay, let's be honest. I don't hold on to no culture, no tradition where spookism is concerned. Spookism is spookism. So I have no problem saying that stuff they did or doing, it's all bullshit. I don't give me the cultural context. I don't want to hear none of it. Spookism is spookism, whatever color you put it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Fitz.
No, I agree with everything you said there. And I think if we always say that we want to be scientifically literate. So really, we shouldn't really be classing any culture or anything like that. We should say the humans back then. Yeah? Yes. That's what we should say.
Yeah.
Agreed. Fully agreed. And that's my main standpoint.
That's why I made the statement earlier. I said, it's everybody. I said, but the fact that they isolate Africa as some type of holy land where niggas don't do wrong, it seems as if we're just saying Africans are fucked up. We're saying just human beings do fucked up shit.
Yes, human beings. Human. There's no kumbaya.
Yeah, and it's like and nobody can escape it, bro. Like the same situations play out the same way over. You know what I mean? So, that's how you know it's just like it's just a part of the human experience as we grow and develop. And then some cultures, like that one still in Africa, they still in the same. Certain cultures stay stuck in the old way, especially if you're not steadily coming in contact with new ideas and new influx of new people. That's why this is why cults are bad. You know what I'm saying? Because you stay stagnant. Because you're isolated from, and you never grow. You end up being like the goddamn Amish. You know what I'm saying? Where now you don't use electricity. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, so it's like, man, but it's like, just admit, Africans are people and they do fucked up shit sometimes, bro. That's all we want. I think we good.
So I get it though. Me and you, Chef, everyone on this panel gets it. We've all got a little bias towards Africa because we look at our skin color, we look at our cultures. We know where it developed from recently. Do you get what I mean? Right. So we've all got a bias. I get that. I've got a bias. But when it comes to being scientifically literate, which we're doing here, we've got to be honest, and we can't. You just everything you said is right. We can't have a bias in that sense. We can have our personal biases, but keep that out of research and everything that we're doing.
Yes. Right, because we get at Wujawu when he tried to make the Egyptians out like they weren't religious. And what we say, nigga, everybody was religious back then. Stop that bullshit.
Everybody.
You feel what I'm saying? And then when we say, well, Africa had slaves, no, they didn't. Oh, shit. It's like,
Come on. We got to keep the same energy, huh? And be consistent in our approach. That's what I'm saying. We got to just be consistent. How can we have it left? And then when it's the right hand, we go, no, we didn't do that though.
Yeah, we were talking about Hebrew, Israelite indentured servitude. They'll be like, nah, fuck that shit, nigga, that's slavery, nigga. No, I'm saying? Like, you know, Jacob sold the story. Jacob sold his brothers for like 6 or 7. Yeah, no, it was 7.
And we say that's
years.
what them Jews do. We say that's what them Jews do.
Yeah,
told you they wasn't shit. That is crazy. Hey, Unc, what you doing? Where you at?
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Why y'all fuck it up? So I'm gonna say this for the record: Queen Nzinga was not a slave.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
So my question, I'm gonna start off with this. My first question to y'all is it plenty of sources of Queen Nzinga freeing slaves?
Freeing slaves?
Yes, fighting to liberate slaves. Plenty of record of that, right?
Yeah. She's fighting. She's not necessarily fighting to free slaves. She's fighting and in the process.
No, I asked a clear question. Is it sources showing that she freed slaves?
I'll give you a yeah. I ain't even gonna.
Okay, now, is it also clear sources of her selling slaves?
Yes.
Okay, so then why y'all niggas ain't sharp enough to know what's going on? Why y'all ain't sharp?
I don't get it.
I'm gonna ask one more question. Is it clear evidence of Queen Nzinga fighting wild ass niggas in her own kingdom, her own family?
Yes.
Yes.
For the throne?
Yes, there is.
All right, check that box. Is it clear evidence of Queen Nzinga fighting wild ass niggas, other African kingdoms, trying to take her kingdom?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
She was the wild nigga.
Yeah, I know, Chef. Let her get it out. Let her get it out.
I'm not doing it, Chef.
Go ahead.
So, is it clear evidence of Nzinga fighting European nations that invaded her land? Yes or no?
Yes.
We got the Dutch, Czech, right?
Nah, she
and we got the motherfucking Portuguese.
She didn't fight against the Dutch. She didn't fight against the Dutch. She aligned with the Dutch immediately when it came to take over the water.
I didn't ask you that, bro, whether she aligned with them. I asked you, did them bitch ass motherfuckers invade her country?
Yes. Dutch and Portuguese.
Okay, so now, while y'all niggas play motherfucking checker, the greatest black woman queen yo play checker, y'all. And I'm done. And she died the motherfucking king, and she had access to the Pope, and the white boys recognize her as a fucking queen. Y'all got me fucked up. And I'm gonna say the last thing. Check this out. Queen Nzinga had enough enemies. Hold on. Queen Nzinga had enough enemies to give them bitch ass white boys to share line with 13,000 slaves a year. So I'm gonna tell y'all what. If any of y'all niggas try to shoot me, nigga, y'all be the first niggas I'ma sell. I'm done.
Okay, yo, you just butted it up. She did have a line with the Pope that came later because she was that came later. But like I said, Queen Nzinga was an issue too. She took the throne. She didn't have a right to the throne. You know what I'm saying? She murdered the nephew of the king that was. She murdered her nephew, which was the son that was the line.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Well, that's what
Guess what, nigga? I'm gonna murder my nephew too. If a motherfucking son then kill if a motherfucking brother then kill my motherfucking son.
You just asked me if I was sure.
His ass gotta go. I'm gonna let you know. He gotta go.
So did she do it?
What's the point?
So
what is the point? What is the point of contention here? I agree with Unc.
Right.
No,
I agree with everything Unc said.
The point of contention is y'all niggas keep playing chess. I love y'all niggas, but stop playing chess. Don't hire out the nephew. Nigga, tell the whole circumstances. Talk about how when the Nzinga was born, like talk about how her fucking own family it fucking ousted their ass, fucking stop them from being able to have babies. Let's talk about all that shit before we get to
talk about that. No, you talk about that. You said she was an enslaver. We wasn't talking about the
wasn't.
we wasn't talking about the particulars of her goddamn life and her administration. We said she was a slaver. You said she wasn't. Period.
And I said she wasn't a
Now how
slave.
she ran her kingdom, that all of that. You listen.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead
she
and
was-
teach on
That's what I'm
that.
saying. And Chef, the whole thing is like she was. This is the whole thing. She
I'm
wasn't
beat up,
fighting
nigga.
two. She wasn't fighting two free slaves. She was fighting different groups, and
To
in
control
return,
the
slaves
slave
got
trade.
freed. And then
Right.
some slaves, and then she would take in some slaves that had freed and came to her land to build her army. But she wasn't on some like, I'm tired of slavery being ended, and I'm gonna fight to end slavery. That's not what happened, bro. She was a royal figure. She wanted to keep control of the throne. She was trying to, she lived from camp to camp. She wasn't always I think they're trying to call it the Indolga. She wasn't always that. Yeah, Indolga. She moved to different camps at different times with different and associated with different peoples, bro. And it's like I said, and you got there's documents that she wrote letters. There's documents of her. They took her
I'ma
sister
say it
captive. Hold on, let me
She was
explain.
an
bro.
imperialist. She was an imperialist.
Yeah, they took her
I'ma
sister.
say it
And
again.
hold on, let me explain before you say it again. They took her sister. One of her sisters they caught in the war. They drowned one sister in the river. The one sister they
Yeah.
caught. The
Yeah,
next
we
time-
know it. Yeah.
The next sister they caught when they went to war to her, they kept one captured, right? So there's a letter of exchange with her writing back. And she says, I have sent you thousands of slaves and banzos for you to free my sister. And you still haven't freed her yet. That's on record, bro.
Yeah, go get that. Go read that. Go get that.
Okay,
Because
so
she wouldn't pay the motherfucking tribute to the motherfuckers you talking about, nigga. I got
No,
the
she
book.
tried to pay a ransom, not
she tried to pay
tribute.
a ransom
No, she
against-
didn't pay
God,
the, she
yo.
didn't pay the ransom.
bro.
She refused to pay the ransom. Go get it.
Oh,
All right.
Get it. No, we're not gonna get bogged down right there. This
All
is
right,
what we're not
all right.
gonna do.
Go ahead,
I'm gonna say this again to all y'all niggas that will be dead.
but
Back
you
in the
just
70s.
disagreed again, Unc.
Cut me off. Go ahead talk to.
He gave you another data point, and you deliberately disagreed
Remember I
with
said
it.
that, yo? I said what I'm not gonna do is have you play the super cutoff game. So go ahead and say what you're gonna say. Go ahead, get it out.
I'm saying, I'm saying it. You just disagreed on another data point, and then you tried to move past it. To say
I didn't
something
disagree on it. I said she wasn't a slaver. That's what I said.
and you keep saying that you're wrong. Oh my God, yo. All right, go ahead. You can talk. Yo just said it again that she wasn't a slaver.
So,
Oh God.
Man, hey,
can't
Chef.
y'all not. Hold
Go
on,
ahead,
man. You gonna
go ahead,
go ahead now? Go ahead with the hey shit. Nope, I don't want to get cut off. Go ahead.
No, I
It's
thought
no-
you-
it's-
I
it's no way to
didn't even come
continue.
back in.
It's
I
no
ain't
way to go forward no more. There's no way to go forward no more.
What's a
He
slaver
said she
then?
wasn't a slaver.
Okay, can I explain what a slave is to y'all niggas that act like y'all know?
I don't want to hear your definition.
All right, well that's it then. That's it.
I don't want to
That's
hear it. I
crazy.
want to
I
hear it.
don't. Can I say this though before Unc says anything? I'm gonna say that I don't think Unc means in the sense of this is why we have to get to terminology. What in the sense of the slavery what we know today? No, I don't think she was that. I really don't. I think she was more of spoils of war. You know, like
Yeah.
if this is when you take over someone else's and you got captives, they're gonna be in slave. It's more indentured slave servitude than what we would class as slavery as a business. So I would agree with Uncle in that sense. But she did own, captives of war, yeah. And they weren't treated like the rest of her tribe.
Yo,
And they
the
were
only
sold to
issue
the
they had,
Europeans.
she was like, yo, they wanted them to move a slave port. They didn't care that there was a slave port. They didn't like the location that it was in because it was close to their kingdom. They wanted it in a different area. See what I'm saying? So, and then when you get that story about, when they tell a story about, remember how when she went to meet the people of the Portuguese and she sat on a servant back? Remember that
She
story?
wasn't the queen yet. She wasn't the queen yet. Don't fuck it up.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, she wasn't queen yet, but she went there. Her brother brought her back in because she was estranged from the family. They actually kicked her out. But her
Oh, why
brother,
they kick out? Hold on. Why they kick out?
Oh,
because
She ain't do shit yet.
because she was trying to, because she wanted to be the king or the queen.
No, they killed her family. They killed. Come on, yo, tell the whole story, yo. They killed motherfuckers. They made sure they couldn't have babies, yo. So already she at war, nigga.
I didn't know. I didn't. That's a legend.
That ain't even the point.
That's a legend. But anyway, let me explain the story. When she sat on the servant back, right? The story goes, she sat on the servant back, and that was dope. Okay, well, in that story, she walks off, and the Portuguese say, "Yo," and she left the servant on her knees where she got up and left. And the Portuguese say, "Yo, aren't you gonna get your chair?" She says, "Where I'm from, we got many chairs," and left that nigga right there, bro. You understand me?
Okay. I mean, what's your point?
She was the idea is that they were royal. They were royal people, bro. They didn't look at the common folk the way we see common folk, bro.
These are royal.
You switch it a million times.
I'm not.
Let him make his point. Let him make his point.
Yeah, make your point, yo.
So what I'm saying is that the idea
Barack Obama's daughter ain't different than y'all niggas. Y'all got me fucked up right now. But go ahead.
So you're saying she justified it. I don't want to argue justification.
No, I'm saying that's their custom. They got many chairs. That's their custom and tradition. Simple as that. Ain't gonna get me to argue 2021 nigga argue about their custom and tradition. But keep going though. Make the point.
The point is, all right. So the point is, so it's like you agree with me. You just saying that they have a right to do it. It's their culture.
No, I'm saying is, how you gonna tell her? How you gonna? First of all, can we agree that when they sterilize her motherfucking family from having babies, is that not an act of war against you reproducing?
I think that's a legend. That's a legend.
Oh, so now you're gonna use that as a legend. It came from the same people that said what you just said, yo. So get it right.
And I say a legend too with the nephew thing. I gave a legend with the nephew thing. But it's believed that she killed the nephew.
No, they believe that.
The reason she killed the nephew.
She married the nigga and killed that nigga. Yeah, she married one of the.
No, he was still alive. She had war with that nigga, the husband. At least, well, she had quite a few.
Yeah. She married a separate clan nigga. All right, that's not the point. Listen, I think was really not getting the conversation. Y'all familiar with the half Nigerian, half Arab nigga, slaver, Tipu something. Tipu, because he's an Arab. I can't quite get the name.
Tipu.
Yeah, now that's a fucking slaver right there. That's a slaver right there. That's what I consider a slave. So when Chef says that he sold slaves, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's what, okay. That's your consideration.
So basically, a slaver is a person who has a certain amount of slaves.
No.
The one who traded in them?
No, one who hunts down and captures niggas and sells them is a slave. Yo.
Oh, okay.
Simple as that.
So the people buying them and selling them ain't slavers.
No, they receiving stolen goods. They part of that too.
They're all slavers.
So in that case, then they all slavers.
And Zinga is capturing human beings and for slavery and selling them.
Okay, so
he is a slaver.
So what I'm asking y'all, halfway crook niggas, is go get that sword.
No, I'm not doing that. You already read it.
We just asked you. You said it was.
We done been through this. Oh, you act like this the first time we had this conversation today.
So I'm gonna read it again.
It's the first time we're having it live. I'm gonna give it.
But I'm saying, in the personal. No, when we talking, I leave out shit because y'all niggas always want to win. Because we all want to win.
We already won.
I conveniently. No, you didn't. You won. Two niggas who don't read.
She was a slaver. We won.
Chef.
We proved
No,
it.
Get your point.
Chef, you know what, Chef? You gotta be fair though. That's a subjective view from someone's point of view. You know, in their culture at that time, they could have. I hear you, Corey.
Owning another human.
No, we're not saying that. I'm not saying that, Corey.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you know, I agree with. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm saying how you see it as selling someone. Spoils of war. some of these old tribal traditions, when they took spoils of war, they had lots. They had lots. There was a lot of wars. So in transition, they might have sold a few, but we're talking about a commodity here. What the slavery? What we're talking about? Not a few. All right, chef. Numbers. All right. All right. I'm not saying. I won't say numbers, but I'm saying to make a commodity. These guys were the targeting of slavery was different from what we know today. So if we
No,
want to
we
class it
talking about
slavery,
back
you can
then.
I
you
don't
can
care what degree.
you can class it as
Which
slavery.
one of them would you be comfortable with one of your family members being in?
None of them. I said, Corey, you should have
All
been
right,
there
all right.
earlier. I
That's
said,
all I
I
want to
did
make
say,
sure, though. I just want to make
Corey,
sure that.
Corey, I said before you come, and big you up still. Before you come, I said, no matter what you do, it's still against human rights to put someone into something they didn't want. Either
All right.
way, indentured servitude or slavery, one might be worse in our eyes than the other, but they're both against human rights, and that's it. Full stop.
Now, after we establish that, I appreciate that, Fitzroy. That was very articulate. Y'all English dudes, y'all got that way. Y'all UK dudes, y'all got the way to work with the English language like we can't do over here, bro. I'm gonna tell you that. But now that we have articulated that, right? I want to just point out that I'm never saying that it's not situations where that's necessary. You know, in doing certain things have to happen for a society to advance. You see what I'm saying? And it ain't always pretty, and it ain't always the way we want it to be. You know what I mean? But wrong is wrong. You know what I mean? So owning another human being is wrong. I don't care what date it is. I don't care what situation it is. It's wrong. Now, would I do it in certain situations? I'm not saying that I wouldn't do it in certain situations, right? But I'm gonna honestly sit here and say that wrong is definitely wrong. So I hear you, you saying that sometimes you got to do what you got to do. We not even arguing that. The fact of the matter is, Africans, specifically like Queen Nzinga, definitely did what she had to do. You know what I'm saying? So, like
Yeah.
at least we can agree on that point.
Yeah. So let me tell her, and like I told the bros, right? I say, man, yo, like this is a great conversation because we never heard the interworkings of the kingdom or what was going on. So at this point, I'm just talking about my favorite black woman in history, who is known as a great military person. She the one to come up with the guerrilla warfare. So she's in a world where you got misogynistic bitch ass niggas in her own fucking thing. She in that world, y'all. They saying that she can't rule because she a fucking woman, not because she's the best person for the job. Hold on 1 second, because I got y'all. It's my favorite subject.
She wasn't. It wasn't. It's her culture, bro. She wasn't. Her mother. They got their society is matrilineal. The line went through the side where the brother was on. Her mother was a concubine. Her mother was like a concubine. That's why our people was.
Keep talking.
I'm fading out. I'll you on mute.
On purpose, nigga. I'm trying to get something.
Oh. Yeah. It wouldn't just because she was a woman, she wouldn't it was their culture. It didn't go to her. They got their culture is matrilineal.
I know, yo, but she was
the mother.
All right, go ahead. I can talk now. Simply put, I'm gonna say this again. You got 3 invasion forces. You got the Dutch, they fucking invaders. You got the Portuguese, they fucking invaders. And you also got the Spaniards, they fucking invaders. You got the bitch ass other kingdoms on the outskirts, right? And we can have a real detailed conversation about them bitch ass niggas, slave raiding and all that shit, and trying to demise the kingdom. You got those groups. Then you got the inner groups with a bunch of backwards ass, crazy ass men that ain't better than this woman who you claim to be a concubine. Okay, well, she knew she was the best for the job. She was better than all that motherfucking ass. So she really deserved the job to save that great African kingdom. So she took that shit like she was supposed to instead of perishing. Especially after they waged war on her motherfucking ass, bro. So she ain't trying to take nothing when she was young and they did all that and disbanded them. Why would they disband her like that, yo? Because they knew that she was in line, yo. I know what I'm saying. So watch this. They disbanded her ass. Once they did that, yo, you know how you fuck around with the wrong motherfucker? Hey, yo, they fuck with the wrong woman. Yeah, she went haywire on the nigga.
Then why they
Yo,
bring her?
listen,
Why they bring her back?
me off,
And when
yo.
they bring her back, all
You
right, go ahead.
gotta bring her back, nigga, because she was great. You know how you fuck up with a nigga and say, damn, that nigga was rocking, though. Let me bring him back. Then you gotta bring him back. And when the nigga brought her back, she went right in, talked to Portuguese, told the king, say, hold on, yo, no, I don't need you to be a Christian. Chill, I'm gonna do that. Yo, she played chess. She was superior in her military tactics. She was superior in her negotiating skills, and she wasn't stuck. She was a motherfucking pseudo killer. She was like, look, the traditional religion is mad dope, but I'm gonna take this little cross right here and put that shit with the shrine. Niggas got mad, hated it. He was like, oh, I know what I'm doing. So anybody that wild out on that, nigga, then you done. Then you going against me, and you're done immediately. Yo, she was serious at what she did, yo, because she's in an environment full of aggressive ass crazy men, yo. So what she did was she did the dope shit. Let me fuck with the Dutch. They seem to be less aggressive. They seem to be more reasonable. Let me finish.
That's not
She
history.
chose the Dutch.
You making shit up. That's not
Yo,
why
you
she.
saying she didn't think? Okay, you just cut me off though. So let me make my shit up. So I'm gonna be quiet and you gonna talk. You explain to us the relationship she had with the Dutch as opposed to fucking with the Portuguese.
Yo, crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at that shit historical. She aligned herself with the Dutch because the Dutch was about to take over Luanda. They was winning the war. So she had her men align themselves with the Dutch to fight the Portuguese. But that it wasn't about one nigga more
Thank you,
reasonable.
brother. Thank you, brother.
She had been bouncing around from camp to camp, huh?
Thank you. Hey, look, thank you, brother. Look, thank you, brother.
But listen, and then you keep switching it. Like 1 minute you talk because the culture dictated that she
didn't say anything about none of that.
You did talk about
making it up now, though, Sosa. Come
No,
on, Sosa. I ain't say nothing about no damn culture, Sosa. In my whole conversation, I said nothing about my culture. I'm talking about a woman.
Culture. I said her culture, their culture.
Say nothing about her culture. Y'all didn't switch nothing up. I simply said she chose the Dutch, nigga. You cut me off and then explain why she chose the goddamn Dutch. It makes sense, Sosa. She's the motherfucker that you can help with, bro. Like, goddamn, y'all being funny. Y'all just mad because y'all ain't thinking like y'all should be. You just mad because you want to make her a fucking slaver, yo. The truth is, she chose the right group of Europeans. She brought guns for them. How did she get her guns, Sosa? She gave them slaves.
Yeah, that's exactly. She traded slaves for guns.
I'm gonna let y'all, everybody listening to the podcast. Let me notify you right now. Given the same set of circumstances, I got niggas in the country. I got niggas in the country trying to kill me. Let me catch y'all bitches. Y'all gonna be the first to go. I got outside African nations trying to kill me. When I wage war, I got y'all bitches. Y'all the first to go. And I'm gonna sell y'all niggas for some fucking guns to help protect my nation. You damn right. That don't make her a slave, bro. What I want is the sword that said she was hunting down motherfuckers in her own country for slaves, dog. Fuck the enemy. Hey, yo, anything go with the enemies, y'all. Y'all bugging right now.
Unc's right there. He's right. I got to give it to him. He's right.
Nobody arguing that.
She wasn't fighting.
Nobody has argued that what she did was not making a good decision. Nobody says she didn't do great things, right? We just saying that she participated in the slave trade. That was the conversation. So, I mean,
no, she participated and keeping her nation safe, yo, and did whatever. And
Oh,
did
well,
whatever.
Jesus
what-
Christ.
The
That's called
Portuguese,
slaving, yo.
the Portuguese, that's why they participated, to keep their shit tight. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I
We
mean,
ain't
I
talking about
don't
Portuguese,
understand.
though.
See what I'm
Huh?
saying?
We
Now
ain't
we
talking
talking
about that right now.
No, but
I-
so
I'm-
Corey, you
Go
gotta be
ahead.
fair.
Now I'm wrong.
can't-
Now I'm wrong because the Portuguese
No.
didn't want to keep their shit
That's
tight.
not the truth, yo.
No,
Their
I'm,
whole existence,
no, I'm
their
not
whole
even talking
existence
about that,
wasn't in play,
Corey.
yo.
I'm talking
Uh-huh.
about you can't say that's involved in the slave trade as we know it. You can say
Nah, that's
she's
crazy, yo.
What I'm
No,
saying is, look, I don't know if she had 1,000 slaves or 500,000 slaves, right?
Thousands.
Well, I don't
no,
even
but
know. That's
we're
not even
talking
my
about as
point.
a
It's not
we're
even
talking
my
about
point, right? My point
wait a
is
second.
she participated in it, bro. That was the conversation. That was all we said. Nobody said, well, this person had 200,000. This person had only 20 slaves. Nobody's put a number on nothing, bro. Participation is participation. Owning another human being is owning another human being. Flat out. Now,
And
nobody
yes,
ever said
and we've
she did
already
the wrong
established.
thing. Nobody said nothing like that. I never, at least I didn't say that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is it's wrong. Bottom line, I don't care how you cut it, bro. It's wrong to own another human being. Would I have done that? Would I have done it given the same circumstances? You probably goddamn right I would have done it. You know what I'm saying? But
I'm not arguing. We ain't
it would
arguing
have
right
been
or wrong.
wrong.
The argument
You know
is
what I think what Unc is trying to
the
say
argument
here.
was
The difference is
The argument though that we was debating was Queen Nzinga a slave? Did she participate in the slave trade? That we ain't talking about who right, who wrong. If there was a reason why she did she have a good reason to do it? Was she involved in the goddamn slave trade? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, I'd say no.
Shit, history tells differently, bro. Like I
I
said,
would
from
say no.
from
Sosa, I
1580.
would say Sosa. I would
if you
agree
get
with
money, if you selling human beings for guns, I mean, I don't understand what's that. What
Like I'm
are
telling
you
you,
doing?
from 1580 to 1640, the bulk of the slaves came from Angola, bro.
Mm-hmm.
From 1580 to 1640. That's where the bulk of the slaves were coming from during that time span. That's when the Spanish and the
Then
Portuguese.
all right, Sosa. All right, I agree with you. I'm gonna say it to you here. The way you're putting it right now, you could say she was involved in it. But I'm saying to you, then you gotta go. Then this is where we go into levels. Why was she doing it and why was she selling it? When we're talking about slavery as the terminology as we know it right now.
That's a whole different argument.
I know.
That's all we saying.
Corey, I'm giving it to you, Corey. I'm giving it to you. I'm
We
saying
can
that.
go down that route.
Nobody gonna
saying
argue on this
I'm
panel
saying
with you.
that, Corey, but then we're defining
You
this. That's why I always say to you, let's define what we're talking about. When we're talking about slavery as a commodity, money, nothing else, not to fight no other war or anything, just money. Yes, sold for money and for servitude. Not even servitude, just to live your life out to serve someone else. Never ever getting free.
It's for both. You gotta understand, Fitz. She's of royalty, bro. She's using this shit to get guns to conquer other lands. What do you think happens when you conquer another land, bro?
I get that. So I'm giving you that.
But I'm saying, but listen,
the only reason why I'm not saying you're wrong, Sosa. Let me get you so we don't have to go down that road. I know you think I'm saying you're wrong. I'm not. I'm giving you that. I would say that's slavery as well. But I'm saying what the audience and everyone what's here right now, we have a different terminology of what slavery is. Yes.
No, I don't.
The guys that are listening. Not you, not on the panel. We obviously know what we know. But I'm saying the audience and what Unc's trying to clarify is that a commodity is slavery. I think that's what Unc's trying to, a commodity directly for that. It wasn't for that.
I'm done with trying to understand what Unc's saying.
Maybe, okay, all right, Chef, maybe it softens the blow a bit when we hear the reasons why she might have done that, even though I say they had spoils of war, and it's wrong. Remember, Corey, I said this, it's wrong to own another human being, no, regardless. So I'm agreeing with you all the steps of the way. I'm just trying to say there's levels to it. So I see why Unc we're missing each other.
Nah, I'm
He
Nah, he
understand.
doing it on purpose. Let me read this. Can y'all see my
Good.
screen?
I'm gonna get on the YouTube so I can see what's going on. I can't see on this one.
Because I'm in the car. I hope my screen's sharing. Right.
No,
Expansion in Dutch. It's not showing.
no, it's a little
Yes,
late.
let me in. Let me in so I can get off here so I can finish. Now I'm on y'all heads. I'm coming with the spirit in this thing. I'm on y'all head. I'm not gonna, y'all ain't gonna scream. I'm gonna show y'all how y'all 2021 dudes talking about Africa in the middle of some crazy ass white people. Y'all
Don't see. He trying to get the emotional.
I'm not. I'm saying is that y'all wouldn't even have y'all be done. All y'all niggas be lynched out. Done. Country gone. Y'all done. No guns, no nothing.
I ain't saying. See, now you want to talk about what if she do? What was the reason for doing it, bro? You had like you know she was a wild. Shorty was wild too.
Okay. Right after they.
You put it in terms of good. You put in terms of good and bad. You think everybody was going against was bad. Everybody she was going against was she was good. Everybody that was going against was bad.
No, I didn't. You keep saying that, bro. I ain't say nothing about no good and bad.
She sold slaves to get.
Can I read the source, y'all?
You could have been a good little innocent African tribe. She might have stomped your motherfucking ass out to save a whole nation. I ain't say that.
You probably your damn descendant.
Ass out. They done. Like Shaka Zulu did. He stomped out niggas. Stomped them out. That's why he kept his kingdom. I ain't listening to y'all, man. Them Africans ain't weak, man. Y'all tripping, man. But go ahead.
I agree.
We already said they was this. See, I'm not.
No, read your source.
Listen, let me read this. Let me read this. Expansion in Dutch alliance. By the late 1630s, Nzinga had expanded her influence to the north and south of Matamba. Using her forces, she cut other rulers off from the Portuguese controlled coast, capturing parts of the Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control. She also expanded her territory to the north, and in doing so, established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of the Congo and Dutch merchants who were increasingly active in the area. Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from Nzinga's kingdom. Hold on, I'm gonna go back up. Let's see what she captured, right? Let's see what she captured. It says it right here. She also expanded her territory to the north, and then in doing so, established diplomatic. Using her forces, she cut other rulers off from the Portuguese controlled coast, capturing parts of the Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control.
Superwoman.
Listen to
read
that.
It again.
So
you should read it again. Why don't you read it again so it's set in right back?
Hold on. When he tried to make the statement that she was just enslaving her war captives, no, she went after a supply chain that was supplying the slaves. She wanted control over that fucking trade.
It's like the dope game.
She was a goddamn.
Whoa, y'all going? Hold on, y'all.
13,000 a year. I'm going to read it again.
Slow it down. No, this is important. Watch it. It's called context. Hold on.
I'm going to read it.
Go ahead. Read it again. Go ahead. Read it slow. Read it slow.
All right. Using her forces, she cut other rulers off from the Portuguese controlled coast.
Stop right there. Stop right there.
Oh my God, yo!
Let's talk about that, yo. Stop it right there. Why was she? That's the military.
Let me stop.
No, keep it right there, bro.
He about to bog it.
I'm not trying to bog it down. You know, like
you about to switch it. I know you about to switch.
What the fuck is wrong? I can see none of y'all niggas been in the military. None of y'all niggas study war. None of y'all just talking shit right now.
Now we gotta
be. You want to control that coast? What are y'all talking about? Like, is y'all serious right now, dude? Like, y'all can't see that's a man. Fuck it, y'all go for it, yo.
I don't gotta see it. We gonna move on. I don't gotta see it all, but I know how the dope game work. And I
No,
know,
we
like,
ain't talking about the dope gang right now. We talking about building a nation, yo.
It's the
We ain't
same-
talking about the dope gang.
no, we're talking about why you cut off supply. Why you
No,
cut off
nigga,
supply.
you don't cut off supply to build a nation, nigga. You cut off supply for your own greed. She was trying to save her nation. What is wrong with y'all, bro? Like, y'all can't be that funny, yo.
She wasn't even a part of Ndongo, in Ndongo at that time, bro.
Right.
She was with somebody else. She was with somebody else.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
She was trying to gain control. She wanted to be king, bro.
Man, oh man, yo, okay, y'all done. Y'all crazy as fuck, yo. Y'all crazy as shit. So if you sit here,
So
well, let me get this straight, yo.
Why did you cut? What was the point of cutting me off?
Let me do. I wasn't trying to cut you. I said stop right there. Let's talk because you just want to keep reading through it and miss key points. That's a key military
That's my
strategy,
point.
right? Nick, go ahead. You're right. Go ahead, bro.
I
You
really
just
want to
want
hear
my
this.
point.
I really
No,
want to
you're
hear
right.
this.
You know,
Go
no,
ahead.
you're right,
Let
Chef.
Chef make
I
his point. Let Chef
apologize.
make his point. Let
No,
Chef make
make your point. What I'm asking is don't take that motherfucker off the screen. Make
Got
your
Go,
point.
go ahead, Corey. Corey was trying to say something too. I ain't trying to take over the whole show.
No,
Go ahead,
no.
y'all.
I said I really wanted to hear you read it. I wanted you to read the this article. This is a great article. All together it's
Right.
great.
Great.
Right. So
But Unc keep trying to make it sound like we arguing with him though. We not but go ahead and read it, Chef. Just
Right.
go ahead.
all right. It say using her forces, she cut other rulers off from the Portuguese controlled coast, capturing parts of the Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control. My point is, he was saying that she was it was her what you call the people that she was fighting against. She was enslaving them and selling them. She went after the supply of the slave trade right here. This is not her goddamn enemies. She went after the goddamn supply chain of the slaves. And then in turn, she started supplying the goddamn Dutch with 13,000 a year with that goddamn supply that she captured. That's my point. But it's on. What else do you want? The shit is still on the screen. What do you want out of here?
No, I actually appreciate that, yo, and I apologize for kind of cutting you off. That's not right. Yeah, I'm fucking up the conversation. Yeah, I don't want to bog it down with the crazy howling and screaming because this is important, man. So let's, in case y'all don't know, my favorite thing to do is to study war. Right, that's my favorite thing to do. So if you know anything about the Russians and the Germans, right? The Germans, they had a hell of a war machine. How they end up fucking up the Germans was they cut off their oil supply. So you gotta look at the environment during those time periods, right? Trade was decentralized. It wasn't nothing. The only game in town is the slave trade. So I want y'all to think slaves are oil to a war machine. So it was crucial for her to be the one controlling that oil supply or slaves. It sounds crazy, but I'm saying this is essential for her to do what she needs to do. Nigga, if a nigga gonna sell dope in your house, nigga, you better be the one controlling the dope. Since you want to play the dope game, bro. But if you want to have a nation and the only way you can get goods and products and monies is through a slave trade that the fucking Dutch control, no, you need to control that. See, we want to live in this fairy tale world where you dive out the middle of nowhere and stop it. No, I'm going to say it again. She was invaded by Dutch, Spaniards, and goddamn Portuguese, right? She was at war, an eternal war with warring factions inside of her kingdom, trying to kill her all the time, killed her kids. She was fighting crazy niggas on the outside, other African kingdoms, they all fighting. Dude, she did what she was supposed to do, get the thing that's central to the survival of the nation, control that, and she did that. That's what that source is telling you. Now, if you just out there somewhere not understanding war and nationhood, all you can see is slaves. But I'm gonna make this point, and don't y'all ever forget it. She had plenty of enemies.
She fought for 40 years. I'm gonna say this again. She fought for 40 years. Who amongst you don't think she had enough prisoners of war? Because she was always beating the shit out of niggas and taking their men on a regular basis. That's what she did. Who amongst you think that she had time to go find some other motherfuckers? That's what you said, Sosa, that she really took time out of building a nation to go find somebody just for some slaves. No, she had plenty of war.
The article said that, though. So I don't even know what you're talking about no more.
Yeah, you cut me off.
The article clearly showed where she got her slaves from. So,
no,
I mean,
you cut me off, Chef. Hey, Chef, go find that point, Chef. Go find that point where she got from. Y'all took it. No, y'all took it down. No, y'all took it down.
We read it.
No, you didn't. You took it down. You took it down on purpose.
Let me ask you a question, bro.
No, you're not going to ask the question when you cut me off. You cut me off. I'm not asking no questions. 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 We read the source, but you took it down. Let me pull up the source.
Well, I asked somebody else. Did anybody see me miss a word in that could misconstrue what I read to make you think it said something other than what the hell I just said?
It says she attacked.
Anybody on the panel? If I don't want to answer it.
It says she attacked the coast.
What word did I miss?
Oh man. Took it out of the context of a war, an invasion, and made it about slavery. Yes,
my point was that she was a slaver. All this other shit you talking about, she was a great nation builder. You can go have that conversation with the Masi, because that ain't even what we was talking about. That's what you want to talk about.
And it's so crazy. It's crazy.
I bet you won't put that motherfucking source up there, though. I bet you that. I bet you that happened. No, I did. I dare you put that back up there.
Because me and you is for sure. Now, it might be a couple more brothers on the panel, right? But me and Sheffrin for sure would be niggas that she wouldn't be putting in slavery, bro. Me and Sheffrin, she'd be recruiting us on her team. You know, just
Sheffrin
to let you know.
Talking about don't take them routes. That nigga, your head be chopped off. He out of there. Yeah, he done.
You saying for what?
I'm saying he be done acting like Chef is out of there. Yo, I'm gonna figure out where you be out of it, cause he gone right there.
No way.
I would be a Zinga chief slaver.
I'm not.
How many y'all niggas gonna make it?
Hanging on to tradition.
Oh, y'all niggas is gone.
The niggas that was hanging on to all the traditions and the traditionalists. Them was the niggas getting fucked over, bro. Them was the niggas getting sold into slavery. Them niggas was the first ones gone because she trying to move on to something greater while them niggas is trying to stand behind. Right? Now, me and Steph understand. We not again. Never said that we don't understand what she did and why she did it. And I even went as far as to say I would have did the same thing, right?
No, I ain't listening to you.
I would have did the same exact thing, bro. I already went as far as to say that.
I heard you say that. Not Chef though. Chef been gone. He right there. He wouldn't attack the coast. Right there. Right there. He wouldn't have did it. He'd be like, "Don't do it. Don't do it. That's not right." Yeah, he'd have been gone. So he's still around, Corey, but Chef is out the game at this point.
I would have sent me to do it because you know you got to send somebody close.
Corey, you're still in the game.
Corey, this is a problem.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. Hey, Fritz, hold on. Hey, Sosa, do we attack the coast and control the slave trade? Yes or no, nigga? I don't want no explanation. Yes or no, nigga?
Yes.
Sosa.
We attack the coast, though. We attack the coast. But listen,
Fritz, do we attack the coast and control the slave trade? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Definitely.
Cedric, do we attack the coast and control the slave trade? Yes or no?
Yes.
Do we control the coast?
I'll answer that question if you answer my question next, right? But yes, we taking control of that coast, definitely.
Hey, Chef Fennell, the guy that hates slavery the most, Chef Fennell, do we attack the coast and control that slave trade? Yes or no?
We attack the coast and abolish the slave trade.
Oh, now you did. We got to chop your head off. Now we can't eat no more.
We attack the coast and we abolished the goddamn
That's why we got killed.
Well,
You,
you go
Chef.
you got to get your guns up first, though.
Chef, Chef,
Oh,
we
you
need
gotta
to
sell
save about
some
guns,
slaves.
Chef.
Get
Yeah,
your
he's done.
guns
I
up.
am against. Listen, I am against slavery. Y'all
No,
can
you're
never
dead.
make it.
No, you
I
can't
am
talk no more. You're
against that
dead.
shit.
I know you did.
I can't be against. Hold on, I cannot be against the Europeans enslaving us, but cool with the motherfucking
I
Africans
never
doing it.
said
No,
that. I
I'm
never
not
did,
doing
nigga.
that, yo.
Listen,
Dead.
y'all
He's
I'm
believe
dead.
not
ruining
compromising that,
this.
yo.
He's
I'm
dead.
not
I
saying the
think
white
I
man
think
is
you're moving
wrong
the
and the
goalpost
Yeah,
now.
African is
dude.
Gucci.
Yeah, he moving
I think you're
goalposts.
pulling the
Hey,
You
hold
pulling
on,
the
hold on, hold
on
on. Let
me,
me say this.
Chef.
Let me say this.
He
Don't you
moving
pull the
goalposts.
on me.
Hey, hold on. Listen, this what Unc do, right? This what Unc do, right? We be like, look, man, nigga, Unc shot three dudes in the apartment the other day.
Nah, you fucking it up.
Uncle be like, no, I didn't. Nigga, yes, you did. Then he be like, here's the videotape. Nigga, they was coming in there, nigga. I ain't had nothing else to do. Nigga, I'm a G, nigga. Well, if they had the guns on you, so what you do, nigga? Would you shoot yourself?
What would you do?
Nigga? Come on, bro.
All right. Can we read the source? Can we read the source again, please? Chef Fennell is officially dead because you ain't got no oil to run your machine. You can't even protect yourself. You ain't got enough guns. So you done. Okay. It says by the late 1630s, Nzinga had expanded her influence to the north, to the south of Matapa. Right? Am I saying that right? Matamba. Okay. So using her forces, she cut other rulers off from the Portuguese-controlled coast, capturing parts of the Congo River and bringing.
Y'all fucking with me while I'm eating.
Mute yourself, Chef, because you actually did. It says bringing the region's key. It say key. That word is Key. Key slave supplying lands under her control. I'm gonna let y'all know. Like, this is primary real estate in the survival of any of these people vying. That's why she had to go against, look, the other rulers. They was all trying to get it, yo. So you think they was being nice to Nzinga and them? No, they was always fighting each other. She had to get them. She had to win that. She won key real estate.
Can I ask you a question? There's one simple question.
No, I don't want you to ask me the question because I'm trying to make my point.
It's quick. It's real quick. There's one question.
I call it cut off, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. Was Queen Nzinga trying to end the slave trade?
Nigga, she was trying to, once again, that's one of them trick questions. You about to die. Listen, hold on. Okay. So I just want the listening audience to know the environment. That's the only game in town. There's no more trading like they had before the Europeans came. They could trade other shit. None of that. All that shit is done. Niggas got guns and these Europeans is hungry, nigga, and they getting their billions. All that we gonna trade the bananas and the mangoes is out the door at this point. They decentralized the trade, meaning that's the only game in town. So for you to survive as a people, you better have that in your motherfucking toolkit. So what did she do? She controlled the slaves. And what did she do? She traded. He read it. Let's see. Watch this. He read it. He said it. It says right here. It says Portuguese control. It says she expanded her territory, which she needed to do the same way Shaka needed. Why did Shaka expand his territory? To protect themselves against the colonial powers. In case y'all didn't know, Shaka Zulu never had to fight the European. For all y'all soft dudes that would say, why did he conquer the other nations? He conquered the nation to build a kingdom. So there's no other way to build a kingdom because you will always have a group of niggas with their own religion and their own ideas and say, hey man, don't do it. So you either stomp them out, right? Or everybody get done by the Europeans. He did expansion like he was supposed to. He made the Zulu so powerful that during this king's time, he ain't had no problem with the white boy. Just for the record, we're talking about genetic survival. So we're gonna get right here.
Here's where we get back on the boat together, though. Go ahead.
It says she.
now. I'm on the boat with you now. Go
Okay.
ahead.
It says she also expanded territory. It was the reason why she had to do it. In case y'all keep forgetting about the goddamn reasons, there is a European invasion force called the Dutch. There is a European invasion force called the goddamn Portuguese. There's a European invading force called the Spaniard, and they're looking for slaves. In case all y'all want to fly through the air with the niceness, she's surrounded by wolves. She's surrounded by crazy men who don't even believe a woman should be a leader. In her own land, you got crazy men stopping women from being pregnant, Queen Nzinga, killing her family members, Queen Nzinga, and y'all want the lady to stand around and just perish? She say, fuck y'all niggas. So let me keep going. This great African king. See, we give pride to Julius Caesar when he do shit like that for the empire. The great Roman general Ragnar Lothbrok, we give him praise when as a Viking he became a Christian for a chess move, political move. We give him praise. When the Nzinga do it, oh, she just fucking slavery. Let me keep going.
Cause we the slaves.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna finish. That's a good point.
Fuck.
She also expanded her territory and in doing so established diplomatic. So when she did that, she got powerful enough to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of the Congo and the Dutch merchants. So now she ain't got to worry about fighting these niggas right here. She ain't got to worry about fighting these niggas right here. Now she's reached the status where she can be a diplomat. If we know anything about war, fighting is the last thing you want to do. So at this point, her people are happy that we have eliminated the invading Dutch faction, right? We have eliminated the Kingdom of the Congo because they at peace through diplomatic means, because she had got enough power through getting these certain trade routes, right? Gave her enough influence to be able to sit down at the motherfucking table. So if you just buying an 8-ball, yo, you ain't gonna sit at the table with niggas buying bricks. Bro, get your weight up. Anyway, let me finish this. It says, this is the part where we all have problems with, which I don't. It says Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from the kingdom. Okay, let's look at the sources. I think this shit is important, key. But this one right here, let's see. I suggest y'all get that by Millard Joseph, Nzinga of Matamba, in the New Perspective, the Journal of African History. I suggest y'all get that and actually read that. So why is this a problem? If you read on further, you'll find out that she also got guns from the Dutch, right? Making that alliance with the Dutch, which she needed to give them slaves, right? To use their army. They actually gave her Dutch troops to fight against the Portuguese. We can't leave that out. I hate to say it. If 100 people die from the vaccine, and 250 million people live, man, y'all 100 people ass is grass, yo. As simple as that. It's the hard decisions that we have not been taught that great leaders have to make. Simple as that. I rest my case right there. Go ahead, Sosa, because I know you got to fight back, but I swear I'm on your head. Go ahead.
I ain't, because we already proved the point, man.
Okay.
I ain't saying she's wrong. I ain't saying great military mind. I ain't saying none of that. She was just involved in the slave trade, right?
She had no choice, yo. She had no choice. There was no choice, yo.
If the European was wrong, if the European was wrong for buying us, then the motherfucking African was wrong for selling us.
Now you made that up, sir.
I don't care what y'all say.
Disagree with you at.
You might be a descendant of one of those tribes she sent over. You might be one of the big. You don't even know.
Mm-hmm. I know, but hey, yo, but I'm here. I made it though, but I wasn't gonna make it over there. If they took that whole kingdom, none of us might not have been rich right now.
He wouldn't have made what?
Nigga, they was taking the whole shit, nigga. Yo, y'all bugging. They was taking the whole shit. With or without y'all niggas.
Angola
invaded that.
Angola is still there though. Angola is still there. The people of Angola is still there. What do you mean? Make it.
They was fighting long after she died.
Right.
They never stopped fighting.
What Ang did was quantify the reasons for Queen Nzinga being involved in the slave trade. Fact of the matter is, if the European didn't come there, we wouldn't have had that type of slave trade. She probably would have had a warfare, and then we would have been talking about prisoners of war and what was done to a captive for whatever reason. But what we have established for a fact is we can no longer, especially one like me, Cedric, myself, who would fight anyone that says, but the Africans were involved in the slave trade too. I was one that was vehemently against that. No way, they came in, kidnapped us, they did it at gunpoint. I made every excuse in the book. Now, Ankh just explained a strategic and diplomatic and military tactic to taking over a trade route. Fact of the matter is that yes, some African leaders and rulers were part and parcel of the slave trade, maybe forced into it, some for greed, some for political power, but we cannot deny the fact, the historical fact, that Africans played a role, major role, in the transatlantic slave trade. And now this is even carrying the conversation further, because initially we were trying to establish if slavery, the concept which existed in the world at that time, was also indigenous to the African population. Now we know pretty much the whole story. Now, I'm not taking away nothing from what Ankh said, and I'm not gonna be like Chef and say, no, I'm on Ankh's side with this one. If I was Queen Nzinga, I would have gone the same route. But when history says that I was involved in the slave trade, then no one can say no either.
Chef, let me ask you this. Seth, let me ask you this. If you was a Portuguese and you was in Africa, would you have went the same route?
Repeat that again.
If you were the Portuguese in Africa looking for bodies, would you have went the same route?
Yeah. Of course. I would have dealt with the locals, established what kind of infrastructure they already have, and build on that.
Yeah, I'd have made my move because politics and all that shit, like.
Yeah. From both sides of the spectrum, I understand the argument.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like nobody's necessarily arguing. If I was Queen Nzinga, I wouldn't do it. I would have just gave up, let them kill me. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was like the argument was she involved with? Was she involved?
Yes, she was.
Yes.
You know what Sosa said. What Cedric said, Sosa, which is right. What we've got to do is whenever we come into a debate or some kind of conversation about slavery, now maybe what we should say is that yes, they were involved in slavery with a context, though. Always look at the context of why they were involved in that.
Yes.
You know?
Agreed. Yes.
Then both of us don't have no kind of dispute. Because I know.
Do we do that? Do we do that for the European?
Right.
Do we do that for the European?
Slavery to me. I just disagree with that part of it, man.
But listen, we said earlier though, they always say we making shit up. This is why we argue. We be like, yo, nigga, they had no slave trade in Africa. There wasn't no slave.
Yes, they did.
This is why we argue. If they would just be like, yeah, they was. Then they can go ham out the context.
Now y'all fuck that up too, yo. Y'all mixed the two types of slave trades up, yo.
See, I don't like that.
Y'all do, and I don't appreciate that. Now, I'm not saying that a person that was captured in a war, however it was, right, didn't feel the same way, but it's a hell of a difference, yo, between walking down the street and they could grab your motherfucking ass up and take you, and then your kids be slaves, as opposed to a nigga snatch your ass up and your motherfucking ass, possibility of getting money, possibility of becoming part of the family, and the possibility of being a goddamn ruler. That's a big ass difference to me. Y'all can act like it's not, but it absolutely is. But y'all keep playing that game.
What about the women, What about the women?
Hold on,
some of the slaves are women, right?
Women always women been marginalized, yo. Women be marginalized, yo, like a mother.
Did they let go back home or what?
I don't know. You got to talk to Sean and all. Remember, I said I don't know all the nuances in that, but I'm just saying I do recognize y'all don't have a source to say it was that at first. It wasn't. Then it reduced to that. But you got to know, yo, it reduced to that because that's the climate that those invaders brought. They reduced it all of that, yo. And for your mere genetic survival, that was the only game in town. Y'all act like that's not a reality, yo. It wasn't no bustling slave trade before the motherfuckers came in. Y'all ain't gave me that source yet. Give me the source, chef. Give me the source, Sosa, of the bustling slave markets prior to the Arabs and prior to the Europeans. I'm
Man,
waiting.
you already been lost.
Fitz, you still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well,
I'm here.
Fitz, can you repeat what you said about the evolution of indentured servitude as part of the human existence and how it evolved into slavery? Can you repeat what you said at the opening?
Is that going to answer the question I just asked, or is going to dance around?
Yes.
The evolution
Are we dancing with the stars?
Definitely show up before the Europeans, but go ahead though. Go ahead, Fitz.
Are we dancing for the stars? What are we doing here?
No. I think Unc, you're
You
right.
shut me down with that.
There wasn't. You're
Huh?
right. There wasn't Unc, but it's true. Exactly.
Okay.
It's what Cedric's trying to say. Basically, is saying that it's a cultural process. It's a cultural trait. It comes from one to the other. It's an evolution. It comes from indentured servitude, maybe even before that. Yeah, and it evolved into slavery. There's an evolution through every culture. This is a human trait.
So did y'all just say it wasn't no slavery in Africa before the European got there? Is that what you said? No, you said if you ask for that source, then you actually are basically arguing against it.
No,
Chef, I'm not saying there's no slavery.
You said we're not telling them the truth. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you, Fitz. Ump said, go find me that source. So when
he's not gonna do it, y'all. He gonna talk y'all. He gonna talk y'all to death.
When he say that, he's saying he don't agree. He's disagreeing. Y'all see this shit? That's crazy.
I said I'm trying to learn about something I don't know about. And you going mad over there, boy.
Man, no, you're not. You already know they was doing.
Yo, so you think I'm gonna sit up here and lie? Yo, what?
You already know they was doing.
I say, boy, you fight dirty, boy. You
now
dirty.
I fight dirty. Y'all ain't got a source for y'all half nitwit argument. I'm fighting dirty.
Yo, you already lost.
You want the sources,
you already lost the conversation, though.
No, first of all,
proved that she was a goddamn slaver.
I never said.
You're talking about the type of great military leader she is.
Whoa.
What the hell?
So.
And people in the chat actually jacking this nonsense.
You reading the chat?
Like if we was having
you reading the chat?
If I would have said she was a shit ass leader, right? And she ain't do shit to advance her people, then that would have been a great argument for that. Unc would have destroyed me. I said the whore was a fucking slaver. Plain and simple.
Oh my God, you called her a whore? That's the greatest thing in you.
She was selling people. So me saying that, putting us over here, fuck her.
We challenged the sacred. We definitely challenged the sacred.
All right.
He's the ghost. Hold on, y'all know Chef is from heaven right now. Because he died.
Unc, can I ask Unc a question? Would Unc say what I just asked? I would say she owned slaves with context. You have to look at the context of it. Isn't that what you would say, Unc?
I mean, the Europeans owned slaves with a context, bro. Like they had just stole some land, and it was too much for them to handle.
Corey, you
ain't that a good reason to go get slaves? Tell me. Hold on. First, let me get this clear because I got to see where we standing.
You can't keep doing that though, Corey. Every time we say something about black people, no, hey man, come on, you know.
No, I'm not. That's what y'all be doing.
I ain't doing that.
Yeah. All right. That's why I say. That's why we say context, Corey. You go to the context of what we're saying.
Chef forgetting the point he made. Hey, Chef. Hey, Corey. Both of y'all forgetting the key point.
This for you, Fitz.
All right, go ahead.
Listen. Tell me that is not a good idea to go get some slaves if you just acquire more land than you can handle, right? Ain't that a good idea?
I'm gonna go get my mom's application.
In the 13th, 14th century or whatever it was, wouldn't that be a good idea?
That's the best idea.
Now you just came and stole a whole continent from down there 2 continents from these people, right?
Mhm.
Don't you need some slaves to help you get this thing together? You need some
Okay.
voluntary workers. You need some immigrants, right? Remember they had where they was giving the white folks land. They come in, they was like, yeah, shit, you can have 100 acres if you come to America for. I forget what it was called. It was a period of time or whatever. But you need that kind of people, and you need slaves, and you need everything to get to this stage right here where we at right now, right? Ain't it a good idea to go get slaves, Fitzroy?
Y'all get beat up.
Huh?
Y'all keep getting beat up. I'm gonna keep beating y'all on mercy.
No, I'm just asking Fitzroy whether
Now, Corey, this is what I'm going to say on the whole thing, and I'm just giving you my honest opinion. It's subjective to how you're thinking at that time and what kind of people. Now, in that time, if I'm going into their mind frame, in the 14th century, yes, that is a good thing. But that's why I say as
long as we can agree to that fits. Now we are saying now we're let's go back to what you said at first. Let's go all the way back to the beginning here. You said when you talk about the African Queen Nzinga have a slave, you gotta say it in context, right? So
now that's in context of what's going on.
When you have the Europeans, hold on. Now, when you say the Europeans was doing slavery, don't you got to take that in context? Like, bro, they was trying to do something.
Yes,
Queen was trying to do something.
Yes.
Queen Nzinga was trying to do something with her slaves, right? Or with her nation. The Europeans was trying to do something with their nation. Right? Am I right or wrong here? Now,
Corey, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not arguing. I agree with everything you're saying. That's why I say.
I'm arguing with him on that point.
That's why I say context. Corey, I'm not agreeing with any of it. I'm basically saying I agree with the context. You have to look into context, and that's what we're trying to say. She had slaves. Yes, but you have to look into the context of why she had slaves. I'm not denying she didn't, and I'm not saying it ain't wrong.
Had some business to handle. That's why. That's why she had to. She did not have some business to handle.
No, but then in survival, you have to do certain things, and that's why you have to put it into context.
But welcome to my camp here, Fitzroy. I think we've been on the same boat the whole time here.
Okay.
And we've been cousins the whole time, but we've been acting like we be
Concrete Coy.
Well, I just found out Fitzroy was my cousin. Go ahead, though. All right, go ahead.
So I want to make 2 points before I finish y'all off with this next source from the Met Museum. Now I told y'all niggas to take y'all ass to Washington D.C. and go to the museum. Y'all won't do it. Y'all just talking. Right, but listen, but Corey.
Got a point of view. White person's point of view. But go ahead.
I got a what? A white person.
So white person point of view.
See? Hold on. I'm not gonna laugh at this guy. I'm not gonna laugh at Concrete Coy. I'm not laughing. You've been attacking me all day, ladies and gentlemen. I've been attacked. Okay?
Yeah, I've been on your head on.
Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, though, right? All day long. I've been baiting them into conversations. Let me say this. So since I'm thinking like a white person, let's talk about the context of European nations. Watch this. Invading another sovereign land and kidnapping motherfuckers. Now, why? First of all, your context is you have invaded another foreign land. You know what that rule is in your country. When you do that, that means you're at war. Next point I would like to make. Why did they do it? Because they was doing it because it was a surplus of money fucking with that shit. It wasn't because their nation was about to die. Man, it was because that shit was easy pickings and it made them millions and millions of dollars. It made them filthy rich. So you talking about Nzinga trying to survive because some crazy motherfuckers that invaded her and then some niggas just trying to be rich? That's like a nigga in Baltimore, like Like, man, I sold drugs not because, nigga, I was starving, not because I needed to do it. None of that. You cannot compare what I did to another person born in the projects who mother and father is strung out on drugs, who miss meals all the fucking time. Dude, he just want to get some shoes. It's two different things. He's trying to survive. If you don't eat in this world, you might die. He trying to get some money to pay a babysit, any goddamn thing. But been mothering and running around on crack, dude, that's a different circumstance for why I did it. Two, you should never put the two together. This man needed access to money. He's not old enough to even work a job, so he runs some packs for some goddamn niggas just hustling. And now he can eat and feed his family. Come on, dog.
But both of y'all serving Keisha. Both of you niggas is serving Keisha, and she pregnant. So it don't matter which reason why you're doing it, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna ask
totally
you
different.
Hold on, don't leave it. Don't leave it. Hold on. What is the context for Europeans invading another man's country? I want to hear this and kidnapping niggas. They did it for what reason, yo? They wasn't about to fall out. I'm listening.
Greed.
Thank you. So we can agree that the context is different. Thank you. I appreciate that.
They came to the land because they were looking for trade. That's why they came. They came because they were looking for trade. They needed a route. They needed a route to get to the resources because of the shit that happened with the goddamn Moors, which made them accidentally bump into the goddamn New World, which made the resource. But the bodies started dying from the virus, so they didn't have the resources to till the land, the New World they had. So they needed another trading partner for bodies. So Columbus, right? Columbus was a trader, was a slaver, right? Right? Yeah. They knew where to go to get bodies. So they showed up in the area where bodies are being sold.
What made Columbus a slaver, though? I just don't understand that.
He worked as a slave before he did his work.
What is wrong with Concrete Coy?
No, I'm just asking so that I know what a slaver is. Like y'all said,
I know that.
I'm trying to figure out what did he do besides own slaves?
Yo, everybody know he was a slaver, yo.
He was
so he owned slaves. So owning a slave makes you a slave.
If you white,
oh, he got to be white. Oh, he white. There you go.
You got to be white. I'm gonna stop defending. What y'all not gonna do is defend white people on this show. Y'all defending white people.
No, it's not defending white people.
No, Delvin. No.
That's not an honest question.
Nah, you better.
What Columbus did be named a slaver, though?
No, hold on.
I just wanted to figure that out.
No, Corey made a great point, and Chef made a great point. I don't want to mess their point up that y'all didn't get to hear that's listening right now. What Corey said was the institution of slavery was fucking backwards. No matter how they did it in Africa, the shit was backwards. And it was fucking backwards in the old and the new fucking world. That was a great point. That civilizations have evolved from that backward practice of enslaving people. That was a great point to be made. I just wanted to say that because we arguing having fun, but that was in it. You know, Chef, that was one of Chef blows, and he must have forgot it. I was like, Daniel, you're right, the shit was backwards. And then they got some records where some of the Africans were still wanting to do it, and the Europeans had to stop. Now go figure that shit out. That's funny, right? But in context, somebody wanted to ask a question before. Source, I want you to read this source. I don't want to fuck it up. I want you to read this source. Somebody had a question before you read this. Because this the death blow right here to y'all.
Nah, go ahead. I'm good. I keep making the two same points. First, all forms of involuntary servitude is immoral. Secondly, we cannot look back at that time with the lenses of today. That was the state of consciousness that existed in the world. Human was the commodity, the number one commodity that was handled in. It was just a system all over the world. When we look at things that Hank was saying, one form of slavery, you still had the opportunity to become a general, own land, a governor. That was a principle that existed in the Roman army too. they would capture
Man,
a group
if
of
it was
people.
wrong then, it's wrong now. Like
Exactly.
that time period shit that's what Christian apologists do. You know, yeah.
No.
They was
Corey, I'm not
raping
making
9-year-old
excuse.
girls because
Corey,
that's
he's
what
saying
they
this
did in
wrong.
that time
Corey,
period.
I'm
Like,
not
No,
making
he's
an
come on,
not.
man. We
excuse.
He's saying
can't
I'm
fight
saying,
that
One
shit.
at a
I'm
time. We gotta do one at a time.
you cannot
You gotta do one at a
expect
time.
computer science technology in that age, right? What I'm saying is, you look at that time, it's immoral regardless, and we evolved out of it. But societies was constructed based on the principles of indentured servitude, the way they fought wars. We can't imagine somebody just walking into your neighborhood with guns and taking it over and saying, now you belong to my clan. Today, we can't imagine that. We've evolved beyond those things. But that was the state of the world at that time. And slavery was part and parcel of human consciousness. No people was void of the practice. None.
It's a cultural trait. The
There you
cultural
go.
trait, as you say.
All right.
That's
And
just my
evolve.
point.
Closer.
Yeah, can I add on?
I wanted to get you the source, yo. You can add on though.
Go ahead. You put it down. So put it down right there. All right.
Thanks.
All right.
I think you know,
Huh?
my
You wanna
bad.
make
Did
a
I
point first?
yeah, sure, if that's all right.
Go ahead. I was gonna read this thing, but go ahead.
Yeah, no, American Nightmare, no, you gonna fuck it up. Nope, I won't read the source first, then I'm gonna let you fuck it up. No.
Bro, I never messed anything up. What y'all talking about?
You my man, yo, but you gonna fuck it up. I already know.
Go ahead, so I'll go after you.
All right. In the late 16th and early 17th centuries, states on the Central African coast found their economic power and territorial control threatened by Portuguese attempts to establish a colony at Luanda in present-day Angola. Many of these states had become regional powers through trade in African slaves. There was a growing demand for this human labor in the New World colonies such as Brazil that ultimately led Portugal to seek military and economic control under this region. Old trading partners came under military attack by Portuguese soldiers and indigenous African raiders in search of captives for the slave trade. And rulers were forced to adapt to these new circumstances, face certain destruction. One leader who proved to be adept at overcoming these difficulties was the Queen of Ndongo, Ana Nzinga.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
We call her Anna. Anna, that's her Christian name, in case people wondering why they call her Anna.
Yeah, two names. She was slick playing chess with y'all niggas. Like I got Uncle.
Anna the Sousa, Christian name.
Go ahead.
All right. Where is that? All right. In 1624, Anna Nzinga
You're a fool, dude.
inherited rule of Ndongo. In 1624, Anna Nzinga inherited rule of Ndongo, a state to the east of Luanda, populated primarily by the Mbundu peoples. She did not inherit control, but we don't go on past that. At the moment, the kingdom was under attack from both Portuguese as well as neighboring African aggressors.
Under attack. Keep going.
Yeah, but you know she did not inherit the rule. Nzinga realized that to remain viable, Ndongo had to reposition itself as an intermediary rather than a supply zone in the slave trade. To achieve this, she allied Ndongo with Portugal, simultaneously acquiring a partner in its fight against the African enemies and ending Portuguese slave raiding in the kingdom.
So, okay. So hold on. I ain't never known a motherfucking slaver to end slave raiding. The shit don't make sense. But keep going though. Keep going.
All right, I ain't gonna
Politics, bro.
comment.
Keep on.
Well, Abraham Lincoln.
That's because she wanted to control the
Hey, man, keep
trade.
it, man.
That's why I said,
She
Tim, I
wanted
ain't
to
gonna
control
comment.
the trade.
Can we please keep reading the source, please, sir?
You mean to tell me Abraham
Yeah,
Lincoln?
hit y'all.
You mean to tell me Abraham
You
Lincoln?
cannot ignore that point, yo.
Come on, man.
Don't mess it up. You messed me up, Chef. You messed me up, Chef. I'm throwing the rock. The hit dog's gonna buck. Go ahead.
By 1626, however, Portugal had betrayed Ndongo and Nzinga was forced to flee with the people further west, where they founded a new state of Matamba, well beyond the reach of the Portuguese. To bolster Matamba's martial power, Nzinga offered sanctuary to runaway slaves and Portuguese-trained Africans, soldiers, and adopted a form of military organization known as Quilombo, in which youths renounced family ties and were raised communally in militias. She also fomented rebellion within Ndogo itself, which was now governed indirectly by Portuguese through a puppet ruler. Nzinga found an ally. Man, where are we at?
Right here.
Look it up. Okay, Nzinga found an ally with the Netherlands, which seized Luanda for its own mercantile purpose in 1641. Their combined forces were insufficient to drive the Portuguese out of Angola. However, and after Luanda was reclaimed by the Portuguese, Nzinga was again forced to retreat to Mataba. From this point on, Nzinga focused on developing Mataba as a trading power by capitalizing on its position as a gateway to the Central African interior. Oh, you're straight. But come on back, Bob. Oh, I swear to God. By the time
Commercial state.
63, Mataba was a formidable commercial state that dealt with the
Commercial
Portuguese
state.
colonies.
Stop right there. Commercial
Hold on.
state.
Commercial state that dealt with the Portuguese colony on equal footing. Nzinga, who reconverted to Christianity before death at the age of 81, became a sensation in Europe following the 1769 publication of Jean-Louis Castonio's colorful biography.
Somebody died at their own sword.
That's the Met.
Somebody just died at their own sword. So she established a colony with a link and a commercial state. Commercial in what? Slaves.
No, you put that in there, yo. You added it. It didn't say that, bro. What? Stop doing that. It didn't say that. You added that shit in there, yo. You put that in there. You made that up.
It said that.
It don't say that. It don't. Come on, y'all. Man, y'all want to add words into this shit.
Listen,
they talk about slaves, yo.
He can't understand context. His own source. The context of his own source. He can't understand.
Listen to what it said. I'm gonna read it again. It said
Nzinga
was forced to retreat to Mataba. From this point on, Nzinga focused on developing Matamba as a trading power by capitalizing on its position as a gateway to the Central African interior. That's crucial right there, bro.
Okay, I mean, but where the slave? I mean, all right, I ain't gonna argue with y'all niggas. Y'all done added shit.
It's not slavery, y'all. Trust me.
It could be no.
It's not slavery. It's not slavery.
Listen. I'm not saying nothing. Y'all see it, and we're gonna leave it at that. Someone bring out someone that. Y'all.
So what was she trading? What the hell was she trading with the Dutch?
I was here before you, Dirk. Go ahead, say that again, Chef. No.
I want to know what the hell was she trading with the Dutch? That's all we got to figure out.
It didn't say nothing about trading with the Dutch, though. It just said she opened up trade routes into Central Africa. It's a lot of shit.
Yeah,
I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying it wasn't slaves. Bro, I'm saying you got to get the niggas that wrote the shit. Y'all just threw that in there like that.
No, we already read our sources. Our sources said she was dealing in slaves.
No, right. How you know that's what that was for, though, yo?
No, I said our sources said that.
No, not through Central Africa. Find that source.
No, our sources said she was dealing in slaves. I don't care what your source said. I don't care what type of murky point you're trying to
that you had that. I'm gonna pull up the Wikipedia article. It says the exact same thing while y'all talking.
Umbrellas, though, Jeffrey. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She was not trading niggas for umbrellas. Like that's you got to make that point clear, you know.
But Corey, I think Alex agreed that she was in the slave. She owned slaves and she dealt with slaves. I think we've all agreed with that. But we just say context. That's all. That's all it is. I don't know what else we're arguing about.
Yeah. And Unc saying it's better because she was trading for guns and she wasn't trading for them umbrellas.
There's in our moral standards now, it's never going to be good. No way. We're going to see that as wrong no matter what. But as we say, context. You got to look at the context and the time period and what it was for. Then we might see it as a bit different. Because we might have, us people here, or everyone on the panel might have been in that situation at that time period.
But listen,
the way we see it would be different.
Let's not get caught up in if it was a good or bad thing, or if we would have done it.
Yeah.
We're talking about.
But we are trying to distinguish.
The thing is
we are
that
trying to distinguish, are we not?
Hold on. She took advantage. The article says she took advantage of her position, blocking the Central African interior because the bulk of the slaves were being pulled from the interior of Africa. That's the middle.
Lie. That ain't the truth. Don't make me pull up the slave.
It says she
made that shit up.
You got to be clear with that. So she capitalized off of it, homie.
Let me ask you a question. So are you guys saying that? So are you guys saying that? Because I know I heard this before. You guys say that the slave trade in America.
How you doing, Mr. Rich? How you doing, bro?
Basically, hey, what's up? Hey, you know what? Peace to the panel. Respect to everybody. You know what I mean?
I'm surrounded. I feel like Nzinga, I'm fucking surrounded.
Mr. Rich is an anthropologist for the chat.
Nah, I ain't no anthropologist. I'm a Mr. Rich. I'm a Mr.
American
Rich.
Dream is next.
I'm a Mr. Rich.
I already started out.
I'm a Mr. Rich.
He's an Uncle Loyalist. So you got
Nah. I'm Mr. Rich. That's who I am, brother. You know what I mean? From the Chuck. I'm from the Chuck too.
Right there, yo.
I'm from the Chuck too. I'm from the Chuck. But yo,
you from the Chuck?
Oh, I
yeah, I'm
take
from the
that
Chuck.
Let me ask you something.
I take that back. You from the Chuck. All right, good.
Hey,
Yo,
Mr.
so-
Rich, let me ask you real quick, Rich.
He was
Now,
talking, yo, how you gonna come
no,
off?
I know. I just want to ask.
Let
We
me
gonna
ask my
go. It's gonna
question
take me
first, and
2
then you can ask your
seconds.
question. Let me ask my
We
question
would have been
first.
done already. I just wanted to let you know it automatically puts a red flag up when you get on here and we're talking about slavery in Africa. And the first words that come out of your mouth is the slave trade in America or United States. That put a red flag up. But go ahead
that's
and
not
make
a
your
red
point.
flag
Bro.
because
Go
that
ahead.
was in the article that Chef read yesterday. See what I'm saying? And it was something that he said, and it was something that he said earlier today too. So it's well in bounds. You know what I mean? I don't think you heard what he said before.
already.
Or what you guys were saying. You guys were saying basically we can't blame the slave trade in America on the white man. We have to really base it. I'm saying blame it on the Africans because we contributed to the slavery, right?
Dream. That was the Richmond College said that.
Everybody get it.
Y'all say that, right?
Nah, we see
Everybody equally, all parties. At any point in time in history, slavery was wrong. And all we were trying to establish is
it's not equal though.
No, because we established yesterday that it was a distinction. And we have to point that out because most of it wasn't just a slave capture or slave because we still want those information of these slave catchers in Africa. Like I don't want it. You know what I mean? We do want that. So we do want the slave catchers.
But
that's why we say context.
Is
That's
one,
why we say
what's the
context.
second and third and fourth? You know what I mean?
But see, the answer is though, like people, they were trading bodies.
Who else we got?
They were trading bodies for weapons to expand territory, to gain more slaves, right? To gain tribute, to sell bodies. Like slaves is the economy at the time.
What kind of bodies though? If you in war,
slaves, bro.
If you in okay, hold on, wait. If you in war and you capture somebody, that's the same as just going to a person's village and snatching them up.
No, what I'm saying is that they were engaging in raiding to get bodies. They were raiding villages to get bodies.
I know. Go get that source though when she was raiding villages.
I got it.
It said it in the source that you read. It said African raiders.
Chef, you can't talk or you use 100 words unless you're done.
No, I got the source. Kyle, thanks, Kyle. Kyle just sent it to you. With the nobility flocking to her side.
Hold on, what happened? What happened? Who gave you that?
Nobility.
Who gave you
Kyle?
No, Kyle, we're not listening. You gotta be on the panel. You can't read that. That's illegal.
Oh man, making the rules up as we go.
Yeah, that's illegal, dog. He only can bring that source to be on the panel. No sliding the sources, Kyle. Don't help me. Now go ahead.
How the white man do is now. Come on now.
We can't get no outside help. We can't use our outside allies.
Hey, Chef, let me ask you a question real quick before you read that source.
Go ahead. Don't do that. Let her read.
Chef, can I ask you a question first?
Yes, you can.
No,
Now I'm fucking with you. I'm doing the cutoff shit. Good, yo.
All right. It says, with the nobility flocking to her side, Nzinga was able to collect more tribute in the form of slaves, which she in turn sold to the Dutch. What else? Listen to that again. She was collecting tribute.
Oh man.
Right? Her nobility, the nobles under her, gave her tribute, paid the queen tribute, not in the form of gold, in the form of slaves that she didn't use to trade with the Dutch.
Read it again for us, yo.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like y'all keep thinking it's
I'm not reading.
No, you gotta read it again, yo. Read it again. Come on, yo.
I can't, yo. I'm working. Now we don't understand English.
Yo, read it again. Read it one more time, yo.
This ain't even a mathematics.
Just read it again.
That's not even a mathematics, yo.
Take him to church up front. Take him to church.
Come on, yo. You could have got that Chief X off the motherfucking thing, yo. Just read it again, yo. Read. Go ahead.
With the nobility flocking to her side, Nzinga was able to collect more tribute in the form of slaves, which she in turn sold to the Dutch.
Okay, so let's have let's have a conversation.
That's Wikipedia.
I know.
Okay, let's have a conversation.
Hold on. All right, can we have an adult? Hold on. First of all,
article we looked at earlier, right?
No. You got to let American Dream come in. So we
Was she a slaver? At this point, was she a slaver, yo?
Nope. We're gonna freeze that point.
Okay.
Come on, we're gonna let American Dream come in.
I just want to ask again.
Wait. First of all, they cut and paste like the Bible. You know they cut and paste that like the Bible. Cause I read the whole article, yo. You sent it to
You're shooting blanks now,
Hey, yo. Hey, listen, yo. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, they cut and paste that. I know they got the wicked people. We're gonna read the whole thing.
Oh, wow.
They was chasing her across. Hold on. Hey, Sosa.
He ran out of bullets. He's throwing rocks.
Hey, Sosa, they left out the part that the white man, three white men, the Portuguese and the motherfucking French was chasing her across West Africa, and she ain't had no trick. Y'all tripping. How y'all gonna keep leaving that out? Y'all tripping, yo. Like she's just sitting there real comfortable. Oh, the nobility flocking to my side. Let me sell them to the Portuguese. Y'all gonna forget about that? Y'all gonna forget about the whole shit that was going on? You damn right she sold them.
That's not what it said. That's not what it said.
It said, don't read it no more. We read English. It said the nobility flocked to her side. Right? Right. Why did the nobility flock to her side? Because she was whipping niggas' ass. They were like, oh shit. You wanna go for women? Huh?
Fuck it. That's not even a point.
Okay, but why would they flock to her side though, Chef?
I don't care because her feet smell good. It doesn't matter. The point is that she sold slaves.
But it's a point of how she
we never said she didn't, yo. We just trying to figure out where they come from. Where does the nobility get the slaves from?
The nobles gave her people, the nobles, right? Gave her people.
Okay, cool.
She exacted tribute. So what do she want as tribute to her from her people? She wants slaves, so she
that's the only thing. But that's the only thing niggas is buying at the time, though. She couldn't give nothing else. They ain't want it.
I don't care. Was she a slaver, yo?
It's the oil, bro. Like, which I mean,
fuck it, yo.
Go ahead and make
Go ahead and keep making a point about this great military.
I know she's trying to give him some power shells.
She was a goddamn slaver, yo.
No, she wasn't, yo. She was not.
Fuck it. Don't read nothing else, yo.
You can read.
At this point, don't ever ask me for a source again, because you just gonna say what you want to say.
So she's like a Christopher Columbus enslaver, right? She's like Christopher Columbus, right? Enslaver, right?
Go ahead, Mr. Rich.
I'm just saying she's an enslaver like Christopher Columbus, right?
I'm gonna go there. Watch this. I'm gonna go right to Wikipedia. Hey, Kyle, where at in the Wikipedia so we can read the whole thing above it and below it? Where's that at? Send that to me. Send that to me, Chef. Don't play.
So you saying we lying? We reading it out of context?
No, I'm saying
you got the same article.
I know where at. No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to know where you read it at. Yo. Why you get mad?
Because it's nonsense, yo. We reading plain English.
It's
and
not.
You acting like it's not in context.
Okay, but can I read?
Completely in context.
Rabbit right now.
Hey, so man, what's up, man?
What's good with you, Chef? I walked into a motherfucking war.
Did we answer the question that was going on before Islam?
No, I ain't gonna answer that. Nobody will ever answer that. All right, Chef, with the Chef and L and Kyle, my two friends, they're attacking me again, ladies and gentlemen. They read an unarmed, so I want to know what it's from Wikipedia, and it clearly says that the nobility gave her tribute, right, which was in slaves, okay, that she gave to the Portuguese.
Sold to the Dutch.
That she sold to the Dutch.
Traded. Yeah, slave trading.
Right.
Slave trading. What slave traders do.
Whatever. And she traded for what, may we ask? For guns. Do you think she might need guns at that time? Maybe. The African spear is slightly behind. So she might need guns in an environment where they got guns. She might need them. Now, the next question is, hold on. Let me say this point. I just want to make this point. Then the question should be, any reasonable person, well, where did the nobility get the slaves? Now, that's a question for like the Masi, because we want deep, was the nobility running around snatching niggas? That's a good point, was they? It wasn't Queen Nzinga though, right? Was it like Queen Nzinga, you know what I'm saying? Like you know how you buy some stolen goods, you ain't really steal it, but you bought some stolen goods, right? So we just want, like, where did they come from?
They got it from same shit. What would you do? You get it from people that owe money, people that owe you a debt.
Okay.
Right? You're gonna give up to elderly people, right? You're gonna give up some prisoners you may have. You're gonna give up some. I mean, look, if you
don't shit in there, though.
Come up with it. You know how that shit go, nigga.
So aren't the nobility in charge of certain things? So couldn't they been prisoners of wars too? Just question, just ask. Is that a possibility?
Unc is making my point.
But what happens? What happens when?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Of course,
a prisoner of war. That's a different kind of slave, man.
But this what happens though. But
just saying.
But this is a domino effect, right? Hold on, Queen Nzinga, you owe tribute, right? Queen Nzinga want bodies. You ain't trying to give her your own people. You ain't got no more bodies. What you gonna do? You finna go out raid another village and get some bodies.
Yo, but how do you forget that they are invaded with people with guns? Madmen with guns, bro. I'm gonna say this again. She's fighting 3 invasion forces. She's fighting forces within her nation. She's also fighting other African nations. But hold on, the question should be asked at this point: why is everybody so riled up, yo? Because they're being invaded by a force with guns and cannons, yo, that has disrupted the whole ecology, yo. So now you're going to start to do things that you're not normally used to doing. No more different than a mom that smokes crack, all of a sudden she whoring. She normally wouldn't do that. But the environment has changed where niggas is dying from fentanyl. Like when certain things are introduced into ecology, it disrupts the whole ecology, y'all. Like, how we gonna act like that? So you gonna go from your type of slavery to now you fucking with the European style slavery because they got the only markets that's what it is. Like, why we gonna act like the brothers always say, they human beings, bro. They gonna fit and evolve to ecology. We bugging right now. We want these niggas to be fairy tale cotton coming to motherfucking Harlem or something. Nope, they're living in the real world, surrounded by white boys with guns, surrounded by men who don't even think a black woman should be in power in her own fucking household. She's surrounded by that. And she had an answer for y'all niggas. She had an answer for the white boys. She had an answer for the fighting crazy niggas in her country. She had an answer for the outside attacking nations. She whipped their motherfucking ass. Died when she was about 90 with her country still intact. Matter of fact, I'm gonna read the part that say, yo, the glory and the vigor that she survived in for, yo, man, it big up the country for years after that. Yo, she's a fucking hero. I'm not listening to y'all. Was she a slaver? No, she wasn't a slaver. Was she in the business of trading human beings? Yes, she was. but why is the fucking question. Could it be that some crazy white boys with guns come out of nowhere? Could it be that? Yeah, all right. It might not have been her.
Because she was subject to her times, and slavery was the economy of her times. And you're making my point, Unc, is that you cannot escape the reality of the time that you live in. So Africans was part and parcel of the slave trade.
No, but the question is why, bro? Why?
No. Why?
Because pregnancy is a problem.
Because
that was not the original question, though. But yeah, you could always ask that question. But go ahead.
That was the economy of the time. That was the consciousness of the world. The Europeans didn't come in looking for sugar. They came in looking for bodies. And she was subject to her time. That was the reality that she was forced to deal with. No one is taking that away from her. However, when we ask the question, were Africans involved in the slave trade? We have to simply say yes.
We can't simply say yes.
We can't simply say yes, yo.
We can't simply say yes.
I'm trying to simply say yes.
Can we say no? Can we say no?
We have to break it down.
That is a simple yes, yo.
Can we say no? If we can't say yes, can we say no?
They started before Islam was there, yes or no?
What the hell?
I'm just asking a question. No, because we never answered that question.
We talking about Nzinga, yo.
Yes, we are talking about Nzinga. Yes, we are, bro. But before Nzinga, we asking about, because you said Africa was involved in the slave trade. So that's more than just Nzinga, right?
Wow.
Is that more than just Nzinga? Because we said Africa.
Yeah, it was more than just Nzinga.
Okay, now let's give us another. Give me two more examples of some African slave drivers, Joe.
I done already proved it. One is enough.
Is that going to negate that it's already slavery in Africa?
I want to go, because you said in Africa, bro, that's just one person.
Hold on, if he can't give you more, will that negate the fact that it's already slavery?
I just want to learn about some other black slave traders.
Okay, you can go to Benin, Dahomey. Just go to the African coast right there, and that little western line right there. Draw a line, and you would hit a bunch of them coming down.
And they've been doing African slavery, like chattel slavery and dehumanization of a person, and doing all that kind of stuff, right?
No, you're mixing up the conversation.
Oh, you're mixing up the conversation. That's slavery.
No, you can't do that.
Hey, we got to call it, man.
Of another human being is dehumanizing.
No, hold on, but you talking about.
Hold on, we got to call it, yo. Go ahead, African Dream. Going once, African Dream. Going twice. Back to our schedule channel.
He bet. He put his hand down.
Go ahead.
No, you can't say that. What we're basically saying, and we've been going over it.
Let's really get it in.
Let me just say what said was right. That's all I'm saying. Is what.
Oh, we got an African Dream though. Come on, yo. He been holding. You go next, Fritz. Have him. Then we'll put the nail in y'all coffin. Go ahead. We can't hear you, American Dream.
Yeah.
We can't hear you.
You like, goddamn, you worse than Savio right now.
Yeah, we can't hear you. At least we can hear Savio fade out with you the abyss.
Yeah, you on a lower end, lower Savio right now.
Yeah, you in the van said you in the motherfucking the whirlwind or something. Go ahead, Fritz.
No, you made me forget what you said. Unky, you got jokes for days. I just forgot what I was gonna say now.
Said it was right.
He wasn't good. You said he was right about something. You said
you can't compare put the transatlantic slave trade, which is a system in itself, and talk about slavery on a whole. You have indentured servitude. We were just talking about the Romans who would conquer your village, take your sons, but they could become generals in the army. They were slaves too. So when we talk about slavery between tribes or between rivaling neighbors is completely different to the context of the transatlantic slave trade. So this conversation started with, was slavery in any form part of the African civilization? Then was the Africans on the continent, on the Western coast where we come from, were there any Africans directly involved in the slave trade? Or was it so that the Europeans came in, put guns to everybody's head, kidnapped who they wanted, or was there some sort of trade involved? We've established all those parameters. Now we're asking, why was the African involved? The African was involved because he was subject to the pressures that existed at that time. The European didn't come in looking for bananas. The European came in looking for bodies with guns. And some of them, and some of the African nations strategically set themselves up not to get killed, not to get murdered, but entered into the slave trade. We can't deny it. If we're gonna ask why, yes, we can look at the why. But we cannot deny African involvement in the slave trade. Again, we read that the ships couldn't come to shore.
Important.
Said, I agree with everything you said.
So why important?
Said,
why is a secondary discussion that we can have, but we cannot deny African involvement.
Well, what's the goal of it, though? But what's the goal of saying that they were involved? What's the goal?
There's no goal. It's just the honest truth.
To state the truth.
It started from a conversation we had on another show, right? I mean, we said slavery. We said the Africans were involved in the slave trade. They say, hell no, right? And they said, well, show me a slave economy in Africa. We said Africa had a slave economy for 1,500
years. Who said that, though? Who said that? So who said they weren't involved in the slave trade? Destruction of black civilization.
No, slavery didn't. Africa didn't have slavery. It was a debt of servitude. What we're calling slavery is different, right? That's what y'all said. And then you said,
who did y'all call out the name, Joe?
That was you and Sean and Kofi.
You, Uncle Cat, you.
That's bullshit, nigga. I ain't never said.
And then you said, I said, slavery was global. You said, hell no. We got Sean played the video last night. I said, slavery was global. You and Kobe, hell no. And then you said, well, show me a slave economy.
Right, you made it seem like the African shit was global. That's ridiculous.
And then you said, show me a slave economy in Africa. So we said, slave economy existed 1,500, 1,800. You said, source up. And we've been arguing and proving.
I don't expect you to get it all right. All right, if you mumble jumble your bits and pieces of it, and next. Man, my damn son took my shit.
And we had all type of, y'all done move. Every time y'all change the argument, we come back and prove that, then y'all make another. That's why we talking about though. We were just pointing out just the facts, bro. Like a lot of stuff we deal with be like some of the shit's blackology, bro. Like the Queen is the
blackology.
The Queen is Zinga shit is some blackology in the Queen of Zinga shit.
I don't know. I don't think we're looking at the right perspective, bro.
Yeah, they tripping. They tripping.
I don't think it's blackology. I don't think it's blackology, bro.
What is that blackology?
It's blackology to say that.
No, it's not, yo.
Blackology to say that Queen Nzinga was fighting to end the slave trade. That's not what.
But he just explained the whole context, the whole situation.
Hold on. Here we go.
Queen Nzinga was not fighting to end the slave trade. She was a participant in it.
She couldn't. She had to participate. It was the standard of the time. It was the level of consciousness of the world. The Europeans' mind, by means of greed, they got all this land, they got all this potential, they need bodies. And when you're confronted with that reality, you're subject to it.
So the person before her, they were doing slave trading too?
When we're talking about we're talking about, the transatlantic slave trade, or did they engage in warfare and had captives that they made work and that they subjugated?
No, there was a trade there. No, there was a trade there.
So the person before her was doing the slave trading too.
Yes.
her
There
predecessor.
were trades coming out of there because there were slave markets in Spain and Seville that were coming from Africa. That's what we said. We talked about Columbus. Before Columbus sailed to America, he had worked on a ship as a slaver. So he was familiar. So they already familiar with the area where to go to get slaves.
So who was the king in that time?
Which time?
Before
See,
her.
now you before her? I forgot.
No, we just get a little specific. We just having a conversation. You know what I
I
mean?
forgot the father's name, but before her.
Okay.
I mean, but it goes back to, it starts when they come into Congo.
Okay.
With his father and King Alfonso, the son.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's when it begins, and when the beginning stages of it start developing. You know what I mean? But I mean that's just it. Yeah. Like I said, we only go this far because they keep saying we crazy. So then we got to dig up all of the other shit.
I mean, the way y'all bringing it to the title, it just kind of, it's you know, it's almost misleading though.
How so? How so? Especially
we
for
just
me.
gave it one example. We just gave one example, man. We said the whole Africa. So let's give some more examples.
We never said the whole Africa.
There was a whole.
You said Africa.
There was a whole industry on the western coast of Africa.
Okay, say that.
Revolved, but we've been saying that.
We've already said that in previous shows.
We've always said that.
Yeah, but we've already said it the previous show. We gave context.
Okay.
West Africa, Central Africa. There's a slave trade coming to East Africa. I mean, like we done gave so much
context.
And
now we're in the tribes, nigga. Like, we talk about the Ndogo. We getting so specific. We talk about the goddamn Ndogo. Like that, you know what I'm saying? We can't get no more direct, you know what I mean, than that. But we was gonna do one by one because we were gonna do the Masi. We were gonna do the Masi next. I'm saying, but
no, we got scientific evidence and methodology from Sean that the Maasai, indeed, under the circumstances that they too were faced with, got involved in the slave trade.
Right.
Right? And now, when you get involved in the slave trade, it has an economic benefit for your community. Is that a fact or not? Again, if the commodity wasn't bodies, then if that wasn't the reality of the time, like Ankh said, oil, then there would have been other commodity that these leaders and countries would have gotten involved in. The fact is, the social pressures that existed, the reality of the world at that time was slavery, and Africans got involved. They wasn't stupid, yo.
So what you're saying that is, in West Africa, most of the kingdoms in West Africa, main commodity was slaves. That's what you're telling me?
At a certain point. At a certain point. At a certain point. We can at least show from the about early 1500 to 1800. We can say for certain.
Okay.
Before then, we can get it gets murky. That's why we can concretely say before at that point. And that's what we stand on. You know what I mean?
And we're not saying that that's Islam had anything to do with that.
No.
Okay.
Wait, y'all say Islam have anything to do with slavery?
No, that has to do with them
the transatlantic slave trade.
Because the tribes some of the tribes that got involved weren't Muslims.
I would disagree. I say that Islam set the foundation for the slave trade. I think that because what happened is like the commercialization of slavery in West Africa, Central Africa was introduced by Islam. Like those slaves, they came from people who practiced Islam and spread Islam throughout the continent. So like when we say that, like, I think the issue is this, right? We use these little bitty words, but these little bitty words that we use, they have big ass repercussions, right? You know what I'm saying? Like when we say that it didn't have any involvement, it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? I think that a lot of times we glance over the depth of the subject because we want to make bullet points that people can get right now. And I'm not following anybody for that, but I'm saying that all this stuff that we're talking about is multifaceted and it has layers. Like for instance, Nzinga definitely sold slaves, but Nzinga also definitely freed slaves. So how does that work now? We gotta think this out logically.
Thank you.
So Nzinga was partner. She was in an alliance with the Dutch, and she was warring with the fucking name. I forgot what it was. The not Spanish, but the
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Thank you. My mind went completely blank. She was at war with the Portuguese, and so she was encouraging Portuguese slaves to come and fight with her. But then in her fight, she would gain power and gain land. And when you do that, you're gaining slaves. And she would sell these slaves to the Dutch. So she was playing both sides. So like neither one of the parties, neither people are wrong. You're just both not right.
Yeah, but Kaya, when she gained these lands, like I said, it's not like some people keep thinking that it's just like she's just fighting war and she's getting bodies. No, every time she gained a particular real estate, right? When you're a kingdom, you have vassals, and these vassals have to pay tribute consistently. And the tribute that she was asking for were bodies. So these other nations, when it's time to pay tribute, what do you think they got to do? They got to get bodies. So it's a domino effect.
Nah, you don't get what the hell's going on here, yo. They're getting prisoners of war, bro. So the reason she's having you don't just get slaves, you also need men to fight in the army with you. She's making that shit better. The same way Shaka Zulu did.
Everybody a prisoner of war now. Everybody a prisoner of war.
If you owe me money, right, and I got your back against the wall, I'm Nzinga, you owe me money, you might have to go rob a bank, bro. You might have to do it because I'm looking for that money back, bro. And so she's forcing other tribes too to come up with that debt, bro. So they're waging war
in the first place, yo.
So what I'm saying is that she's there. So some tribes are waging war specifically to get bodies. Now, if you want to call that prisoners of war, okay, then yeah, they're prisoners of war technically. But I'm saying that they're
I agree. I agree with that.
Getting bodies.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that part. Yeah, but I'm still waiting for that source. Pre-Arab, slave mark, bustling slave trade, wars over slaves. I'm just waiting for that.
She demanded slaves as tribute. Period. In the statement. In the statement.
Yeah,
so she's going out, she's collecting people to sell. We read that. You made
No, we didn't read that. That ain't what we read.
That's what Kyle said.
No, that ain't what you read. No, you didn't read that, what you just said. Don't say nothing about her demand. You just mix it up with something else. That sentence that Kyle put up didn't say she demanded anything. That's not what it was. It said
she demanded tribute in the form of slave. What are you? So now it ain't my readings you're hearing.
No, you might be right. No, I'm saying you might be right. You might be right.
They might be talking about before.
I said you might be
talking about before, right? Just like with the Jim Crow shit, niggas with Trump party.
I think you might be right, Chef. She said something that the vassal kingdoms had to pay. But that's what happened when you lose, yo. When you lose, nigga, you got to pay. What y'all talking about? Y'all in the fairy tale world, yo.
In the time, bodies was what was as payment.
But why though, yo? See, we never want to talk about the why was bodies because everything else was cut off, yo. Come on, yo. So, hey, Sosa.
Hey, can we read? I'm sorry, but hey, can we read that source in context? I want y'all to read this so y'all can understand because I think we're arguing about something that we are kind of surfacing, like we're hovering over. We're not necessarily diving deep enough.
I'm familiar with Nzinga.
I just want to know: did they stop? Did they decentralize all the trade? And the only game in town was that. Who did that though, Sosa? You talking about niggas got to eat, yo? That shit don't even happen in the United States. But the only thing you can do is sell drugs.
Oh, you do understand that?
And Nzinga dirty ass did that shit.
Y'all do know that it was Nzinga's idea to sell slaves to the Dutch, right? Y'all, that's what y'all saying. Y'all were over this shit.
I know that.
He propositioned them to say, "Hey, can I sell y'all slaves for guns?" That's what she said.
I told him that, Kaya. I told her she did not fight the Dutch. She aligned herself with the Dutch.
Yeah.
Whoa, you made that up, Sosa.
You know what I'm saying?
You made that up. You made that up.
No, we read that.
I ain't talking about Kyle. I'm talking about Sosa. Sosa, you made that up.
No,
So the
we
thing is,
read it.
if
She
I can
aligned
pull
with
the-
the Dutch.
if I can pull the source up, I would, but it's disabled for other users. Like I really want to pull it up, but I'm asking Chefrin,
Chef,
if you can go
let
to,
him shit a shit, bro.
if
Like,
you can go to,
We
yeah,
read it though. We read it.
So you
She
made
aligned with the
that
Dutch
up.
who fought
Y'all
and fought
made
the
that
Portuguese.
up, yo.
We read it. And she got guns from the
bro.
Dutch in trade for bodies. We
Hey,
read
Sosa,
that.
you just died. Hey, Sosa, you just died. You wouldn't be around. So we know Chef gone and Sosa, you just died. You wouldn't have been around back then. You wouldn't have picked a trading partner. The way
you
out the contest. You played.
You the host again. You the host again. Enable the share content to everybody. Because I'm on my phone. I'm working.
Hey, Sosa, you did and Chef did. We hear Chef, but it's a ghost voice. Ooh. Sosa, you just died because you wouldn't have picked a trading partner. You'd just fought both of them, nigga. You're done. You're out of there. You're done. You're done. I know what Kyle would have been doing. Hey, Kyle, you've been right there with me, fighting with Nzinga, yo, snatching niggas up and getting them guns, yo, to build the empire. You've been right there with me, nigga. We'd have died about 85 years old, we'd have been good, nigga. The rest of them niggas would have been off in America some motherfucking way, yo.
Oh, nigga, you cold as hell, nigga. You
cold.
Hey, you gonna make me a slave trader.
I mean, he gonna get somebody. I mean, he gonna get somebody. He don't go to him already.
Hey,
I'm said slave trade.
That nigga got the bloodline.
Hold on, yo. We used to sell corn. We used to trade with cowrie cells, bananas, mango. Of course, niggas had some watermelon, trade all kind of shit. These crazy niggas from somewhere with some fire sticks came in, they cut down all that shit. When no more of that busting trade going on. You know what did you got though? Niggas. You either sink or swim at this point. You either lose your whole kingdom, right? You're not trading none of the shit you used to trade. That shit is done. Yet they choked them out, yo. Y'all bugging. They choked them out, man. Y'all act like y'all don't understand.
The Africans was already selling people. Before they were selling people to each other. Before the European got there.
Nah, man. I'm waiting for that sauce. I'm waiting for that herb sauce, bro. I'm waiting for that sauce.
They last
down the
string.
coast.
That's
The
their last
Portuguese-
string they
the
holding on
Portuguese-
to right there,
The
Chef.
Portuguese started to trade with Africa.
Go ahead
They
and
were
snip
trading
it, man.
bodies
Go
for
ahead and
gold.
snip that last string.
They were
Go
trading
ahead and
bodies for
snip that
gold up and
last
down the coast.
He said he's hanging on by a thread. Hey, Chef, I'm hanging on by a thread, yo.
Hey, you know what's gonna kill you off? I got.
You definitely is.
Damn,
Go ahead,
Kyle.
Kyle. Then American Dream. I hope your line working again. So you can come in. Go ahead, Kyle. I see
got
you.
one question for why is there two Benins in West Africa? Like, if you can answer that question, it kills your entire argument.
I don't know, nigga. Shit, help me out. You the one with that West African fire, nigga. I don't know.
Okay, so it's two Benins because the people of Benin was being enslaved by their own people, so they left and they started Benin City, man.
All right, well, there you go. That's the question for Sean. I mean, I don't know.
That is pre-colonialism. This is before white people even got there.
What about the herbs, though, yo?
See what I'm saying, nigga?
Like you gotta talk about that, yo. We got, yo. Come on, yo. Am I wrong though? Hold on. And panel.
What about
They
you?
said that they wasn't herbs. They was doing it to themselves.
Wait,
These are the people of Benin.
Hey, Chef, am I wrong? Are they Muslims? Are they Muslims?
In Benin?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, they're not.
Right.
Yeah.
These
I
are
need some help.
the Edo people. Look up the people of Edo, EDO. These are the people who left from Benin City, or Benin, and then established Benin City in Nigeria because they was fleeing from the Benin Empire that was enslaving them and selling them.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna table that. I ain't got it.
No, we tabling stuff. Oh my God.
I told him, I said, yo, I don't know a lot about all that. I told y'all earlier. I just know about Nzinga. I told y'all that. Like, y'all, I'm not saying y'all wrong.
Yeah, you definitely know Nzinga. And I gotta agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, Unc. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm saying, I'm just gonna put it like this. If I was Queen Nzinga, I would be enslaving motherfuckers too.
Yeah, yo, what you talking about?
But
You ain't got nothing
enslaving
left.
them.
Y'all tripping.
Enslaving them nonetheless.
Gotta
So
go,
when we say Queen Nzinga was involved in the slave trade, we're gonna put it into context. But what we're not gonna say is no, she wasn't. That's what we can do. We're the pseudo killers. We can't do that.
Yo, so you
That's
don't
what we
understand,
can
yo,
do.
she fought a war for 40 years, yo. There are plenty of people for her to capture and enslave. We can at least agree to that. There are plenty.
I agree with
There's an
everything you say.
overabundance of people. Remember how good her shit was. She was so good at what she did, yo. She was a military tactician, yo. Remember, she kind of created that style that the Vietnamese fought, the guerrilla warfare. Yeah, she mastered that shit, dog. Like matter of fact, they credit her, right? And certain like, let me see, like in fucking what's just the Naval Academy, not the Naval Academy, but what's the other place? Those institutions deal with war. I forget the name of them, man. Army, Navy. Yeah, they credit her with that. They learned that tactics from her. That's how serious her shit was, yo. So I'm just saying she was beating niggas up. You know what I'm saying? She had plenty of enemies to go around.
But she was doing that on the goddamn Portuguese, though.
No, she did that against the Africans too. Beating their ass up. She obviously she did it for 40 years, yo, when everybody was trying to get her. They couldn't get her, yo. She had plenty of enemies. So y'all wanted her to build a prison and put motherfuckers in it, or what?
No.
Yeah, you overlooking the fact that a lot of her came from, like, you're talking about tribute, bro. Once she's established the kingdom, niggas delivering bodies.
That's the point he missing, yo.
I'm not. How y'all supposed to read that again?
Entertainment.
No, hey, listen. I'm not. Hold on, for listening audience, I'm not missing the tribute. I just want you to know, after you tried to kill me for 40 days and 40 nights, bitch, pay me, bitch. Pay me, nigga. You done killed motherfuckers. You got to pay.
See, that's what I'm saying. You making everybody she went against like they were trying to kill her. Nah, nigga, she was trying to kill him. And she was successful sometimes.
Y'all bugging.
She was a goddamn imperialist. She was conquering lands. What did you?
She was like a female
imperialist. So now she's an imperialist. Listen, this is what we're saying. Man, all right. You know what?
She was like a female in Shaka Zulu, bro. And she was trying to gain the power to get Portugal to put her back on the throne in Ndongo.
They did too, didn't they?
Yeah, eventually she got back there and then she got ousted again.
No, at the end she ended up on that motherfucker. She didn't get ousted. She ended up dying on that motherfucker.
Nah, she was in Mataba. She had her own chest, her own little area. Mataba.
American Dream, you still there?
Yeah, we can't even hear you, bro.
Go ahead, Kyle. Read that source then, Kyle.
Hold on. Let me see. American Dream.
Yo, can y'all hear me now?
Oh, that mic messed up.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead, yo. Dang.
Word up. Am I coming up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you kind of faint, but talk loud.
You got the whistle calling phone.
Word. I'm wondering why that is.
Go ahead, yo.
I want y'all to hear me good, man.
All right, we can hear you good.
Well, yeah, the interesting part to me is I think, because I think both parties are correct to a certain extent. I think, Ankh is correct in that what she did in engaging in the slave trade, she did it to protect her own people and to protect her own kingdom. But it's a fact that she also engaged in slavery. Like, the Portuguese had people raiding her kingdoms. The Portuguese hired other Africans to raid her kingdom and just snatch people up.
Yeah.
And what she did was she made the deal with them that, instead of snatching our people up, we'll trade with you. We'll go snatch some other people up and trade them with you. So, you know, she protected her own people by engaging in the slave trade of other people. So y'all are kind of both right to that degree. You know, what's interesting to me is that, you know, most of the time people want to say you have a good reason for engaging in the slave trade. And when you think about it, you have to say yes. If her kingdom is at stake, then you would have to say yes. But then in that same breath, you would also have to say, did the Portuguese have a good reason for engaging in it as well? And most people are trying to say that, you know, no, the Portuguese did not have a good reason. Their reason was just greed. And I don't know if that's so true. And so if we find that the Portuguese engaged in it for a good reason to protect their own kingdom, would that then, you know, free the Portuguese of any type of judgment of engaging in that slave?
Yep. Go find that. We waiting. Go get that.
So you would accept that if the Portuguese did it to save the nation, you'd be like, okay, then they had.
I mean, if I was a Portuguese, so where you at? Can you read this for me? This is something y'all gonna have to deal with.
No, but can you address that first though? Like he just asked you a question. Like if you
I said if they was invaded by African nations and fighting other European in the means of it, and I could see them. I see why they did it, but that ain't what happened.
If they in their own hearts thought they had a good reason, like
we're not going with the hearts. Nope.
Like, would you say, yeah, then
no, no, I'm not buying the good reason in your heart. I'm talking about real, actual events, real pressure.
But there was that, Unc. There was
no pressure for the Portuguese. There was no pressure for the Portuguese to keep doing what they was doing, yo. They did that shit because it was rich and it was easy pickings. Because niggas ain't have guns.
Unc, that's not true.
Okay. I ain't gonna argue that with you.
The reason they chose to engage in it was because they had a labor shortage. I'm not sure why. I think it was because of they had I think it may have been the Black Plague or some type of disease that hit Cuba bad and killed off a lot of their people. And so they ran into a labor shortage. And so that in and of itself can be seen as them trying to save.
You can pay labor though, yo. You can definitely pay labor, bro. They had money to pay motherfuckers. They had money. They wasn't broke.
That's not how you operated back then. You trade. Labor was done through slavery. You trade for slaves.
Okay. So can you read the source though? That's my point.
It just said It just said Uncle West started screen sharing, but I don't see your screen.
Y'all can't see it?
I don't see nothing. It just spin. It just spin.
Had an even better reason than that.
Okay, Sosa, you don't see it?
Nah.
Really?
It was just on the screen though.
Yeah, damn, Sosa.
It was just on the screen. I was seeing it. Peace with Portugal. There you go. It's on the screen.
Can you see it, Sosa?
Nah, maybe it's my shit.
Yeah, move your phone around. No, just I move your screen. Slide to my thing.
I can see you.
You see me? I ain't even. All right, I know. Slide it one more time.
Nah.
You can't see it. You don't see nothing.
It just like on my side, it's just spinning. It's saying Uncle West started sharing, but I just see the shit spinning, but it ain't coming through. I can close out Zoom, come back. But
damn, that's crazy.
Cedric, see it, Cedric, read it.
You see it, Cedric?
I see it. I see it.
Go ahead, Corey.
Go ahead. You gonna read it, Corey?
Oh no, I can't read it. I'm doing something right now. I got the baby right now.
Peace
but
with Portugal.
You sharing though. I just wanted to say.
By 1650, the kingdom of Mabamba and Portugal had been at war for nearly 25 years, with both sides having become exhausted. Tentative peace talks between Nzinga and the Portuguese began in 1651, would continue in 1654, and would culminate in 1656.
All right, hold on. So she fought these crazy ass white boys to a fucking standstill, unrelentless. With all the shit y'all talking about, this is the end result right here. Go ahead.
The negotiations were aided by Nzinga's recent conversation conversion to Christianity by the pressure Portugal was facing from its war against Spain. The Portuguese hoped to end the expensive war within Angola and reopen the slave trade. While
So hold on. Reopen the slave trade, huh?
Yes.
So it must have been closed, huh? But keep going, though. Go ahead.
Because they were warring with Spain. Portugal was warring with Spain. Increasingly cognizant of her age, hoped to have her sister Kumba, often referred to by the Christian name Barbara, during this period, released. She would not, however, pay the ransom the Portuguese demanded for her sister. And so negotiations repeatedly stalled.
Okay, so Sosa said, hold on. Sosa said that she paid that shit. She didn't pay. Just for the record.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to clear that up. Go ahead.
No. That's different. There's.
Oh man, now it's different, yo.
I said she paid ransom consistently trying to get her sister back.
And I said she right here said she didn't pay the ransom.
Okay, it's in the letter.
Yeah, go get it.
She did. She paid the ransom, but they reneged on her. They wouldn't give her a sister. They kept demanding more slaves.
The negotiations were, let me read it again. The Portuguese hoped to end the expensive war in Angola and reopen the slave trade, while Nzinga, increasingly cognizant of her age, hoped to have her sister Kambala, often referred to by a Christian named Barbara, during this period, released. She hoped. She would not, however, pay the ransom the Portuguese demanded for her sister. And so negotiations repeatedly stalled. So again, she was hoping that, but she refused to pay the ransom.
Okay, keep going.
Despite difficulties, a peace treaty was signed between Nzinga and the Portuguese in late 1656. Under the term of the peace treaty, Nzinga agreed to city lands on her kingdom's western coast to Portugal, with the Lucala region. River becoming the new border between Portuguese Angola and Mabamba. In return, Portuguese seceded the Quiloxela, Casanje, or Nogia Hari region to her. Nzinga also agreed to allow the Portuguese traders inside Mabamba, while they agreed to intervene if Kasanga or Nogoa Hari attacked her. The Portuguese agreed to concentrate the slave trade in a market in her capital, effectively giving her a monopoly on the slave trade, and send a permanent representative to her court. In return, Nzinga agreed to provide a military assistance to the Portuguese and allowed for missionaries to reside in her kingdom. In final provision, a final provision asking for Mabamba to pay Portuguese tribute was proposed, but never ratified, while several sources describe the treaty as making concessions to Portugal. Others note that her recognition as a ruler by Portugal gained Nzinga legitimacy and political stability.
Yeah. So at the end result of all this shit, and then y'all can read the final years, man. At the end of the day, man, when you read this whole, when you finish that, though, I ain't gonna read that. To her death, man, it was well worth what she did for her people, man. That was ended up being a strong African nation, a strong African warrior queen. And, you know, like the brothers were saying, man, slavery was all part of it, yo. So it was a real integral conversation, man. Details need to be understood. And I mean, I'm not even looking in the chat, but I'm quite sure you got people in the chat talking about I'm supporting slavery or I'm not. I'm just telling you that in the real motherfucking world, yo, you either get down or lay down. As simple as that, yo. You either get with it, raise the kingdom, or you don't. So we know the African American ain't ready to raise no goddamn kingdom, no goddamn where, right? Because y'all soft as a motherfucker. Y'all don't know how to negotiate. Y'all too stuck in y'all damn traditions to even figure shit out. This sister right here, 1 minute she was a Christian, right? Played the game. Next minute she wasn't. She kept her shrines. She put a cross in her shrines, right? To let them know that yo, we was with that. You got some loyal traditionalists was like, that's some bullshit. She just chopped their motherfucking head off. Because at the end of the day, it was about nationhood and building. Nationhood and building ain't never pretty. So all y'all don't want to run off and start your little nation, y'all be dead in 2 years. United States of America made a decision to vaccinate their country. And it wasn't based off of the fact whether vaccines could be potentially dangerous. It was based off of the fact that the coronavirus far exceeds the dangerousness of any goddamn vaccine for the last 225 years. It's the tough decisions that have to be made, simple as that, in nation building and survivability of your people. Cold, hard facts. That's why Queen Nzinga is one of my the favorite Black woman leader in the annals of history. She's respected around planet Earth. Simple as that. And she's not respected because he was a fucking slaver. She was respected because she stood up against impossible fucking odds and won.
This is like, okay, so also like Queen Nzinga, right?
For the record, I don't fuck with her.
Yeah, she lived. She outlived.
You know, you died early in the chess game.
But listen, she outlived. Like she lived through 10 governors, right? So, I'm reading. I'm just reading from. There's a letter. I think it's in this text in this book I got, but I'm gonna find it when she wrote about how she's been sending money. You gotta understand, the different governors come to fret. But I'm just reading from this book. She says about 2 years after she received the first letter.
Can we get the title of the book, sir?
The book is called Jinga of Angola, Africa's warrior queen. About 2 years after she received the first letter, Jinga responded to the olive branch Corriega de Sá extended in December 1650. Believing that the governor was genuinely interested in peace and that she may finally secure Barbara's release, she sent them slaves and 200 banzos. A banzo was a set of trade items equivalent to 1 slave, right? That's a banzo, right? So she said slaves and 200 banzos, right? So, and that's just from that letter. But there's another letter I gotta find where she says, listen, I've sent you thousands of slaves and thousands of banzos, and you still haven't released my sister. You know what I'm saying? So it depends on which governor you're talking to at that time that she didn't pay. But she had been paying previously, and they keep reneging on her. They keep asking for more tribute. And then eventually she's like, she realized that you weren't gonna give it back, and then she stopped paying.
I like that.
I got the letter, so I got to get to my computer. I got to get because you sent me the book. I got it. I downloaded it.
Hey, that's a good context right there. That's why niggas need context. That's what I'm trying to tell you niggas for the whole damn conversation. So there was a breviary of different governors that she lived through, right? That she paid the tribute to, they wouldn't pay. So at this point, then she's like, fuck y'all, I ain't paying shit. Fuck it. But see how you brought the context to that? Don't tell me that's not important to know that there were several governors, not just one governor. Context.
If y'all go down to the section, if y'all on Wiki, if y'all go down to the expansion to the section that says expansion and Dutch alliance.
All right, hold on.
Let me just say this right here. This
is a
beautiful bill. This is a beautiful bill. I am getting a one-on-one history lesson of Queen Nzinga in depth. And again, this is what the pseudo killers do. This is beautiful. Go in.
All right, here, hold on, Kai. I got it on the screen, yo. Hold on.
Yeah, it's called Expansion and Dutch Alliance. So
you see it on the screen? You got it?
Yeah, that's it right there. That's it.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to read? Okay. So,
yeah. Make your point.
by the late, well, shit, I'm gonna skip down to the second paragraph. The first paragraph is give a little preface on the alliance, but in 1641, forces from the Dutch West Indian Company working in alliance with the Kingdom of Kondo seized Luanga. Now, this is important, right? Yeah, Luanda is the place where the Jews, the Luso-Africans were. These were the merchants. So she seized this place, Luanda, where those people were. This is where your Luso-Africans, the black Jews that was in the Congo, they was here. But go ahead. But driving out the Portuguese and selling the directorate of the Luango, Angola. The fall of the Luanda was a major blow to the Portuguese, and Nzinga quickly dispatched the embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. So as you can see, the Dutch ruled this area, but she took it back because, again, Jews are in Dutch. This is all kind of connected. The Jews were doing slave trade, and she was a Christian, so she was in reverence. Like, she paid homage to the Jews because the Jews are above you in a social pecking order. But let me go back. So hoping to form an Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese, which were Jews now. She's trying to form an alliance with the Dutch Jews against the Portuguese, which is the Lusos, and these are the Lacados. These are two neighboring groups of people.
Oh, that's the shit you always talking about right there.
Yeah, bro.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
And Nzinga requested a immediate alliance and offered to open the slave trade to them. So this was her idea.
Okay.
How this goes? She said, like, we can sell these niggas.
Yeah, I'm with you. Hey, yeah, you gotta get some money. Go ahead.
Yeah, though she was concerned that the Kingdom of Kondo, her people's traditional northern rivals, was growing too powerful, the Dutch accepted her offer, an alliance, and sent her their own ambassador and soldiers, some who brought their wives to her court, assisting her in her fight against the Portuguese. So like when you were saying earlier that she was freeing slaves, she was freeing Portuguese slaves and getting them to fight against the Portuguese people. She wanted them to come and join her army. So like she wasn't just freeing them because it was a good idea. She freed them to become part of her army. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. But she freed them so she could get these niggas. That's the threat. You deal with the media.
Yeah, she freed them to war against the Portuguese. So yeah, you're right.
All right, keep going. Keep going.
Having lost large amounts of her territory and forced to retreat to Macianjo, the Portuguese governor attempted, and you said earlier there was multiple governors, but we're talking about this particular one, attempted to make peace with Nzinga, but she refused these overtures. Nzinga moved her capital to Kavanga in the northern part of Ndongo's former domain. Her capture of Luanda and the Nzinga kingdom is as a preeminent, if temporary, slave trading power of the region. So she, bro, like when y'all say that she didn't slave trade, nigga, she was over that shit. She was a powerhouse.
Look what she did. Look, she did what? She captured the capture of Ladunda, also left Nzinga's kingdom as the what? Preeminent? If temporary.
Temperate slave trading power of the region,
allowing
her to build a sizable army of 80,000 mercenaries, escaped slaves, allies, and her own soldiers.
Okay, so hold on. I just want to make the point that the fact she captured Ladunda also left Nzinga's kingdom as a preeminent, if temporary, slave trading power in the region. But what did it do? It also allowed her to build a sizable army of 80,000 mercenary, escaped slave allies, and her own soldiers. So the end justifies the means to me. Like, what else she gonna do?
Kaya, can I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Kaya, can I ask a question?
Yes,
we're gonna pick up right here. We don't want to lose what we're reading. Go ahead, Fritz.
I know. I'm not trying to lose anything.
No. I just marked the place. Keep going. Go ahead. Talk.
Word. I just wanted to know, because in honesty.
Well, that's not French. That's what's we got. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, bro.
The South, when there was a civil war between the North and the South also freed their slaves to fight against the North and promised them their freedom. So in a sense, it's no different from what Nzinga did. It's no more noble than that.
Yeah, I would agree. Like her main thing was not about freeing the slaves the same way that the South main thing was about freeing the slaves. It was about winning. It was about country. You know what I'm saying? So like I agree with you on that point. Yeah.
Kyle, this is American Dream. You understand you're agreeing with American Dream, right?
I know I have no problem agreeing with Truth, bro. You have a problem with me. I don't have a problem with you. Remember that, right?
I'm just messing with you, bro.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like when you saying something right, I've agreed with you multiple times, bro. You just don't agree with me on certain topics, and it gets more personal things, like, you know what I'm saying?
All right, come on, Kyle. Y'all finish reading right here. Using
the large size of her army, her new wealth, and her famous reputation, Zinga was able to reclaim large portions of Inando from 1641 to 1644. However,
hold on. So right there, yo, she was allowed to get shit back from motherfuckers. Like, goddamn, yo, she getting back. Like, what else is she supposed to do? Get some cowrie shells and try to give it to them? They're not going for the cowrie shells. They're not going for the bananas.
In context, though, you got to understand, she's not getting it back for her. She's getting it back for the Dutch. You get that, right?
No, where that's at?
Because she's in alliance with the Dutch, bro.
I know.
Let's go to the top, like right up here.
Right here?
Like two more offers. Okay, man, you can read this line. The Dutch accepted her alliance and sent their own ambassadors and soldiers to her court, soon as assisting her in her fight against the Portuguese. Remember, the Congo was under Portuguese rule.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And so she was fighting for the Dutch to get the Congo to the Dutch, not the Portuguese. So she's fighting.
No, hold on. Go back to the line. Where was you reading at? Where you at?
I'm reading. You got to highlight it. Read that. They say the Dutch.
The Dutch accepted her offer of an alliance. So they have an alliance now. In case y'all don't understand, that means like when Russia and United States and World War II, that was an alliance they had. That don't mean they loved each other. That means it's business at this point to get Hitler out of there. So the Dutch accepted her offer of an alliance and sent their own ambassadors. So they send their ambassadors, right? And soldiers. So they're giving the troops. She's slick as a motherfucker, right? Some who brought their wives to her court. I mean, they felt comfortable as fuck. It says soon assisting her in her fight against Portuguese. So they assisting her in the fight against Portuguese, having lost large amount of territory and forced to retreat to Macedonia, right? The Portuguese governor attempted to make peace with. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. Nzinga was using them to help get her shit back. And the Portuguese lost large amounts of territory to them based off the fact that she got that alliance and help. It allowed them to give her overwhelming force.
Hold on. So let's give it context. Let's think about this logically, right? Let's say, for instance, she would have won that entire territory. The only difference would have been right now the Congo would not be a Portuguese territory. It would have been a Dutch territory because she wasn't in control. She was a worker. She made an alliance. Like, she was not in a position of power. She made her deal with the Dutch so that she could get her people, quote unquote, free from the rule of the Portuguese by doing a deal with the Dutch. It's like if you sign a record contract. These rappers, they all have a contract with someone else. You're not free. You know what I'm saying?
I don't agree with that, yo. I agree she was her own solvent and she manipulated. If she did all that, then she was crazy as fuck. Man.
You just read out of your own lips, bro. It said that they had Dutch troops killing these people, bro. Like they sent Dutch troops,
right,
to
her army
to assist Nzinga because Nzinga was giving them slaves as her tribute because she paid tribute to the Dutch. You get that, right?
Yeah, that was part of the allowance. That was part of it because you got to give me something for your troops.
You don't pay tribute to people who you are over.
Yes, you do. She didn't know she paid.
No, you don't.
No, man, no. No, y'all made that up just now.
No. Don't die on this hill, bro. Don't die.
We right here. All right, where you at? Where's that? Where's that? Yo, we right here again?
No, bro, I'm saying, bro.
No, we right here though. We in 1641.
But I need for you to walk with me for a second.
Yeah, but you can't add words into something that's not there.
I'm not adding word. I'm adding context so you can so that the
They say an alliance, yo. I know what an alliance is. You're not
So
a
her
wrestler, you have an
offer.
alliance.
Her offer.
What?
Yeah. So she has to. Yeah, who's paying tribute? Is you pay who you pay tribute to though?
Where? Okay, I'm missing that word. Where's that? I'm fucking up. Show me where I'm fucking up at. What's the tribute word? Where's it at? I'm fucking up.
If you go down,
paying tribute to the Dutch.
I've read this a couple times.
Yeah,
Wait, I'm gonna show you. Go down some more, please. Go down. Scroll down. Scroll down. Scroll down up to the bottom of the paragraph.
Oh God, damn, to the bottom of the paragraph. We're right here.
Right. So hold up. All right, so the third line up is the fourth word from the right, from the left.
Am I in the place? Am I in the area?
Yeah, go to the left some more.
Dutch firearms.
Okay. And Zinga was able to collect more tribute. This is what Sheffrin kept reading to you. So she's collecting tribute from her people, right?
Yeah.
And she's trading her tribute to the Dutch.
Where we at? I know where is that though. I want to read it with you. Because you said it gave them tribute. Huh?
Okay, maybe it didn't say tribute. I'm going through the deal. Right? So she's in a position where she needs something from the Dutch. That means that if you need something, like for instance, if you need some dope, I'm gonna give it to you in your terms, right? If you need
I
some
can understand in the terms right here though. I'm locked in like a motherfucker right now. I'm locked in. Niggas ain't never seen me this focused. I'm focused. I'm hearing every word.
She was in a position where she needed help from the Dutch. She reached out to the Dutch. Do you agree to that?
I totally agree.
She said, Dutch, hey, I need to get some of my land back. Do we agree on that? I'm trying to walk by the
I agree.
Okay, so she said, hey, Dutch, I don't know what I can give y'all, but I got these slaves and I need some fucking troops and some fucking people so that we can have a good alliance.
Yeah, right? I agree.
Who in that deal, who is in a position of power, Unc?
Both of them need each other. That's why it's called an alliance. We can look the word up. It's called an alliance. Yeah, you don't align yourself with a weak motherfucker. If that's the case, you could have fucked with the Dutch, with the Portuguese.
America had an alliance with Osama bin Laden, but they weren't equal partners, nigga. Like,
okay, but he had more power in the area he was at, though. That's why they broke an alliance with him. The United States doing it all the time. But but wait a minute. But that's not even fair.
That's because
that's not a fair assertion, though. Wait a minute. That's not a fair assertion because at that point, the motherfucking Dutch couldn't overtake her ass. That's for damn sure. Else they would have. They couldn't. So they say, fuck it. We trying to do the same thing they trying to do, but we gonna fuck with you. We like you. We like the way you move.
Well, see, the whole thing is that they didn't need to because when the Dutch came, yeah, she aligned herself with the Dutch. She's already on it. She's like, so why not? Why fight her when you can get her to fight for you? You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
This is the part y'all was saying. By the mid 1660s, her success had won her success of brokering all those deals with the Dutch, getting the truth. They say, oh shit, you got a nigga commanding white armies? Because I want y'all to know she commanded the fucking army of white troops. Y'all should just know this. I know intricate details. Yes, she did, bro. Yes, she did.
Look, wait, stop. Let's get this shit context, bro. Listen what I'm saying. When America went to Afghanistan, did the Afghans command American troops?
Oh no, because they was weak as the hell no. Hell no.
Hell no. What are you talking about?
I know, yo, but you talking about Nzinga, yo, the greatest tactician. I'm telling you, bro. Come on, man.
Bro, you was military, right?
Yeah, and I'm telling you, she had them niggas beat, yo. She was slick as a motherfucker. Bro, her tactics was way better than them. That's what I'm trying to convey.
That shit sound good, but you know that when you go overseas as a U.S. soldier, you ain't gonna take no orders from a foreign government, bro, because you are in a position of power. You helping them.
Yo, listen,
like that.
Listen,
The
man.
language, like there's a language barrier going on. You got motherfuckers dealing through translators and shit.
All right,
Crazy,
so hold on. We kind of slipped 2 points. We on 2 points.
I think this is what I meant when I said
Hold on, American
ignoring
Dream.
facts.
Hold on, American Dream. We got 2 issues going on here. I want to settle one before we get to another. I'm saying she ain't paying the Dutch no fucking tributary. That's what the fuck I'm saying. And I'm looking for that word. I'm saying it's an alliance and she brokered a deal. In that deal, she had to give them slaves. This part don't even talk about that. But in whatever deal it was, right, they have an alliance. It's right here. It say the Dutch accepted her offer. So she gave them an offer, yo. Obviously, it was an offer they fucking couldn't refuse, right? Let's read what the offer is. It's a, okay, the fall of Landanda, I said Luandia, was a major blow to the Portuguese. So she got them bitches up out of there. It say, and Nzinga quickly dispatched an embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. So she said, yo, I just beat them fools up, right?
No, I think the Dutch did that. And then
all right, let me get it straight. And we got to go here, right? Okay, in 1641, forces from the Dutch West India Company working in alliance, here you go, working in alliance with the Kingdom of Kunga, right? That's a Congo, am I correct? Man, they always fighting. It says seize Lanunda, driving out the Portuguese and setting up, what's this, Directorate of Langonga, Angola. It says the fall of Luandia was a major blow to the Portuguese, and Nzinga quickly. So man, she had to have something to do with it. You trying to say she did?
Nah. But see, once that's what I'm saying. Once she saw the Dutch took control.
No, yo, you fucking. It's right here. It say working with the. It say the Dutch company. Like I agree. It says the Dutch company. Can we agree it's the Dutch company, right?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Who's they working with? Who's they working with?
Let me read it. In 1641, forces from the Dutch West India Company working in alliance with the Kingdom of Congo.
Stop.
Right, of the Wanda. That's not.
Stop. Do they have troops? Do the kingdom?
The Kingdom of Congo was not her though.
Man, you trying to say she wasn't? Keep going, yo. I'm gonna let you figure it out. Go ahead. So why the kingdom niggas ain't fuck with it? Ain't broken the deal? Because they ain't had a power. Like, keep going, yo. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, listen, Luanda driving out the Portuguese and setting up.
No, go ahead, yo.
The directorate of Luanda.
Right? Like the reason why I had I'm sorry, right? The reason why I pointed out Luanda is because that was a trading center. Even though she didn't have the entire Kingdom of Congo, like far as
part of it, right?
She has a trading center. It's like, for instance, if a person takes over the United States of America, they take over Wall Street, they pretty much own America because they own our trade. You know, so she took over the place of trade, which is Luanda. That's why I pointed that out, and I specifically read that part because that's the center of trade.
Yeah, like, okay. Yeah. She took it, right?
Anna said,
keep on.
Quickly dispatch an embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. That's because the Dutch took over. So once the Dutch took over, she's like, all right, Dutch control now. Go ahead. I'm
driving out the Portuguese, selling. Hold on. You say the fall of Ghana was a what? Was a major. It said Nzinga quickly dispatched an embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. That's in hold on. That's right.
Yeah, that's because she saw the Dutch took over, right? And she said, it says, hoping to form an alliance.
So walk through this shit, bro, because Unc is not listening right now, bro.
No, I'm actually it. No, hold on. I can see very fast when I see. Shit, I ain't that nigga. I'm learning, I'm reading, we rocking, nigga, shit. You right so far, go ahead. So she went to the city, hold on, the fall of Wishmacommon, right? So she quickly dispatched the embassy to Dutch control city. They talking about this city right here, am I correct?
No.
Right here, right? Right there, right?
It's talking about
Right there. That's the city, right? Okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. All right, keep going.
Yeah. So
wait, stop. But before we move any further, who control Luanda? The Dutch or
the Dutch in alliance with the Dutch help them out, but the Dutch actually control it. It says the Dutch control it.
The Dutch are controlling this place, and
yes.
Let's listen for a second, bro. The Dutch is controlling this place, and Nzinga is doing a deal with the people who control the place.
No, I'm saying you're right. Yo, let's move forward. Keep going.
No, so if I'm right, then why are we even doing this?
No, you're right about that city. You said that she was a subservient, paid tribute. That's what we debating about, having a conversation about.
Bro,
come on, y'all. I know what we saying. We ain't forgetting. You got that piece. I messed that piece up. That never was a part of the conversation.
But listen, she keep all right. So keep reading. She said,
right. I'm saying if I fall wrong, yo, at least I fall wrong in front of the people, yo, and they say I just was wrong, and we've all learned something. I don't have a problem with putting all my shit on the line and being wrong. If I'm wrong, yo, then that means that's when I learned, and the people that I fucked up then learn. It's okay to be wrong around this bitch. I fucks with y'all because y'all have the ability to show me when I'm wrong. If y'all were some silly niggas, I wouldn't be reading this with you. I'd be cussing you out. Because I don't trust you, but I trust y'all. I trust your reading comprehension skills. We good. We need this. Now back to her being some vassal, some subjected, quote unquote playing true. I don't believe that. If I see it, then I'm gonna say you got me again. But let's keep going. Where you at?
Okay, so let me digress. If maybe it don't say paying tribute like you have in Egypt, that they brought forth these things, but she definitely was in a place of, she was subservient to these people, and they was in a position of power.
I like to see that though. That's my point. We should be able to see like y'all just showed me that. It was very clear. It wasn't unmistakable.
What do you mean, bro? Like we just read that the Dutch ruled the city, bro.
Yeah, yes, I said that's very clear. That's not an in-between. I can't debate you. I got to shut the fuck up on that point. So I'm saying
so that would make you, okay. So that would make you in a subservient position. That means that you are in the social class that you will be beneath these people in the order class, right?
No, they just own that particular city, but you got your other shit. That's all that means.
Like she wanted that though. She wanted Rwanda.
So what you saying, Sosa? You saying what Kyle saying? Hold on, let me hear it. Huh?
Yeah. I agree with Kyle. Yeah.
So you agree to what? Let me hear you say it, because let me hear you say it.
The Dutch was a controlling power, and she aligned herself with the Dutch. She's underneath the Dutch. The Dutch is above her.
No, you saying they got more power than her.
Yeah. The Dutch is
okay, but just because a person got more power than you, don't mean that they make you like underneath of them. Show me they made her.
You is hilarious.
No, y'all making it. No, y'all saying. I'm saying that the Dutch does not have more power in Africa, in her region, than she does. That's what I'm saying.
You ain't even speaking English no more, yo.
Who got the gun?
Can I just
say, she aligned herself with them, like I said, to
Man, so read it then. Why y'all stop reading and start to do? Why Chef dive out the window to fuck it up on purpose? Y'all know what we looking for right now. We want to prove.
All right, let's go. The fall of Rwanda was a major blow to the Portuguese. The Nzinga quickly dispatched an embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. Damn, my little thing in the way.
Ankh be killing shit, yo.
I can't smell the way now. Lock it. All right. All right, to the Dutch control city. Yeah, I can't make my screen so I can see. So I have to read. But they have the emblem blocking the way so I can't see.
Kyle, you can keep reading if you can't see it though.
I can't read. I'm over here laughing too hard, man. Like,
Where we at?
I'm gonna skip to where I can see far from an Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese.
Now, hell no, you can't skip all the way down there. That's bullshit, nigga.
Okay, I'm going back up.
Okay, all right. Listen.
Find somebody that can read all that shit. You gonna back this?
I'm gonna start with that. Hoping to form a Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese.
So stop for a minute, because now we gotta stop at every phrase. What the fuck is that Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese? What the fuck is a coalition?
An
Is it like the French?
An African Dutch partnership, bro. Coalition.
Okay, hold on, wait. At this point, we're defining all motherfucking words and all phrases. We ain't playing this motherfucking game. Fuck that shit. We right there. We locked in. A coalition. Keep going.
Right now, you act like the intellectual JJ 7000, bro.
All right, here we go. Okay, all right. See the jokes. Y'all see they joking and throwing slurs.
All right, look. Nigga requested an immediate alliance and offered to beat you up, and offered to open the slave trade to them. Though she was concerned that the kingdom of Congo.
Stop. She offered to do what, bro?
Open up the slave trade to them.
So why would she have? So why didn't they just? We don't need you. You weak. We don't need you to open shit to us. Since we more powerful, we just take the shit. Y'all didn't hear that. She requested an immediate alliance and offered to them something.
If you keep going, because all right, let's keep reading. You understand why? Because remember he talked about how the way she was set up. Remember I tell you they
I know. Keep reading. You're right. Keep reading.
Let's come from the interior, right? So keep reading.
And offered what?
See, trade and slave to them, and offer the slave trade to them.
Keep going.
He was concerned that the kingdom of Congo, where people's traditional northern rivals were growing too powerful. The Dutch accepted her offer of an alliance and sent their own ambassadors and soldiers, some of whom brought their wives to report. Soon assisting her in her fight against the Portuguese, having those large amounts of territory and forced to retreat to the Massagan.
You messed up.
Forced to Massagan, the Portuguese government attempted to make peace with the Zingers.
Hold on, I can't even hear you, yo. Hey, Chef, you got the clippers going.
Oh, my bad.
Did that shit on purpose. Where was that? The Dutch, go back to here. The Dutch what? Accepted her offer, right?
The Dutch accepted her offer, right? We know.
Do we gotta fucking look up the word alliance, show?
Yeah, we get online. Yeah.
Keep going. All right, keep going.
Yeah, boom. Right. We know. All right, boom. Sent the wives to her court, soon assisting her in her fight against the Portuguese.
Hold on, why they assist her? Because she was a weak ass person or what? Good business, right? I don't hear no, we in charge of you right now. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't have to, you can do I don't have to send as much manpower. I can send a few soldiers and then you do the fighting. It's like the United States to Afghanistan.
Nah, man, we fucking Afghanistan, yo. We in 1641, yo. Stop.
I'm just giving context.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want the 1641 context with the relationship that she had with the Dutch. None of the books I read did they consider her a fucking vassal nothing.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Hold on, you cannot ask me a question in the middle of finish.
Let's get this last piece out the way because it's quick. It's really going to kind of sum it up. Having lost a large amount of territory and forced to retreat.
Where you at? Hold on, where you at? Where you at? Having lost, go ahead.
Large amounts of territory and forced to retreat to Massaganha, the Portuguese government accepted to make peace with Nzinga.
Hold on, wait. So why they just attempt to make peace with Nzinga and not the Dutch? Because they sent these troops.
Because the Dutch need her help now because
no. I'm asking you, why did the Portuguese attempt to make peace with the Dutch instead of Nzinga?
Nah, because that's their enemy. They're fighting the Dutch. They nigga just killed. You know what I'm saying? They just took the city.
Oh, Nzinga ain't the enemy to you though. All right, but keep reading though.
Yeah, but they've always been fighting back and forth and on and off. They're trying to get control of.
They want to play her. So you saying they want to play her?
It's all about money. They don't give a fuck about the
body. Go ahead. So the Portuguese government attempted to what?
It's the same way that America doesn't necessarily negotiate with Russia, even though like Serbia and these different countries, like Russia has troops, they train the troops, they give them arms and the whole nine. This is the same scenario just 300 years earlier. And like we're trying to Nzinga was the face of the Dutch army, if that makes any sense. But the Dutch were the people who was in control of what Nzinga did. That's what all this stuff is saying. And what we're trying to say to you is like, yes, Nzinga had power, but she reported to.
I'm just done, yo. I'm done. We won't finish reading. We add in our own shit, and I'm gonna let y'all have it, yo. Fuck it. I'm done. Fuck reading. We're gonna add our own shit in. She invented hip hop in the midst of all this too.
Listen,
Let me just throw some shit in there. Because you know they could dance, right? So she invented hip hop. Fuck, let me throw my shit in there.
Last paragraph. Nzinga.
Now you skip to a last paragraph.
No, I'm saying,
and then y'all gonna fill it in.
No, I'm gonna read the last, not the paragraph.
Why can't we pick up what was that, yo?
We start the overtures. Nzinga moved her capital to Kavanga.
No, we didn't, yo. We stopped the overtures. We was right here. The fight against them, we was right here, yo. The Portuguese attempted to overture. All right, go ahead. Nzinga, here we go. Nzinga moved her capital. Go ahead.
To Kavanga in the northern part of Ndongo's former domain. The capture of Luanda also left Nzinga's kingdom as the preeminent, if temporary, slave trading power in the region, allowing her to build up a sizable army of 80,000 mercenaries, escaped slave allies, and her own soldiers. Using this large size of her army, her new wealth, and her famous reputation, Nzinga was able to reclaim large parts of Ndongo from 1641 to 1644. You know what I'm saying? However, expansion caused alarm amongst other African kingdoms. In one infamous incident, she invaded the Wandu region of Congo, which had been in revolt against the Congolese king. Though these lands had never been a part of Ndongo, Nzinga refused to withdraw and added the conquest to her kingdom, an act which greatly offended the Congolese king, Garcia II. Keep going. The Dutch, hoping to preserve the alliance with both Congo and Nzinga, brokered a peace. But relations between Nzinga and other regional leaders remained strained. In addition, her former husband and ally, Kasanji, feared the growing power in the region and formed a coalition of Mangala leaders against Nzinga, invading her lands in Matamba. Though they had little progress. By the mid-1640, her successors had won the support of many Ndongan nobles, with the nobility flocking to her side. I can't see no more. Okay, all right. With to her side, Nzinga was, where you at?
Able.
So, put them out so I can see it.
I highlight.
Able to collect more troops to the front, right? With the nobility flocking to her side, Nzinga was able to collect more tribute in the form of slaves, which she turned and sold to the Dutch in exchange for firearms, thereby increasing her military and economic power.
So we had a general conversation about the nobility and how she made somebody do shit. It don't say she made do nothing. It gives you the context of what it was. It say with the nobility flocking to her side. Why did they flock to her side? Like I was saying, because she was doing her thing. She was making moves, yo. She seemed to be the reigning power in her area, bro. So of course the nobility is gonna flock to her side. It said Nzinga was able to collect more tribute in the form of slaves, which she in turn sold to the Dutch in exchange for firearms, yo. It say thereby increasing her military economic power. She did what she was supposed to do. By 1644, she did what? She considered Garcia II of the Congo to be what? To be her only political equal in the region. While the Portuguese viewed her as their most potent adversary in Africa. So I don't know what y'all seeing here, but the Portuguese recognize her as being the what, yo, the most potent what? Adversary.
Adversary.
Right. So I'm saying, hold on, what we read so far, I'm not seeing her being second place to any of those white boys and any of those niggas in the area. I don't see it. If I'm wrong, right, y'all can talk that Afghanistan shit, right? But them Afghanistans, when the United States left, they was gone in one day. I'm not listening to that shit. That's a bad example. I'm gonna say it again. When the United States left Afghanistan, they was done in 2 fucking days.
Then you're saying on the other side, she wasn't forced into slavery. She chose this as a political tool then.
No shit, Sherlock. Are you about to die too with the rest of them? You about to die. We playing chess. This is kingdom building. You about to die.
So What you got to understand is she was then a conscious, a political mind that used slavery as a means of gaining political and economic power.
Could she have used something else?
No, she couldn't.
Was there anything else people want?
She couldn't. I said from before, no, she couldn't.
I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to get this conversation so much context. Like, okay, maybe I skipped this part. Maybe I didn't. I'm not sure if y'all caught this. But in Zinga, like the Kingdom of Congo, or Luanda that she was a part of, was originally aligned with the Portuguese.
The what?
They was originally aligned with the Portuguese when she inherited.
Yes.
And then when she inherited, she then switched the alliance to the Dutch, which is another, right? And so she pretty much, so at that point, she had to fight against the people who they had already been doing deals with because they got a new deal. It's not as if she was innocent. All she did was switch who her alliance was with. She went against the Queen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? In no portion of this time did they actually, the people of Luanda, did they rule the Congo, because they lost rule of the Congo in the 1500s. And I think we're talking about this like all she was doing the same way in Nigeria and Ghana, like the British and the Germans and the Chinese control these Nigerians. They tell them what to do, who to go kill. She's doing the same thing, bro. And like I think we're over blackenizing what really happened here. And like we're not looking at what is really happening. Like in Zinga, definitely
go get that source. Go get that source and show.
We've been reading.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm gonna say this again. This is the point I'm gonna make to you again.
I would show you. I can read to you. It's from the Met Museum. I got another source I can show to y'all too, but I can't share my screen.
Allow the share screen option. Take your screen off and allow them to do it.
Hold on, yo.
I'm blocking you on purpose.
Nah, for what? You gonna prove my point? He ain't got nothing to say that. What he gonna show you is that when her ass came into power, she got shit back. That's why she say, fuck y'all crazy motherfuckers. Switch sides. She was like, the shit y'all doing ain't working.
Nah, she just
yes, it was, nigga. Man, okay, I'm gonna
that's why you read.
I'm gonna let you read it.
That's why you reading that. That's why you reading that. That's why she's having conflict with these other kingdoms. People like, yo. You know what I'm saying? That's why she's having conflict.
She had conflict with them niggas because they was weak, yo. I know why y'all can't see why she had conflict with these niggas. The shit they was doing wasn't working. They had the whole area fucked up with slavery, no control over the shit. What's wrong with y'all? Is y'all serious right now? But don't keep saying, them raggedy ass male African leaders was raggedy as fuck. The white boys played them niggas all the way to the left. Y'all tripping right now. You're right, Kyle. You're right. They snatched half the kingdom, all that shit. When that crazy black lady came in effect, yo, she started taking shit black. Start playing them niggas against you. All right, I'm trying to get you on a thing. Why can't you get the screen, yo?
How do you? Okay, so I can't share my screen, but I put the.
Oh, let me see. Rename host.
If you can pull it up.
Why can't you screen the scene, yo?
It says I can't share.
Hey, Chef, what I got to do? I'm in the thing, put allow, multi-pin, rename, make host, pin.
It says host, disable participant screen sharing.
Oh, why did you do that? Maybe I got to go right here because I definitely want you to get that shit in. Shit. Oh, you want me to pull it up for you?
No, if you could pull it up and go to the second paragraph.
No, hold on. Go down to the bottom of the screen where you share your screen at.
I'm here.
Where you hit the share screen button at.
I got
multiple. Yeah, go
there you go. Go ahead. Kick that second paragraph, homie. Go ahead.
All right, so cool.
Before you read it, what you trying to prove? I'm gonna make sure you line up with you. I gotta be on you now, Kyle. You throwing blows, you're a formidable opponent. What you trying to prove right now? I gotta get on you now. Go ahead.
If I can get past Aunt Wes, I'm a formidable opponent. I'm cool with that. This is from the Met Museum, and you know that's a reputable source, right? Can we agree?
Yeah, I'm saying you are a formidable opponent. That's why I gotta ask you, what are you reading this for? I can't just let you read it and make it up after you read it and say, I got a point. Nope. What are you trying to prove with this source? On the second paragraph from the Met. Go ahead.
Man, hold on, my screen froze up.
Yeah, it froze. Yeah, it did.
My shit froze up. Let me stop. Hey.
Computer genius on a level.
Uncle, you doing something. You doing something. You got that juju working.
Uncle's a computer genius, bro. Don't let her trick you, brother.
No hands, yo. I ain't doing nothing.
I got that juju working.
The spirit of Queen Nzinga.
Hamna.
That's what y'all get. Hamna. There you go. Messing with the Nzinga, talking about she turning over her grave. She be like, what? Them white boys ain't never motherfucking defeat me. What the hell wrong with them niggas, Unc? I'm trying to tell them, sis. Well, I'm trying to tell them niggas, none of them white ass motherfuckers did nothing to me at no time.
Hey, she lying. I can't believe. Why y'all still talking shit? Nigga, I've been sold your ass. These niggas. I'm so these niggas, they still talking shit about me. I'm glad
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? The Nzinga came back and said, y'all niggas still talking shit. I thought I got rid of y'all.
I'm rid of y'all asses. That's so.
Remember that nigga. That look just like a granddaddy. I hated his granddaddy.
Funny as hell, yo.
That nigga got his granddaddy.
I sold your granddaddy. I didn't like that nigga. Why you still talking about me?
That's funny as hell. Oh, there you go, yo. That was funny, yo.
Oh, we back. Okay, now we cooking. Let me get my shit froze up over here too. Okay.
But now, yo, what you reading it for though? You reading it because you trying to prove what? What you trying to prove?
I'm just reading it so we can gain a little bit more clarity about Nzinga. And if you gain, I don't want to tell you what this is going to teach you. I just want to read it and hopefully.
Go ahead. I see.
You fighting against what we're saying right now, so I'm just going to read this and hopefully you get something.
All right, good. No, what you trying to show me that? What's the context?
I ain't going to tell you. I'm just going to read it.
You want me to guess my own? Okay, go ahead.
I want you to come to your wrong conclusion without me because I feel like you fighting against us. You know what I'm saying? I want you to.
I'm fighting against y'all. She was some secondary motherfucker. You right. No, she.
Let me zoom in.
It's like the Viet Cong wasn't no secondary motherfucker. They whipped the shit out of the United States. Go ahead, yo.
All right, so in 1624, Anna Nzinga inherited the Ruga Ndongo, a state of the east of Luanda. This is the place that we were talking about, which is a trade center. Populated, I know you don't like ad-libs, populated primarily by the Ubuntu peoples. At that moment, the kingdom was under attack from both the Portuguese as well as neighboring African aggressors. Nzinga realized to remain viable, Ndondo had to reposition itself as an intermediary rather than a supply zone in the slave trade.
Pay tribute. That's what they had to do. Intermediary, if y'all want to pass, nigga, y'all got to pay the flag. Keep going.
That's not what they said. I'm gonna keep on.
It do say that. Can I get some help? Do y'all see that? American Dream. Do you see?
He became the middleman for slave trade, bro.
Right. Okay. I'm not fighting.
Broker.
She's the broker, bro.
The trader.
She's the broker, bro.
It goes back to this though, because of Luanda. Like this is the slave trading zone. They took over that zone, and so now she became the trader instead of the Jews.
I know, I know, but she inherited that. Yo, it say inherited. I know what the word inherit means, yo. It's her. It's her shit. It means it's her shit.
I'm with you. So Nzinga realized that being viable, Ndongo had to reposition itself as an intermediary rather than a supply zone for the slave trade. So instead of them going to get slaves there, they was getting the slaves and selling them themselves. So we cool on that, right?
Yeah, she ain't getting no more slaves. She just going broker deals. But go ahead.
No. That's not what that says. It says
right,
that.
What it say?
Let's read.
Wow. She's chef crazy.
Hey, look, at first they was
go ahead, read it.
At first they was going to get slaves from the Congo, and now she's like, hey, we stepping in. Y'all got to come through us for these niggas. We selling these slaves now.
Okay, I agree with you. Go ahead. Okay. It don't say that, but I agree that's what happened. Because she
It do say that. It's like she had to reposition itself as an intermediary rather
reposition,
than
right. So what was the old position?
As there was a supply zone. People would just hop out, capture slaves, and snatch those niggas out the street. And now they're saying, hey, if y'all want slaves, we got all that handled. Y'all get slaves.
Right. So she said, I'm not fucking with the supply shit no more. Right?
No, she said that if y'all want slaves,
what is you listening to?
It say Nzinga realized that to remain valuable, meaning for the survivability of her fucking country. Look, Nevada had to reposition itself as the intermediary rather than, meaning that she was in the supply zone, she was supplying slaves to trade. Am I correct?
No.
Yeah, they were doing the supplying. Yo, at first they was doing the supplying, they repositioned themselves. I'm agreeing with him.
Just let him read his source.
Hold on, y'all, I'm wrong with that. Yo, Kyle, I'm wrong.
Yeah, you wrong, bro. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. Let me tell you what I'm thinking and say. Hold on, so I don't think I'm crazy. I'm thinking, right? Look, had to reposition. Y'all know what reposition means, right? Reposition yourself, right? Itself as an intermediary. Rather, see the word rather is here. Rather than, look, a supply zone in the slave trade. So obviously they were supplying slaves prior to her doing what? Repositioning themselves. Okay, so I'm agreeing with y'all.
No, you're not, bro. You're not. You're disagreeing with the whole context. This is why you.
No, I'm wrong. Dude, I'm reading it. It said they were supplying slaves. But she got out of that part of the game. She got out of that part of supplying slaves to the intermediary. I'm missing that.
She wasn't supplying. She was the supply. So she was getting rated. She was getting.
Cedric.
No, it's not.
It's not the same thing. You're confusing people.
Yo, supplying slaves and being a supplier is the same. Whatever y'all want to say, yo, she was fucking with the game. I'm not saying that. I'm so busy trying to beat you right now. Y'all don't hear me conceding that point right there. Y'all bugging, yo. Cedric, you messed that up, Cedric.
Your concessions are confusing.
How? It tell you right here. It says, yo, look, it say had to reposition itself. So if you're gonna reposition yourself, you had to be in another fucking position. What was the other position? It says as the intermediary. The word rather means obviously rather than. You was doing something. What was you doing, Nzinga? What was they doing? They was in control.
Let me explain it like this. Let me explain it like this.
God damn.
Every time they were hitting my stash house, taking on my dope. So now instead of them hitting my stash house, I became the one hitting other people's stash house and selling it to them.
What? Y'all crazy, man. That ain't what that shit.
That's a good one.
Just listen up for a minute.
How they don't get what she was doing, yo?
Are you not hearing me?
How y'all don't get the difference between the nigga saying, no, I'm gonna help y'all out. Listen, let me, no, don't unk me. I'm gonna make this point. So instead of me having dope, right, and selling it to people, I'm now gonna find people that got dope and want dope. How y'all don't understand what the intermediary is? That's where she positions herself. Y'all tripping right now.
How the only way you're able to understand things
because
is
I
through
don't know why y'all don't see that
drug analogy.
Kyle, you don't get, Kyle, you don't know what the intermediary is, yo.
I do. I just put it on the screen, bro. The
supplier and supply is what we are confused about. She wasn't a supplier, she was the supply. So she had to reposition herself from getting raided, getting attacked, to becoming the one selling the slave.
There you go.
Yo, y'all crazy.
She went from Scarface. She went from Scarface to Sosa.
This is the definition of mediator.
Right, and Sosa.
Wait. But look on the screen. Intermediary is the broker, the agent, the dealer, the wholesaler, the retailers that buy and resell goods. So she was the person that sold the slaves. Like
I said she was the intermediary.
Instead of the Portuguese just coming to Africa and getting the slaves, She was like, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and get the slaves for you. I'm gonna break them and do all this type of stuff. Y'all just
broke it. I never argued. I said she broke it. Like, how the fuck don't y'all know what it means? I said I'm agreeing with y'all niggas. Y'all just don't like the way I'm saying it. It still boils down to she has supreme control over the whole fucking outfit. She's in between the shakers and the bakers. That's a key role. I'm not denying that. Let's move on to. I said that. I just said it. Y'all don't like the way I said it. It still boils down to the same shit. She is reigning supreme over the slave trade. Is that good enough for y'all? God damn, I never argued that point. I just simply say she's like the broker. She's the, y'all know what a fucking broker is. You go to a broker house, yo.
Is she a slaver yet?
Nah.
What? Oh my God.
Political movement. That's political movement. That's part of politics. No, but keep reading though. Keep reading though. You keep reading, Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle.
Hey, okay, where was that? Okay, to achieve that, she also, she allied Ndongo with Portugal, simultaneously acquiring a partner in his fight against his African enemies and ending Portuguese slave raiding in the kingdom. This is why what we were just fussing about was so important, because she stopped the Portuguese from getting the slaves, because she had to take over that territory, and now she was the main bitch in charge.
No, she stopped them from raiding shit in her kingdom, dog.
No, that's not what it said, bro.
All right,
what it said.
All right, what it say?
She allied Ndongo with Portugal, simultaneously.
Who is Ndongo? Who is Ndongo?
That's her people. That's her people.
Okay, that's her people. Keep going. So she aligned it with Portugal. Go ahead.
She aligned her people with Portugal. This is before she aligned with the Dutch. Now I'm telling you, she did a flip-flop deal.
I know, yo. She fuck with everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, so she aligned Ndongo with Portugal, simultaneously acquiring a partner in his fight against his African enemies and ending the Portuguese slave raid in his kingdom. Anna and Zinga.
Hold on, what's that statement mean, though? You going?
What she's saying, what this statement is saying is that Queen Nzinga aligned herself with Portugal.
To stop. What is stop?
And she said that I'm going, instead of y'all, because the difference is she stopped the Portuguese from going into the country and getting slaves. And so now she says, I'm going to get the slaves, because she became the broker.
Why is God be in her country? Why can't it be somewhere else? Why can't she get it from other motherfuckers? It don't say where. It said to stop from going to her country, yo.
That's what the source says, though.
It said to stop from going to her country.
Yes, that's what it is. She, instead of her getting raided, she positioned herself now.
Other niggas get raided, yo. You don't see that?
That she raided other
raiding people, bro. She is the raider.
But that's what it is.
Not, yo.
Yeah,
she people were getting raided.
She the plug,
became
nigga.
the plug.
She the plug, nigga, and y'all definitely not coming to my house for that plug shit.
But
We gonna plug outside that, man.
This boy is hard.
From raiding her people.
I'm wrong. Hold on, y'all.
That's what she's supposed to do. That is what she is supposed to do.
Y'all wild as shit, yo. Y'all crazy.
But that's what she's supposed to do. She stopped the Portuguese strategically by aligning with them from raiding her people, thereby becoming the broker. So she repositioned herself because she was to remain viable. Why? Because her people were getting raided. So politically and strategically, it was a hell of a move. Her becoming a slave
they
trader.
saying that's not what it was, Cedric. They sitting here saying, nah. They all like I'm the dummy on the
nobody said it. Ain't nobody talking about how good a move it was.
No, but come on, yo.
I'm saying
like
we keep having to say that. We keep having to say that, though.
Hey, Kyle.
I thought it was strategically good for her to become a slave trader.
If we got some aliens that just ended up on Earth and they snatching niggas, yo, and I can convince them to stop going into all y'all houses, yo, y'all be like, yo, I appreciate that, yo. I'm done.
No, bro. The difference is the aliens. Okay, so the aliens came to Earth, right? For your same definition, right?
I just read your text, yo. Yo, you crazy, Kyle, yo. You say she's a slave trader fan.
I said that shit like 2 hours ago, man. Look. The difference is, what you saying is like the aliens came to Earth and they was enslaving us. And so if they come to you and you're like, hey, don't worry about that aliens, I got it. I'm gonna go enslave these niggas for you.
Nah, I ain't gonna fuck with y'all though. I'm gonna let all y'all niggas be safe. Let me handle this.
what she did.
She did do that. Yo, come on, Cedric, help him out, Cedric.
That's what she did.
Aliens come. I guess I better move to
when she
goddamn
aligned the
Baltimore.
Portuguese
If you
with
in
her
Baltimore,
people,
nigga, when these aliens hit, like
Again,
I'll
read
get
it
in control,
correctly.
but you better watch your ass.
She needed to remain relevant, right, and viable. Why did she need to do that? Because she was getting attacked and raided. Her people were being snatched up by the Portuguese. So strategically, what did she do? She took the main trading station, the main trading village area. She took control of that, now putting her in a position to determine where slaves were going to come from, thereby eliminating her nation from being attacked by the Portuguese. Read it correctly. That was a strategic move. Now, she strategically became a slave trader. Now, that's the part that Unks disagree with.
And
right?
to set the point, this next experience is going to enforce your point and give it credence, right? And so, like what you're saying, she had to do something to protect herself. So I get that, right?
That's all I'm saying, yo. God damn, why would she fuck with a white boy just to get fucked over extra? Come on, yo. Like, damn.
Bro, bro, everybody she's fucking with is white boys. She's fucking with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese fucked her over. And then when they fucked her over, she went and ran to the Dutch. It's like, hey, can help me, please?
Nah, no, she went.
That was also strategic because the Dutch and the Portuguese were at war.
Yes, she did.
They were at war.
No, I don't believe that.
Yes, she did, bro. Let me read.
All right, read that. Read that part where she went there crying with her tail tucked. Go ahead. Let me see that.
By 1626, however, Portugal had betrayed Ndongo. This is her people. And
they switched up. Right. Go ahead.
And forced her to flee with her people to the west, where they founded a new state at Matamba, well beyond the reach of the Portuguese. So she was running from the Portuguese, and she needed help, and she reached out to the Dutch.
Keep going.
No. I know. Wait, hold on. Let me go now. Let me cook for a second, man. I know.
Go ahead, cook. For a second,
and she reached out to the Dutch, like, can y'all please help us? We down here, the Portuguese is on our ass. We ain't come through with this deal. You know how it is on the dope game, but you fuck up a deal, they coming for your ass. And so she had to flee. She had to run, and she needed some help. So she joined another cartel, another group of individuals who was selling dope. And the dope at that time was Africans. And she joined into the Dutch game because she needed protection against the Portuguese. And so the Dutch and the Portuguese were both fighting for control of the Congo.
Hey man, you cooking now, and put some real words on the screen. Keep reading while you cooking the soup.
Y'all gonna have to kick Ankh out of the pseudo killers, man. He's pseudo.
I just barely heard that shit. That's funny. Low.
Ank's making us put that work in. He making the pseudo killers earn their money today, boy. We gotta pull them sources.
Now, what was that next line though? What was that next line?
Yeah, okay, so I'll keep on reading. To bolster Matamba's martial power, Nzinga offered sanctuary to runaway slaves and Portuguese trained African soldiers and adopted a form of military organization known as Quiloba, in which youth renounced family ties and was raised communally in militias. She also formed a rebellion with Congo itself, which was now governed indirectly by the Portuguese through a puppet ruler. And Nzinga, again, was never a ruler. Now, you just get right now. And Nzinga founded an ally in the Netherlands, which is the Dutch, that we were talking about earlier, which seized Luanda for its own. Let me read this back again. She founded an ally in the Netherlands, which is the Dutch who was talking about, which seized Luanda for its own. What's this word right here?
Yeah, we agreed to that though. Remember, we agreed to that.
But who owns it though?
We said the Dutch own it. We said the
not
Dutch
in power, yo.
They not in
power. No, hold on, no, hold on, whoa, don't do the baby switch.
She had already lost, and she was running. She was on the run. She lost her position. She ran to the Dutch for help. That's clear.
Right. That's fine. No.
So
Hold on, man. Finish reading. Hey, hold on, bro. Yeah, let me. Hey, Chef, switch it to
All
my.
right, so let me the next line gonna kill you,
I'm
Their
not mad. It was a good kill.
Listen,
Good kill, though,
their
nigga.
combined forces were insufficient to drive the Portuguese out. So even with the Dutch, she didn't even have enough power.
So you're gonna die on the slave trade hill.
Yeah, Uncle Ben dead. This is a repass we on right now.
He done died on the slave hill, man. That's cold blooded.
I love you, brother. Like, I don't want to take you out.
Y'all niggas say the repass. I wasn't paying attention. I was dealing with my son. Now, what was it that I lost at? So, hold on. Chef said that she was on the run. And she took her people. Did she not? Did she not take her people?
She better take her people. They gonna chop
Hold
her head
on.
off.
Wait. Whoa. Did she not take her people? See, y'all confusing niggas now. See, I know what I'm saying. I'm going to say it again. She was a great, powerful leader. So after she lost all that, she did what now again, y'all? What she do? She was on the run. So at this position, since we got different governors, we also have different time spans when she was up and down her power. Don't play me, play lotto. This ain't no motherfucking repass. I'm like Jesus Christ. I'm resurrecting this shit right here. Watch my point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is at that particular juncture, hold on. At that particular juncture, bro, she was out, she had no recourse. She rebuilt another kingdom. So we talk about a woman that rebuilds another kingdom now. Let's get that straight. She's go ahead though, Corey. I'm letting y'all niggas know she's rebuilding another kingdom. Go ahead, Corey.
I was asking a question. Are you trying to say that she took her whole constituency? Because you was like, well, she took her people with her. Like, is you saying she took her whole constituency with her, or did she take her inner circle with her? Like, I ain't understanding what you're saying right there.
It tell you, Kyle read it. She left and took I guess whoever came with her. Shit.
Yeah, she took a little squad with her, but like she was. They call it the Colombo, the Quilombo, right? They call it living in the bush. She's basically it's what they call living in the bush, though. It's not like she's building another capital. You know what I mean, and shit like.
Bro, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Okay, but so we ain't got to go there. Can you please tell these people that she rebuilt another kingdom? Can you please explain that to everybody that she got back?
Yeah, she just set up. I don't say another kingdom because she ain't really not like she's building and shit like that. She's in the bush.
No, she was known. The Portuguese recognize her as the ultimate ruler of the motherfucking. Come on, yo, why you?
That area, that area. But I'm saying it's not like she's building castles and shit like that.
Oh my God, man, y'all just won't stop.
I'm just saying. I'm just giving you the real deal. Like they call it.
Can we keep reading that source though?
They call it living in the bush. It's in the book. No. That's why I'm gonna find it. But it's a letter she writes. It's a letter she writes. I'm gonna give it to you. Like I said, we're gonna bring it back out. But it's a letter she writes, and she talks about because she even in her old age, she still wants to have a baby, right? And she's saying like, because of that, the Colombo is like that Quilombo is like a how you read it? It's like
you're gonna be freezing out there, bro.
It's like an organization that they put up. Remember they had to give away your family, shit like that, right? And you can't have a baby while you're in the Quilombo. You know what I'm saying? So there's letters of her writing back like, you got me out here running and shit like that, and I want to try, because because the whole time she's going through that, she's sending letters to like the different governors. She's sending letters to the Vatican. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what I'm saying. She's well documented because there's a lot of letters and exchange she had with different governors during her lifespan. And she talks about, like, I want to have it. I want to have kids, but in the Quilombo, you can't have a kid out here in the Quilombo. So that's why she's pleading to get back to Ndongo to be able to rule and sit in Ndongo, so she don't have to live that life no more. You know what I mean?
Now, what you say? Say this again. I bet you can't.
What? What the Colombo?
So in other words, she don't want to be living that African traditional spirituality, right? Am I gathering that right here?
She's in the bush. It's not like she's living she's living from camp to camp. Like she controls the area, but it's not like she has time. Think about it. She's moving place to place. She don't have time to build a whole nother infrastructure.
Right. I understand that.
So she
don't want to be living out in the bush. She want to be where civilization is at, right? That's what I'm getting at, right?
Hey, but Corey, we got to put this in context. Like, y'all got to understand that Queen Nzinga was a converted to be a Christian. She converted. She was a Luso African. She would be qualified under the Portuguese as a Ladino. That means you are a person that agrees with Portuguese and Spanish policy. And so she was not on the African side.
She was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Christian
I'm
name
getting
is
at.
Ana de Sousa. Ana de Sousa. That's a Christian name.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So
Hey,
she want to get back on.
Hey, Sosa, y'all agreeing with that? You agreeing with that, Sosa?
She was a
Or was it
Christian.
used as a political tool? How y'all want to do it?
How
y'all want to do that, yo?
When she died, she wanted to be buried in a Christian fashion.
I'm gonna ask you again, bro.
So I'm gonna say yeah. I'm gonna say yeah.
All right. Y'all lucky y'all got me in the car, yo.
She said that. She said she did.
And her
that
death
same article says completely different, yo. It was a political tool, yo. Y'all tripping right now, yo.
They do say in the beginning.
Y'all tripping right now, yo.
No, they do say
Yo,
in the beginning.
Always a political tool.
I agree with
Name
you.
one
They did say
person
in the
in the
beginning.
political.
No, I agree. I agree. In the beginning, they did say it was a political tool, but towards it, like I said, at the end, she asked for a Christian burial.
Man, so she can make sure people were straight, yo. Y'all, bug, come on with that, yo. She ain't believe in that shit, yo.
No, at the
time, yo.
At the time that she was enslaving niggas in Africa, she was definitely a Christian. She stopped being a Christian in 1622 or 1623. This was after she had already engaged in multiple hundreds of thousands of slave trades. Like, this is after the fact. She felt guilty for it, and she reverted back to her old religion, but she still wanted to be buried as a Christian.
Yeah, can you read that? Can you read that up for us real quick? Where you get that from? Felt bad, and we can bring it back. Where you put?
Well, I don't have
bad.
No. See what you're doing. You're
she was horrible, yo.
Read that, yo. Y'all not. See, I ain't gonna yell. Everybody can hear this clear. Anybody that's thinking it all the way through can hear everything. Everybody can. They hear the mistakes I make, and then they hear the clarity I make. So I'm good. I ain't got trip. All right, she switched back.
That she.
Nope, you don't gotta get it. You said it. She's just switching back and forth, Chris. That's how she do it. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, she ain't got enough sense to know that the white people came in attacking them and they was Christian. Like Rosner Rothbrook. Like, was he a real Christian down? He got baptized and all that. Really? Do y'all know the story? Was half of them Vikings cared about? No, you had to be a Christian to own land. So they did that. And they go ahead and baptize me, yo. Come on, man. It's a political tool, yo. It's crazy as hell. And last time I checked, the majority of the slaves that came over here, they was either Muslim or traditional shit, and they wasn't even practicing Christianity. But on the slave plantation, they made you do it. And so the Africans hit their traditions so well that next generation thought they was actually practicing Christianity. They wasn't.
Look, you asked for something, give it to you every time. It says, despite the display, Nzinga made accommodations with the Portuguese. She converted to Christianity and adopted the name Dona Ana de Sousa. And I went to the chat earlier that the Sousa family was huge in the slave trade. I can show you, they have a picture of Benin right now of a dude. He was the biggest slave trader in African history in Benin right now. But let's go ahead and cook.
Yeah, she took the last name of that governor at that time. That's how she got the name De Sousa, because she was in charge at that moment when she became a Christian. De Sousa.
She was baptized in honor of that governor's wife, which you're just talking about, who became her godmother. Shortly afterwards, Nzinga urged a reluctant Ngola Mbate to order the conversion of his people to Christianity. So this is what
that never was in dispute. That never was in dispute whether she did it or not.
All right, let's go to 16.
What's in dispute was
in Bintu, when her brother committed suicide and facing the Portuguese demand for slave trade concessions. So prior to her, there was already slave trading with the Portuguese. And Nzinga, however, refused to allow them to control her nation. In 1627, after forming alliances with Point Robert States, she led her army against the Portuguese, initiating a 30-year war against them. She exploited European rivalries. And this is probably where you get your information from, but you're not reading the backstory to it. And
So all that. See, so now you start reading when it starts confirming what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting.
No, I'm saying like I get it. Like, no, I'm saying, like, what I'm saying is, if you was to read something like this without understanding that she personally was involved in the slave trade, then I would hold the position that you hold too, huh? It says that, but then it says
what?
I say if you was to read something like this without having the knowledge
from the Met, yo, that's the Met, yo.
Now this
that's
ain't the
museum,
Met. This is a different source, bro. This is from blackpast.org.
So what's wrong? So what's wrong with the Met though?
I saw that source. I read that source. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't like that. I like the Met. No, I like the Met source. I thought you was
so,
reading
but when you thought this was the Met, you was disagreeing with it. You was challenging.
No, that's all. No, man, Kyle just said, yo, he can see why I think based off that source right there he's reading. That's probably some Black Ops shit. You kind of twisted. I like the shit that Sosa was bringing. I like the man. I like that shit.
This is a .org site. Like, to be a .org site, you got to be a legitimate organization. It's not like a blog site.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. What's the name of it?
It's blackpast.org. This is a site for African history.
No.
Okay.
See, it's black people. It's black.
It's a good source because I looked at it earlier, man, and like my Google don't pull up garbage, man. Really, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but it's proving my point though. Corey. Like I never said.
What's your point? That she had a good reason. She had a good reason to do what she did.
No, my point was, yo, that y'all, they was invaded, yo. I ain't gonna keep saying it in case everybody missed it. Let me give you the
But the bottom line is she had a good reason to do what she did, though, right? That's
no,
the bottom line.
The bottom line. No, she had a whole nation. That's it. Ain't nothing but your nation, yo. You don't got nothing after that. Simple. It's not fighting for a couple dollars to sell drugs. That's not it. That's not good. But we talking about her whole nation was invaded by warring European nations. She was fighting those crazy men with guns. She was fighting the infrastructure inside of her own kingdom. Crazy niggas who didn't feel like women should be legitimate ruler. They wasn't allowing this shit. Then you got outside African forces. Clearly, before she was born, none of them niggas was doing a good job at controlling the Europeans. Because they was running around doing all the shit that y'all talked about a couple days ago. Simple as that. She came in and put some organization and put some black African power back in that bitch. That's what she did. All that Christian shit, it was a political tool, yo. She ain't give a fuck about no Christianity. She said in the same Wikipedia article clearly tells you that she was like, she explained it. If you get good books on the subject, they tell you. She mixed this shit in like she was supposed to. Like whatever choice you said she did, what she was supposed to do. She got in contact with the Pope. Most niggas running around Africa couldn't do that. Couldn't do it.
So when the Africans who chose to be Muslim, when they did the same thing you saying and Zinga did, then you throw it all away. You throw it all away.
Out of nowhere with a crazy comment. What are you talking about now?
All your comments are crazy. All your comments are crazy. She was a goddamn slaver. She was a goddamn slaver.
Yeah, she was writing to the Pope.
You trying to say I don't understand African kings converting to Christianity, Islam, and the people not really being at it? That's part of it. Like you're supposed to be able to know that, Chef. So what you saying, Chef? Africans practiced 10 religions at one time. Y'all supposed to know that. I don't even get over to the niggas. The niggas practice tradition. They practice Islam. They mix all that shit together. That's how they do it in Africa. It's not a big deal. African Americans make it a big deal, bro. So I ain't on that though, Chef, at all.
Yeah, but when we go to different kingdoms, the first thing y'all say, well, was Muslims there? Was they Muslim? And you negate the fact that first off they was Africans selling Africans. You know what I mean? We seeing this with Nzinga. right? She was a Christian selling Africans, but you make every excuse for her. You're making every excuse for her. It's crazy. She did the shit. She's a piece of shit. Ain't no way around it.
I'm gonna say it again. You got
so you gotta be a Muslim or a Christian to be a piece of shit. That's what you're telling us.
You got the Portuguese, you got the Dutch, you got the Spaniards, you got African kingdoms all fighting for her territory. You got people within her own nation trying to kill her. They started it. They drew first blood. She just fucking ended it. Simple as that.
No, where you getting the narrative from?
Yeah, she ain't in shit. She participated. She got in on the shit.
Hey, that shit started.
You gotta be a Muslim. You gotta be a Muslim or a Christian or a white man in order to be a piece of shit. That's all I'm getting out of the argument.
That Scream was a good movie though. Like shit, they started it. She
we literally read together her transformation, because she went from being the people who was getting enslaved to being the mediator of the slave trade, bro. Like, why can't, like, okay, imagine being a person who was getting beat up by a gang, and then the person who became the beater up in the gang, the people who came to bully. That's what she was, bro. Like, and like, I don't understand. Like, I get why you defending it, but why?
Hey, yo. Okay, so let's keep it a buck. So, was the cowrie shells working anymore? Because they used cowrie shells before the Europeans came. Am I just bugging? Have I lost my mind? Am I making that shit up?
Yeah, that was big all around the known world.
So you don't think they grew farm products and traded? Y'all don't think they did? Y'all think that before the Europeans and the Arabs came, it was just human beings they was doing for their economy? Is that what y'all trying to convince me right now? If that's the truth, then y'all have officially made a conversation.
Nobody never said
I wouldn't even say they was only doing that while
Are y'all listening to what I'm trying to say right now? I'm saying that we've already established that Africans had a system of slavery. We've already established that. So I'm saying prior to anybody coming, was that it? Was that all they was doing? Or did they have a bustling trade and all types of other shit?
I know that's all they got to be doing.
Am I just tripping?
That's the standard. Nobody said that, Nobody said
I know,
that.
but I'm trying. No, I asked the question. You ignored the question. Don't ignore the question.
Other shit. Listen,
a lot of other shit.
Other shit when the white boys got there. They were selling other shit before the white boys got there, and they gonna be selling other shit after the white boys leave. After they got their independence today, they selling other shit. But the fact remains, bro. You know what I'm saying? They were selling them niggas too. Period. Point blank.
That's not my point. My point is, what happened to the other shit? That's the point I'm trying to make. Y'all keep escaping. What happened to the other shit?
They did.
I'm gonna say it again. I'm trying to tell y'all right now. Y'all supposed to be well read. Y'all know goddamn well. Once they came there, they choked out all other mechanisms of getting money. Y'all know this, and y'all not telling the people that. The only thing there for them to do was sell bodies. Y'all bugging. If that, am I wrong?
So the trade that they had between each other wasn't good no more.
I'm gonna ask you a question, bro.
The trade that they had with each other wasn't good no more.
I'm gonna say this again, bro.
Crazy.
I'm gonna say this again, bro.
They chose that shit, yo. They chose to sell their people. They chose to sell their people to them fucking white people.
Y'all lying. See, now y'all lying. See, that I ain't fucking with that.
I have not seen one source in African history that shows that there was slave trade like we have, like there was commercial slave trade prior to European and Arabic invasion of Africa. I've not seen that.
And me either.
You won't see none because there ain't no writing.
Y'all niggas, man.
That's what we stuck at.
And I'm saying, I don't think that there was a commercialized slave trade anywhere on the planet until a technology advanced to the point that the Arabs started doing it. The Arabs introduced this concept to the Portuguese and the Spaniards, and we are the result of it today. Like we said in the beginning of this whole program, the ownership of people evolved over time, but
I did that shit on purpose, yo, because I was coming to a great fucking point, and I'm gonna say it again. They choked out all other trade, yo. Only thing was left was that. Yeah, how do we forget this environment? How do we not tell the people this? It's craziness. It's madness, I tell you. This is my contention with y'all. Y'all judging the Zinger, but y'all ain't saying all the other shit. They couldn't get it off, yo. It was over with, yo. That was it. Simple as that. Like we act like, so I ask again, my brothers, did this happen?
Yes, it did. And I'll agree.
Nah, so you on my side, you don't count.
Oh, well, I know the history to this.
I'm saying
I know the history
right.
to this, though.
They choked out all other. They blocked up trade routes. They messed up the whole ecology when they came with the concept of commercialized slavery, needing hundreds of thousands of bodies. I agree with that.
Watch this. Remember, early in the show, I talked about how
I don't agree, Cedric. I don't agree, Cedric.
All right, hold on.
We got sources on that.
Them niggas didn't come over there looking for slaves.
God damn,
they
yo,
come
fuck
over
it,
there
nigga.
looking for slaves.
They came over because they
looking for trade.
Y'all win, yo. I'm away.
I'm
with y'all go.
Eventually, they didn't come for slaves.
Because y'all was
They
finna
came-
run off somewhere with it, though. I
Yeah,
didn't
they
want
came
y'all to
later.
run
They came
off
later
somewhere
with
y'all
the
didn't
bodies.
have to.
They came with the bodies later.
So I'm gonna give y'all an example of towns that are selling goods and products and got good farmland, and the town is based off of the produce in the area. You're selling that, you're making good money off of it. A fucking oil investor come, he find oil on the motherfucking land. He take it. Now, all that other shit that we were trading doing is done. The oil is worth more money than any of the motherfucking apples and berries. It's over with. The white boys say, yo, this is a gold mine. Yo, we will be rich forever. We will have niggas arguing in 2021 over this shit. They decentralized this shit. Why y'all acting like that ain't what happened? This is the environment that Zinger came in. Hey, Sabian, if you go get a real source, yo, and beat these niggas up with that.
Hold on, can I say this?
Maybe gonna go get that Turkish shit, man.
Yeah, he gonna go get that turkey.
I got Chancellor Williams sitting right here.
Everybody gonna get that chance. Get somebody over there, Chancellor Williams. Man, I swear to God, y'all just like Chancellor Williams, Amos Wilson. I swear.
Y'all gotta cut that. Y'all gotta cut that, Chancellor Williams.
I'm tired of hearing
Oh, okay, y'all don't. Chancellor Williams, no, reputable for y'all. Okay, that's cool.
A good dude. I didn't
Okay.
say that.
Wow.
I got something else. I got something else for y'all. Hold up.
I'm just saying, can we?
Man, don't let them run you from Chancellor, man.
No,
they participated in the slave trade. Don't let them niggas.
How we gonna keep sourcing Chancellor every guy that time? Can we source somebody else? Just give somebody
Hold
else.
on, I got y'all.
Sabian, can you read the Chancellor too? Don't listen to them niggas, man. They try because they ain't got no fucking sources to read. They talking shit. If you brung a popcorn gun to read, yo, it's more than what they bringing right now.
All right, if we read Chancellor, you need to read the source Chancellor got it from there.
Yo, I'm funny and shit, yo.
Who is Chancellor's source, baby? When you read Chancellor shit, get the source.
Hilarious, dude.
Let's play that game. You read Chancellor Williams.
All right, so I'm gonna do that for you. All right. So I'm reading from page 55, the overview. And it's just where Uncle was just talking about when they came into Africa and what they came in for. Black. Okay, so I'm gonna actually start at the bottom of page.
Now it's Uncle Sabio against us. Now this is what we gotta deal with. Uncle Sabio, let's go.
Your attention is called again. Your attention is called again to the map of Africa, for it is significant where the earliest invaders entered and permanently settled. They took over the areas of trade that allowed easy contact with their homeland and the other nations of the world. This is a point that simply cannot be overstressed in considering the plight of the African people. In the north, they settled around the Mediterranean. Oh, and I also got a video that I can show
what's
y'all.
up, bro?
Nigga, not gonna read your source, yo. You read your source.
In the north, they settled around the Mediterranean, thereby maintaining contact with Europe and Asia. In the northeast, east, and south, they settled along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, thereby keeping in touch with their homeland and the trade countries farther away. Black Africa was thus hemmed in and effectively cut off, commercially and otherwise, from the rest of the world. The techniques of penetration and dominance were varied. Some came as peaceful traders, and doubtless trade was all that was intended by many. Africans was always eager traders. The main attraction of foreign traders was that they brought in many new kinds of commodities. These traders had little or no trouble in gaining coastal footholds as trading posts. The land was not sold but leased. However, the blacks had what the world wanted most: gold, diamonds, ivory, copper, iron ore, and themselves. All right.
And what was the source?
His source is, let me see.
Yo, you supposed to let them niggas know.
Tell me that wasn't a boomerang dagger.
Ain't no source, man.
Tell me that was not a boomerang dagger.
Yeah, explain it to us, Corey. We don't understand how that's a boomerang dagger. You know?
Yeah, explain now.
It's a boomerang dagger because you just said all they shit wasn't worth nothing no more. The only thing that was worth a fuck was the niggas. He just obviously said they had.
Is that all you heard? I read. I read gold, diamonds, ivory, copper, iron.
There you go. See, that's a boomerang dagger. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead. Keep on telling him what's worth some money up in that motherfucker. Go ahead.
So they came in. So they came in and they cut it. True. So they came in for everything, but then they started what? Monopolizing. And do you know? And there's some things that do y'all know about do y'all know? Oh, here go the source. Here go the source. My fault. Hold on.
They had other shit that they could sell.
Let me find it.
Sabian. Stay strong, bro. Sabian, listen. Sabian, the listening audience heard it. They're trying to act like they ain't hear what you just read. Right. So I've never said that we didn't have shit of value in Africa. I never said that. The point that you read that was to show them that the Europeans came in and stopped all the other traders.
That's all I was really trying to make.
You see how they start talking when I get to the end of the point, though? It's like a device or something. When you closing it out with the vital point, everybody start talking. They do it on purpose. This is on purpose. We can't help ourselves. I'm simply saying we never said they didn't have things of value in Africa. That ain't the point you read that. You read that because the source is trying to show you that when the Europeans came in, at the end of the day, they made the valuable after the life of the African was what's more important than anything else. And they stopped the trade of everything else and it was focused on that. That's why you read that. Keep going, Sabian. Don't let them shake you, Sabian. Them niggas gonna ask you for a source. Where does that source said that? Well, we read the book, Destruction Black Civilization. This nigga got permission from the local government to talk to the actual tribe. There you go. You see how they do that, though? Y'all see how they did that?
Chef the source, Chancellor Williams the source. We got Chef.
All right, man.
Hold on. Find the page.
So first of all, Chancellor Williams did his own firsthand research. All right, I'm saying that's what it said. Come on, y'all know that, man. Y'all know that nigga went and did firsthand research. Now you can bang, but I'm saying it wasn't like he needed to go. He didn't go to the white boys. Chancellor Williams went directly to the. Ladies and gentlemen, read the book. It's one of the greatest books I ever read. He goes directly to the African for their information. That's what he got us.
So let me do something. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Because what y'all doing is kind of funny, and it's really not cool. I need to ask y'all a question though. Sosa and Cedric, can y'all just? I need to ask y'all one quick question. Hold on. Can I ask y'all a question?
I swear. Go ahead.
You should be reading sources. Say, don't ask them niggas no question. They're gonna get you. If you start asking questions, read your sources, yo. We're trying to show them that they choked out the trade, yo. That's what we doing right now.
I don't want him doing me like that no more.
Don't be scared, Sylvia.
I'm not afraid. Trust me. No one's afraid of y'all. Because y'all don't have sources.
Ask the question.
But I got more than this source. But see, the thing is, I'm trying to frame something in y'all head so y'all can understand, but y'all don't want to listen.
I bet you want to ask that question.
Shout out to Leah Dosia. Leah Dosia, they attacking me.
I will ask the question.
Save me, Leah.
So the question I want to ask y'all is.
You gonna ask one question?
Yeah, the question I want to ask them is, what do y'all know about the Mamluk revolt?
Oh, you gonna take us away from it?
No, this is because
you
the
gonna take us
revolt.
back to that Turkish shit.
No. You see, that's because you're not paying attention. I'm done. I'm done. Hold on. If you listen, I will explain it. If you don't listen, you won't know. What do you know about the Mamluk revolt?
Go ahead, Saber. Kick that turkey.
Go. What do y'all know about the Mamluk revolt?
Go ahead. Kick that turkey.
Go ahead. You like 1,000 miles, 200 nautical
miles. No, I'm not. I'm not. It has nothing to do with Turkey. It has nothing.
Give Xavier a chance. Oh, you shut it down. Give Xavier a chance. Come on.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
It's so niggas trying to shake Sabian. Don't let it shake.
If y'all don't want to listen, that's y'all problem. Y'all don't want to listen.
Tell us about the Mamelukes in Egypt. Go ahead.
Yo, that's why I told you not to ask him because they're going to try to shake you. No, listen, don't get mad. Listen, the reason
I'm not mad. Trust me, I'm not mad. They think they know. They don't know shit.
No, they rattling your cage right now.
No, they're not.
I know. Okay, well, make your point. Go ahead.
All right.
Here comes Chef.
I don't give a damn.
Concrete Corey got to jump in.
Go ahead, jump in.
Hey, what's the question, Savio? I want to know your question, bro.
I forgot about Kanye.
What do y'all know about the Mamluk? What do y'all know about the Mamluk?
Nigga, we don't know nothing. Go ahead. We gotta learn from you. You got the man.
Kick that shit now. We run out of time. Now go ahead.
Okay.
It better be in goddamn West Africa. That's what we talking about right now. It ain't down.
No, it has everything to do. It has everything
to do. DGO at 4,000. You ain't do that, DGO.
All right. So listen. Once again, learning from yesterday, the Black leadership paved the way for further Arab advances into their country. The Black leadership struggle for personal power and above all their own personal security and welfare precluded their concern for welfare and the future of their people. They were quite willing and ready to welcome the Arab and to this is what I wanted to do, and to surrender their people to them in exchange for high office and limited considerations. All right, so watch this. The Mamluks were the whites who had been enslaved by the Arabs in their wild and amazing sweep out of their desert homeland to conquer all adjacent countries and establish a world empire with a speed that shocked the world. Theirs was the original blitz, the enslavement of prisoners of war, which was the way general slavery began, was the order of the day. Race had no bearing on the matter. Whites, blacks, browns, or yellows, all were made slaves if captured. The Arabs also made a practice of creating strong slave armies. The white slave armies were the Mamluks. These, when stationed in Egypt, revolted, overthrew the government, and established Stop! Please stop! Please stop! I'm making a point. Can I make my freaking point?
Let him build.
Can I make my fucking point? This shit is ridiculous. I ain't even finished. If y'all don't want to know the history and where I'm going, leave.
Let him go.
No. Everybody free. Sabian. I'm your friend.
Them white boys were getting away from them Turks.
Please let me go. I have a very good reason for reading what I'm reading.
Listen,
I'm framing something to get us to where we are.
I'm trying to say something, Sabian. Listen. Let me help you out, Sabian. Listen, Sabian, what you do is don't ask the niggas no questions. That's a door opener. You should have just immediately started reading your source. You fucked up by let me ask you a question. That's why I say don't do that. Just read your source, bro. You give them room to get you. Read your source.
I'm reading and they're interrupting. Just let me finish. All right.
Don't yell to the top. Just keep reading.
Let me finish. I'm almost finished. I'm almost finished. If y'all can chill out. If y'all can chill out.
Want something else?
It has everything to do with happen in the part of the world where we came from. It has everything to do. Y'all don't understand history though. And this is y'all problem. Y'all don't see how things connect up.
You wasted time.
No. You see, that's the problem. Everybody want to talk, and one person. You see, I'm out. You know what, y'all? I'm out. I'm out because this is ridiculous.
You supposed to have been reading, Savior.
That's what happened when you bring Egypt into the conversation.
It wasn't even about Egypt. You see, this is how small-minded y'all are.
Don't keep reading, yo. Keep reading your source.
All right, I'm gonna keep reading. Everybody, just chill out.
Everybody,
all this is framing something.
Go ahead.
Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand history at all. Y'all don't see how shit is connected up through war. And that's why I like when Uncle was speaking on war, because war is very important to everything that we're talking about.
Bill Sabio, go ahead.
So, race had no bearing on the matter. Whites, blacks, browns, or yellows were made slaves as captured. The Arabs made a practice of creating strong slave armies. The white slave armies were the Mamluks. These were stationed in Egypt, revolted, overthrew the government, and established their own line of ruling sultans. For this, they were hated by the Arabs and looked upon with scorn, even though they had been converted to Islam. The white ex-slaves hated their former slave masters even more. This white slave revolt and its historical significance are underplayed. Yet its impact was such that it influenced the course of modern history and black-white relations. The effect of that revolt on the black world was tragic, for the murderous onslaughts of the white slaves against their erstwhile masters so shocked the white world that the general enslavement of whites ended forever. On this, the record is clear. White slavery ended after the Mamluk Rebellion. Thereafter, Black Africa became the exclusive hunting ground for slaves, a situation made easy by the developments outlined. All the theories of inherent Black inferiority stem from the urgently felt need to justify the success in confining slavery to the African race. All right, hold up. Don't nobody say anything. I got one more thing to support me on this. One more thing. Hold up. I don't even think I need to go to the book. I think I posted that chat. One more thing. Y'all think it's a game over here. I just don't, and I be making shit up.
No, he's not a baby.
Where is it? Where is it? I didn't post it. If I don't find it, I got the book. Don't worry, I got the book right here.
These are awesome points about Queen Nzinga. I'm gonna just tell you that right now.
Oh no, you missing the whole, you missing everything, because what I was doing was framing how Africa got cut off.
Exactly what Unc did. You doing exactly what Unc did.
No, I'm not.
Us around the world.
No, I'm not.
Making a damn point.
That's because you don't understand history and how shit lines up. No.
Okay. Listen,
so if you calm down and let me finish doing what I'm doing.
Yo, you lost the panel. You lost the show.
I didn't lose. You're lost because you want to be lost. All right. So hold on. Hold on. Where'd it go? I just had it up.
Did you just draw that line, Sabio?
There it is. No, that ain't it.
Who drew it on the map?
It's hold on.
That's PKL, man.
No. Is that the first? Is that the?
Egypt is in the fucking Congo. 2,206 miles away by plane. That shit is far as fuck from the conversation, Xavier.
No, it isn't.
They walk, though.
No,
They
no,
walk a long way.
this is all during you see, this is what y'all don't understand. All what we're talking about is happening all on the continent, and all this is right. All this has political impact for everything on that area. Why? Because what happened? All the trade routes was cut off by these people.
So the Angolan trade was cut off by the Arabs and the Mamluks.
The Mamluks, once the Mamluks, they were no longer slaves. The Mamluks.
I know they had their own dynasty in Egypt. Listen, you ain't teaching me nothing.
And they actually got wiped out.
Oh God. I don't get how did they affect the Angolan trade? The Mamluks, how?
How did they affect it? Because if you see, that's because you didn't listen. You were so busy. This nigga don't know what he's reading. You missed it.
Xavier, why you gotta insult us with every word you say, bro?
Because y'all insulted me, unbeknownst to y'all. Yes, y'all actually are. Y'all trying to be
I'm
slick.
trying to follow you. Xavier, I'm honestly
so if y'all
trying to follow
follow me and y'all slow down, the Mamluks were the original slaves, right?
What?
The Mamluks were the original slaves at one time. They were the slave soldiers at one time, right?
How were they the original slaves? How were they the original
So the white boys,
slaves?
the white boys was the first slaves.
They had white.
They got mad.
Everybody
They got
was
mad
slaves
because-
at one
hold on,
time.
hold on,
And I have sources. I have numerous sources on the Ottomans. On the Ottomans going up into the Balkans, getting slaves.
You just read. And listen. I heard the source you just read. So these
And I got this right here also. Can I share my screen?
Hold on, relax.
Go ahead. While you share your screen, let me explain something. These white boys, they get enslaved by these Arabs, right? You know what I'm saying? So they get all pissed off. They do a revolt. They get to enslaving, and the Arabs enslaving everybody. They don't care who they is. But the white boys, they get out. They revolt.
Here we go.
Yeah, they revolt, right?
There go my source.
So you know what they say.
All the talking.
White boys start saying, you know what?
All the talking.
All the niggas is unhuman. They beneath
all
human.
The talking.
So,
oh man, let that man talk, bro. Like, why you doing that, Xavier? Like, that's some whole shit.
Oh, my fault.
It's all good. Everybody can hear me. So we should say these niggas is less than human. So now what's gonna happen is now the whole world is gonna look at Africans as unhuman. So this is how the whole slave trade starts in Africa, because this small group of white boys, these honkies, they got mad, and now they got mad at black people, and now so this is why we in the position we in.
All right,
that's basically what I got.
So that's one source. That's Chancellor Williams who said that. All right, now I'm going to go to. Listen, Corey.
Go ahead.
Corey, I heard everything that you said. No. He asked me a question, and I'm going to go to another source.
Ottoman.
All right, and this is going to say the exact same thing.
Can you tell us who the Ottomans was first?
No, I don't want to. I don't need to tell you about that. No, I'm not finna go down that road because I want to keep it right here.
Who the Ottomans is?
Come on, man. Stop.
Yo, can you please tell us who we talking about? You have it on the screen. It says under Ottoman rule. Who was the Ottomans?
The Turks.
All right. So you want to know? You want to know? I'm finna show you. I'm finna let the source talk to you, bro.
Is this the Turkish shit again that we wasn't going to?
I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go down here. I didn't want to. All I wanted to do, I was going to show one little thing.
You let me down, yo.
Nuclear weapon.
Yo, you let me.
I want all. You see. All I was doing.
Who was the Ottomans?
Yo, I promise you wasn't gonna go there. Yo, I'm like, he ain't going there, yo. Are we here?
He won't. I don't want to go here.
Yo,
all I was doing was using him. All I was doing. You see, hold on. Can I say what I was doing?
I blame
all I was doing was using this source to back up what Chancellor Williams said. I was just going to read something out of this source To
Yo,
back up
I
what
thought you
Chancellor
gonna read
Williams
something
said.
about West Africa.
Xavier,
Go
I
ahead,
have
yo.
a legitimate
This
question.
is.
All right, let him go.
Xavier, what
Everybody,
is
hold
the
on.
premise that you're trying to establish?
I'm
Let's
done.
just let
I'm
him go.
done.
Let
No,
him go.
no,
Go ahead.
no,
Go
I'm
ahead, yo.
done. No,
We're
there's
not
no
gonna
need.
interrupt you.
There's
Go
no
ahead.
need. Y'all don't want to hear it. There's no need.
Yo, you said you were done
Y'all don't
5
want to hear
times
it.
ago and
Y'all
ain't
don't
was
want
done.
to
So
hear
go
it.
ahead.
Y'all don't. It's not.
Man,
It's
I
not
ain't keep
relevant
saying
to
go
y'all.
ahead, yo. We being quiet,
It don't mean sense. It don't mean
Are you
anything to
serious?
y'all.
Now you act like a bitch, so now we can't
All
joke
I
and play,
want
yo.
to know is what is the premise you're trying to establish? Then I could put things in perspective because I'm really lost at the moment. I was
Premise that I'm trying to establish, Cedric, is plain and simple. That
we messing with you, bro. Like, but nobody on this panel understands the connection because our prior, like this last 2 hours, we were talking about like Central Africa,
and I'm trying to get y'all to understand it.
I'm saying, like, it sometimes it's beneficial to tell us why you're making a connection, and the connection then elaborate. Like this, we're asking, like, show us, like, tell us the connection, and then go into details. So that we won't doubt.
The connection are these bays. The connection are these bays and these back channel deals, treaties that are made that we are not aware of, like the Treaty of 16622. Yeah, the Treaty of 1622.
What is that?
22 and Zinga is already goddamn wrecking havoc.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, and what about the Treaty of 1516? What about the Treaty of 1617?
I know. Is the whole world treaty or just a certain area?
No, you see, that's what's going on. These Portuguese, these Spanish,
okay,
and these other people after the Mamluk.
I got you now. Go ahead, yo. Go ahead. They trying to stifle you out.
After the Mamluk revolt.
Okay. So these treaties, you say the treaties kind of affect what's going on in West Africa, right?
Yes.
Well, you gotta say that shit first, yo.
Because they decided to do what? We are not going to enslave our own people.
Okay.
Now this goes into the religious aspect of it.
All right, whoa. Let me help you out. So you're basically saying that the Mamelukes made them realize, and Chancellor Williams says it, that when the Mamelukes rebelled, they realized we ain't gonna enslave our own people no more. So that forced them into places where it's a little more easy pickings. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Basically.
And you're saying that because Chancellor Williams said they stopped enslaving white, so whites decided consciously to stop enslaving white people. That's
Where
what
you
you're
at,
saying.
Those people come from the Balkans. What are you?
I know where they come from. They come from the Caucasus, the Balkans. They come from all over.
Come on, Sabian, I asked you a direct question, Sabian.
What the hell is the Portuguese?
No, this what he. No.
With the Mamelukes and the people from the Balkans.
No, this is the point he's trying to make. He's trying to say when the Mamelukes rebelled, right? Then the Europeans never tried to enslave their own people again.
No, they didn't even see each other as European. What? All right, cool. Go ahead, continue to build.
Okay, so.
So again,
here we go. Where is it?
That's your point, right, Sabian?
That's one of them. All right, here it is.
So the treaties do what for West Africa?
The Mamluks were white slaves, bought, raised, and then trained as elite troops. They were born outside the Islamic domain, usually in the Euro-Asian steppe, north of the lands of Islam, or in the Caucasus. To non-Muslim parents, preferably of Turkish stock, and were imported when still boys and adolescents by the slave traders. So, all right, so back to my point, what I was making about how after that
left
battle.
your point just now and came back.
So the white Muslims made an alliance with the white Christians not to enslave.
They called them. Yeah, they called him. They called him Jimmy.
Oh God.
They called him Jimmy, BHIMMI, or people of the book.
Jimmy?
You didn't know that?
I don't even know. You
didn't know that they called. They called him Jimmy.
No, I didn't know that they called him Jimmy last week. But that's a moot point. It
isn't.
Catholics wasn't Christians. Last week, Catholics wasn't Christians. So I know you messing all of this shit up. Trust me, I know it.
No, I'm not.
Jimmy
No, I'm
was
not,
short
because
for,
they did
Jimmy
call him
was
Jimmy.
short for Jimbrowski.
They
Jimmy
did
was
call
short
him
for
Jimmy.
Jimbrowski.
They
And
called
Jimmy
him
was
Jimmy.
short for
Dhimmi.
Jimmy. So what?
Okay,
Short for
And he
Jimbrowski.
based it off of Chancellor Williams, the white people will start stop deciding to enslave other white
I'm not
people.
only using Chancellor Williams though.
I mean, but
See,
we
that's
know
sick.
why- but we know white-
You see, that's sick. That's y'all problem. Y'all think I'm coming from one source. I'm not coming only from Chancellor Williams.
Just
The Christians and the Muslims was at war with each other. They wasn't concerned about white and what?
Are you sure about this?
You can't use Chancellor
I'm
Williams.
positive.
Are you
and then
sure
bring a
about
source
I'm
that contradicts
positive.
him.
All right. Watch this.
Yo, do you remember what you spoke been reading sources for to support? Yo, do you remember that at least?
Yeah.
No idea.
What
Yes,
was
I
it?
do.
What was it?
How the Mamluk,
No,
how the
no.
Mamluk,
He brought the Mamluk to the
rebellion, how the
No,
Mamluk
you-
rebellion.
This nigga
No,
drunk.
no. You forgot, yo. You was supposed
No,
to
I
read the
haven't.
source to support
He
me
drunk. He
on
drunk.
something. You don't remember what it was, yo? You went so long, you forgot.
On the land, on
He
how
drunk.
on how the Arabs came into the land, and on how the slave traders came into the land and blocked the Africans off. No, I ain't forgot.
Block the trade, yo. Where's
Yeah,
that
block
at,
the
yo?
trade
I thought
routes
you
off. No,
had
I
it,
haven't.
yo.
How they
No, I
block the
haven't.
trade?
I can even go in. I can even go in here and stuff
No,
in here.
just tell us how they block the trade so we can know.
All right.
Damn, you
So-
could have waited and let them talk and found some real. Damn, yo, you let me down on that one.
Oh,
I quit.
my
You
bad.
took the energy out the room. I'm done.
How they block the trade, say
We was having
So-
fun. Khalid was swinging. Everybody was swinging. Chevrolet was swinging.
How did they block the
Social
trade?
concrete, yo. We put together a lot of interesting shit here.
How did they block the trade?
Told you go kick that Turkish shit, huh?
Damn, why?
So how did they block the trade?
He's a
Well, one of the way they blocked the trades was
Ottomanologist.
nope, nope, nope. That ain't one of the ways they blocked the trade. One of the ways they blocked the trade route was by coming in there with their religion and converting a lot of people.
Hey, you tripping, say you just freestyling right now, like you
No,
just-
I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Like,
All
come
right,
on,
here
man.
go. Here goes something.
This nigga got this Turkology, yo. I'm
No,
blaming you, yo.
I really don't. I'm just showing y'all. I'm just showing y'all how everything lines up.
Huh?
You want anything from Texas?
I
Oh, here
needed
it go.
somebody to align with, and he just made a
Here it
deal
go.
with the devil, yo.
Here it go. Where? Here it is.
Yo, Chef,
The many
funny as
thousands
I
of
said, nigga.
That's your boy. That's our boy, man.
Unc was out of bullets, yo. Yo needed Savio to come save him in the
I didn't use Sabian. I wasn't finished.
Hey,
This nigga done got us all the way. He got us all the way in the
In
Balkans, yo.
He put us back in Egypt. I understood
No,
his
he
point
took-
right
he-
there, though.
He took us all the way up to the Balkans, yo. That's how bad Unc was losing, yo. Yo,
I wanna leave him.
Savio.
He done changed the whole climate and shit.
He changed the whole. I lost the energy. I don't even know why. I don't even know why I'm fighting no more. I done gave up. You killed me.
I forgot why I was fighting too, goddamn. Like,
Right, what the fuck was we?
Good job, Savio.
Good job, Fabian. Great job, bro.
You saved him, yo. He was on the ropes.
That boomerang dagger.
Hold on. Can I play a video real quick about
no
these slave
videos,
routes?
man. No
Can
videos.
I play a video about these slave
no
routes?
videos, man. We don't watch the videos, man. We might strike the
Can I play
channel.
a video about these slave routes?
No,
Y'all
you
asking me
can't.
about these slave
Might strike the channel, man. You did video last time, man.
No. It's from Kings. It's from a channel. It's Kings in General.
Just get a source, bro, and read the source.
This
Why
is
don't
my
you play
source.
it? Yo,
This
we can
is my
hear it.
source.
You don't have to show it. You can play. We don't have to show it. We can hear it.
All right.
What are you trying to prove, Sabian?
Wait. Let me
You
get the
know
right
what you
USB.
doing. Last time we did the
Here
shit,
it
this
is.
nigga played some shit they ain't nothing to do with nothing.
So no, this is only about the slave route.
I
I
just
mean
want
the
to.
trade route.
You
This
was
is only
putting
about
up
the
a
trade.
good fight. Hold on, Sabian.
This
You
is
was
only
putting
about
up
the
a good
trade
fight,
route.
right? You had like three dudes fighting you, right? You was losing,
Okay.
but like you was dinging us, like you giving us left. You'll reach out and give Kyle a left, give me a right. You'll kick Sheffrin, you know what I'm saying? But we stand on your ass, right? As soon as you let Sabio come in and help you, right, he throw a punch and swing and knock you out.
History of the trade. All right, give me 1 second. Let me pull this video.
He's still
And he's still going.
I ain't even
This
done.
nigga's still going.
Hold on, no, I'm not done.
This nigga's still trying.
Hey, he had us on the rope though, because he like, man, they wasn't selling nothing else, man. They broke the trade down, right?
The trade
Sabio Brent comes in and shows how to
here it
use
is.
like gold and diamonds and all kinds of shit. Like, right? We
The
wouldn't
nigga
even
started. He started with a slave revolt in Kemet.
All right. Y'all say
The
just
story
pay the
takes
volume,
place-
right? You said just pay the volume, right? You said just pay the volume, right?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, here go the video. I'm finna play it. Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, yo.
Just say yeah. He can. Yeah, it sounds good, right? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Roger.
yo. Good source, yo.
That's too loud. That's too loud. Xavier.
Turn it down just a little bit, yo.
It's only 11 minutes.
11? No.
11, nigga.
What? What? 11 minutes? That's all.
I'm done, yo.
Hey, American Dream, man. Where you been at, bro? Go
Where you
ahead,
at,
man.
American Dream?
Come on, bro. What you got?
Yeah, I just
Sabio out.
What you
Help
got?
Sabio out.
You know, since we're, can y'all hear me? Am I still
Yeah,
whispering?
you loud and clear.
No, now
Thank
you
God.
sound good now.
Yeah.
All right,
thank
that's
God.
what's up. You know, one of my favorite stories about Queen Nzinga is the story, and I don't know if it's a true
they don't
story
wanna
or
hear
not. But it's the story about her when she went in to make the deal with the Portuguese, and they were all sitting around, and there was a mat on the floor for her to, you know, I guess sit on the mat. And instead of sitting on the mat, she had one of her servants serve as her chair, right? And that was interesting to me because, you know, for most people, it showed kind of, I guess, you know, she was trying to be equal with the Portuguese. But, you know, in my estimation, it was just, you know, it just showed how much she thought about her servants. Like, to her, her servant was kind of like a chair. And you know, what did that really mean? Because if you remember, I think a couple of days ago, someone mentioned about these African tribes trading like 40 slaves for one umbrella. So I think that picture may be kind of emblematic of her kind of like, you know, just the value that she placed in
Hold
her
on.
slaves.
I disagree with that because she didn't own slaves.
And American Dream, you know,
And Zinga didn't own slaves.
I'm not sure
you
what
didn't
you
hear the
mean
rest
by
of the
that.
story, though, right? The rest of the story is.
Nah, we're not even gonna entertain that. We done been through that for 8 hours.
Now, hold on. Hey, hold on. American Dream. American Dream, though, the rest of that story is that she got up and left that servant there. And they asked her, yo, aren't you going to take a chair with you? And she said, where I'm from, we have many chairs.
Hold up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Some historians saw it. Some historians saw it as a cruel and inhuman.
Xavier, we literally been talking the last 2 hours about all the slaves that Nzinga has sold, bro. So you're not gonna sit here and say that she ain't have no fucking slaves and think we ain't gonna be like, nigga, you full of shit.
Hold up. Did she have her own personal slaves?
Yeah.
She sold them. She was a bro. We literally just read that she was a.
Well, I'm not saying she didn't sell slaves. I'm asking, did she have slaves herself?
Of course. Yes. Of course. Why would
Show
she
me a source on that.
Why would she not? Why would she not have?
No, she did not.
Everybody else had, bro.
No, she did not.
We just told the story how she left one of her slaves.
That wasn't a slave. That wasn't a slave.
Yo said that wasn't a slave.
Yeah,
that wasn't a slave.
I tell a motherfucker to
that wasn't. He didn't. She didn't tell him. That's one story that y'all read. I read another story about the same incident. I read another. Hold on. I read a story about this incident outside of.
I ain't saying look, I ain't trying to hear that. If I tell a motherfucker,
he didn't tell him. He didn't tell him. They decided to.
Slave.
They decided to.
They did not decide to.
Niggas don't decide to be a fucking footstool, say, yo.
What?
Ain't no. Look, nigga, I've been a lot of shit in my life, yo, but I've never been a fucking footstool.
So
decided to be a footstool.
The story comes from a
So some stories are right and some stories are wrong.
Right. The story.
So some stories are right and some stories are wrong. So the stories that y'all take. So the stories that y'all say where they was a slave is right, but the stories that I read, hold on, because I've read numerous stories about
bro?
this.
Where the source of the story from? Let's start there, bro. Who is the source of the story?
Well, let me go get one of the other stories that I have. I have this and it is in the Ottoman story. It's in my library. It's in my library. It's in my library. Hold on. Let me get this about Nzinga and the Portuguese slave trade. Excuse me. Hold on.
Hey, look,
we don't gotta do all that, bro. The story is written down. It's coming from the Portuguese themselves. The Portuguese is telling the story. That's
okay, and I'm reading the story from an African source. That said that they had such respect for the queen. That said they had such respect for the queen that they actually lined up and wanted to get in that position.
The story comes from the Portuguese retelling of what happened, nigga.
Hold on, but I got a source from the African.
All right, get it then, nigga.
This is what I'm getting.
Straight from the Africans.
Get it from the African. Tell the name of the African that wrote it down.
Do you believe that any person will
don't know what he's talking
that
about?
Is a footstool is willing in that position, bro? Like, if I decide to be Ump's footstool, I'm Ump's slave.
According to that situation, they volunteered.
Get the source, bro, so we can see what's the African that wrote it down. Where
and it better not be no Turkish source.
The journals or what?
It ain't. I gotta find it, and it's gonna take me a minute to find it because it's buried deep. I got so much information, and I'm gonna be looking for a minute.
Ain't no goddamn source, nigga.
Trust me, it's a book.
It better not be no Turkish source.
It ain't. Trust me, it's not. This is something before I even got into the Turkey shit.
Hey, this
I was studying Africa.
Arabic, I bet you.
No, it isn't. This is when I was studying Africa.
But yeah, let me just finish the thought. Let me just finish the thought.
This is when I was studying Africa. I was studying Nzinga, actually.
Let me just finish the thought.
Let me mute myself real quick.
About that story before we kind of get off track again. So, you know, the point I was making, I think Sosa already kind of elaborated on it. But, you know, just the fact that she was willing to have this person serve as her chair kind of shows how she felt about that person and just, you know, the relationship that they had with their slave. And it kind of shows you that it's something they were willing to sell. You know what I'm saying? And they had no problems with that at all. So, you know, just let's not pretend as if they felt any closer to slaves than the Europeans did. Matter of fact, it can be shown that they were actually more cruel to slaves than the Europeans were. And that may be because where they didn't have to necessarily pay to get slaves. The Europeans had to pay for their slaves. And so the Europeans had more of a vested interest to take care of those slaves. The Africans didn't necessarily do that. They kind of just went out and got them. And so they didn't really have that value. But yeah, that's just all I wanted to add.
Yeah, and that same source, Chev, is in the book. It says Nzinga using the sermon as a chair during her meeting with Governor João Corsio de Sousa in 1622, and they got the whole shit. This is where the source comes from. They got the dudes writing in goddamn fucking Spanish or Italian. What the fuck this is? I'm saying this is the source of the story.
Glaze over that point though, man. That was I never thought about it like that, man. He just said the Africans didn't have to pay for theirs, right? They got everybody else got to pay for theirs, right?
Shit ain't man. The slaves ain't mean shit to them. That's why they could sell 40
That's
of
why
them
she said,
one
listen,
fucking umbrella.
That's why she said, this is why she said, yo, it's like when you got them things, when the Mexicans got them things, yo, go ahead and party with that one when she had the slave that she used as a chair, right?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
she left her.
Stay there.
Yeah, go and
Stay
party
there.
with
That's
that
nothing.
key.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what I'm
yours.
saying?
Keep that.
I got plenty of them things. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
And so when people try to act like it was some type of better humane or treatment of people in fucking Africa, these niggas making that shit up.
Yeah, she was styling on that nigga.
They making it up out of whole cloth.
I'm saying she was styling on him like, yo, keep that nigga. I'm good.
Right, that's nothing. Human life was nothing to them.
I got many more of those niggas.
I'm ready when y'all ready to do some real business. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep that.
Right.
Light work.
You know how many of these motherfuckers I can send you? I can open the floodgates up.
And the crazy thing is, right? The crazy thing is that I had never heard that story before until I read the shit. I'm like, oh, I see why they leave that shit out. You see what I'm saying? I can see why
they tell that story. No, they tell that story like it's a great, like
but
it's,
but
it's
they
a
don't tell the
great
part
piece of
when she
history.
says, they don't tell the part where the dude was like, yo,
Chancellor Williams and them got that shit in their book as a picture of her sitting on a fucking human being. They promote like that shit is some nigga that was a fucking slave.
But do he tell you he left her there though when the dude was like, yo, what's up?
Is you gonna take this motherfucker with you? No, keep that motherfucker. I got plenty more of them.
Yeah.
And what fucks me up, y'all, so fucking bad, yo, is that, yo, we are the people that was so set on and all of this shit, and we defend a motherfucker because she fought some, what? Like, we the victims in this shit. So just because she black, we supposed to celebrate her? Like a person that sold out people? Who does that? Does a European
celebrate the Muslims?
No, does a European, right, Jew celebrate Hitler just because he was white too? do they sit back and say, no, he victimized them? They don't celebrate Hitler. He was white, so I'm gonna give him credit for it. What? No. We got Stockholm syndrome or something, yo.
Yeah, I think we align ourselves up. I think because of
it's cognitive dissonance, though.
We align
when
ourselves
when you've been taught one thing for so long, and then you present it with the truth. It's hard to, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to realize it, or you know, it's a hard pill to swallow, man. You know what I'm saying?
Because we not even looking at ourselves, yo. Like we looking at the slaves like they would just be. Yo, we're looking at ourselves when we talking about slaves.
You know what I'm saying? We identify with the goddamn royalists, the imperialists.
Right. We identify with Queen Nzinga and not the people that got put on the fucking boats. That's us. We're the people who got put on the boats. We're the people who got their fucking front doors kicked in by them fucking crazy Africans and dragged out our houses and villages burnt down and put them and sold to the fucking we them people. We don't supposed to fuck with Nzinga or De Sosa, neither one of them motherfuckers. But somehow they trying to convince us that we supposed to look up to the no. If you want to big up an African motherfucker, right? Big up, what's her name? What's the chick name, y'all?
Man, big up your ancestors that made it across that motherfucker because you here. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? Big up your great grandmama. God damn it.
Yeah, or one of the local niggas, one of the commoners that got it out the mud and shit. You know what I'm saying? That got out the mud and that.
We bigging up the motherfucker who sold us.
The oppressors and shit. The oppressors and shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
Like, but I'm crazy. Like that's the shit. I'm crazy because I'm saying, nah, we don't supposed to celebrate Queen Nzinga. That don't supposed to be one of our heroes. It's okay for all Africans not to be our heroes, yo. That is okay. That means that we are a thinking people. We can choose who the fuck we should big up. And we shouldn't be bigging up people who sold us. If we say the white man ain't shit for enslaving us, then we supposed to say the African that sold us ain't shit either. They go on the same boat to me. Like, I don't know. I don't know. We so starving for heroes that we'll motherfucking even say that the motherfuckers that sold us is our fucking heroes, yo. That's crazy, yo. We starving for black heroes that bad, yo. That we saying the motherfuckers that sold us is our fucking heroes now. That gotta be some craziness going on, yo.
I love that.
I love that nigga.
I love that nigga right there.
Yo, who does that, yo? Like, think about it. It's Europeans, right? In certain parts of Russia who hate certain Russian leaders because of the atrocities that those leaders committed in their territories, right? And this goes back hundreds of years ago. But it's all of them not selling. So why the fuck is it wrong for an African American, right, the descendants of the slaves, to not want to motherfucking celebrate Africans who sold us? How am I wrong for saying she ain't my hero? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's me. You know what I mean? Maybe it's me, yo.
Yeah, nigga, I ain't mad at you because you don't fuck with the Zinger, nigga. Shit, good, nigga. You been got off the board, though. With that
maybe
mindset.
it ain't. Like, look, like I'm saying, maybe it's just me.
Yeah, you know, it ain't you. You think it ain't been. You say fuck the Zinger. Remember, you died a long time ago in the conversation. You been dead. And then which one died with you? Y'all all died with that soft shit.
Man. That's crazy, huh? Come on, man.
What you mean? Let me read this to y'all. Let me get that.
On what side you on of the coin?
I'm on the side of continuing African survivability on planet Earth. So let's come to the 1617. Man, this Gola Dami Kaju died in Ngola. Hold on, and Gola Mabadi, his son, and the Zinga's brother came to power. Upon assuming the throne, he engaged in months of political bloodletting, killing many rival, claimants to the throne, including his older half-brother and their family, 35 at the time. The Zinga was spared, but the new king ordered her son killed, while she and her two sisters were forcibly sterilized. You remember this now. Ensuing what?
Where'd that come from? I know Zinga never had a child.
Man,
sterilized. Yeah.
It says she had a young son, yo. All right. Zinga was spared. Okay. Yeah, right here. Keywood. This is an excellent book right there. This is the book the niggas ain't got. So
we don't need it. We don't need it.
Yeah, it was written in 2007. I know y'all don't need it.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, don't worry about that, bro. We got him. I got you. I'm gonna bring you back. Was spared, but the new king ordered to kill, forcibly sterilized, ensuring that she would never have a child again. According to some sources, Nzinga was singled out for harsh treatment as she had a long-standing rivalry with her brother. Perhaps fearing for her life, Nzinga fled to where, yo? The kingdom of Matamba. All right, that's where she went. This is the environment this sister is surviving in. It say, having consolidate his power, Mbandi vowed to continue the war against the Portuguese. However, he lacked military skill. I'm gonna say this again. However, the nigga lacked military skill. And while he was able to form an alliance with the Mbangola, the Portuguese made significant military gains. Faced with the Portuguese threat, in 1621, he contacted Nzinga. So he called her. This is the king of the kingdom, called Nzinga. All right. No, I think we talked about that, bro. Remember, I think me and you, because I said she wasn't the king when she was talking. Watch this.
Yeah, I told you that. I told you he reached out to her and brought her back in.
Okay, asking why you need her? You don't need her. Yeah, because he knew she was a bad motherfucker. Watch this. Asking her to be his emissary, right, to the Portuguese in Ludana. This is what we were talking about earlier. It say she was the best fit for the job. Okay? As she was both of royal lineage and spoke fluent Portuguese, multilingual, she agreed to lead the diplomatic mission with the stipulation that she be guaranteed the authority to negotiate in the king's name. This is very, very important. We talked about this earlier. No, we didn't talk about this earlier. I'm saying in those times, right, a face-to-face was how you close deals. You either face-to-face or you send your right hand. So he sends her, right? First of all, she makes sure that she has that type of power. She ain't dumb. Look, bro, I ain't just going to talk to them without no authority. Bro, make me this and I'm going to go holler at him because she's smart. She's already 10 steps ahead. Okay. She agreed to lead the diplomatic mission with the stipulation that she was granted authority to negotiate the king's name and permission to be baptized. So she asked permission to be baptized. Why is she doing this? Because she believes in Jesus Christ, huh? Right. An important diplomatic tool. I'm gonna say this again, y'all. An important diplomatic tool she hoped to use against the Portuguese. So we kind of settled that issue about her being a Christian. I said it. Here's the source for that. Woo-wee, Haywood, man, that's that great African scholar right there. She has written the foremost authority work to this day on Queen Nzinga. Y'all catch up with that. It's saying Nzinga departed.
Who was that? Who was that?
Yeah, get that book, yo.
What's her name?
Haywood, Dr. Haywood. Type in Dr. Haywood, pick Nzinga.
Nzinga of Angola, African warrior.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what I got, nigga. That's what I've been reading from the whole time. Go ahead.
Okay, that's that shit right there, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's that shit right there. Yeah, you rock. You killing them niggas with it. You just cutting and paste like a Baptist preacher. Let me go. Nzinga departed, departed the Dongai capital with a large with a large retinue, and was received with considerable interest in Luduna. That's all right. Luandia. It's a compelling the Portuguese governor to pay for all of her party's expenses. She came in looking real slick. She knew how to do it. She knew how to present herself in front of power. She knew what she was doing.
Yo.
Watch this. No, that's all part. Listen, yo, listen. That's real. I'm trying to show you how politics work. If a nigga come looking like a bum, yo, you ain't gonna respect him, yo. She came looking real royal. Watch this.
To sell niggas. She did all that so she could sell niggas. What the hell? What are we listening to?
Hey, Sabian, you see how I just ignored him and keep reading the source? That's what you gotta do, Sabian. Wow.
Don't tell us we supposed to be happy because she put on her best clothes to go in front of white so she could broker a deal to sell us. Man, y'all continue.
There's nothing
Your
in
Muslim
book
homeboys
about,
were selling people too. So
there's
what?
nothing in her book about her having a son, though. That's what's crazy. Like, she don't speak nothing about her having a child that was killed.
She was a well-dressed
niggas selling niggas.
seller.
Let's talk about your Arab niggas selling niggas.
Nah, yo, come on, don't mess mine up. Don't mess mine. Don't argue.
I don't give a shit.
Come on, Sosa. I don't need. I mean Sosa. Come on, yo. Don't
crazy as shit.
You want to say
You guys sit here and defend a fucking Arab? Are you crazy?
Yep.
Yeah,
you said you don't want to talk about the Muslims.
You got me.
Wydongo leaders typically met the Portuguese in Western clothing. I'm gonna say this again. Wydongo leaders typically met the Portuguese in Western clothing because they were suckers. She chose to wear the Amulet traditional clothing, including feathers feathers, and jewelry of the Dola people in order to display that their culture was not inferior. I'm trying to say, do not listen to Sheffrin. Don't listen to him. It say the story goes. The story goes.
Celebrate y'all enslavers. Go ahead.
The story goes that when Nzinga arrived, there were chairs for the Portuguese individuals and only a mat provided for her. This type of behavior from the Portuguese was common. It was their way of displaying subordinate status and statue reserved for conquered Africans. So she understood the politics of the day. Ain't had nothing to do with turned around the slave. Ain't had nothing. It had all to do was understanding the politics of the day. This is essential, right, for Africans trying to build communities. Whenever you go into any type of meeting, you must represent the community on a status that is comparable to the people you're meeting. Let me finish. In response to this, the Nzinga attendant formed himself, don't say he was a servant or slave, formed himself to be her chair while she spoke to the governor face to face. She employed flattery as a diplomatic tool, and according to some sources, deliberately chose to contrast her brother's belligerent style with her own diplomatic decorum. They say, as ambassador, Nzinga's main goal was to secure peace between her people and the Portuguese. To this end, she promised the Portuguese an end to hostile, describing her brother's previous actions as the mistake of a young king, allowed Portuguese slave trading inside Angola and offered to return escaped Portuguese slaves fighting in her brother's army. In return, she demanded that the Portuguese move the forts built inside of the Angolan territory and was adamant that Donga would not pay tribute. Here you go. I'm gonna say this again, yo. See, all that tribute shit that we were talking about earlier is out the fucking door. It's out the door. She was adamant that Donga would not pay tribute to the Portuguese, noting that only conquered peoples paid tribute, and her people had not been defeated. That's fact.
The beginning, that's the very beginning. That's not.
Nigga, I'm not trying to hear that right now because y'all talk that talk.
No, that's when she first.
Let me read my shit.
Well, hold on, context.
Ain't no hold on. Hey, dog. See, when I get y'all niggas, y'all start talking that shit. Because when I asked y'all for, I said, show me the word tribute. I asked y'all, bro.
Money right now. Go ahead.
No. All that shit y'all was reading. Y'all remember y'all was listening to the show 2 hours ago when I was looking for this word right here. Pay tribute, pay tribute. They never found it. They kept injecting the shit. But guess what? When we finally find the word pay tribute, she's saying I ain't paying that shit. So I'm asking y'all again, where is the source where Queen Nzinga paid tribute to the motherfucking Portugal? I'm waiting on that. Nothing that only conquered peoples paid tribute, and her people had not been defeated. It said she also expressed a desire for cooperation between the two kingdoms, noting that they could support each other against their common enemies in the region. When the Portuguese questioned her commitment to peace, Nzinga offered to publicly baptize, which she was with great, what's this? Aplomb, am I saying it right?
Aplomb.
What the fuck is that? Aplomb in Lunda. Okay, it says she adapted.
Great flair.
Yep, she adapted the name Donna Andy Sousa in honor of her godparents, Andy Silva. It says the governor's wife and her ordered godmother. It say and Governor Juan Curi de Sousa. Am I saying right? Sousa. It say a peace treaty was subsequently agreed upon, and Angola returned to Cabash in triumph in late 1622. I'm gonna stop right there though. So we cleared that issue of that tribute shit. We cleared that issue of how she was secondary, this and that. That's not what it was. Every time they talk that shit, I'm gonna dive right back out there again on that head. Hey, Sabian, that's how you do them niggas, yo. Read your shit, bro. Don't worry about what, you know how you was trying to connect that. I know what you was trying to say. How they start going for Africans instead of fucking with their own because of the rebellion. Put that shit together, bro. I got you, son. Put me in the game, coach. I got it.
So you agree with Sabio point?
No, I knew why he said it.
No, so I'm asking you
why he said it. I don't know about the other shit.
I'm asking.
Yeah, because he was trying to say how they started focusing strictly on African labor because it was easier. Niggas wasn't rebelling, killing them all at one time. It just was easier play.
They had the guns to fight them off.
Yeah, they had the guns to fight them off. That's all he was trying to say. He should have pulled that shit all the way together like that. Yeah, but I don't know what the extra shit he was trying to do, but
yo, if I don't even know what was your point of that?
Who, Sabian?
No, you that shit was just as confusing as what Sabio just did.
No, it wasn't, nigga. Hold on. Hey, nigga, y'all forget shit y'all said out y'all mouth. I write it down, nigga. We got in a whole 25-minute argument over some fucking how she wasn't a real power, how she had to pay fucking tribute. And I kept asking y'all for the goddamn word, and y'all found no source that said that. So I found the word tribute in that motherfucker.
The word wasn't there. It was her position, though.
Nah,
that's what we're saying.
She was in now, see?
It was her position.
You see, no, y'all made it. She explained what her position was. She said, y'all niggas never defeated me. She was right.
Just because you didn't lose the battle, don't go ahead, bro.
Go ahead,
American Dream.
Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, I think when whoever mentioned paying tribute, I think what they said was that other Africans paid tribute to Nzinga. And then Nzinga, they paid tribute to her with slaves. And then Nzinga, in turn, sold those slaves to the Dutch and Portuguese. So
yeah,
people paying.
That's absolutely clear.
Saying that they
no, what is wrong with y'all, man?
Let me just finish.
I didn't even know y'all had a discussion about that. Because I would have been like, there's no ambiguity in it.
So let him finish we will put some money on the table right now. This is where you put your money in. We have a cash app here. Are y'all willing to bet that?
Bet what?
Where the American dream just fucked up and what Concrete Core just.
How did he fuck up?
Are you in on it too? I got 3. Can I get 4? Can I get 4? Going with $100. Going with $100.
Y'all see how these arguments. It comes down to nothing.
$100, my nigga. Who gonna do
it? He's trying to say
at the
end of the day,
who gonna do it? Who gonna do it?
She is a hero. She's a hero.
Nah, don't switch the bet. Don't switch the bet.
She's a hero. She's his greatest hero.
Put that bet up. Put the bet up. Put the bet up.
So I mean.
Are you gonna make that bet?
And accept that shit.
You gonna make that bet?
I never accept no shit like that.
Well, put the money where your mouth is then.
I say this, I feel like I would have never said these things if you didn't make us have to align ourselves against the position. Like, I would have never said this shit online. So I'm gonna let y'all know now. It's a lot of shit that we don't say online, because we know people ain't gonna like us when we say the shit. We know it. Me and Uncle had conversations where we'd be like, yo, I ain't saying that shit online. You feel me? Like, I'm not doing that shit. People gonna go crazy. Because we're basically saying, right? And it's sad that we don't feel like y'all can handle the truth. We saying our own people can't handle the fucking truth. You know what I mean? So it gets to a point where I feel like I'm being a whole punk if I just don't come out and say, I don't agree with that shit. Fuck her. You feel me? Like, it's like I'm pushed into that position because he's saying she's great and we should big her up. And she sold fucking slaves. Like, what?
Yeah, you
I
already
don't care what the
position.
You keep driving that home.
Man, they made me
reiterating that. And you missing everything.
Sabian, don't dive in it, Sabian. Sabian, he just slid out of that bet, though.
I don't care what her position was. I don't care how harsh. I don't care how harsh her life was as a fucking princess, right? This motherfucker chose to sell.
And so did other kings, and so did Arab kings.
I'm talking about her.
You missing that? He fought them.
I'm talking about her.
Okay, and you're missing it.
Don't follow them down the hole, ladies and gentlemen. They need them.
About Nzinga.
I'm talking about that bet. I'm talking about that bet I just bet y'all niggas. That's what we talking about.
I don't care. The shit started. You said she wasn't a slave.
Tribute to her. Come on, man.
Nigga, y'all know what I'm saying. The conversation was 2 points. The first thing was fucked up was when y'all misread about the tribute part being paid to her.
Oh,
God, said she made them be something. Let me finish. Dog, I'm gonna keep doing this. No, nigga.
She didn't pay tribute.
Nigga, we waiting for that. Nigga, we waiting. I'm gonna say it one more time, nigga. Where, nigga? Go get it.
I said she didn't. She didn't pay them tribute.
That's not. She wasn't it again.
No, she wasn't a vassal. She wasn't a vassal to the Dutch.
I'm gonna wait.
I'm gonna with all that.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna let you win the argument and say that she wasn't that we supposed to celebrate her. She was a fucking slaver. So she ruled the Dutch. She ruled the Dutch. She ruled the Africans. She ruled the Portuguese. She was the greatest fucking queen ever. Okay? You happy with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. In the conversation.
She sold 13,000 a year.
What'd she get for it?
Umbrella.
Nothing.
She got guns, nigga. Knock it off, nigga. Fucking guns. We read the shit. Fuck out of here, yo. She got allegiances. He got used to their fucking army. Cut it out. The hell we talking about here? We talking about nation building. So the damn right is cool, nigga. And that's why I made the point that that's the only business in town at the time. Yeah, I know. I've been living. No, you've been dying in the conversation when you wouldn't do it.
And he not understanding politics.
Hey, Sabian, I don't need you to dive in, yo. Because Chef know, and everybody on this motherfucking panel know that they tried to act like she made some dignitaries pay her tribute. That's not what it was. Yo, they start fucking with it. They were saying, oh my God. And then they paid her tribute. No, it didn't, nigga. It said based off of her influence, they started flocking to her, yo. And they gave her motherfucking tribute, bro. And in turn, she used that to buy more guns. What was the tribute? They gave her slaves. Hold on. And then the conversation switched from that point to, oh, she was paying tribute to the motherfucking Dutch and the motherfucking Portuguese. I say, nigga, show me that motherfucking word. Niggas kept saying, well, you know, they start filling their own fucking words, but I'm the only nigga that showed the word tribute, that she was saying, bitches, I ain't paying y'all bitches shit because it means I'm a subservient to y'all. I'm not doing it. Don't act like that ain't went on. Make that motherfucking bet, nigga. We can hit the rewind on that shit because I'm on my A game, nigga.
I'm not trying to make no
all right, then, so stop saying
side shit.
American Dream. American Dream know what it is because he said it. You mix it up and Concrete co-sign that shit.
That's some old side shit, and there's a way for us to get off your motherfucking ass.
He did it. No, he brought it up.
She
American
was
Dream
a goddamn slaver. She was a goddamn slaver, and you saying she's your greatest fucking hero.
Absolutely.
Have fun with that. Have fun with that.
You know he is.
I'm mad because she was a slaver. I'm just mad because she enslaved West Africans and shit like that. So that's all.
And sold
them. Yeah. So let me ask you a question. If it was somebody else, like some South African niggas or some East African niggas, I wouldn't give a shit how many of them niggas. So, but you know,
are we just retarded right now? Let me keep reading. I'm gonna get y'all. Here we go.
You can't get us.
Y'all
we
ready?
already proved that she was a slaver, huh?
Okay, ladies
what
and
is all
gentlemen.
this other shit about?
Ladies and
What's all this
gentlemen,
other shit about?
ladies and gentlemen, Sheffrin is dead because he refused to sell slaves. His ass be gone
What
already.
is this?
We'd have been chopped his head off.
So you're saying
I'm saying this. I'm gonna
that
let the
it
word.
was cool.
He'll sell it.
Cool.
I'm gonna let the source speak for itself.
He
I'm
said
gonna let
it
the
was
speak.
cool.
I'm saying I'm gonna let the source speak for itself.
Tell him you're a seller East African, Chef. Just tell him that.
Man, look, I'm not with slavery. I'm not with slavery. Our people was the victims of slavery. I will never
You would have just got wiped out.
Cool.
I know you
I
would.
don't care. I don't care how black Nzinga was.
Yeah, he would have just got wiped out.
Yeah, he got wiped out. Yeah, he would have been done, nigga.
Yeah, he would have been a done nigga.
You're emotional right now.
Y'all don't care about the slaves, right?
Oh, nah, he would have been enslaved anyway. He on his Muslim shit. That's right.
Y'all don't care about us.
I just want to read the source, Chef. Can I read the source, Chef?
Y'all saying y'all don't care about us.
You keep saying that.
I'm on your side because of
and
they
some
West
broke ass
Africans.
guns that they sold.
You on that
They
Muslim
sold
shit.
us some broke ass muskets. and
You on
y'all
that
saying
Muslim shit right now.
Y'all saying that shit was worth human life?
You want that Muslim shit? That Muslim shit is the best.
Raggedy ass guns?
Blame the Africans. Don't blame the Muslims.
Man, fuck you, Savior. Man, get the fuck out of here, man. Y'all niggas crazy.
Don't blame the Africans.
I'm out of here.
I'm gonna read the source. Let me read the source.
Y'all can have this dumb shit. I'm out.
You yelled stuff out the contest. Let me finish this. It say, despite her success, remember she just signed this deal with the crazy ass Wish McConnell, right? All right, remember that. She signed a deal with the goddamn Portugal dudes. Remember that? Watch this. It say, despite her success in negotiations with the Portuguese, the peace between Angola and Angola themselves engaged in expanding their territory. Territories collapsed. Okay, so the peace, what happened again? Despite success, negotiations with Portuguese, the peace between Angola and Angola themselves engaged, engaged in expanding their territories collapsed. After a series of defeats, the Angola royalty were driven out of their court in Cabasa, putting the king in exile. So remember, this is not Nzinga. This is the king. He's running for his life. He's in exile. What is the sister supposed to do? Now, and allowing for some of the Bengola to establish the kingdom of Kazi. It said the Portuguese wanted to proceed with the treaty, but refused to aid Angola against the Badola unit. It said the king had recaptured Cabasa and been baptized. Hold on. All right. Where we at? The Portuguese wanted to proceed with the treaty, but refused to aid Dango against the Mbangala until the king had recaptured Cabasa and been baptized. King Dubai retook Cabasa in 1623 and took tentative steps towards Christianity, but remained deeply distrustful of the Portuguese. It's an increasingly powerful figure in the royal court. Nzinga, in a possible political ploy, warned her brother that a baptism would offend his traditionalist supporters, convincing him to reject any idea of being baptized. It said, in addition, the Portuguese began, let me see. All right, hold on. The Portuguese began reneging on the treaty, refusing to withdraw from their fortresses. So they're going back on the deal that we talked about earlier, right? They brokered deals, they speak with a forked tongue, they're not doing it. What is she supposed to do, right? Inside Dango and conducting raids for loot and slaves in the Angola territory. Remember, she conducted that, quote unquote, brokered that deal where they wouldn't do that, but they broke the treaty. Watch this. By 1624, King Dubai had fallen into a deep depression and was forced to succeed many of his duties to Nzinga. So look, the niggas couldn't handle it. I'm gonna say it again. Deep depression. The king fell into deep depression. He couldn't handle getting exiled out. What was she supposed to do? She did what she did. She stood up for the nation. Watch this. Rise to power. I'm gonna stop right here. Just make my point here, man. Nation building. Putting together great communities and culture. Go ahead and make some tough decisions. All they want to do is they want to pull it apart and grab one piece, which is the slave trade, and say, see, he was a slave trader. They conveniently leave out all the details that put in that situation in the first place. There is no way to talk to your people about the slave trade without talking about the whole political piece that took place, without talking about the 3 European nations that invaded Africa, the Portuguese, the Spaniards, and the goddamn Dutch. It's impossible to talk about the slave trade without talking about how other African nations was warned against her kingdom. It's impossible to talk about how her own half-brother murdered people in the court and sent her ass packing and didn't need to call her motherfucking ass back when he got in trouble. Now we can talk about the slave trade. Now we can have that conversation. But we're not just going to talk about Africans enslaved themselves without proper context, without proper historical accuracy. That's why we're having this conversation right now, ladies and gentlemen, because they never talk about the environment that Nzinga was placed the fuck in the first place. If them bitch asses hadn't invaded Africa, they wouldn't have been going through all that shit. They know it. Everybody listening know it. We want to act like that ain't what it is. Nah, I ain't buying that, dog. Not me.
Kyle, trying to let folks in. They're trying to get in.
I'm letting them in. Yeah, I'm still live.
Call this session of the show the Spin Doctor.
Hey, Sosa.
Yeah. Truth, because it ain't no spin.
Hey, Sosa, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Yeah, you said you read Nzinga's book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm still reading it. It's just big.
yeah, and maybe Ankh can speak to
Hey,
this.
yo,
as well.
Hey, Sosa. That's a serious motherfucker you got right there, yo.
Yeah, if it wasn't a goddamn PDF, I could read it faster. I can't read the PDFs faster than the book.
You gonna read the book of the PDF? You can read the PDF faster?
No, I gotta have a book in my hand.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask though, because you know, when the little research that I did about Nzinga, you know, the most important, not important, but interesting, I guess, thing about her, and again, maybe it's spoken about in her book, or maybe Ankh, since that's his favorite person, can speak about it. But she was a cross-dresser, correct?
No, the hell you talking?
I never. No, I think that.
Dress up as me. Dress up as
no. I don't need no help.
That.
I don't need no help. So when she was a warlord, she dressed like a motherfucking warlord. Let me give you an example. If we being fucking attacked, right, and I got women around me, right, you better take off them motherfucking thongs, put on them goddamn boxes, put on the motherfucking Timbs and the motherfucking Timberlands and the motherfucking camis, because it's on. Take off your heels, that's over with. So she followed the tradition of Dongola, right, of wearing the warlord thing. But after all that shit, all the war was over, then she feminized it again. She wasn't a cross-dresser, dude. She was just like Hatshepsut, right? She dressed as the pharaoh to show them nigga, our power right here. You do what you do.
Yeah, like I said, the small research I've done,
I've
learned that it suggested that there was some times when the Portuguese were confused as to what her gender was.
Of course, because they bitch ass niggas.
They met her early on and stuff like that. And you know, they know from her letters though. Like like I said, she wanted to have a child. She always talked about having a child, but the only reason she couldn't do it because she was in a Quilombo and there was a rule like you can't have a child out in a Quilombo.
That was the only, you know what I'm saying? And she had been married before, so you know what I mean? So they knew what it was.
Right, but the interesting thing is that the
ruler was also named King Nzinga, which could be confusing to a person who's communicating you 100%.
Yeah, because she carried all type of things. She would be Queen Nzinga on some, she'd be King Nzinga. So she carried like all the titles, bro. Every title that you can have in Ndongo, she carried it.
Yes,
right, but listen what I'm saying, but it's deeper than that. Yeah, but it's deeper than that, though. It's a whole lot deeper than that, because she had a lot of concubines, right? And these concubines were transsexual men.
What?
Right?
Not about that.
She would, like, yeah, I mean, look it up.
Yes, go get that source now. You
I've never heard
yeah,
that.
you bugged out, yo. Yeah, you made that up, nigga. Hey, come on, yo. No, that's a hell of a statement.
No, just Google it. Google Nzinga and
what else? Did they get honest?
Just listen what I'm telling y'all. Like,
what is that?
In her concubine, she had transsexual men. Like, she would.
Oh, in Africa, yo? How they gonna make the person a transsexual? What are you talking about? Go get the source, yo. We're not doing that.
Why do you like cutting people off so much?
Because you saying something that's extraordinary, and I'm talking to source it up or direct us to it. I'm not gonna let you spew that shit like that, dog. Why would I let you do that?
Okay, but listen what I'm saying, though. But
I don't want to hear it. You have a source to support that, though.
Yes, I do. But listen what I'm saying.
What's the name of the source, then, bro? So I can be looking at it while you talking.
Come on, man. Let me talk, man. Stop cutting.
You want to talk about some head homosexual man? What are you talking about?
Yo, I had to come back on.
You ain't gonna find
be quiet.
That's a great source. Continue to kill our American dream. She was over there fucking with trannies.
Shut your mouth, huh? Like, you have the least to offer and you keep cutting people off.
Yeah, she was fucking with trannies now.
Yes.
Keep on that shit he wrote on. Continue American dream.
She would dress as a man, and then her concubines were transsexuals that dressed as women, right?
Oh Lord!
But these transsexuals were also married to other men. They were allowed.
God!
So they were having sex. They were also allowed to marry other men. So while they were concubines of Nzinga, they were also in homosexual relationships with other men. And in that, because, you know, they looked at homosexuality in a whole different way than Europeans did. And that's actually one source.
Here we go. We ain't talking niggas to death.
Go ahead.
Talk about the
I'm reading the source. Peace caused major changes at Nzinga's royal court, whereas in wartime, she had adopted a masculine dress, right? And what? And what's this, y'all? What's that word? Mannerisms. I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna read it again. Peace times caused major change at Nzinga's royal court, whereas in wartime she had adapted masculine dress and mannerisms of the Mbangla warlord. So she was a what, yo? She was a warlord. Watch this. In the post-war era, Nzinga's court became more feminine. I'm gonna say this again. In the post-war era, Nzinga's court became more feminine. She adopted new fashions in the court, imported silk and goods from Europe, placed renewed focus on education, replacing military drills, and abolished concubinage, eventually marrying her favorite concubine in the Christian ceremony. That's the source right there. Boom, get the book. It says Nzinga, worry of the potential of succession crisis, also worked to increase the power of the royalty and Doma. Simple as that.
He's talking about the Chibados. Talk about the Chibados.
Slow down, man. Look,
type in the Chibados or the Kimban. Type in the Chibados.
I just want to walk back to that source and read the words that he said again and think about it.
But we type in the Chibados, it'll be a little more.
And
but she was.
Hey, what is wrong? Y'all got a wow, yo. Y'all don't understand what a warlord look like. Y'all don't understand. Y'all think was cross-dressing. Is y'all serious? Man, I'm done. No, I'm gone. Y'all, hold on. I laid my source down. right?
Listen,
I laid my source down. Y'all made all kind of claims. Go get that.
I'm not saying she crossed.
Don't keep hollering about Don't me. Source me up.
I
I just sourced up.
That's what I'm
I
telling you.
want you to read your source. I want you to read your source.
Y'all, it's some wild guys. Yo, here go again. Yo, this is my last time I'm off this motherfucker. You want me to read it again?
No, I want you to read.
I
It
can't
did
share
not
my screen.
say that she was a warlord. You made that up, bro. It said that she
Here you go.
emulated the.
All right,
No,
can I read it though?
listen. No, hold on. I want you to listen to what I'm saying first. It said that she emulated the mannerisms of a warlord. But it did not say that she was a warlord. You just said that she was a warlord. It said she emulated their dress. And you made that up, bro.
Yeah, but hold on.
Did she go to war?
Listen.
Did she go to war, Kyle?
Are y'all serious right now, yo?
Was she a
tranny?
tranny?
She was a warlord.
Are you serious right now, yo?
Was she a tranny? Was she a tranny?
She wasn't a train, but listen, I
Fuck
can't
with
share
trannies?
my screen. I can't share my screen, but Chef, just type in Chibados. Type in Chibados.
So hold on, Sosa, you saying she fucked with trannies?
Nah, just type in Chibados.
I just need y'all to break this down for me, yo.
Just read Chibados, man. And then
I don't even know how to spell that. Spell that for me.
Chibados.
No, you should. More
Just type it.
More specifically, Sosa, put in Nzinga and Chibados.
I mean, it'll tell you what Chibados. It'll get into it. It'll tell you.
But bring up Nzinga with it.
Because they were in a court, so it's going to tell you what Chibados.
Right, but Nzinga and that part of Africa was not the only part of Africa that did that.
Wow.
You see it, Chef?
I don't even want to put this shit on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that bad?
Oh my
But I mean,
God.
you know, like I said, but she slept with men though. You know what I'm saying? They were men.
They acted like women. Oh my
They were men though.
God.
You know what I'm saying? But
Oh my, she fucked with trannies.
That were known trannies who slept with other men.
Oh my God.
they were still.
Get your girl.
Hey, Chef, you might well say, get your man.
Nah. She still slept with men though. That's the only.
She slept with men. She slept with men who slept with other men.
But she still slept with
men who slept with that were known homosexuals.
She liked them sissy boys.
Bisexual.
Yeah, oh my God.
She wasn't being controlled. You know what I'm saying?
Get your girl, get your girl. So she was a slaver. She was a tranny. She was a tranny lover. Like,
yeah, but as far as cross-dressing though, like that's how she did. She actually fought in battle though, so she would wear this shit that motherfuckers wear. That's factual.
It says the Chibados are third gender people born male who live most often as women. They were found among the cultures of the Ndogo and other parts of what is today Angola. They were first described in the West by the Portuguese. Oh man, so many articles about it. I'm not even reading that. Oh Lord.
Now the interesting part, Chef, is that all of this stuff, the cross-dressing, the transsexuality, it was all tied into their spirituality, because it was all tied into the fact of their ancestor worship. So they would say that, like, you know, the men would say that, the men who dressed like women would say that they took on the spirit of a female ancestor. And so, you know, that's how they got away with it, or, you know, not got away with it, I guess rationalized it. And that's how people accepted it. But, you know, people didn't look down on them. Those people were actually revered in those communities.
It wasn't until the Portuguese brought in like when the Portuguese come and it was like, you know what I mean, made it more taboo. But
I'm gonna read this part though right here, and I'm gonna end it.
They were in the court though, but it did say that they
for the record. Peace caused a major change in James Road Court, whereas the wartime, she had adapted a masculine dress and mannerisms of Mbangla warlord. okay, in the post-war era, Nzinga's court became more feminine. She adopted new fashions in the court, imported silk and goods from Europe. Okay, so if that's what she was, why would she change?
What is you talking about?
I'm gonna end with that. We'll come back and beat y'all up on the next topic. I'm officially done on that. I proved my point.
You just gonna stay over that last part.
Huh?
What was you just
I can't hear you. Too many people trying to come. Too many people trying to come. I'm saying we're gonna deal with the and for the record, if she was a homosexual, I wouldn't care. I don't care about her sexual orientation.
We ain't
For the
saying
record, just
She
for the
slept with
record.
men.
Just for the record. I'm gonna put that out there. So what? Now,
We ain't say she was
I think you
homosexual.
actually
my
have to
favorite
put it
African
into
woman.
context. You have
Now
to
y'all
look at
being
it at its
funny,
proper
and I'm gonna let y'all be
context.
funny. So now I'm gonna say this. All y'all can do at this point is just smear rhetoric and bullshit, show you how you
That's what she
misunderstand shit.
That-
So let's
that's what she
say her
did.
whole court dressed
That's
up
what she
like
did.
women. Hold on for a minute. Why would a person dressed like a man have wives that were really men and dressed like women? What's the significance in that?
I don't know. You tell us the African context of that. Go ahead.
I'm
Go
saying,
ahead.
I'm gonna let y'all use your mind.
Go ahead.
Why would she do that?
Give us the metal net of meaning for that.
Maybe,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
I'm saying, so maybe we need to apply our 2021 on it. Why would her subject, hold on, dog. Why would her subject, right, dress like a man? Huh.
Hey, yo,
I'm gonna let y'all have that. American
Right,
Dream.
I
I
tried
see the
to
way they
explain
call
that.
you the American Nightmare now.
No, I tried to explain that, right? Like the reason she
The
was
American
just like a
Nightmare.
man,
Because he dumb.
Yo, Xavier, let him make his comment, bro. Go ahead.
the reason she would dress like a man is because, like I said, it was a spiritual thing. She felt she
Exactly.
was trying to give the impression that she was the incarnation of this male spirit, right? So that's why she
Exactly.
dressed like a man. And
Exactly.
the men that dressed like women were doing the same thing. And so when she, like, that's so everything that she was doing was like was a spiritual thing, and it represented something. At least that's what they were saying. But that's the reason why she would be sleeping with a woman, because it's a spiritual thing again. And in her head,
You say she was what? She wasn't sleeping with no women, yo.
well, she was sleeping with a man dressed like a
She was
woman.
there. She was a man. Like,
All right, so then why you ain't start with that? Nigga, start with the shit. He did not.
What do you mean?
He had $100. I know how he started it
yeah,
off.
but he said, but those chivados who dress like women, they were allowed to marry men.
Right.
That's why the significance tie in that they
They
were
were
called.
men. They were men.
Why
who
let y'all
were
stuck
allowed
into
to
that part of the
marry men.
conversation? So we moving on now to homosexuality in Africa. That's what we at now. Well, you just finished doing.
We just showing you that Queen Nzinga ain't shit, and she was wild.
Hey, we got Boom on. Boom, we'll speak to her, man. Represent for the
No,
motherland.
I think I'll just start where you guys are at now. You see, and the thing is that if she was going to war, right, dressed in men's regalia, she's doing that probably because the spirit that's leading them to war, the ancestor that's leading them to war, was a male spirit, right? It's not about her actually doing what people are doing today, saying, oh, I am actually a man or I am actually a woman. No, it's not about that. It's about the spirit that was leading them to war. You understand? And then physically, she'd appear as somebody who's masculine because of what's inside her, as in her mind. You understand? And then, like, I wanna take it back to Ankh and Chef's argument, right? And I can see that Ankh is
Which
defending
argument?
her.
Which argument? So we can be clear. Which one?
About the slavery.
Go ahead.
And all the deals that she was making and so forth. So here's a scenario, right? Where I'm from, we got colonized by the British, right? And then people galvanized, went to war and fought the British. Sorry, there's a bit of some noise because I'm outside.
Yeah.
So they went to war and fought the British, right, for our sake, so that we don't get oppressed by the British or get enslaved and all that kind of stuff, right? They won the war, and then 20 years into independence, right, the same treatment that we were getting from the people that were there before, the ones that got defeated, is the same treatment that we got from our leaders. You understand? The same way the colonizers were treating people is the same way our leaders started treating us. So that's why a lot of us are not even at home, like we're overseas or in another country and so forth because of that. So the thing is now, how do we look at them today? Do we say, oh yeah, they were heroes because they liberated us from the British? Or do we say they were oppressors because, they started kicking our asses? So with the case of Zinga, it's a question of, is she a hero because she tried to do everything to prevent her people from, getting enslaved? Or do we look at her as a villain because she actually ended up enslaving other Africans, when she got what she wanted? And it's a trend. That's what happens in Africa. As soon as a leader gets what they want, they switch up on their people. You understand? So that's why I was saying her legacy is complicated. And I understand Chef's position, because if Nzinga was so powerful, right, we wouldn't be talking about she enslaved other Africans. We'd be talking about any person that tried to come in and invade actually got captured and enslaved by who? By Nzinga. But that's not the case. So she's not a hero at all. She's not,
I feel that.
That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, bro.
And that's what we were saying too. Like we over here, right? Like we're idolizing the royalists. You see what I'm saying? We're taking the position of the kings and stuff, and most of the time they're the oppressors. We're not identifying with the actual people.
Okay, let's do this. Hey, Boom. Hold on for a minute, Boom.
Why she ain't enslaved the Portuguese?
Hey, Boom. Hey, Boom.
Exactly.
Hey, Boom.
And she was a bad motherfucker. Why she ain't put the Portuguese?
Hey, Chef, I was talking, bro. I was talking to Boom, bro. Let me talk to Boom. So, Boom, you're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong, Boom. The example you gave about kings fighting for independence, right?
Yeah.
And started treating the people like the colonizers. You're right. But that's not the goddamn situation that Zinga was in. As a matter of fact, when she got control power over the whole situation, Boom, she actually made land for slaves, Boom. Boom, she was always in constant attack, bro. It never was a time period where the whole thing was liberated, like you say about your people. And now we got a chance to see how the king's gonna act, and they act like slap fools. No, she was always in the mix of that, Boom. That is the difference, bro. Don't do us like that, Boom.
All right, Unc.
Am I wrong, Boom?
Let me ask you one
question. No,
question.
Boom. I'm saying, am I wrong in that, Boom?
I need to understand something before I agree.
Boom, I asked the question. Boom, I'm saying the environment never changed.
Walk with him, Unc. Just walk with him, bro.
No, you can't walk with me when I ask the question. I'm not walking. I want to hear that answer. Then I'll walk with you, Boom.
He said he needs to ask you something before he get. Let's let him get some clarity before.
Man, that's another way of asking the damn question. I'm not listening to none of y'all. I'm not listening to you.
That's what I'm saying. That's what we be saying, Chef, too. Like, it'll be somebody from the continent, and African Americans will know more.
I don't make that on. So what about the continent?
Like
that ain't the point.
The man telling you what
they can't even listen.
Man, Boom is not telling me nothing. Boom was not there. Boom can only tell me about when they was getting their independence, bro. Knock it off.
All right, Unc.
That's a fair statement, Boom made. I'm agreeing with you with that, Boom. What I'm saying is, how you putting them two together, Boom?
He's talking about his African history.
Okay.
He don't need no help, Chef.
Here's the thing.
But he's talking about his African history.
So you're gonna ask my question after you say what you're gonna say, Boom?
Yeah, I'll answer the question.
Right, because we reading from the same shit. Just because you from the continent don't mean we ain't reading from the same shit.
That's not my approach.
No, don't back down, Boom.
It's not my approach.
Don't back down.
So check this out.
You know more about African than them.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't
say that's bullshit.
You can say that. You can say that. You don't have to back down.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Knock it off. You made it up. That's not true.
No goddamn African American in goddamn Baltimore about no damn Africa. You don't. That's crazy.
Hey, Boom. Go ahead, Boom.
All right. Let's try and be specific. Ankh isn't. Who did she enslave? People from neighboring tribes, or her own people from her own tribe or her own nation? Who did she enslave?
You tell me, Boom. You the African historian from the continent.
No, that's not what I say. That's not what I say.
You got a real African on this motherfucker.
I never said that at all.
Okay, so can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Who did she enslave?
She obviously enslaved the other motherfuckers. Obviously, because she was engaged in war constantly for 40 years. Obviously, if you hold on, Boom, if you're in war against enemies, why the fuck would you stop fighting the war just to go round up your own motherfucking people? Wouldn't that weaken your army? Wouldn't that weaken your support? So logically, Boom, we can say that it's other niggas that's fighting her, plenty of African lives out there going against her that she can enslave. Okay, Boom, keep going.
All right.
Go ahead, tell her African about Africa.
If she enslaved people from other tribes or other nations, right? Then I would understand why you, Ankh, right, are saying she's a hero. Why? Because her own people, her own nation was safe. They didn't have to go through anything after she did what she did, right? Because they just get the slaves from other places.
Of course,
but then if you're taking an approach that a lot of people take, right, which is like the Pan-Africanist approach or the racial
not doing that, Boom. I don't fuck with that silly shit.
No. Ankh, you need to chill a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, Boom, but you're going on for like 35 seconds, Boom, and I had asked you a question, really, and then I allowed these nuts right here to convince me for you not to answer my question as you asked me 3, 4, 5 questions. So I'm not asking no more questions, Boom. I'm not listening to you, Chef. I ain't listening to you, I'm Sosa. I ain't listening to none of y'all. I asked Boom a question, dog.
Why y'all want that Sabio talk?
I asked because I asked Boom a question.
You panicking right now.
I'm not panicking, nigga. Y'all playing that game. Here's the rules, Boom. Hey, Boom. Here's the rules, Boom. Nah, don't unk me. You fucked it up. Hey, Boom. Let me show you. Hey, Boom. Let me show you how we do it, Boom.
Yeah.
Just because you're from Africa, don't mean that you know more than me. I know more than you.
That's how you feel. I never.
Hold on, let me finish my point, Boom. Hold on, Boom. What we do around here, Boom, is if a person asks you a question, right? You answer the damn question, yes or no, or yes or no with an explanation. Then you ask the next question. What you don't do is I don't ask you a question and then you give me a 35-minute diatribe on some shit, right? And never answer the question. That's my point, Boom. So let's have that type of conversation. I'm not listening to them. That's all I'm saying, Boom. That's out of respect for each other, Boom. I'm going to answer everything you did.
But you know I've already agreed with you, right?
I know that's not the point. I asked the question, Boom.
Yeah.
I heard that, Boom, but I asked you a question. I said, Boom.
Yeah.
When Africa got colonized, right, and they had the liberation, you made a profound statement. You say them goddamn African kings, after they got liberated, started fucking acting and treating the people just like the colonizers. Bro, I agree with you because they left the mentality. I agree, yo, dog, you was right.
Wait.
Hold on, Boom. But what I was saying though, Boom. When you try to apply that same scenario to Nzinga, she was in the middle of fighting these fools. She never got to the point where she can say, they left. Let me go treat my people. She never got to that point. So I felt like that wasn't equal or fair to put that assessment on her, Boom. And I asked you, Boom, is you still trying to make that? That's what I was saying, Boom. Like, is that the same thing, Boom? That's the question I asked, Boom.
Well, to some extent, it's the same thing because she had a certain amount of power. You understand? And if you have power, I don't see why you would turn around and use that power against your own people. But where I agreed with you is you corrected me and said, no, she never enslaved her own people. It was people from other nations. And then I said to you, if that's what you're saying, then I understand why you look
That's
at
what I'm
her
saying,
as
Boom.
a
That's
hero.
exactly what I'm
Because
saying, Boom.
if you were a part of her nation, right, you wouldn't knock her. You'd be looking at her as a hero because you would be safe. You would be protected. You understand? But other people from other nations, they wouldn't look at her like that, you know, because
Yes,
they're the
Boom.
ones who are getting captured. They're the ones who are getting enslaved, you know. So I was saying to you, from your perspective, you're right, isn't it? And then people who look at it from a racial perspective, as in all black people are one, or the Pan-Africanist kind of thing, they'll say, no, she
Yeah, that's
shouldn't
not
even
true.
have enslaved any Africans at all, you know. But you are going into specifics. You're not just saying, oh, she enslaved Africans or whatever. No, you're giving specifics that, no, it wasn't her people, it was other people and this and that and this and that. But overall, you know, if she was so powerful, you protect your people first, you protect your neighbors next, you understand, and then everybody else. So what should have happened is she should have protected her people and then her neighbors, because what we're supposed to be talking about, if we're talking about her greatness, is the number of Europeans that she enslaved as they were trying to come into Africa. Every boat that tried to come into Africa got captured and the people got enslaved or whatever, or conquered or whatever, you know. That way, I'd overall look at her and say, look, she was a great person. You know, that's all I'm saying.
So Boom. So we do realize, right? Are you familiar that Africa was invaded by the Portuguese and the Dutch? Hold on. So let's deal with now. If Nzinga, I wouldn't agree. Watch this. I would not agree if Nzinga was just enslaving other nations just to have some motherfucking labor, bro. I would cuss her motherfucking ass out and I wouldn't fuck with her, Boom. So do we got that straight?
Yeah.
That's not cool, bro. That's the same thing the Europeans did. They enslaved motherfuckers to build their nation. I wouldn't agree with that, Boom.
Yeah.
That's not the kind of nation building I'm rocking with. Let me give you the scenario of Nzinga, Boom. She was invaded by the Dutch. She was invaded by the goddamn Portuguese. She was fighting other attacking, slaving African nations, and she was fighting against her own goddamn people. You know what I'm saying? It was organizations within her own people that was vying for the kingship, right? That was brutalizing her and her people. She had all that, bro. Let me say it again. She's a woman. She's fighting against crazy white boys with guns called the Portuguese. She's fighting with crazy white boys with guns called the Danes. The Danes. She's fighting with crazy ass niggas, men, you know what I'm saying, all in the slave trade, trying to take her land and get more slaves from her outside. And she had crazy inside people not even knowing how to handle that shit, mess with her. This is the environment this black woman was born in, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps forgetting that, Boom. Like nobody wants to deal with that, Boom. Right there, we all leave the comforts of this is reality where she was. We all slide off to the roses and flowers. And hey, let me just get some slaves today. That's bullshit, Boom. That's not the story, Boom.
Well, all
come on, Kyle. Come on.
No, bro, your position is bullshit and offensive at minimum, bro. Like right now, you are defending a person simply because she's black that sold 13,000, 14,000 slaves per year on average into slavery, bro. And like it's offensive to people who fucking are enslaved, like myself and yourself. And I don't even understand how you even hold this position right now, bro. Like we're reading this stuff about a person that probably enslaved and sold one of your ancestors, and you are defending her as if she's someone to look up to. You took my position, you twisted it in order to paint your point, because I misspoke in one particular thing, and I said that it was a vassal when I meant it was subservient, and you made it into an argument as if I was wrong, and you're wrong for that, bro. Like, this is not about being right or wrong. And I think
Kyle, go ahead, grab your position again, Kyle. Kyle, what was your position again?
I told you my position. Queen Nzinga is nothing to look up to.
That's how you feel, though, Kyle. I'm not trying to make you look up to Nzinga at all.
I get that, but what I'm saying is you are preaching to the people as if she's someone for them to look up to.
How can she not be that, yo?
Because if you get what Boone was saying, he was saying, like, if you were a part of the Dobro, then I can see why she would be a hero to you, because she protected her people. But why would she be a hero?
Are y'all serious right now, yo?
We dead serious, bro.
I mean, y'all dead serious, right?
We dead. I'm dead serious, bro. Like this.
All right, okay, Kyle, you dead serious. Sosa, so you trying to act like them people she wasn't fighting against wasn't trying to enslave her and her people? That's the game we're gonna play right now. We're gonna sit here, Kyle and Sosa, and act like they wasn't already enslaving people and enslaving her people, and these are the people she was fighting against, because the environment was already set where nothing but slavery around, so they was all feeding off each other. Y'all serious right now, yo?
That's like some niggas fighting me. That's like some niggas fighting me in my house, and for my survival, I break in your house and beat you up.
Hey, yo, I apologize, Sosa. I apologize, Kyle. I apologize, Sheffrin. But I don't agree with y'all niggas. Queen Nzinga on high. I'm done.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's African psychosis.
Yeah, I can't eat food with no shit like that, yo.
We crazy.
I can't.
You know why we had the conversation, though? I bet you I know why we had the conversation. Because y'all dove out there with the slavery shit, halfway put it together, right. And I put the context to it. That's why we hear about Nzinga. I ain't mentioned Nzinga to y'all.
We was right,
Yo, y'all was just wrong as 2 left feet, and none of y'all would have made it.
We proved that she was a slaver.
And I'm saying she wasn't.
And you got beat up on that point.
I ain't get beat up on that. I think y'all get beat up on that.
She sold 13,000 a year.
So what? So what? What's that point? We're talking about some 13,000 people she sold going against her own war.
Get
out of here, bro. You made that up.
Just like, ain't nobody make that up.
You made that up, Chef. You made that up, Chef, and you know it, Chef.
They paid her tribute in
Chef, you made that up, Chef.
Y'all hear this nonsense, yo?
Yeah, you made that up, Chef.
Crazy.
Right.
Hey,
I don't forget the context of nothing.
Scary,
I'm not crazy. I don't forget nothing. I don't forget who was those dignitaries that gave her slaves.
Hey, Idi Amin.
Where was they getting their slaves from?
Idi Amin, your hero too, is it?
You said what?
Idi Amin, your hero?
No, he's a motherfucker. He was a crazy motherfucker, Idi Amin, nigga.
Yo, he basically saying he don't give a fuck about the slaves.
No, y'all saying that. I ain't saying that.
You saying that?
Yo, we talking about the singer. We talking about an isolated queen, bro, is what we saying. So we want to talk about
who controlled the fucking slave market.
Man, she took that shit, nigga.
She was the biggest slave of all time.
Whatever. You made that up. You don't find that. Yo, you said that. No history don't say that about her. That's the conclusion you coming to, bro. Find that source to say she's this, that. Do that. No, that's some African American shit y'all kicking right now. You know you didn't. Yo, you don't know things saying she was great. Hey, Kyle, do any source say that Queen Nzinga is the greatest slave ever, yo? Do any source say that?
I said
why would they spare us, yo?
I said of her time. Of her time.
Yo, why you saying that, though, Chef? Why the sources ain't saying it? It's plenty of people ain't saying that about though, Chef. Hey, Chef, explain that, though, Chef.
And she was a tranny, and she liked trannies. She ain't shit.
The sources literally said that the sources said that she took control of the slave market and made it everything had to come through her, bro. Like you just don't want to agree with this
Hey,
shit.
Kyle, we read it together, but I'm saying, have you ran across the source that says she was the #1 dandada and she did? That's not how they portray her, yo, because they understand the situation she was in, yo.
What you doing?
What is y'all talking about?
Listen, what I'm saying. What you are doing is you having a fallacious argument. Your fallacy is a black and white fallacy.
How?
I'm about to tell you. If we're saying something that doesn't say specifically exactly what you say, then you like, I can dismiss that. But we're giving you the premise, we're giving you the conditions, we're giving you all the information that will lead to a logical connection to a point of view, and you're like, nah, it don't say what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like just because it don't say what you are saying, it doesn't mean that everybody, like it's 10 people on this panel. We all are intellectual, and we all saying you wrong, bro.
Right. Everybody saying you right, and you just ignoring us, yo.
Nah, nigga, I ain't ignoring y'all. I just don't agree with y'all. I'll just be wrong. Everybody got heard, right? I don't gotta agree with y'all. I don't gotta agree with that.
Shit. Yes, you do.
Kyle, like you said, just like Kyle said, they don't say it, but basically get it. All right.
And you saying she wasn't.
And I'm saying she wasn't.
Do we gotta read?
I don't know. I don't see no source to say she was a slave.
Don't ever ask for
Bro,
a source again, yo.
We showed you that she was the person that trained these people.
So why they just don't want to say it though?
No, we showed you multiple sources that said that she was an enslaver, that she sold slaves. She said that she. I'm confused right now, bro. Like it literally said that she was the source of getting slaves from her area, man. We showed you this.
What kind of slave,
Everybody is looking at Monk like he got an eye on the front of his forehead, yo. You look wild right now. Your position don't even hold up to logic, yo. We read it.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
This is the worst argument you have ever made. This is the worst position you ever took. And you won't even back off of it.
But I've seen him back down off of one where he had a little bit more ground to work with, and then motherfucker back down like, you know what? This shit is insane. Like you ain't. I'm talking about nigga. We done shot you 30 times. Like, shoot me again, nigga. Like, God damn.
Show me the source. He gonna say, show me the source. Show me again where y'all right at. Show me.
I can't shoot you no more. I'm like, oh damn.
He trolling at this point, yo. He been trolling for the last 3 hours. Gotta be. You the ultimate troll at this point, yo. Gotta be, yo. And I didn't work myself up. And he's fucking whoopers.
Yeah. Hey,
I made my point.
You know why we got him? Because he would have put the bat signal out by now. Only person showed up was Savio.
Nah, I don't be putting no bat signals out. I can handle this by my motherfucking self. I know where I'm at. I ain't finished with this shit. I'm definitely not finished with it. And Sosa, I expect after you read that whole motherfucking book, you be honest and report back. She is not known, and she's only known to Chef, Kyle, American Dream, and Sosa to be this great slaver in the annals of history. To the rest of the world, that's not how she's known. That's just for the record. Find me an expert to say she's one of the greatest slavers ever. Just find that expert to say that.
Let's play a game, right? Let's do this.
Man, I'm done, Kyle. I just don't agree with it.
I don't want to ask you no question. I want to say something, right? Because this is 94,000 people in the chat right? So if you in the chat, I need y'all participation. If you believe that Unc lost this argument, put a 1 in the chat. Please put a 1 in the chat. If you believe Unc is completely wrong, drop a 1 in the chat on this one, man. You know, because like I don't know, man. Like maybe we wrong. Maybe us on this panel, the 8 of us are all wrong. And Unc's right. But I believe there'll be a lot of ones popping up.
Nah, I think it's about perspective, man.
Even people in the chat understand what we were saying. This was a tough argument to make, knowing how people be emotional about this type of shit. And people in the chat were like, "Nah, I get your point." You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, realistically, a lot of people don't even think about that shit though. They just accept Queen Zinga the hero. Like they don't even look at the other shit that she did, or even know the true history behind it.
And y'all just changed the whole concept of slavery in America. Why it happened?
Mr. Rich, hey, Mr. Rich, you know what, yo? Sometimes you get to the point, yo, where everybody just ain't gonna get it, yo.
Y'all just changed the whole thing, man. Why it happened in America?
Came out the,
they happened because of us now, right? They happened because of Africans, right?
Yeah, they did that. They did that. The whole motherfucking time, yo.
But see, that's what we did.
That's a whole nother argument.
That's what we did.
That's the argument we're having.
But we can say this.
You're moving the
goalposts. Because that was mentioned like yesterday.
Nah, but what we can say this: it couldn't have happened without the participation of the Africans. That's a fact.
On what level,
that's a damn lie, yo. See, you just talking shit.
Transatlantic slave trade
damn lie.
We have levels to that, man.
That's just...
Kyle did say we have different levels to that, right?
No, the transatlantic slave trade could not have happened without participation from the Africans. They needed help to get into the material. They need help from the other Africans to fight the other Africans, bro.
All right. So how did it start, though? Right, yo. Y'all right, yo. Y'all right.
So let me ask you one question. So when the first Europeans came in, right, the Africans sold them slaves. That's what you're telling me?
Right off the bat, nigga. Here y'all go.
When they first came in, they were looking for trade. So if they wanted to trade for slaves, they wouldn't have an issue with trading.
That shit crazy, yo.
No. But what we're talking about is something different. A certain kind of slave.
When they first came in, they weren't looking for slaves. They were just looking to trade. So whatever's available to trade, that's what they're trading for.
Okay, so what was available at first? It was Africans available first for the trade.
Everything had to be on the table, bro. Whatever they get to trade.
I didn't tell. What time is it, yo? What time is it, yo?
9:30.
9:30.
Yeah, I'm gonna let y'all. Ain't no one out. Y'all go 9:30 me. I'm done.
You gotta stay till 1.
I ain't doing that shit. No, y'all niggas didn't went to the now shit transy now. Y'all crazy shit niggas don't say, but y'all niggas saying, all right.
Cause it's the truth. See,
why ain't nobody else telling the truth, yo? Why is these great historians writing on said subject, hiding the truth with you, Chef? Get out of here with that, yo.
Listen, we read it together. My brother,
I ain't trying to nigga.
We read it together.
Nah, man. We ain't reading nothing that said that. We talked about what she did in the middle of a fucking war. That's what we talked about. But y'all keep acting like she wasn't in the middle of a fucking war. So at that point, I'm out of here, yo. That shit's stupid to me.
She was having fun during this war.
Yeah, see all that.
She was selling niggas. Look. And she was selling niggas, sitting on niggas, you know what I mean? Had niggas dressing like girls. She having a good old
What's the purpose in that, Chef? What's the purpose in that?
With that, y'all, I appreciate y'all. It's a little late around here, man. I got to catch up on some reading, right? I'll be back. This is round 1, my nigga, and y'all know it.
Hey, you better get a book on Queen and Zinga, nigga.
Queen and Zinga had a good old time while she was having war. You feel me? She's moving from city to city. You know what I mean? She was out this bitch. She was dragging. That's what the fuck she was doing. Selling niggas, sitting on niggas, fucking niggas, selling them. But he want to make it was so bad for her. What about the motherfucker she sold though? Fuck them, huh? Hey, y'all crazy. What you was saying, Mr. Rich? I want to deal with what you saying. Go ahead, bro. Rich.
Oh, y'all done ran him out of here.
Nah, y'all ain't nah, I'm here, brother.
No, he's saying we ran up out of here.
Oh, man, nah. I gotta get some rest, man.
Yeah, he even got his brains beat in. he got to chill out. Have a glass of water, you know what I mean? But you definitely frustrated me.
So are we saying? So are we the only ones saying that the African slave trade, the Atlantic slave trade, happened because of the Africans, right? That's what we're saying again, right?
With the participation of Africans. You got that point?
You say participation?
They moved millions of Africans from Africa across the Atlantic. Africans definitely participated in it. That's what we're saying.
Right. We did say it was, there are some saying that, it was first it was tribal warfare in Africa and they were trading, the prisoner of war, right? That's part of it, right?
Yeah, but let me say this, Mr. Rich. Now, what I'm saying is this, right? This is not an attack on Africa because we were African too. We was the ones that got sold and put into slavery. So it's crazy when people try to act like we're going against Africa when we were the Africans also. Like, it's like taking our position away from us and say, y'all attacking Africa.
What do you mean by that? Or like, what do you mean by that?
Because the African that got sold and the African that sold the African, they were both equally African, right?
If one is in war, you're equal as human beings, but if you're in war.
No, equal. I say equal as equal as African.
African, just Africans, yeah.
Yeah, of course. African.
Right. So we're the descendants of those Africans that were sold into slavery.
The losers of wars, the winners of wars, right?
Yeah, but at this point we're all African, right?
Yes, but hold on. But there is something going on at the time, even though we're all Africans, right?
Okay,
just walk.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
If those Africans, if it was a group of Africans that sold another group of Africans, right, to Europeans, that was African selling African. So the African in Africa can't hold a superior position, right, or morality over us, because they're both African at this point. So it's not like, I don't want people to be like, they attacking Africa. We're telling the truth about Africa. That's it. And the African that got sold into slavery had the right to do that.
Okay, I have a question. So you're saying that the Africans enslaved Africans, right? Mm-hmm. Just like the white man enslaved Africans.
What?
Because you said during the transatlantic slave trade, because they were trading to the white man, right?
They sold us to the white man.
They was in different positions in the trade. It's like an assembly line. So you got people who put the first part on, people put the second part on, people paint it. We was in a different position than the Europeans. So the position that most Africans was in was the hunter and gatherer position. So most African nations that Europeans dealt with, their job was to get the slave, hold the slave in the quarters, and then from there you would negotiate a fair price for that slave to be sold to a European, which then brought slaves to the new land or the new world, which is North and South America and the Caribbean.
Got it. Okay, so they did say most of those slaves were from prisoners of war, right?
No.
That's what they read that. They read a source yesterday that said that. Because they wanted to distinguish. They wanted to distinguish the slavery, that they're talking about what happened in Africa. That's what the point in the article that was saying. Go ahead.
So most slaves weren't necessarily prisoners of an actual war. It was a slave war. That's the thing that is kind of out of context. That's why I want to kind of correct you on, because when you want to enslave me, I'm going to fight against you with everything in my power. So that is being categorized as a war because I don't want to be slaves. You know what I'm saying? That's not necessarily a war.
So it's not a tribal warfare going
on? Jesus. They're raiding villages, bro. They're raiding.
Right. What part is y'all missing?
So there's no tribal warfare is going on. So that's what they were saying.
The tribal warfare is the people who are being raided and enslaved, fighting for their fucking lives. That's the warfare that's going on. You see what I'm saying?
Like raiding force approaching,
okay.
You see his raiding force
I
coming.
got you.
They don't pose a fight back. He said, so since they
I'm saying
fought back,
of course
now they prisoners of war.
Two sides of fighting. So two sides of fight, right?
No, nigga, they not fighting. They are being enslaved.
They defending themselves, right?
Yeah, one's fighting. Yeah, that's good. One's fighting. One's defending themselves. Nigga, like shit. They like nigga.
Right?
Queen and niggas here, nigga. We gotta either fucking fight or run or fight.
Once you're supplying 13,000 a year, you going out looking for motherfuckers at this point.
Wow, this is new.
You're going out. You the sole ruler of the area now. She was the sole ruler of the area, right?
Yeah.
She became the queen. Now she out looking for motherfuckers to sell.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part.
And every trial she took over, right? Every trial she took over, she demanded tribute. And the tribute was more slaves. So that means that they gotta go hunt slaves to pay the tribute.
All right, let me ask you one more question. Is anybody else saying this, what y'all are saying?
Yeah, the shit that we read.
Every history book.
How you're saying it, huh?
Every history book says the same thing. It's
Zinga's a slave driver. That's what they say.
It's us because we are so African. We are so black. We got so much love for black people that we don't put no responsibility and no fault on black people. We definitely, as black people and as African descendants, Africans definitely participated in the enslavement of other Africans. But in some way in our mind, we removed this African responsibility because we hate the white man so much that we can't see Africans doing us this way, and we want to love Africa so we want to love Africa so much that we remove their responsibility. But in actuality, they played a part.
They had some part into it, of course they had a little part into it. But I'm saying that y'all just trying to say that the reason why it happened, like it happened in America because of the Africans.
Hutch just made a brilliant point.
They didn't take over any kingdom or nothing to make that happen. It's like the sole purpose of the Atlantic slave trade was because of the Africans. Now that's kind of new to me. That's what I'm saying. I knew the Africans had some. They contribute some to the slave trade. But I'm saying the sole purpose of that is because of the Africans now.
No, listen. Hutch said this. This isn't hidden info. Conscious community has been in a scholarship bubble. That is we're saying shit that we're pulling right off of Wikipedia. We ain't doing no in-depth search. This shit is right in your face. We ain't bringing nothing that nobody else in the world just on their fucking phone could just pull up. And it's mind-blowing to us. This shit is how can something
you can interpret the information, right?
No, this is no interpretation is needed. She sold slaves. What other way can you look at it?
Okay, she sold slaves. We got that. I'm going back to the point that's the major reason why we have the transatlantic slave trade. It's because
it's one of the they had to supply the slaves.
Everybody has a role. Everybody has a role.
So they ain't stealing those slaves. So they ain't stealing.
No, some did still. Queen Nzinga was
Europeans didn't do that.
No, Nzinga was fighting. Listen, Nzinga stopped the Portuguese from stealing slaves. She stopped them. So she cut off them from being able to come up into Africa and just take what they wanted. She stopped them. So she controlled it. Now,
so why would she do that?
Yeah, and it was real.
She wanted the money. She wanted the control of the trade.
Because Nzinga was in alliance with the Dutch because she was running from the Portuguese because she had already backdoored them. And she made an alliance with the Dutch to say, hey, these Portuguese on our ass right now. I need some guns and some soldiers to go to war with them. And if you help me, I'm going to give you some slaves. And so now the port the Congo or the Congo got changed from being a Portuguese slave trade commodity location to a Dutch location because she was the controller. You see what I'm saying?
I see.
Right, and even when the Portuguese were taking slaves, they still had African allies that were middlemen for them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're just saying that they had a small contribution in the transatlantic slave trade.
No, we had a large contribution.
Okay.
Small. Jesus Christ.
Let me ask you a question to the brother that asked the question. I got one question for you. Have you ever heard of Dahu the Moor?
I've heard of him, but no, I just heard you guys talking about him, but no, I haven't read anything on him.
So he is the sole reason why slave trade started in West Africa. He was a black person that was by the Portuguese, got set free. He told them that he was going to find the riches of I forgot what empire they was looking for. I think it was the Egyptian empire. They was looking for millions and millions of, well, not millions, but like they was looking for these immense riches. And he's like, well, I didn't find the money, but hey, y'all want some slaves? And they were like, well, shit, we'll take some slaves. What you got? And that's how it started. They
Was he Muslim?
looking. Yeah.
He was Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay,
What
man.
that mean?
I mean, you just wait. Because he is African, but he is Muslim, right?
And Zenga was a Christian.
But we talking about Dahu the Moor right now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we talking about Dahu the Moor right now. That's what we talking about. Because he said he's the one who really started the slave trade. I'm just trying to get his background because if he was Muslim, and Kyle, you did say something about, you know what I'm saying, the Muslim influence, because that's kind of like what they do, right? The slavery thing.
No.
I just want to understand who that guy was. That's all.
What I was saying was the influence wasn't necessarily a Islamic influence. The influence was an Abrahamic faith influence. So all the Abrahamic faiths practiced slavery. You know what I'm saying? So like it just so happens that the sub-Saharan slave trade happened first, and they laid that foundation from Islam that opened the door so a lot more people be more receptive to Christianity when Christianity came to West Africa. So like really, I would say that Islam came first, Judaism came second, and then Christianity came with full force because they already had like those gateway drugs that opened the people up to receive the Christianity. And they had that foundation already laid in West Africa.
And at the same time, Gabriel, just like Uncle said, it was, some of them were adopting the policy because they wanted in. Like, you know what I mean? David Rowley was like, okay, we're Muslim. All right, I'll do that.
You're right.
Let's get this money.
Yeah, we gotta put this in context. So like the reason why people was adopting Christianity and Islam and Judaism, it wasn't about the religion. These were trading religions. These were what the traders practiced. And in order to be a trader and to make money, you had to be part of that religion. This is why I brought up several times the Lakatos, the Luso Africans, the Ladinos, because these were not just religions. These were ways to get into business. You know what I'm saying? Because if you didn't practice a religion, you was a pagan or a Saracen. And this is go back to the papal bulls and all that type of shit that we can look up and pull up on the screen. This is when the Pope declared that non-Christians or non-Jews were able to be enslaved.
Doctrine of discovery.
Yeah, exactly.
Doctrine of discovery.
So now you got these people who weren't Christians, weren't Jews, weren't Islamic, and so they was outside of the realm of the Shem, Ham, and Japheth narrative, and they didn't have any way to validate biblically their position. And so if you're not part of that religion, this is why I brought up the fact that Nzinga converted to Christianity, because once you convert to Christianity, now you can do deals and business with these people that didn't believe prior that you was worthy of doing business with. So if you're a Christian, now you can sell slaves because you're one of us now. The same way when people came to America to get freedom, they converted to Christianity or they converted to Islam in certain places. You know what I'm saying? North Africa, they converted to these religions, not for God. They converted it to fucking make money and have freedom. And we forget about these little nuances sometimes because we want to glance through, not anybody on this call, but sometimes we find ourselves glancing through scholarship and we forget about the nuances that build these points that we're trying to get to. And like Nzinga sold the fuck out of niggas because she didn't value it. She thought niggas was the same way. She thought about niggas, she thought about black people the same way white people thought about us, bro. And I can't sit here and let and I know he's gone from the call, but he talks about her the same way he talks about like white folks talk about George Washington. These folks literally did the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Put her on par with Harriet Tubman. It ain't even close.
Yeah, not even
so,
close.
Okay. So Queen Nzinga is like has a big role in the African slave trade. I mean, the African transatlantic slave trade.
Absolutely.
Okay, she has one of the major
a lot
roles,
of slaves from like I said from 1580 to 1640, a bulk of the slaves were coming out of Angola. You can still see the flyers in the papers in the market. Slaves from Angola coming in and shit.
Yeah. They was right there in Stono, yo. In Stono Ferry,
Exactly, Miss Richie Field.
For sure.
Yeah, she probably some of them probably sent directly by her squad.
All right, so now we know. So Queen Nzinga, right, and other African kingdoms over there is responsible solely for the transatlantic slave trade.
Not so. I mean, they played a role. That's how we put it.
No, I mean, but they play like a 50-50. You know, us and the white man 50-50 or like what?
How can you? I mean, I can't divide it, but how can they do it without the help of the Africans? They can't go in the interior.
I got you.
Do you see my screen right now, bro? Like, look on the screen. You see this guy right here? His name is Felix Francisco de Sousa. Are y'all able to see it?
Yeah,
I can see it.
All right. So this is a European Portuguese man. This is the name that Queen Nzinga changed her name to. This is their family. Their family is the biggest slave traders in African history. Y'all have to understand this in context. These people are like, this is the biggest slave trader in Benin by far, and his family owned the slave trade routes, whatever words you want to use. Mm-hmm. This is Felix de Sousa. Like this is real life. This is in Benin right now, a real statue of a white man that enslaved Africans in Africa, and they love him for some reason because he was a producer of Luso-Africans. A Luso-African is a African that's mixed with Portuguese. Typically, it's a Portuguese father, which is him, and an African mother. And so these white people would come to Africa, have sex with our women, reproduce, and have mixed kids. And these mixed kids will be the ones, because they now know both languages and both cultures, they were able to slip and slide and do things that normal Europeans would not be able to do. And these are the people who enslaved the majority of us, the Lusos, the Lancados.
Okay. Question. So, yeah. I'm just a question. So that's Benny, right? So like Nigeria, Sierra Leone, those other countries, because I know Benny is kind of like really is lower than like Nigeria and all them other countries as far as all the slaves that came to America, right? If you look at it, because I'm just trying to say, okay, so they did that in Nigeria too, as far as the Africans sold Africans, you know, in Nigeria to the French or whatever. That's what's going on over there too.
Yeah, well,
as far as the majority of slaves in America comes from where?
Well, see, like this within context. So at that time, when these things was happening, it wasn't a Nigeria, it wasn't a Ghana, it wasn't Benin or Togo. This was the Oyo Empire, the Kingdom of Dahomey. This is prior to colonization being set in. So the borders are different at that point in time. And so like Oyo which was the biggest kingdom in Nigeria, Benin, Togo, whatever, was definitely selling the hell out of niggas. And they were selling their own, well, not their own, because they wasn't selling people who part of the Oyo Empire, but they were selling people who was Igbo. But then you had the Biafra when the Igbo was selling Yoruba, the Igbo was selling, you know what I'm saying, the Edo people. The Edo people was being sold by the Oyo Empire. The Oyo Empire was being enslaved by the people of Benin City, the actual place. And so like we gotta understand, like it's a lot of moving parts. It ain't just like the white people the Portuguese went to Nigeria and were like, hey, we want to do a deal. Y'all, you know, it was a lot more complicated than what we try to make it. And I think we microwave history, and sometimes we don't get the full context of what's going on. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hey man, this is some deep shit now that we figuring out that hey, Africa is really responsible for the fucking translation trade. It's just crazy.
It ain't new necessarily. A lot of people just kind of ignore it, man, and gloss over it.
I got you. Okay. So now we can't blame the white man for this shit. That's what you telling me?
I mean, okay, so when you have I'm saying like I blame everyone that was involved with it because it was all about greed. You know what I'm saying? So like when you look at the assembly line, do you say just because a motherfucker is making guns, do you blame the person who made the stock, the barrel, or the person who put the trigger on? You know what I'm saying? Like who do you blame in this situation because a person gets shot? You know what I'm saying? Like do you blame everybody? Do you blame nobody? Do you blame the whole process? And for me, I blame the whole process of creating the gun, or creating the thing that created the panic. And the whole thing was created from the Abrahamic faith. Like it goes back to the Abrahamic faith, which is a religion and a belief system which condones enslavement of others. Like because
is that indigenous to Africa?
No.
So if that's the base of it, wouldn't that be the thing that's, you know, influencing the Africans to do this or no?
Yeah, I would.
That's the base of it, huh?
Yeah, I would definitely agree that would be the foundation. It would be the base. But you know, you got so like for instance, when you look at the Levant area, the people who lived there at that point in time, they wasn't necessarily white, you know what I'm saying, but they wasn't black. They was like a mixture of different people because the Levant was a huge trade area. It was a amalgamation of different dark-skinned and light-skinned peoples of a certain haplogroup that we don't necessarily share. And so, like, again, we play the game of, are they black or are they white? They're not black or they not white. They who they are. They're Arab, you know what I'm saying? And the Arab are the people who live in North Africa as well, which are like the people who are the Amaza, North Africans, the Berbers, the Fula, you know, the Fulani people. These are people who are in the same stock. And so they spread Islam, they spread Christianity, they spread, you know what I'm saying, Judaism into Africa, as well as the Europeans that came in from Portugal. These Europeans wasn't pasty white people. These people had melanin in their skin. They a lot of places you look them up, they was definitely called Negro. I can show you multiple facts on that. You know what I'm saying? But they wasn't like this.
All right, so thanks to Islam and the Abrahamic faith, that's why the fuck we here.
Yeah.
Rich, like we need somebody to blame this motherfucker.
Because y'all trying to find accountability, right?
No. Like, nigga, tell me who we people with, nigga. Who we people with, nigga? Like, no.
Hey, I'm trying to find an enemy, man, because shit, if we say Africans sold each other in slavery, is these niggas my enemies now? So I'm getting to the point, like, you know, I'm saying, what is like, you know, like, why did this shit happen? That's like, you know what I'm saying? When we see now as a symptom, okay, yeah, we enslaved motherfuckers. Okay, that's a symptom of what really happened, which is the Abrahamic faith in Islam.
Yeah, man, just greed, the times, you know what I'm saying? Like, where humans were at that point. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it just, the conditions were right for that type of shit to happen.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree. I mean, like if like I'm a believer that, and what Hurt said was something that was important in the chat. He said if everyone was atheist, slavery would have still taken place, and I agree with you, bro. But I'm just saying, but at that point, everybody wasn't atheist, and it took place under a certain guise. You know what I'm saying? And like if everybody was Buddhist, they probably would have still had slavery. If
But we
everybody,
guessing, man. We guessing that. We can't even say that. That's guessing. You know what I
well,
mean?
because servitude came about, rather it might not have got the chattel, but it popped up.
Probability, huh?
But
Say
we
it again?
know that servitude, even though it may not have been chattel, it still shows up before niggas even thought about Islam or Christianity.
Right? But it ain't chattel though. But it ain't that, you know what I'm saying, for economy, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but look at
That
where
was
mankind
different. It
was.
wasn't for economic. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't dealing with economics.
Yeah, but
What
once
you're
you
talking about.
once you get the power and the resources to do it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I mean, like I said, we can only speculate. We can only speculate. I mean, but
we're looking at something right now that he just said at the bottom line was the Abrahamic faith and Islam. You know what I mean? So when we make the statement of Africans, you know, selling each other into slavery, let's kind of like, you know, say who the enemies are, really. The
but I
bottom
feel
line
like
of the enemy.
I agree, but I feel like if we only say Islam, then we're excusing the people themselves from having like their mental faculty. You know what I'm saying? They could have, because even though, because they still could have chose otherwise. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? It's just
I
that
mean, that's like, you know, we got
they,
some good Hebrew brothers, but it's the damn Hebrew, it's the damn culture that's fucking them up. But they're good brothers.
I can agree like that, but I won't necessarily. But listen, it's like even with the Hebrews, right? It ain't necessarily the culture. It's the people who at the top who manipulate those things to create a culture. You know what I'm saying? Because at any time they can change the doctrine and it be on something else. You know what I'm saying? But they find a way. They say, you know what? I can exploit people using it, and they use it to exploit people. Go ahead, America. You want to say that? Go ahead.
Yeah, no doubt. And these are really good questions this brother is asking. I think if you think about it though, like every society, every nation, tribe, it's possible they all engaged in slavery. And so if you're trying to find someone to blame, it's quite possible that it's gonna end up where you're gonna end up blaming yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, because whatever, it's possible that, let's say, if you find your lineage to some tribe in Africa, you're going to find out that not only were you sold, but, you know, they were in the process of selling people themselves. So, you know, we're all going to end up just blaming everybody because everybody engaged in slavery. So either we're all responsible or nobody's responsible. And at some point, you know, we just got to, you know, suck it up and move on and say, you know, where are we headed now? You know, get over that stuff and just move on.
So you saying that, again, my enemy should be the African guy who sold me into slavery.
No, what I'm telling you.
Nobody's saying that they should be your enemy, bro. Like,
because what he is saying is that
what I'm telling you, bro, is if you're looking for an enemy, that enemy is gonna.
No, I mean, because it has to. Okay, so
some other tribes.
There's no such thing as
some other tribes sold you, and your tribe sold some other people.
You say what now?
Sold some other people. Everybody was selling everybody. Like if
I don't think everybody got done like that because we can't say 100%. We got to say like, okay, you know, 30% of the countries in Africa done it, 50% done it. We got to like really be specific because I understand what you guys are saying and I totally agree in everything. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying a lot of things you guys are saying. I'm just saying that why? Because you know, if I am here and I understand why it happened.
Why do you need an enemy?
No. Why? Because we got to know who the enemy is. How you gonna move, homie?
Why?
The enemy is those who are committing atrocious acts, bro.
Those tribes don't even exist anymore. It's possible those tribes don't even exist anymore.
You know what? Particular, man. I'm just trying to get to the bottom line as far as it was influenced by the Abrahamic belief and Islam.
No,
I can't
what
say
slavery
that
in
the
Africa?
Africans, we should just
Slavery
be,
in Africa?
huh?
I get what the brother's
Slavery
saying.
in
Though,
Africa?
like, so like what the brother's saying is actually is the most human thing that we all possess. It's the desire for war. We always have to have a desire for a common enemy because that's the thing that unites nations. This is the reason why you have cities that develop. This is the reason why you have gangs. This is the reason why you have everything that brings people together is creating a common enemy. This is like the most base level human emotion or thought process is to find a common enemy because the common enemy then gives you motivation to unite and fight against something. You know, so this is why every empire, every country, everything has always happened. And it sounds like to me, you don't necessarily want an enemy, you want a reason to unite. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Nation building. It's nation building.
I get it. But what I'm saying, bro,
Why do you need to? Why would we need to have someone to hate in order to build a nation, though? Like that sounds
This would be pointless. This would be pointless. What are we trying to do with this then?
No. Okay, so like,
what are you trying to do? Like decrease the antiquities and how we think about Africa as far as the competence and everything?
Well, what are people trying to do? Like when they speak about Europe's involvement in the slave trade, what are they trying to do with that information?
As far as here in America, right? As you're talking about?
Wherever, like, you say you're asking us, what are we going to do with this information about
Africa's us because America is totally different because, it created a lot of, systematic. Come on now. We need to know that in America for sure.
So why don't we need to know about Africa's? Why don't we need to know about Africa's involvement
right now? We're dealing with that right now. That's why we should know.
Right, but if you also understand, like we call ourselves, or Black people in America call themselves African Americans, and we have this kind of like fantastical idea about what Africa is. We all talk about Mother Africa. We all talk about going back to Africa as Black people creating this home back in Africa. And
that's
I think
just the conscious community.
Well,
the regular folks do not like Africa.
Outside of just the conscious community, it's not just in America. I think it's in a lot of Caribbean islands as well. And I don't understand what the problem is with expressing the whole story about Africa. Like, should we just continue to see Africa as just this warm, loving place? And that never really existed. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if that's the angle we're choosing to take. But again, my only question would be, if we were talking about Europe's, because a couple of people have actually come in here and asked that question. Like, they always ask, what's the goal? Why are y'all talking about Africa's involvement? But they never ask that question when people are talking about Europe's involvement. They just accept it. And I think I understand what the goal, and I think I understand what the reason is. I think people want to blame Europe and not Africa because they feel that they have something that they can get out of Europe. Like they can actually get Europe to pay them for what happened in slavery, and they don't feel that any African country can do that. And so they don't really want to talk about it.
Let me add on to that American dream.
Wait, man. Wait. Go ahead. Add on, brother. Go ahead, add on, brother.
By the way, this is Chief X.
Man, your voice is very distinguished, so we know who you are. Go ahead.
Okay. So the reasons is Black folk have a problem accepting responsibility, right? They for years, we've been in this Afrocentric bubble of revised history a bit. And we just cannot, people just have to point the finger at others instead of accepting responsibility. So they want to point the finger at white men because, like, when you're in a condition and living bad and not doing good, you always hate or point the finger at people who are doing better than you, okay?
What are we talking about here, man?
What I'm saying, the reason why this is such an issue, people are asking, why are we talking about Africans' involvement, and people just in denial about this topic, is we have a problem accepting responsibility. Okay.
Responsibility of the African slave trade, right?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
in general, I'm
absolutely,
saying we have a
absolutely.
problem accepting responsibility. Like people, like crime in America, we have a problem accepting responsibility. Like I make
Yep.
the statement, Black folk lead in all crime statistics in the United States of America. That bothers people when I say that, but it's actually the fact.
So
When
let me
you're
ask you
talking
a
about
question.
Rob,
There's
hold on
no
one second.
other factors. Wait.
No, let me finish.
So
You can
there's no
understand.
other. Well, hey man, let's have a dialogue. You just can't talk for 30
Right.
minutes. Let's have a dialogue, man.
Let me just finish this statement so you can understand entirely, and then you can respond and get a full understanding. For instance, we lead in the category of homicides, rape, theft, burglary, bank robbery, and people just thought I was tripping when I was saying that. So I said, we have no time to be pointing the finger at white folk when we're doing bad and at the bottom. We need to focus on ourselves and uplifting ourselves and educating ourselves. So people say, hey, Chief Jackson, why you know what?
Real quick. Hey, show me that real quick. Show me those stats real quick.
Okay, I'm going to do a whole presentation on that.
Show, no.
We also
Show
lead
us
in poverty, right? We also
white
lead
and
in
the black.
poverty.
Yeah. So, like,
who's
for
the leader in
instance,
poverty though? Who's the leader in poverty?
I mean, come on.
we lead in poverty.
Yeah,
why?
You gotta throw that in there.
What community is over policed? Ours, bro. So like you're gonna have more arrests in black communities. You have more unsolved crimes in white communities.
Well,
and like
that's not how.
Hold on, bro. These are things that you gotta take in account before you put the blame on Black African Americans, because we don't have a tendency to be more violent to people. We are in a situation that gives numbers. Like I get numbers, bro. This is what I do. You know what I'm saying? Numbers don't come out of, they don't just make them up. You know what I'm saying? They are produced. The environment produces statistics. And we got to understand what is making these statistics. There's more police in black neighborhoods. Those more police will lead to more stops, more frisks, more arrests.
I think you're mistaking my comment.
No.
Let's do it. Let me be clear.
That's right on point, bro.
No. It's not.
You just gave us some stats and act like they didn't have.
Okay,
any
let me clarify
those things. That's what I'm saying.
Let me clarify for you. If I walk up in a cell phone store and rob a cell phone store, that has nothing to do with being pulled over or being over policed.
Have you heard of racial profiling?
Hold on. Listen. Let me just make my point. Just slow down.
No, but have you heard of racial profiling in New York? Come on now.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about racial profiling. You switched the subject on me.
It's the same.
No. I'm not talking about traffic stops.
Stops, man.
No. I'm not talking about traffic stops. Listen to what I'm telling you.
White people steal phones too,
Listen,
you know.
I understand, but you gotta get my point. You're arguing when you don't have to. You're doing what I came on here and said. You're not accepting responsibility.
Just let them get it out, bro. Let them get it out.
Right.
You disagree. Let them get it out.
Right. So for instance, when Polite molested this child, that has nothing to do with the white man. The white man didn't make him do that.
Allegedly, did he rape somebody?
Hold on. When you if you go on YouTube and you pull up cell phone store robberies, all you're gonna see is black men getting locked up in cell phone stores and the police coming to get them. No white man made them go rob a cell phone store. Okay. I'm not talking about traffic stops. I'm simply saying we lead in all crime statistics.
This is the worst argument I've ever heard, bro. Like you should be ashamed of yourself.
All I'm saying is that we lead in all crime statistics.
If you look up major heists, you're not gonna find black people. You may find some 15 and 17-year-old black guys running in and stealing 5 iPhones, but white people are stealing 5 million.
White people,
iPhones.
Mexican people, Asian people, Samoan people, all humans commit. Oh, listen, all
bring
humans.
The stats, man. You know what? Hey, bring
all
the stats.
humans commit crimes.
Stop cutting them off.
Hold on. All humans commit crimes. That's not what I'm saying.
I'm
strictly saying we're leading in all crime statistics. The reason for that, we can have a discussion about the reason for that.
Yo, my man just explained to you why it happened.
We are leading in arrest, not crime, bro. They do more crime than we do. We get arrested more because we're over policed. This ain't just started, bro.
Plus they bag a lot of us up at the same time in vans and shit.
No,
we get like 8 at a time, man.
You act like black folks don't be in jail for no fucking reason, bro. Like I know everybody on this chat knows somebody that's in jail.
So if me and the homies go rob a bank, are you blaming that on white people?
Oh man, you talking about robbing a bank? Really?
So we lead in bank robbery.
Listen, what I'm saying, bro. If you rob a bank, okay, cool, you robbed a bank. But white people rob digital banks every.
Pull that up, Chief.
No one is disagreeing with that. You're not listening to my word.
Pull up, that fact though. Like
I'm telling you the difference, bro.
Who's that? Kyle talking to me? Is that Kyle?
This Kyle right here.
Hold on, slow down. I'm trying to understand who I'm talking to. Everybody.
Let me get a question out though.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Just pull it up. So pull it up. Black people lead bank robberies. Black people lead crime and rape. Black people leading school shootings. Black people pull those up so we can see if that's actual fact. Because I think you're making that shit up. Bro.
Listen to what I'm saying. And
hey, we don't want to listen, man. We want you to pull it up.
I will pull it up. Listen, I will pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up now. When I pull up these stats and who leads the crimes, will someone apologize?
Yeah, pull up mass shootings, school shootings, and bank robbery.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. Y'all go ahead and have your conversation.
Yeah, pull up mass shooting, school shootings.
No. You're trying to detail.
You said black people.
No, I didn't say nothing about school shootings. Listen. I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about. Hold on. I didn't say anything about school shootings.
Okay,
are we playing a mind game now?
What you say? You say black people leading what?
Listen, I'm gonna say it. I've been trying to say it. Just listen and slow down. I'm not making nothing up. I've done this research already.
Okay.
I'm just trying to inform. Listen, we lead in the statistics that they keep crime on, which is things like petty theft, robbery, armed robbery, bank robbery, rape, arson, suicide. Suicide's not one of them, but they have stats for that.
Arson.
Hold on. And there's about 3, 4, 5 other categories, but I'm going to pull them up. And I'm going to show you by percentage, we lead in all crime stats except suicide, and I think they beat us in arson. But by percentage, black people, homicide.
While he's pulling it up, though, right?
Homicide
while
for
he's
sure.
Pulling it up.
Stop filibustering.
While he's pulling it up, I just want to make the connection to the topic, right? Because the topic is, Nzinga and her involvement.
Man, man, don't do that, yo. Don't do that.
He's trying to pull it up. Let me
don't do that, man. Don't do that, yo. Don't do that.
Let me finish. You don't do that.
Man, don't do that, yo. Don't do that.
Why is everybody contentious? Why can't you guys just have a discussion?
I don't know. These guys are so, I don't know what's wrong with these people. Like y'all can't even just have an argument without arguing. Relax.
Trying to have a discussion.
Building on what he's saying right now and linking that to Queen Nzinga. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah, if you would listen and shut up, you would get the point. Stop cutting people off.
All right, come, let's get it out.
All I'm telling you is the same way when this whole argument with Nzinga's involvement in the slave trade started, people were saying no, they weren't willingly doing it. They had no choice. It was something that they had to do. And what Chief X is saying is it's the same mentality that Black people use when they don't try to take responsibility for.
Who is saying that Black people don't kill? Who is saying Black people don't commit crimes? Who is saying that?
The same way we don't take responsibility for Africa's role in slavery is the same way we're not taking responsibility for our own role in the crime that goes on in our community.
We take responsibility. We're not. It's not about taking responsibility for it. It's saying that you have to add in who are the poor. When it comes to those petty crimes are committed by whom? Poor people, the middle class.
So you sound like Unc right now. You sound like Unc making excuses right now.
Is that not? Hold on. So that's not logical. So that's not a logical question. That's a simple question. Are petty crimes
committed by poor people, the middle class, or the wealthy.
Right. So you're making excuses. You're saying it's because they're poor. Now
Yo,
you're saying the reason black people are doing more petty crime is because they're poor. Like,
you ever heard of we live in a socioeconomic environment, a social historical context, right? You know you live in a social historical context, right?
Bro, I'm saying it's the same excuse they made for the slave
Do you know
traders.
you live in a social historical context, brother?
They are poor.
We have a lot of factors is what's going on.
Saying they have no choice. They're poor. Like you're making excuses for their
American
behavior.
Dream.
Man, American Dream, don't know what to talk about, bro.
This is Kyle. Listen to me for a second, right? So what I'm saying to you wholeheartedly, bro, you are repeating Republican like bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Talking points. Yeah, that's what I was going for, right? And so like what Republicans do is they point out the Sosa was saying, the petty crimes that are being committed, and they forget about the major crimes that white people are committing. Like if you was to look at those stats,
I didn't bring up petty crimes. He did. So how am I the one bringing up Republican crimes?
Just listen, bro.
I didn't bring up anything about petty crimes.
Just let him talk, bro. Come on. Come on, man. We gotta get it out.
Listen to what I'm saying. So like you're only pointing out, well, look, I mean, black people are in jail for robbery. These are things that you do when you're completely desperate. You know what I'm saying? When you have nothing to live for, these are the crimes. You stealing loaves of bread, you stealing food, you robbing niggas to take care of your family. But then you look at the major crimes like larceny. You look at fucking embezzlement. You look
I get it. And Zinga was trying to save her kingdom. These people are trying to feed their family.
I want you to
Yeah,
listen to what I'm saying.
I have my screen to share now.
That's fine. So make sure you pull the major crimes up.
I got them all up.
Not just petty crimes.
Bro, I got the crimes, all the crimes up. Why is this so contentious? Just say, okay, we'll be right back with you. Relax.
Well, because I'm trying to finish my point.
You're trying to knock what I'm saying without even looking.
No, I'm saying that he was talking, Chief, and you just came in the middle.
I understand. I was just letting you know I have it ready.
Let him get it out.
He wanted to tell me what to have ready. I was just saying I have it ready.
Don't get snappy with me, homie. I ain't the one.
I'm just saying I have the stats ready. Whenever you guys finish, I'm ready.
Whenever I finish, bro, you can go with your stats, bro. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Why you talking? Why you still talking, my nigga? Like
I'm not talking. I'm done. I'm just saying I have the stats when you guys finish.
Bro, you acting like a bitch.
Bro,
right
stop doing all that. You don't want to see the stats or not? I got the stats here. When you finish, I'm not show them.
Nobody do that when you come on your channel, yo.
My nigga. Like a straight up
I have
bitch.
the stats. When y'all finish, I got them.
You acting like a bitch, my nigga.
Okay.
Like, damn, my nigga. Like, I gotta tell you.
Man, go ahead and talk, man. Stop acting like a bitch crying.
No, you acting like a bitch, my nigga. Like, what the fuck you talking about?
Hey, yo, come on, bring it back.
Bring it back, bro. Catch yourself.
You don't get the chance to hit the. You gonna get the chance to hit the stats, bro. Hit the mute button. Kyle, go ahead, catch this information. American Dream, bro.
Man, these are the worst kind of niggas. I hate niggas like that, but they be on that big shit, bro. Like I ain't gonna bite my tongue with you, homie. You know what I'm saying?
You're the one starting shit. Bro, shut up, nigga. You the one starting shit drama. You the one starting shit.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Get focused, bro. Come on,
bro. Acting like a real hoe, my nigga. Shut the fuck up, my nigga. You gotta get a
word. I got the stats when y'all ready to see them. Y'all trying to avoid these stats now?
You wanna keep on talking?
Are y'all trying to avoid these stats now? Is that what you're trying to do?
You hear me talking, bro?
You're trying to make an excuse so you won't see this for the stats.
Hey, look, little nigga. Look, little nigga. Next time
you look, nigga, go on with your leadership. I'm trying to kill this. I'm trying to kill the drama. Leave it alone.
Come on, man. Let's bring it back. Come on.
Y'all niggas ridiculous, man. This is a whole ass nigga, man. Little short.
This is a whole ass nigga. Bring it back, nigga.
Damn it.
Come on, nigga, you bring it back. Come on, get it back. Go ahead.
Pussy ass nigga. Come on. Low energy ass nigga don't get no
whatever, nigga. I got these stats ready for your black ass.
Yeah, nigga, man.
I need you to apologize when you're ready for me to share my screen. I need you to apologize.
Nigga, you a hoe, bro. Nigga, you a hoe, nigga.
Okay, good. Okay, good. You feel better now? You feel better now?
Nah, nigga, do you feel better? Shut the fuck up, man.
Okay, go ahead now. Finish y'all shit so I can show these stats, nigga.
Always got the last word in.
Come on, man.
Man, fuck this nigga home. I ain't finna be on this bullshit. What?
Okay, well, shut up. It's my turn. Let me show my stats. He want to finish. Let me show my stats then.
Nigga, you a hoe.
Come on, man. You can't do that.
Nigga, you a hoe across the whole country, my nigga. You, nigga,
Kyle,
you a
he's
whole
safe right
Dallas,
now,
you a whole
Kyle.
Vegas, nigga, you a whole in goddamn
Kyle, he's
Idaho.
safe right
You
now,
a
bro. You
whole
can't do
everywhere you
nothing.
go, you pussy
Yeah,
ass
you having a
nigga.
nervous breakdown. Get your nervous
No,
breakdown
nigga,
out the way.
I'm giving you the big man.
Kyle,
Look,
he's safe right now, bro.
Wow.
You can't do
hey,
nothing to him,
nigga,
bro.
but you
Kyle,
lucky
come
nigga
on.
got me
What
off your
happened
ass.
to
Gotta be
Kyle?
more
Finish your nervous
productive, man.
breakdown.
You
We
real
gotta be
lucky, my
productive,
nigga.
bro. We gotta
You
be more
real lucky,
productive,
my
man.
nigga.
Finish
Chief,
your
share your
On
screen,
God,
breakdown.
bro.
man.
Are you
On God,
finished?
you real lucky, homie.
Chief Bex, let
Real lucky.
Kyle
Chief,
finish,
share
man.
your screen, bro. We
I'm
was
not
talking
even
about.
saying that. I'm trying to get. I told
Nigga,
him
you
he
still
finished so I
talking
could
like a
down
little
some my
hoe, man.
stats.
Shut the fuck up.
Kyle don't want to finish. He just wants to insult me
No,
for
nigga.
hours.
All
Oh
right,
my
let Kyle
God.
finish. Kyle, you trying to
No
finish?
way, my nigga. Oh
You
my
trying to
God.
finish?
Look.
Oh, you done forgot. You done forgot.
No, nigga, this nigga's a hoe, bro. Like, on God,
Okay,
man.
so he don't want
All
to
right.
finish. So let me share
All
my
right.
screen.
Go
Let me
ahead,
share
share
my
your
screen.
screen, bro. Share your
Okay,
screen,
okay,
man.
Ken, let's
Oh
be
my
quiet for a
God.
second.
You got damn get off this bullshit. Pussy ass
Hey,
nigga. Look, man. Hey, nigga, on everything I love, bro. You in
Okay,
Atlanta, my nigga.
yeah. Here, I'm
No,
sharing
nigga,
my
no,
screen.
nigga,
Who's in
shut the
charge
fuck
of this
up.
right
Next
now?
time you in Atlanta, my nigga, holler at me face to face. I bet you I knock your goddamn teeth out.
Okay,
Listen,
well, good job. You're bad. You're a big
Yo,
bad
on
boy.
that is
God,
the
Good.
on
silliest shit
God.
I've ever heard.
That's on everything I love. That's on my
Okay,
kids, my
cool,
nigga.
good
I ain't
job.
even
been
play
able
with
to see
you,
your
pussy
screen,
ass. You a pussy, my nigga.
Okay, cool. Yeah, whatever.
Bitch ass nigga.
All right,
Okay,
go ahead,
good.
bro. Look at these stats.
I ain't finna play with you, bro.
It's for the
These
Okay,
family. It's for
cool.
the family, Kyle.
these
It's
niggas
for the
might
family.
play with you, bro. I'm not finna play with your little
Good, tough guy.
bullshit.
Okay, tough guy. Okay, tough guy. We
I'm
hear
not.
you.
I ain't
Chief Bex,
this
man.
ain't
Already
even
got
me being a
20.
tough guy. This me telling you some real shit, nigga.
Okay,
You are
good.
a
You telling me
pussy
some real
ass
shit. How long
nigga,
you want to
bro.
keep going on telling
Hey,
real
yeah,
shit?
what? Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. Let's
Man,
get
I
it.
don't
Come
like
on.
man.
I
Let's get
know.
productive.
I
Let's
know.
get
He's
productive,
Hey,
safe.
man.
look,
Let's
I'm
get
gonna
Kyle.
let
productive.
y'all some of the time. I salute y'all pseudo killer man, but fuck this nigga right here, man.
Okay,
I
well,
know,
fuck
Kyle,
you
you
too,
can't.
nigga.
You
All
can't
right,
hurt him, Kyle.
we gonna keep that same energy when you come to Atlanta, my nigga.
Okay, good.
Bitch ass nigga.
Okay, good. You finished now?
Go ahead, Chief, man.
Can y'all see my screen?
Oh, shit. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Can you guys
Go
see
ahead.
my screen? Yes or no?
Get it out, bro. Get it out.
Yeah, we can
Where's
see
this
it,
coming
man.
from?
Okay,
Go
I
ahead,
don't
Chief
know
Bex.
because I'm not the one in charge. I'm asking, can you see my
We
screen?
can see your screen,
Okay,
brother.
okay, thanks. Now let me blow it up.
Yo, how this bitch ass nigga get on here, yo?
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
You right.
Offenses. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Office of Justice. Can you see where it says offenses?
Mm-hmm.
You see all races, white, black, American Indian.
Hey,
Go
yo,
ahead.
Wait,
yo, yo,
wait,
yo, hold on, yo. How this
wait.
nigga
Go
get
back
on
to
here,
that,
yo?
homie. Don't skip over that. No, wait. Go back to that. Go
Back
back
to
up.
what? I haven't moved
Go
my
back to
screen. It's right
all
here.
races. Go back to the
Okay,
races
all
with the
races right
whites
here. It's right
and
here.
the
Can you guys?
blacks.
I'm asking. Can
Look
you?
at the number, you idiot.
Hold on. Damn, I'm the one pulling my screen. I'm supposed to
Look
be
up the
sharing this. You got to
number
be quiet.
first.
I'm looking at it. That's why I said we lead in all
Okay.
categories by
They
percentage.
lead. They
Listen,
lead.
listen. By percentage. We are
Bro, let the man
14% of the
talk, yo.
population.
Let the
Listen.
man talk.
Just let him make the argument. I know the he's making like a
No,
Kansas
just let me
argument,
go.
bro.
Let me go. Let me go.
Just
Here
let it
we
get
go.
out,
Here we
bro.
go. Here we go. Here we go.
Hello, hello,
All offenses
hello,
right here. And this says
hello,
all races is
hello,
10,000. Then it says
hello.
white people are 7,000.
Yeah.
Blacks 2,000. American Indian. Now we go
Hello,
down. We go down
hello,
here to
hello.
I believe
murder.
that's million. I believe, is that thousand or million, bro?
Okay, million. My bad. Murder and non manslaughter. Right.
Hello,
It says
Yeah.
what? How many whites?
hello,
Hello.
hello.
How many whites does it say? Can you guys see that?
Man, why is this bitch ass nigga on here, yo?
Yeah.
Why is this nigga on here? This nigga talking about niggas' families and shit.
Okay,
trying
so
to get niggas'
offenses, so
kids
rape.
taken away
So
from them and
you
all
see
that
right
shit.
here, it
Why
says
is this
murder
nigga on this
and
motherfucker,
manslaughter.
man?
White,
I don't hang with bitch ass
white
niggas like this, dog.
5,000, black
Like, I don't fuck with niggas like that, yo.
5,600.
How's this whole ass nigga
Robbery,
on here, yo? How do we fuck with a nigga like this, dog? Like, I don't understand that shit, dog. That nigga try to get niggas' children taken away from him, all the way from motherfucking California, and this nigga welcome. Since when, yo? I don't want to hear this nigga talk. He gonna try to get YK children taken away from him from the seat of his motherfucking house. And that shit makes sense, dog. Really, yo? I don't want to hear none of that shit that nigga saying, dog. He don't even know YK, yo. The baby try to get his children taken away from him. Talking about he's supporting polite, so you gonna get him removed the kids. Really, his daughters, yo? That's how we doing each other now, yo? Ain't nothing that serious, yo. I got enough sense to know that fucking Chief X motherfucker ain't ain't delusional enough, you know what I'm saying, not to take care of his motherfucking kids, yo, from Atlanta. How you gonna make a video? How you gonna call the motherfucking peoples on that man motherfucking on his children? Yo, who does that, dog? What kind of scumbag is this? I don't hear that shit he's saying. YK the Truth been taking care and raising his kids. From day one, we know this. Come on, dog. Like, so anybody can do, so now that shit cool? Nah, nigga, the space ain't safe for me around you, nigga. I don't want to hear none of that bitch ass shit that nigga saying. I don't want to hear no facts. I don't hear about no slave trade. I don't want to hear about none of that shit, yo. Yo, all we do is bring real information, yo.
Admit and just hit admit, bro. He booted though. Like, he gone.
No, I'm just saying, yo, like, dog, like, nobody was really mad at Chief X for real. It wasn't a big thing. He had an opposing view. That's not a big deal. But when you start lying and cheating to get views off of other niggas suffering, it's bananas. Oh, Unc and them is defending polite. All that crazy shit. Like, nigga, who supports any of that crazy shit if a nigga was guilty? That nigga debated polite like everybody else. That doesn't mean that Chief X is in support of what the man is charged with. And for anybody to play that shit, it's crazy. So I wouldn't even let a nigga do Chief X like that. You got YK the Truth, dog. He called the motherfucking people. What some people call, yo, when they come get your children out your house, yo, if you ain't doing right by your kid.
We call
Yo, who does that? Yo, who does that to any of us? Because we don't agree on points. YK the Truth got every right to talk about the case and the responsible. He could do that. And nobody has to agree with that. But you can't call Child Protective Services like that man would really be capable of doing something to his own kids. Like, that's horrible for me, bro. YK ain't did nothing to none of these niggas. Just because he on the other side, that's not right, yo.
Yo, I ain't know he did that, so I don't know.
Yeah, he did. He made a video. He did all that crazy shit. Like, nigga, I'm not even mad about the videos he make about me because it's a fucking lie. The nigga call up, want to know what part of the store. I mean, shit that we don't even got to do. Nigga, first of all, niggas never really fuck with Chief X because he was always a raggedy ass researcher. That's why he was never on none of the teams at no motherfucking time. That's what it really is. You run around selling a fake ass Moringa, acting like it's some real shit, and YK exposed his motherfucking ass. YK wouldn't even be on his motherfucking ass if he hadn't tried to get his kids taken away from him, yo. Yo, YK is a young nigga that came around, dog. They built his status off of some real shit. The nigga got a voice, yo. He's
from
always
day one.
And only thing niggas always try to do is fucking crazy ass the young pseudo, right? Talking about killing his mother or shooting it. Like, niggas is crazy, bro. Like, we might argue over the zinger, but at the end of the day, yo, I don't hate none of y'all. I'm not gonna start making diss videos on y'all about how y'all this. Do you like, man, we had two opposing sides. It's okay. But it's not okay. Everybody work hard to have their families, yo. Like, you've never heard me say something about Chief X and the way he raised his kids, yo. I would never say that. Just because he's a slap-ass, wild-ass coon, yo, don't mean he ain't raised his kids right, yo. Like, I wouldn't do that for the victory. Why do niggas always do us like that? So every time this bitch-ass niggas around me, I'm going off on this bitch ass. Because it's some bullshit, dog. That ain't how we play this game. People watching, yeah, we argue, we slap out our minds, we all crazy at times and all that. Okay, I agree. But yo, I'm not calling Child Protection Services from fucking Atlanta talking about this nigga should get his kids taken away because he support a nigga that got locked up. Like, really?
Yeah, that's fucked up.
That man love his motherfucking daughters, yo. Just like Chief X love his motherfucking kids, yo. Like, what are we talking about here? It's just fucking scholarship, yo. Niggas really think that they fucking on some goddamn show with 1 million views. Dude, you getting a couple of dollars off of YouTube. It ain't even worth it. The whole niggas didn't even care about Polite. Nobody's talking about Polite now. All them niggas talking shit. All them views they got for that 2 weeks, where they at now, yo? Because they never gave a fuck about that man fucking kids. Never gave a fuck about that man wives. They never gave a fuck about the lady and her damn daughter. Nobody really cared. They just wanted to play the game like they did. Where they at now, yo? Where they at? It's quiet on the motherfucking set. Right, because it ain't bubbling no more. Niggas then literally turned into fucking white people in blackface because of some YouTube views. Because of the couple of dollars they get. It's crazy to me, bro. I've been there from the beginning, yo, and I never was like that. It's fucking crazy. For a couple dollars? Everybody overnight reporter on Polite Story. Get the fuck out of here. The professionals didn't even do it like that. Nah, it's a crab ass nigga, yo. Crab ass nigga, yo. Nah, nigga, you ain't comfortable around me, nigga. Nigga, don't ever be comfortable around me, nigga. You tripping. I got the receipt for the shoes I sent back. Bitch, you sent the shoes back a month later. Who amongst you realize that this nigga show y'all a receipt about some shoes? He found that in an event. And he take back to his own hotel.
Y'all know damn shoes, man. All right, fuck that nigga, man. Fuck that nigga. I see the Yeezy woke up. Did he see in the building?
Made a good point, though. I don't know about none of all of that other stuff, but he came in on a good point.
He ain't no goddamn good point. That's that Candace Owens.
Good point.
That's that Candace Owens shit. Now I heard all that shit.
Exactly, yo.
Can I tell you? Let me tell y'all something.
I just wanted him to spew it.
American Dream, where you at, yo?
Just saying those are Republican talking points, and that's that Candace Owens stuff. Like, that's not a good rebuttal.
Damn.
Like, y'all may not think it's a good. He made a good
really
point.
don't know what's going on, yo.
Good rebuttal is not. Oh, that's Republican. Like, y'all got to work on your rebuttals.
Hey, yo, you sound like a Republican, yo.
He is a Republican.
See what I'm saying? Like, that's not a good rebuttal. Like, whether I'm a Republican,
man, we're just talking about your mentality, brother.
Hey, Hutch.
I'm not rebutting.
Hey, Hutch, I stay away from that bitch.
We're just talking about who you are.
You'll never see me over there on no motherfucking Chief X channel.
No doubt.
I stays off that nigga shit. I don't make no videos about that nigga. You don't see that nigga name and no titles. I don't go on his show. Man, fuck that nigga.
I don't even know who he is.
Now today he over here talking about black. So what is he? Watch this. What he talking about now? What he say? What he say? What he say? American thing. What was this good point he made,
what he
bro?
said was the point he made was the same way, because slavery, we look at slavery and what the Europeans did as a crime, right? And he was saying that we weren't really willing to accept the Africans' role in that crime. And he was saying it's the same way today. Let me finish what his point was, please. And he's saying that the same way today that we're not willing to take responsibility for our own role in the crimes that we're committing today. We want to blame it on the same way back in the day when it's slavery.
Saying that we commit more crimes. We commit more crimes, but we're not being accountable for the crimes we're committing. It was a stupid ass argument anyway.
Let me just finish. I'm gonna be finished in 5 seconds. Back then, when we want to blame slavery on white people, today we want to blame the crimes we commit on white people.
He didn't say that. You said that. He didn't say that. You said that.
About blaming crimes on white people.
He didn't say that, yo. You said that.
That's the point.
Poverty. Poverty is not white people. That's economics. Nobody said anything about a race.
What the fuck?
But, I don't want to, like, it may be a different
American Dream.
I never said anything about race. I said poverty.
Oh, God, man. American Dream.
Right. You were saying that the reason blacks are committing crime is not because, you're saying it's the poverty that's
right. It's not their color, yo. It's the poverty, yo.
Poverty. You're saying don't blame
social economics.
You're saying don't blame the criminal, blame the poverty. That's the excuse.
Still blame the criminal, but poverty is
the same way people were saying don't blame Queen and Zinga.
You're doing it the same way though, American Dream. You're doing the same thing.
Niggas set up on this show for 3 hours and forget the conditions that was created by colonial powers.
Right.
Now
Like,
we're gonna
yeah,
sit here.
exactly.
Hold on. That's not taking it. Yo, just be you sound like white people. That's
I'm
crazy
saying
to me.
that's not a rebuttal, bro. That's not a rebuttal. That's not an
Yes, it.
argument.
Yo,
That's not
wait
an
a minute,
argument. It's not an
bro.
argument. Like for
Bro,
me to say something and you come in and
no
say I
one
sound like
is
a white
no,
person,
but no one
that's
is
not an
take
argument.
no.
That's very
If
pseudo.
I'm
Like
talking about
that's literally what
if I'm
pseudo
talking
is.
about Nzinga and slavery and the conditions that she was faced with, that's not
Right.
taking
Like black people
responsibility.
now,
Hold on, bro.
like the
Bro, that's
conditions
not
black
taking
people are faced with now,
That's not
poverty.
taking
Black people are
responsibility
faced with
away.
poverty.
That's
And
not
Zinga
taking
was faced with some other
responsibility
stuff.
away from people who was in the slave trade, bro.
Yes,
That's
it is.
simply it is not. That's crazy. If
She
you
is
talk
your
about
favorite person.
poverty, and if you talk about poverty and social economic status, that's not taking the motherfucking burden away from criminals. What are we talking about here? That's
Then
not
what
an
you doing? Then
instant,
why
yo,
are you
you
bringing
taking,
up poverty?
that's simply the conversation in full context, bro.
So why are you bringing it up?
You
If you're not
said
bringing
it.
it up, if you're not bringing up poverty to say it's not the person, it's not the criminal's fault, it's the condition he's in. Like, cause it's the same argument you're
No, the
making with
criminal
Nzinga. You're
pays.
saying it's
No,
not
the
her
criminal.
fault, it's the
Yo,
condition she was
don't
in.
you know the
But
criminal pays the crime? Don't you know the criminal pays the price for it, yo? You didn't know that? You
Say
didn't know
what?
when you get caught. You didn't know when you get caught, you get locked up.
Conditions make you cheat.
I'm aware.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying so. I'm just saying all I wanted to do, whether niggas like Nzinga or not, right? I was simply allowing the African American on both sides, right? There's a camp that says, well, the Africans never participated. Okay, there's 3 camps. There's also another camp that says, well, the Africans sold their people. Right? So once you realize that, let's talk about Africa pre all that shit, you'll find out that communities had crops, they were farming. Do you think they were just looking at this shit? No, they fed themselves and they traded other goods and products. Okay? We know that. And it was clear that they had what, before people came and used the word slavery, they had people that was working, whatever you want to call them. You want to call them slaves, whatever the fuck y'all think you want to call them. We know that they had people in the courts and people that were actually working. Okay, y'all want to call it indentured servitude, play it any kind of way you want. We know they had people there. But what we do also understand is the whole fucking thing wasn't based off of them people selling those people. It wasn't that.
I know.
So
Like
then the
crime
question
today,
is, hold
like
on,
crime
bro.
today
Hold on,
is
bro.
not
Hold
based
on,
on
bro. Hold on,
crime
bro.
today is not
Hold
based
on,
on
bro.
people
Hold
being
on,
wicked.
bro.
It's based
Hold
on
on,
their
bro.
poverty.
Hold on,
I
bro.
get it.
Hold on, bro. So the point would be, when did the whole climate change to now fuck all the crops, fuck all the art pieces you made to sell, fuck all that, we just fucking with selling each other? When did that happen and how did that occur? That's not making excuses. It's simply history and what happened. I do not have to leave out all of that to make sure I ain't taking enough for Africa. Y'all tripping. I'm gonna tell the whole story. Simple, bro. It ain't even complicated. They choked out everything. The only game in town was slaves. It's called confusion. It's called shit is crazy as fuck. It's all over the place. Niggas raiding each other. Dude, that climate wasn't there like that before them people invaded like that, man. And if anybody say it was, that's some bullshit. I'm not excusing anybody's behavior. I'm just giving you the whole thing. Well, did Nzinga sell her people? I'm trying to figure out, when did she have time to sell her people? I'm just trying to
Is
figure
that
out.
is
When did
that
she have
is that a
time?
legitimate question?
You dead on that Zinga, man. She sold people. She
Is
sold
that a,
everybody. We done covered that.
you know
I'm
what I'm
just saying.
saying?
So. I'm simply making a point, bro. When did
I'm
she
not sure
have
what the
time?
point is.
When I'm saying, so you do realize that you're actually saying that Nzinga allowed people. She freed other slaves to fight in the army, right? So how do you have time to sell your people? It doesn't make sense.
She wasn't selling
We
her
read it.
people.
We know
She
she
was
did it.
You
raiding
never
other
read
people.
her selling her people, yo.
It told you
You know,
she sold 30. She paid
no, but it never.
13,000 per
I know,
year.
but I know, yo. You keep mixing it up. It never says she sold her people, though. She don't
She
got enough
served.
people to sell her people.
We're not saying that she sold her individual. Come on, we already know that, bro. You can't have no
Oh,
people who
okay,
did that.
okay. That's all we
You
talking about.
already know what we talking about. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about she sold African peoples, her surrounding people, bro.
Yeah, we should
And
not
all the
keep going
areas she
over this.
conquered, it made her vassals, bro. You know what I'm saying? She
This
took
is
tribute.
crazy.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm just saying she can't. I'm just
Unc,
saying she can't be my hero. That's all I'm saying.
your Unc, you need a
I know,
tutor,
but I'm
bro.
not trying to make nobody. Can y'all hear me?
She can't be my
You
goddamn.
need a tutor, man. Yo, I can tutor you, Unc.
And I ain't
No,
yelling. It's 1
seriously,
o'clock in the
seriously.
morning, dog. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not yelling no
11
more.
o'clock.
Holler at
11
me.
o'clock. You tripping?
It's 1 o'clock where I'm at, nigga, because everybody sleeps, so it might as well be 1 o'clock. So I'm simply saying, so long as we got the she sold her people straight, then we move on to another portion, bro. Because
Yeah, we
I'm
already know
simply
what the
saying,
people.
okay, but I'm simply saying that's what people say. So am I not allowed to correct that, yo? Because that don't even make sense. You free slaves to fight in your army, but yet enslave your own people. That don't make no sense, dog. That's confusion.
Yeah, freedom with the
Come on,
freedom
man. The
with the
South
condition
did
of
the
fighting on
same
them.
thing. The South freed their slaves to fight in their army. And how are you saying the South had slaves? I don't understand the logic you're making, bro.
What? What'd you just say?
I said the South in America, the slave owners in America, at the time of the Civil War, they freed slaves to fight for them. They said to their slaves, if y'all come fight for us, you'll have your freedom. It's the same thing Nzinga did. And you're
So
saying
what was they fighting over, yo? Hold on. What was they fighting over?
Who?
The North and the South? What was they fighting over?
What were they fighting over?
Yeah, they fighting over.
Yeah, I know. I believe the South's main interest was keeping their economy going, and their economy was based on slavery. And so I believe the South.
So you saying they freed the slaves to fight? They freed all their slaves?
They promised the slaves, they said, listen, if you come fight with us, you get your freedom. And that's what you're saying Nzinga did. And you're
No, I'm
saying
not.
what you're
No,
saying, what you
that's
just
not.
said
That's not.
was if Nzinga did that, you don't understand how she would have done that and also have slaves.
And I'm saying, you made that up, bro.
I
Nzinga
made
did
what up?
not free people. She went and conquered other armies with slaves and freed them and brought them into her army. So that means people were at a premium. Simple as that. She wasn't enslaving her own people. She was enslaving the people trying to fucking enslave her. I don't know what the fuck y'all
Were they
missing right here.
Africans?
It was crazy, yo.
The people she was enslaving, were they other African people?
They didn't know they was African people, and they get two white people said they was. They thought they was different nations, different kingdoms, different agendas, just like everybody else. Everybody, motherfuckers didn't know they was Romans. The Romans said you're a Roman, motherfucker. They was like, nope, I'm a Briton. Nope, I'm a French. I'm a German.
Did the Portuguese see them as different people as well, or did the Portuguese just see them all as just a bunch of Africans?
The Portuguese seen them as fucking fair game. They didn't give a fuck about them. They knew they was different kingdoms. They ain't stupid. They understand that.
The Portuguese looked at them the same way, and Nzinga looked at them as just
No,
different
you keep
people.
saying that. No, you can't find them. Since Nzinga was trying to save her state, yo. Like, y'all tripping with that. How do we leave that out, though?
We can't keep going over the same thing over and over.
Right,
bro.
because
It's been
I'm
like
not
5
listening to y'all
hours,
niggas
man,
with
and you
that
still
shit.
don't understand.
Dude,
You
I
still
never
don't
listened to
understand.
y'all with that shit. So I'm
This
going
is
to move on.
crazy, man.
So I'm gonna move on, bro. You the
Cause it
same
feel like
nigga
we
that
trying
think
to take
that.
your idol away from you.
This is painful, bro.
Let me ask you this: do you put Queen and
Nope,
Zinga?
I'm off that. I'm off that, yo.
Hold on. Do you put Queen and Zinga on an equal footing with Harriet Tubman?
Harriet Tubman didn't have her own nation.
So you put Queen and Zinga above Harriet Tubman?
No, I do not. It was two different black women that did different things. Harriet Tubman made about 3 trips, bro, at max, maybe 2. All right, let's just keep it real.
Who's greater?
No, she made about 2 or 3. I'm not. No, I think they was 2 powerful sisters.
Come on, bro.
They did what they wanted. They did what they supposed to do. What you saying?
No, Harriet Tubman did what she's supposed to do.
No, Harriet Tubman
Nigga did what
was
she wanted to do.
no. Harriet Tubman did what she had to do in North America.
She did what she did.
Zinga did what she did on the continent of Africa.
Harriet Tubman did what she was supposed to do.
And Queen Zinga did what she was supposed to
do.
Okay, so let's try that for a minute. Okay, so you're a smart guy. You're very well read.
I don't know.
So now you get a chance. So guess what, yo? Now you get a chance to tell everybody listening, what would you have did? I'm listening, bro.
She's supposed to gather them same goddamn vessels she's trying to conquer on some shots and run the Portuguese out of Africa. That's what she's supposed to do.
I got you, bro. Yeah, you'd have died. She did all that, remember? She tried to bring people in there. Remember, she did all that.
She ain't tried to do none of that shit.
She did try to unify niggas. No, she unified.
She would dip. She had dipped out.
No, she did.
Her brother brought her back to negotiate
She
with the
No. She didn't dip out. She got ran out. Come on, yo.
Yeah. Her brother pushed her out. Of course.
Wait. So you don't see that's the difference between you telling people she dipped out and getting thrown out? You don't see how it's a total different thing.
But what point? So when did she try to run the Portuguese up with some other tribes?
Yo, she unified niggas to fight with her along her side. What do you mean? That's we shouldn't have to argue that point. You know that. Hold on, wait. You know what we keep forgetting here? Wasn't nobody trying to unify. They was all trying to get the fucking control of the shit. It wasn't no unifying. They was all fighting each other, trying to get each other. Do you get that?
Then but that's agree with my point. Then that agrees with my point that she wasn't trying to damn unify us and let's get the Portuguese out. She wanted to goddamn control the goddamn slave market.
No, she didn't, man. She was trying to build her fucking nation, nigga. She had to do. It was a key resource in the war.
She never cared about destroying the goddamn slave trade. Bro. That's facts.
Man, she cared about building her nation. Y'all keep saying that.
She cared about building her nation.
It was oil,
she was
yo.
Never concerned about destroying the slave trade. She wanted to build her nation. She wanted.
So that's. I just want to make sure that you're clear on that's what you're saying.
That's what you said. I agree. She wanted to build a nation, right? I agree. Now you agree that
my question to you is,
stop the slave trade.
My question to you is, then why are you the first scholar to even make that assertion?
That no scholar says she wanted to stop the slave trade.
Right, because that was her conversation is not. They don't put her in the vein of a slaver. They put her in the vein of a woman fighting for her kingdom. And in the process of fighting for her kingdom, the slaves was one of the tools in the war, bro. Like
they
can't make y'all see that.
Columbus in as a slaver, but he did it. Crickets.
I'm gonna let you get it off your chest, Chef. Let's get back on
when you thinking it real quick. Bro,
man, I can take as long as I want to take, nigga. How about that though?
What?
I can take as long as I want to take American Dream. Now go ahead and talk, yo.
Yo said what?
There are people out there, right? There are people out there to whom you're like an elder. You know what I'm saying? There are people
I don't want to hear that elder card bullshit, nigga.
Like
you definitely the elder.
They can't see you.
Well, I'm a wild ass elder. Make me that.
It's not a good look, man. You can't. Like you gotta pull it together and be like, yo, I was just messing around. Like you got, you know what I mean?
Are you serious, American Dream? You sitting up on this motherfucker blaming black people for the condition they in, and then gonna blame them for high crime rates. I just want to let you know, yo, if given better opportunities
the crimes,
No, I ain't talking about you, Chef.
No, who's committing the crime? So you don't supposed to blame the people who committing the crimes?
You supposed to blame everybody. And I'm letting you know, given better circumstances, it's clear that when human beings are given better circumstances, they do better, yo. I'm saying everybody don't have the opportunity that I had.
So
like,
do
I
you
would
have people in
recognize
your
that.
family? Do you have people in your family doing well where they don't have to commit petty crimes?
Of course.
Of course, right?
Majority of my
Now,
family ain't even.
Hold on. So now, also in that family, you have people who not doing so good that do commit petty crimes, right?
No, they be strung out on drugs. Motherfuckers ain't doing no.
How could you derail what I was saying? Go ahead.
No,
You struggling on drugs. You do it as a petty crime. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Nigga.
Oh my
Niggas struggling on drugs. Do it as a petty crime. Somewhere.
No. I'm trying to let y'all know that my family seen what me and my cousin went through so much, yo, that none of them next generations fuck around at all. Like, they be like, oh my God, we never want to experience that. Let's just take advantage of what we can take advantage of. I'm just saying, yo, I was a glaring example of what not to do, me and my cousin. And they seen us get literally decimated. And so the next generation, they don't do it. The most they do is smoke some weed. You don't got nobody strung out like that no more. It was a lesson learned.
So in your family, right, you had people that was doing good, right, that didn't do petty crimes. You did petty crimes.
Right.
Right? But
Dead
y'all
wrong.
all came from the same family matrix, right? Had the same opportunities, right? Ain't had to do the shit, right or wrong? Hello?
Crickets.
The shit that you did, you didn't have to do. You wasn't forced into that position from poverty or nothing else. So if that's the case, we got to stop using that shit for everybody else. We got to stop it.
I don't know. I agree, but it still factors into some degree. You understand? Like, who steals an iPhone when they can buy one? Not many. That don't mean that nobody will.
A thief that want to sell it and make some money off of it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. No. Normally, I'm talking about off the numbers though. Off the numbers. Like when you talk about like petty crime now. Petty crime, right? So now we get smaller, petty shit. Little shit out of store. Now I'm talking about a thief who got kleptomaniac or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about just on average.
Yo, I get most of my products from motherfuckers stealing that shit.
You in the goddamn hood.
And listen, in the boosters.
Hey, we got somebody waiting. Let him in.
I'll let him in. And the boosters are not broke. They not doing bad. They make a lot of money off of boosting.
Yeah,
that's what they do. We call them boosters.
Yeah, I got
these motherfuckers drive Infinities and every motherfucking thing else. They ain't no motherfucking strung out, running up in the Walgreens, snatching a pack of cigarettes, broke motherfuckers.
You talking about the outliers, yo. That's not the majority.
I'm talking about professional boosters. Why do they steal? Because it's lucrative. Why did Nzinga sell motherfucking slaves? Because it was lucrative.
I can't believe we're not gonna equate Nzinga and this shit.
I know, yo, that's crazy as hell.
Black people are not that boosted.
That's crazy, yo.
I'm saying people commit petty crimes because it's lucrative. Now, simple and plain.
Petty crime.
It's called a play or a lick to make some money. That's all it is. We ain't got to put no social, economic shit onto it. You feel me? Because Unc came from the same community. Unc comes from a good Jewish community. Hold on. Unc comes from a good Jewish community. I know where the nigga from. Trust me. He come from a good Jewish community. Them Jews ain't tell him, Unc, come sell drugs. They didn't do that. He went looking for the shit. He had to leave outside of his neighborhood to go look for the shit. And there's a lot of black people like that.
We got to stop making all of us fucking victims.
I ain't say that. I said we outliers. That's the outliers.
That ain't no outlier. It's niggas in the hood that don't gotta do it. Got both parents. Why are we making this? This shit is crazy.
No, the majority of black people are criminals. Yo, what are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about the majority of drug dealers. And I'm gonna say the majority of drug dealers don't have to sell drugs. They don't.
I ain't gonna get into that. I'm
That's
just
a bad fucking choice. That's all it is.
No.
It is
Poverty,
a bad
poverty,
choice, yo.
Poverty does not equate to just because you broke don't mean it's about poverty bring about bad choices too though. You know what I'm saying? It's the situation that you in.
My fault.
What's your
my father sold drugs.
No,
so
I'm saying,
it ain't even.
If it's what your future looks like, determine how you react around the world around you. Okay, I'm in a time where my uncle got a job.
Was the electrician. He didn't have to do it.
No, I'm saying we can't individualize people. Are we going to take away from? It has to be the full scope, right?
Can we
if
get back to the slavery?
So personal experience.
No,
experience don't have nothing. You can't even blame nothing.
No, I'm saying it does, but just your personal experience can't paint the entirety of the whole situation.
Yeah,
right?
but it is enough of it.
But we got to talk in general. We got to talk this damn Montoya shit.
Yeah,
we got to
Chef,
talk
you being anecdotal. Come on, you know better than that.
No, it's not being.
Oh, see, y'all got Montoya on this motherfucker. God damn.
I live.
We got to talk in general.
Crazy,
you know Montoya hates
we know
general,
you. That's
we
still
gotta
anecdotal.
do
That's what anecdotal is.
No, I know the drug game, yo. Like
we're
I'm not making it. I'm not
knowing
making
it is
shit
still
up.
your relative experience.
Yeah,
relative
but I'm
experience
talking about the drug.
anecdotal.
I'm talking about the drug game, but it's not something that I'm making up.
Nobody's disagreeing that you know it. You know it to the exact degree. I believe everything that you tell me as far as what they did. But the brother that's suggesting that it should be generalized doesn't mean that your real lived experience, which is true, and that you know it, doesn't mean that you can apply it across the board.
Yo,
that's what an anecdotal experience is. That means your experience is real, but you can't apply it across the board.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. But I'm saying like sometimes. Yeah, but all I was simply saying, we can get back to this nigga, is just that sometimes your outlook, what your future looks like, depends on how you react to your present. So I'm saying, like if you think you got a chance to go to college, or you feel like, you know what, my uncle works here, my uncle has a business, I can go here. Those affect your system. When somebody comes to you and say, yo, I got the drug to sell, your mentality is different. I ain't finna do that, nigga. I'm finna go to college. I got shit to look. You know what I'm saying? But if you're in a destitute situation, no, you don't have to sell drugs, right? Your parents work 2 jobs. You ain't starving, but the opportunity is more appealing to you based on what you're like. Damn, yeah, I'm more.
So you make a bad choice.
Exactly. So sometimes
that's what I'm saying. That's all I was saying. It's a bad choice.
And I agree.
That's not all you were saying. You tried to
agree that
more
sometimes
people were doing that in the other situation.
Yeah, sometimes poverty may influence people to make bad decisions. Go ahead.
It don't be poverty like that, my nigga. Like it's just
that's
a bad.
Yeah, like people have made decisions the way that you did, that you're talking about, where they didn't have a choice. Like openly admits that it wasn't necessary for him. But when you run that across the board, what happens? This is just what happens in black markets. Tell you, it didn't have to be drugs. It's just basically when you remove jobs. Here's what all humans do. It ain't black people. What happens is there will be the black market will grow. The majority of the community still won't get involved in the black market, but the black market will grow, and it's due to people's circumstances. Sometimes it's people making a choice like Unc did, but the majority are just their circumstances. It's very normal that if job opportunities are taken away, the black market grows in anywhere around the world. It don't have to be drugs. That's just what humans do. And we're calling it bad choices when the thing that it's not that we're excusing or saying that it's not bad choices. We're not saying that. But if all groups of humans react that the black market increases when job opportunity decreases, that talks to human nature too.
Based on the
especially
situation.
when it's consistently been what you can see around the world today or historically. All groups react the same, meaning same, not like the group of us that are on this call. Some of us won't make the bad choice, but more of us will if we live in a destitute neighborhood. If we don't live in a destitute neighborhood, some of us might still be like and go over to the bad neighborhood and choose to do it.
But most of us will make better decisions.
Most of us won't because of our situation. That's what humans do.
I'm just gonna say this, and y'all pay attention to the statement. Conditions will cause you to cheat.
Right.
And I want you to think about that. Conditions will cause you to cheat.
Absolutely.
I don't care if you working at McDonald's. I don't care if you on a goddamn six-figure job. Conditions will cause you to cheat.
And that varies for different people, but everybody could be up under circumstances in which they might. So the circumstances play a role, and it's not just simply that the circumstances alone, because you could be raised or have enough values that you wouldn't cheat in that situation, but some would. But if you have a lot of destitution, more people are going to choose the black market. Not all, the majority, even our neighborhoods that are fucked up now, it's still about 6% of the fucking neighborhood that's causing all the fucking havoc. The majority of people ain't doing that shit.
Exactly, because if it did, it'd be crazy.
Montea, I agree with you. And it's
crazy.
I agree with you, Montea, but the condition is going to make you cheat. Regardless if you are doing everything right.
Yeah,
if you're doing everything right, and the money's not coming in, a person will bounce a check to make them cheat, to make it go up. You see what I'm saying? Conditions will cause
I'm not disagreeing, but nothing's absolute. So
because I think a lot of niggas have been in that position like, I know I got the money, but I gotta get something.
Yeah, some people won't. And some people won't. Some people really got that. So you can't, nothing's absolute. But I'm just saying, if there's more destitution, more people will do what you're saying, brother. I'm just saying nothing's
of course, because
nothing's absolute.
I agree with you, Montea. I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing.
I'm just showing that we're not. Yeah, I'm just disagreeing with making it absolute. You know what I mean? That's all I'm throwing out.
No, because listen, the person that bounced the check, they wouldn't bounce the check if they had somebody they can borrow the $40 from. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if they had that type of outlet. All type of factors. Okay.
Yeah, more people would do what you said, and then there's some people who really get into that shit. You know.
Also, what are your parents there? Is your mom home all the time? Or do you have more time? Do you have more time alone by yourself? When you're now influenced by this, it's just like it ain't. It's more than just. It's so many factors you got to factor in that if you say one thing, it ain't even fair.
Yeah, I agree with you, so.
I wanted to jump back to what I was listening a little earlier to get back into the Nzinga thing.
Man, we still got time to argue. Shit.
All right. So the Nzinga thing, if you remember the context we were having the other day when I was losing my fucking mind, right?
All right.
So
okay. Hold on. On the Nzinga thing, right? We got two sides of the argument. We got two sides.
I'm sorry. I'm bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I mean, go ahead.
I don't think we don't consider her a hero.
I heard it. I heard it.
So what side you fall on?
I already heard that part. Now, but I want to relate that what I was saying the other night is actually playing out in this conversation. So, and why I call the way we speak about it, the context, how it can be dangerous. So it's dangerous because how we're even viewing Nzinga. Because I heard a couple brothers, and I'm not attacking anybody. I just want to, if you just let me walk through it. A brother mentioned the idea of she sold other Africans. And so if you remember the context of I was saying that the only reason we even know to speak like that is because that was given to the world, not just us as blacks, but it was given to us through the transatlantic slave trade to refer to Africa as that way. Because the reality is, you would never hear, I'm just going to jump out of that context real quick to kind of give an explanation why you can't refer to the continent that way. I'm not trying to protect Africans. I'm just hear me out. So you wouldn't hear, like, for example, if you went through education here in America, you may have heard of the 100-Year War between the British and the France or whatever. And so if you think about when they were coming here and competing for the U.S., we call it the U.S. now, America, I'll say, competing for America. The British and French were always battling, so much so that the Native Americans at one point jumped on the French side or whatever, trying to battle for this land or whatever. And now all the motherfuckers remained here to a degree, and there's ancestry back to those, but you're never gonna hear any white American suggest, yeah, I don't fuck with the French because of what they did with us in the 100-Year War. Or I don't fuck with the British because of what they did, or whatever. Did they do that to other Europeans? Like, there is no context for speaking on continental things and having a feeling about it as if, and it's not to say that enslaving anybody is okay. That's not my fucking comment here. It's to realize the context that the only reason we even think this way is because we were taught a racial construct, and we're actually mentioning, I heard somebody mention this, you're having a problem with what Nzinga did to another group that we only know to say is Africans, but there's nowhere in the world that anyone would speak that way. Like, enslavement has happened on all regions where humans have lived. And this doesn't make it okay, but to be in the context of feeling some kind of way because she may have enslaved another group who she didn't see as her own group, which is how humans do when they enslave other groups who they don't see as their own, would be like to listen to other groups to be saying like the issue that, for example, Russia and China used to have all those years ago. Like, it would be crazy for them to be talking about each other. They will call each other Russians and Chinese with their issues, because the Soviet Union, made them into communists. But when that process happened, you're not going to hear Russia saying, man, what did that motherfucker do to these other Asians on this land? Because Russia is on the continent of Asia, whether y'all want to recognize it or not. But the way we're talking about it would be the Russians saying, man, I don't fuck with that conquer because he fucked up the other Asians on this continent. They're not gonna say that because they don't give a fuck about them fucking up Chinese. Like, we don't have it's an unfair perspective for us as African Americans to be like, man, I don't mess with Nzinga because she enslaved some other Africans. It would be the same as a Russian saying, I don't fuck with this Russian conqueror because he enslaved some other Asians.
No, they don't fuck with the Russian. Like, people in Russia don't fuck with Stalin.
He trying to make Russia the same as Asia? What?
Yeah, but because we got to deal with the same continent.
Russia is in Europe and Asia.
Yeah, you got to deal with the same.
But the majority is in Asia.
Yeah, and that majority is an empty landmass. The majority of Russians live in what we call Europe. 77% of the population live in the part that we call Europe.
Yeah, because you can feed
that other portion is goddamn damn near wasteland.
Yeah, because you flip it and chop it, you go to the Asians, and then you get different sects. Like, you get, like, if you look at what China's going through with Tibet,
do you not understand the ridiculousness of referring to the continent making those people the same?
Montoya, I'm trying to follow you, bro, but I just can't agree with you on that. I'm sorry, bro.
But you're mad at Nzinga for enslaving other Africans would be like all of South America saying, man, I don't fuck with this person.
I'm mad at Nzinga for being involved in the slave trade because it's a direct result for us being here in America. That's different.
No, that's not. No, it's not.
Damn.
That's different.
It's not a direct thing when you actually go look at the region that took place in.
Yeah, Angola. From 1580 to 1640, a bulk of the slaves came out of Angola. There are slaves that I'm from South Carolina. I'm Geechee. That's where a lot of them came to South Carolina.
They even got motherfucking places in Louisiana called Angola.
Yeah, that's a prison down there.
Yeah, but it was a plantation first.
Yeah, it was a plantation first.
Yeah, called Angola.
Yeah.
Because the dude from there, he named it that because that's where he was from. So, I mean, like, they acting like it's not a direct connection.
They were getting fresh off the ship, Angolan slaves on deck. Yo, they'll be here, we'll come to the market. Like, yeah. I mean, so that's a different scenario.
Right, I'm gonna let y'all throw that shit in there. Yo, let's move to the Civil War.
No.
And the slaves. Somebody made a statement about that though.
No, hold on. Montoya wasn't finished making his point. And
Go
I
ahead,
know
Montoya.
Nahisi wanted to speak on it too.
All right, go ahead, Nahisi.
For a second.
My speaking on the
Go
whole
ahead.
thing, I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't get caught up in the African American thing. To me, slavery, regardless of how you would treat it, you would treat it good, you would treat it bad up under slavery, it's still slavery to me. So to me, this argument that I done seen that been going on for the past week, I don't get involved in it because slavery. I don't care who treated who right. It's still slavery.
That's what we've been saying.
And that's all.
You're saying that, but I'm saying there's no other group in the world that sits around and talk about the enslavement of their other people to themselves like we're doing.
Why do you care
that's
about
why I
what
don't.
other
That's
groups
why I
are
don't
doing?
do it.
Okay, the why I do is because the only reason we know to speak like this is because we've accepted a racial construct to the extent that we think that there is these ties, that there's some level of accountability that should or could be held, which becomes ridiculous in 2021.
But we
shouldn't spend a minute.
Monte, that's what I was saying. Conditions caused you to cheat. I don't care that she did that. It was the condition.
But we got people on here that are
she
foolish
did
enough
what
to
she
think
had to
that
do.
she's not.
We here
they've
now,
knocked her
but
down, right? But there's people on here that have knocked her down in her position because of what all groups have done everywhere, like you said, brother, based on conditions.
I'm not trying to hear that. So
why
we
you
don't have
holding
to
it?
have
Why
a-
you holding
so-
it? Why is
so
it so
you
important?
saying we don't have the right, and let me hear, we don't have the right to have a perspective on historical figures.
That ain't what the fuck I said just now.
So what are you saying then?
Okay.
I ain't say that
Come
either.
on, Montoya.
Yeah.
Let's get down to the
I'll be glad.
nitty-gritty.
I'll be glad. I don't mind telling you what I'm saying.
Right. Can
I
the people
definitely
hold
say they have
on?
the right.
Hold on. Are African Americans intellectually capable of having a perspective on historical figures? Are we allowed to do that?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay.
But hey,
And that's all we doing. That's all we doing. You might not agree with it, but I have the right to have a historical perspective on historical figures. I have that right.
Well, if you want to simplify to that, I am. Yeah, that's.
I
I'll tell you what
ain't
I'm saying.
disagree with you, Saffron. My thing is, I just don't give a damn about who was treated better and who was treated worse in slavery. To me, it's slavery. It's like spousal abuse because somebody is verbal and somebody physical. I give a damn. It's still goddamn abuse.
That's
So
I don't disagree with you looking into the historical era and coming out with that kind of information. I don't disagree, but I'm not going to get on and argue with a point. I'm like, I give a damn because shit, slavery.
So when me and Unc clearly say that these things happen, we're having the same historical perspective that somehow you suggest we saying you can't have. We say that happened. So
no, y'all don't have the same perspective as me.
Okay,
we're talking about the same situation, but we don't have the same perspective.
Okay, so I say that it happened, and then why do you feel a need to stretch? Because yesterday you mentioned accountability, so that's why. So I'm talking about what can you do
Queen
with
Nzinga's accountability.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's do something with that.
It's centered around the fact that we hold the Europeans accountable for what they did, and then we say now also we gotta also hold the Africans accountable for what they did. It's simple.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. When you think it's that simple, that's where we disagree at. So here it is. It is. It doesn't mean we can have the disagreement.
But Montoya, we're talking about specific people who participated in this thing. We're not even, the other day you tried to get us on a general thing. Now,
he literally asked, did she enslave other Africans when Unc was breaking down, that how it should be seen based on how it actually happened. Another person tonight did say, that's what made me get on, when he said, oh, I don't fuck with her. She did other Africans. They was general as fuck. That's what made me get on.
No, hold on. But
That's what made me get on.
Right, but we went to a specific person, Nzinga, right? and her involvement in the slave trade, right, is not general. Fuck talking about the people of Angola. We went to a specific ruler at a particular time where we have documentation of her selling slaves. And we said we have a problem with that historically. What could be the problem with that? How could we be messing that up some type of way?
Okay,
And
I'm not saying you messing it up. What I'm saying is the only reason you think they have a problem with it is because of the social construct of race that was handed to us.
No, ain't nobody mentioned race.
If we were not brought up under this social construct of race the way it would,
Montoya, you doing the straw man. You better than this. The way that you mental dialogue, keep you mental dialogue. If we didn't bring up race, you interjecting something that you believe. We never brought that up. These are all African people that we're talking about, right?
What I'm saying, when we're saying all African, like, why are we speaking like that? Who speaks like that?
Because they were African. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying I'm sorry, but the reason you have to be sorry is because that was given to us.
No, listen.
That was given to us under the social construct of transatlantic slave trade.
So it was given to us that these people all lived on the same continent. That was given to us. Or is it a fact?
It's a fact that North Americans enslaved North Americans.
No. I'm going back to
that
Africa.
Is a fact.
Listen, no, we're talking about...
It's a fact that North Americans enslaved North Americans.
All right, forget it. All right, throw Africa out of it. Angolans, right? Queen Nzinga was from Angola. All right. Now, Angolans enslaved other Angolans and sold them into slavery. Now, can we deal with that? Is that too general?
No, that's great.
That's great. And that's all we saying.
No, that ain't all we've been saying the last week.
That's what me and you had that conversation. Since you can't accept that's basically the conversation.
I just said, but I already
because you don't like our language, right?
Okay, no, it ain't that. I don't like our language. That language was given to us.
Yeah, because we never brought up South Africa and all this other shit. We pretty much.
No, don't say we never. There was somebody on here said simply made a broad stroke to, I don't know what Unc is right now, but made a broad stroke to what Unc had to say, and literally said and applied it across the board. And like I said, we have to. So what you're doing now, Chef, is very good, very specific, and much better. And we have to be careful and not let it bleed into continental talk, because we should not talk like that, because nobody does. Only Africa gets done that way. So I don't have a problem with
that. If I say Africans sold other Africans, that does not mean that Africans sold all Africans.
All they got shit to do with what I'm talking about. I'm saying, I want you to start saying that North Americans enslaved North Americans. Does that sound silly to you, brother?
Is it a fact?
Because it's a fact that North Americans sold and enslaved other North Americans. That's a fact. But it sounds silly to me. Why?
That's a fact.
So, but yeah, right. Nobody in the world talks like that, though, because that's exactly what happened during the translated slave trade. North Americans enslaved other North Americans. That's the equivalent of what we're saying. I'm sorry?
All of it was wrong.
Well, right or wrong, I'm talking about why is that nobody
y'all
in the
can't
world
even admit
ever
it
says
was wrong.
What? We've been saying it's wrong from the beginning.
No,
not one time that we said this shit was okay.
You just skipped over it.
I never skipped over it.
You still making a point about language.
I was agreeing with you yesterday when we were talking about how brutal the fucking slavery was within Africa. So
you never answered the question.
Why you think I'm thinking it's brutal?
Do you consider Queen Nzinga a hero?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
No, you understand? I never asked the question. It's the first time you asked me. Come on now, let's keep it going, right? Keep it right.
Actually, begin.
No, nobody's never asked me, did I think Queen Nzinga was a hero to just this moment?
You just kind of went on. I said in the beginning, I said there's two sides of the argument. Was she a hero? Was she not? And then you kind of went on. That's what I was.
You wasn't asking me that. You were just telling me what the two arguments were. You just asked me.
No, I was trying to get you to tell what side you was on.
My bad. Okay, you wanted to ask me. Okay, got it. I respect that. But yeah, I absolutely believe she's a hero, or whatever. And we could.
Why do you? Why should an African American consider Nzinga?
Okay, cool.
All right,
That's a
Chef, I
great
don't mind.
question, Joseph.
Yeah, I'll answer it. I just want to let Sheffrin hear this.
Great.
So I want his Sheffrin to hear this real clear.
Mhm.
Specific Angola talk, I have not denounced at all. I did highlight that somebody during that talk bled it into, and I keep highlighting how silly this sounds because that's what it sounds like. North Americans sold other North Americans. Like, just keep that in mind. When it's specific, there's no problem. I want you to hear that, Chef. Now I answer your question why I think she's a hero. Okay, so I think she's So I answer why I think she's a hero. So, when I look at exactly what she did, and at that time, holding off the enslavement of a foreign group, who we now know, in a sense, was exporting us to another land, if you will. But for her to hold off and battle them for 40 years and be the last staple before to a degree, the last staple before the entire continent basically gets colonized except for Ethiopia. Yeah, I applaud those efforts, learning about that history very much so. I applaud that.
Yeah, but why should she be a hero for you? You're an African American. She protected her tribe. Why should she be a hero for you? That's what I'm asking.
Okay, got you. So so for me, she's a hero in history.
No.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish. Here it is. She's a hero in history. And because I have not done my research to know which tribe I'm
okay. Yeah, way out. Get away.
No, I'm being honest. I'm not trying to weasel out nothing. I haven't, like some of y'all have done y'all DNA. I have not done that yet, right? And so I love to highlight, based on us as African American children, we're going to see very few heroes in the 12 years of public school education. So I love to highlight that learning about a place that we're subconsciously taught to hate, that when we find heroes on that land, it's okay to attach to them. When you learn correct history, you might realize that may not be your people. So you have to do your DNA test. So that once you do that, then you could do more research on what people, where you come from, exactly what they did. I'm almost done. The only reason this is even lost on us is because of the intentional removal of our history when we were brought to this land. This is why this is even lost on us. Nobody else in the world has to even search for straws this way. We're the only culture in the world that has to do it.
Yeah, that's crazy. So if you find out you was in Dogo, what she was, then you're like, all right, bet I fuck with her. But if you find out you was somebody like a
more likely I would.
You like, I hate her.
I'm sorry, say it again.
If you find out you was somebody she raided, a village she raided, then you would be like, that can't be my hero.
Yeah, I might not fuck with her then. Yeah, that's what humans are tribal. By nature, we're all
never
tribal.
Find out. DNA can never show you that.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, I ain't took mine, so I can't speak to it. But what I do know is, doing what we're doing, since all groups have done this, and the way that people learn and understand history is, people highlight the best parts of their history by nature. This is how all history is taught, and so if you go study most heroes, they're all humans. If you're able to go find their whole story, as much as they're a hero, you probably find out they fucked up too. Just like the way Italians like to remember Columbus the way they do. But we're on the bad end of it. We're like, Columbus was a fucked up motherfucker. Italians don't want to learn that. That's not how they're going to teach their history, because no group teaches their history that way. No group does that. Just like you don't teach your bad family history to your newborn kids.
The African Americans do. They crazy as hell with that.
And that's kind of what we're trying to do now. And that's a context that was given to us. So that's why I challenge it from a psychological standpoint. It's not like, again, I love Sheffrin when you're specific, but it is silly to apply continental talk of Africa when the only reason we refer to Africa the way we do is because during that slave trade is why the world was taught to refer to Africa that way. Nobody else speaks that way in the world. And if we hadn't went through that, we wouldn't talk this way.
We would be specific.
I disagree with that. I keep telling you that other people call Africa in general, they can name the continent. People call Europe, Europe. People call Asia, Asia. And people call the Americas, the Americas. Like, I don't know where you're getting this from.
I don't know how, like, I know people do that when you talk about the continents, but when you start talking about specifically what people have done to each other, you never hear people say, South Americans did this to South Americans. North Americans did this to North Americans.
When we say Europeans colonized Africa, why do people refer to the European colonization of Africa? And then you start to name, right, the specific European nations that colonized the Pacific regions in Africa. You never heard this before, Montoya. That's crazy to me.
No.
And Montoya, they do say South Americans enslaved South Americans. That's what
who says who's they? Where you ever heard that in your life?
When they do that, they're talking about.
Whenever, give me an example of you hearing that or seeing that in your entire life.
When they talk about Native Americans.
No, who's they? Tell me who they is. Give me an example of anywhere in the world talking continental to continental. I'm talking about within that. The French and British who still don't fuck with each other to this day. They don't talk about each other as Europeans to Europeans. They talk about each other as French to British.
No, they talk.
Mexicans and Cubans can't stand each other. They talk about each other.
Because you said South America, I don't want to get sidetracked. But South America.
Are you really saying Europeans don't refer to Europe in general?
No, that's not what the fuck I'm saying. I don't even know why that's like what you're saying right now, Chef.
What are you saying?
You're committed to confusion right now.
No, because what you're saying is confusing.
Like,
what
I'm saying right now.
They don't say.
Simply saying that no.
They don't say. So they don't say
Europe is European.
So they don't. So you never heard. So you never heard that they say Europeans were harsh to other Europeans. You never heard that.
Who you heard it for? Who have you heard it said it in your lifetime?
Yeah, I never heard that shit.
When you heard it in your lifetime, like y'all assuming shit right now.
Really?
People don't talk
y'all
about.
Gotta be kidding me.
The atrocities that Europeans committed on Africa was not. They didn't just do it specifically to Africa. Europeans committed atrocities on other Europeans. No, you never heard that.
So I've heard. I've heard
you on the hot seat, Montoya.
Yeah, I got no problem. I know about a whole bunch of them. Check it out.
On the hot seat, baby.
No, here it is. It's very easy. When I used to break down the remember Unc told y'all the other day that I used to break him down on this blackology shit. So what I used to explain, when I used to break him down, I used to talk about specifically how the different countries within Europe did stuff to one another. But when I learned it, I was reading the history. And when I read the history, the motherfuckers didn't say shit about European to European. They broke down which fucking country was fucking each other up. Now, when I take that, I don't say which country, unless you want me to tell you about specific wars I read about. But when I read their history,
tell them where you learned it at.
They don't say.
Tell them where you learned it at, Montoya. Tell them exactly where you learned it from.
All right, I went to academy and took a bunch of extra history class because I love history or whatever. So learning this shit and having to study this bullshit, I never read the context of, oh, damn, Europeans to Europeans. I read which fucking country was fucking each other up. And then I can now, in general, say, yeah, Europeans used to fuck each other up. Yeah, I could say that. But nobody in the world talks about continents.
So what if I can show you books? What if I can show you books on it? What if I can show you books speaking of Europe in general and then going specific? What if I can show you a book?
No, don't change what the fuck I'm saying now. What
if I can show you academics?
No. Chef, you really are simply trying to be right now, brother.
No, you trying to be right. You trying to tell us we are wrong for just saying the continent of Africa.
So hold on. Chef thinks I'm really making a point to say, this would be the dumbest point to ever try to make. He literally thinks I'm trying to say that nobody ever speaks of Europe in general and that there's not books about Europe.
That's what you're saying.
Oh my God, dog. This is the dumbest conversation ever. If you think that's what the fuck I'm saying.
You're not saying that, Montoya.
Please, y'all back me up. Please back me up. That y'all don't think that's all the fuck I'm trying to say.
Montoya, if you're not
because
saying
right now
that,
you're trying to be dumb, dog.
No, if you're not
you're
saying
trying
that,
to be dumb if you think that's all I'm saying.
No, listen.
If you think that's all I've said for 2 days,
yeah,
like,
that's
dog,
what you've been
dog.
saying for the last couple days.
Okay.
And if
Y'all,
you're not
dog,
saying that,
hey,
listen.
I can't
if you're not
participate in
saying
these
that-
conversations if this man thinks
Just
that
listen.
I'm
Just listen.
saying
Hold on.
Europe is never referred to in general.
Yes,
If
listen.
he really
and-
thinks that's all I've
hold on.
said for 2
And
days,
if you're not saying that, Montoya,
I'm not saying
even-
that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. I haven't said that one
Let me
time.
make my point. Yeah, cool, fine. If you're not saying that, then you're saying it's something wrong with us in particular, right? Which is condescending, right? Because we refer to Africa in general, right? Because all people use language.
No, that
like
will only be right if I'm saying what you keep saying. I'm trying to say. I'm saying that I've never.
That's well. Then you're doing a poor job explaining it.
No. Okay, I'll take that. I'll eat that. Chef,
Let me
I'll
ask
take
you
that
this.
all
Let me
day.
ask you this.
I can
Have you
accept
ever-
that 100%.
Have you ever heard this, Montoya? Native Americans enslave other Native Americans.
Nope.
Oh my God. All right, you know what? I ain't talking about it. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Where you
never
heard that?
Native
Pull it up.
Americans.
Pull it
You've
up where
never
you heard
heard
it.
Native Americans enslave other Native Americans before.
No, I've definitely read about which Native Americans did it to it because go pull it up. Pull it up, Native. Go pull it up that way. Go pull it up that
They
way.
all did.
Come
They
on,
all
Mel,
did.
Mel Gibson did a movie on it. Come on.
Right.
They all
right,
did,
right.
bro.
Yeah,
They
hold
all
on.
That's simple now.
I got y'all now. Be quiet for a second, please. Okay, here it is. I got y'all now. This shit easy as fuck right now. Okay, so I just said a few minutes ago that when I studied this shit in college, when I would read about the different European countries, they would tell me specifically who was warring with each other. And I says, now do I walk out of that classroom and say Europeans did that to each other? I said, absolutely. So clearly I can't say that and simply be saying, y'all stop. If y'all think all I'm saying is stop generalizing, y'all ain't okay. I have done a terrible job of explaining.
Chef put it
right. Chef said it right. Chef, no.
You never heard Native Americans enslave other Native Americans, Montoya. You know you bullshit, bro.
I'm not bullshitting because you're not.
You heard on
what I
the
just
super you
explained.
never heard nobody
No,
else.
I'm not. You're not. I'm not, brother. If I read about the French and the Britain War for the 100-Year War, right? If I read about that, I understand that's Europeans. If I walk out of that room and say Europeans did that, when you say Mel Gibson made a movie on it, we're putting it in the context of Native Americans to Native Americans. But if you actually go read the context of where that's from, he's talking about specific tribes. That's why I know about the fucking Aztecs. So yes, I know South America. Listen,
Once you break through the general conversation, then you have to get specific.
I know, check it out. I know that South Americans did that to other South Americans. We know that Africans, I'm not saying Africans did not enslave other Africans. I didn't say they did not. I know that Africans, I can say it. It ain't hard to say.
So Africans enslave other Africans?
Yes, they did. Okay, here it is.
Then what's the problem?
So I'm gonna try to get to the point of what I've been trying to say since I realized y'all thought all I was saying. I see now, y'all thought all I was saying was you can't generalize. That's not my fucking point here at all. So now I understand, like Chef said, I've done a terrible job of explaining myself.
No, you didn't. They just ain't trying to hear because it crushed their point. I heard
we have a European pseudo killer, and he said that they in Europe refer to Europe as fucking Europe. He said when we leave Britain, when we leave London, we say we going into Europe. He said that.
I'm not agreeing with that, brother. Like I just said I was gonna try to explain myself because what I have not been trying to say for the last 2 days.
They didn't refer to it. You said that they didn't refer to it.
Let me tell you, okay, here it is. I've done a terrible job of explaining myself. I will take it that way. Because what I promise you I am not wasting time on is if people generalize or not. That has not been none of what I'm talking about. What I am talking about.
You did a terrible job last night.
Yeah, I'm owning it. We can, everybody can say it, and then I'll re-explain it. But everybody can say I fucked up on how I explained it. Because what I'll tell you, my point has never been that you can't generalize. That's not even remotely close
to the point when I get into the psychology of how we talk about.
But you can't psychoanalyze us at this point.
I'm sorry, say it again.
That's just how language.
I didn't hear what you said.
Used.
Just repeat yourself. I just didn't hear you. Say it again. I can't do what at this point.
You can't psychoanalyze us and say because we use a continental term that we're fucking up. That's the name of the continent.
Well, you're saying that I
people
can't.
that
But
live on that continent that can be referred to as Africans.
Okay.
What is the issue?
So if I better explain it, then maybe it can help me then maybe I can, again, I didn't explain it well enough. Like I said, so here it is. I'm not simply saying you can't generalize. That hasn't been the point at all. However, when the brother asked me, for example, the Native American thing, he said, oh, you're lying if you say that. No, what I said is when you go read the experience about, when you go start discussing the experience.
They call them the American Indians.
Not what I'm about to talk about, because I'm talking about South America.
What do we call? We call them the American Indians.
No, I'm talking about South America.
Then we have to be specific and name a specific tribe. But in general, we call them American Indians.
Okay.
We generalize.
Man, he's not. See, come on, yo. You keep cutting them off when you trying to make this point on purpose.
I'm not picking it up. I'm
you just refusing to let me say it because you're committed to confusion right now.
Yeah.
You're committed
I like that.
Y'all committed to bigging up Queen Nzinga, and she's so fucking y'all.
But y'all committed to something. Though. Like here it is. The reason I can separate it is because I understand that humans have always separated it just like this. All groups do. The only reason we don't know to do it is because we were unfortunately bred.
We don't know to do what?
The part I'm trying to explain. So we've been born, we've been bred under the social.
I just keep hearing we stupid or something.
No, I'm not saying we're stupid.
It gotta be.
No, I can't call nobody stupid when I did this for most of my life too.
Or it's something about the world that we just don't understand because we African American. Something is wrong with what you are saying.
Yeah, because people had a problem with the title. People had a problem with the title African slavery, right? People had a problem with that. People like, I don't think you should title it African
It seemed like you and Uncle saying in some way in our psychology, we just missing the mark. Like that's what y'all saying, yo.
Exactly. I know I'm not saying that because I know the whole world speaks of Africa in this. The whole world speaks of Africa in this way. But the only reason that the world speaks of Africa, because this ain't nothing that's just related to us as African Americans, the whole world does it. So I'm definitely not talking about we fucked up as African Americans. Like I'm sorry that you took it that way, but I've consistently said the world talks this way. But I'm talking about the reason the world talks this way, meaning the entire world fucks this up because of the context that we were given Africa in. We all fuck it up. So I'm damn sure
why do we call Chinese Asians?
Man, you ain't let him finish his point.
Why do we call Chinese
explain it. Yo, you gotta explain the point, yo.
Why do we call Chinese Asians?
When Chinese and Japanese have their issues with each other, they still do.
But we call them in America, we call them Asians, right?
That's the term for those people. So Chelsea, you've been making the same. You keep jumping in and making the same point. Here's a point you made earlier when I first started the other day. The point you said, well, Africans do it. I said, yes, they do. And they're still a problem. I said, but why do Africans do it? Like you said they just do it. That's just the language. That doesn't
so Europeans shouldn't call themselves Europeans.
You gonna make my point now, but you don't understand me? Now you're trying to guess what my point is?
Should Europeans refer to themselves as Europeans? Or you saying they don't refer to themselves as Europeans?
I'm damn sure I'm not saying that. I wish you please get off on the context of am I saying we can't generalize? That is not my point at all. Like when you introduce that, I almost don't want to have a conversation. But that's the point. I ain't trying to make that point at all.
But that's the point you've been making.
I'm saying I'm not making that point. So you might want to try to hit a point now.
Drop the leg in the chat.
I've never been trying to make that point at all.
But that's the point you've been making.
Okay,
No, you
now
won't let
I'm
him make
telling
his
you I want to
point,
make another
yo.
point, and you won't let me say it.
He won't let you do it.
It's much more
Now
funny
you
than
trying to
this.
act
He's
like that's
making me make a point I ain't never been trying to make. You gonna hold me to it?
It's way more
I ain't never
funny
tried
in
to
this
make
way.
that point.
It's
I
way more
accepted that
funny
I
in-
explained it wrong to you, Chef. So can I try
Okay.
to explain what I really meant? Since I fucked it up. The way you took it, I'll say I was wrong. You're right in how you took it. So once I say that, can I try to explain what I really meant?
I'm frustrated at this point, Montoya.
to try to explain himself? How
We
many times
gonna
you
let
gonna
Montoya
explain
explain his
himself,
point.
man?
All right, hey Chef, drop the link in the
How many
chat, man.
times,
Perhaps.
though?
Drop the
All
link
right,
in the chat.
I'm muting out.
Over and say you're not
I'm
saying
muting
so.
out. Go ahead, Montoya. I'm muting
Jeff
out.
will wait right till Montoya get to it and cut him.
Because I'm offended.
Yeah, but you're offended when I said the whole world does it, and somehow you think I'm making a personal attack on us as black people. Hell, I did this shit for most of my life. I'm damn sure ain't looking down on nobody.
Bring it home,
But
yo.
when I finally came to understanding of when I realized when as much history as I study, and when I we all study. Y'all study more than some of y'all study more than I do, or whatever. So here's the mistake that I think is being made as far as what I'm trying to say. And again, because I'm definitely not simply saying we can't generalize. That's not been my point at all. I just gave of my own example of when I generalized. I studied about specific groups within Europe, and when I come out of the class, I generalize and say Europeans did this to Europeans. What I am pinpointing, though, is when you study it and it's written down to be studied and understood, nobody in the world has the conversation about what happened to them in the context of their continents.
I'm still not thinking you explain it any different than you already have.
Well, when I give the example of like when I use the North American one and somebody tried to say they've heard that shit before, they're fucking lying. Like nobody's ever never seen or heard anybody ever say North Americans enslaved North Americans. We've never heard that term. And if you
in replace of the North, they'll say Native Americans.
No, do you understand that when you use the continent as the context, I'm actually talking about what happened during listen. I'm not talking about Native Americans because we're using the continent context, and I'm saying nobody. Hold on, brother. I'm not talking about Native Americans. Do you understand that we can go to the? No, you just hold on. Well, then let me finish then. That the transatlantic slave trade, the way we're talking, we could literally say North Americans enslaved North Americans. And we would be talking about exactly what the Europeans did to us and Native Americans in this country. There's a reason why the world.
No,
there's a
Europeans aren't North Americans.
Brother.
You understand that though, right? Europeans
Okay,
are not
crazy. So the country, so it's okay.
So
when it's 1776 and it becomes a country, then you can start saying North Americans did North Americans, right?
No. When
it's
a country,
you can't do that, huh?
No.
Oh, okay.
When it's
You
a
about to walk
country,
into it.
no. When it's a country, you can say Americans, but that's we're not.
But you know what I'm saying? But you know they're saying the equivalent of saying Africans to the Africans, then you can say Americans. It's also true that that's North Americans doing North Americans. That's the equivalent context. The fact that you see that it's fucked up is you're getting my point right now. You can't say Americans did Americans, but you can also say North Americans did North Americans. But you would never hear that.
No, because
you would never hear that.
I'm lost.
Because those Africans are from the continent of Africa. Europeans are not from the continent of North America. You see what I'm saying? It's not the same situation.
Help them.
Europeans in North America.
Man, everybody know they call them North Americans, man.
Who call European North
What?
America?
Who the hell calls them North America?
European North America.
Man,
No,
y'all
they
tripping.
they call them Americans, no North Americans.
When they go to
They
Germany,
don't call them no
North
Americans,
Yeah, they're
call them Americans.
So
Americans.
here it is.
Americans because they're from the United States of America.
What you
When
just
a
said,
Canadian
Chef.
goes to
What you
Germany,
just said, Chef.
what you just said is the point. Listen closely. They don't call them North Americans. And what I'm saying to you, when we speak to the entire continent of Africa, the equivalent is to say, call them North Americans. That's the equivalent of what we're saying.
No,
we don't realize it's the equivalent because the whole world has been taught to speak of Africa only as a continent. That context was given to us.
No, I say we call them Americans. I say we don't call them North Americans.
But saying Africans did Africans, the equivalent would be to say North Americans did North Americans.
No, because
we don't talk
about European Americans.
They're
still
not
European Americans.
Yeah, they're not indigenous to North America. We won't even refer to them
It
like
don't
that.
make no
North
difference.
Americans would be
It's
those first.
That's their nationality, Sosa, regardless. And when they go to Germany, they are considered American.
Yeah, because of the United States of America, though, right? Not because right?
It ain't no different. We go to Africa, nigga.
So
we
when the Japanese and Chinese have an issue with each other,
no,
they don't call
it. Okay. If you say North Americans, you're talking about Native Americans.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about y'all are using Africa as a continent. And the world, the way we're talking, the entire world will have to start talking continental as a normal language. They will have to say, they will start referring to the continent when they talk about what happens in South America, when they talk about what happens in Asia. They will have to.
Let me tell you why.
I'm a chill on this conversation.
Yeah, let me tell you why you're mixing it up, Montoya. Okay, on the continent of Africa, it consists of Africans, right? All people, all the same. Now you talk about North America.
That's
when you
not
take
true. That's not true at all.
I'm talking about a list, a host of African peoples we're talking about. Whether it's Ghana, we know that those people are indigenous to wherever that land they're from. When you talk about North America and then you include Europeans, you're talking now about a indigenous population who are now mixed in with other nations that have now made this place home. And it's a conglomerate of other people in North America. That's that's different from
to the other continents.
indigenous Ghana.
Apply to the other continents, though. Use other continents, though. Saying other continents. We don't talk about other continents in the form of a continent.
Asia, right? We say Asia. We say either East Asia, West Asia. They're Western Asia. These people are Eastern Asian. Yeah, they got Europe. Eastern Europe. So Western Europe. That's how they talk.
I'm not saying those things don't get said. What I'm saying,
Ngozi on here.
No,
I don't think so.
I thought Ngozi popped up.
No, I think somebody iPhone and somebody named Anthony.
So maybe here's another way of saying it. So the entire world, when they talks about Africa, they never talk about the specific countries in general.
We talk about Kemet all the time.
I'm tired of fighting this. I'm gonna have to let you have it. I'm tired of fighting.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him have it too, yo. him and Unc, y'all won this conversation.
Y'all.
Out of sheer ambiguity and
right no more.
Y'all won this out of sheer. Y'all two understand it perfectly.
Yeah, I don't even know how to attack this shit. This is crazy. You got it, bro.
All I know is the Angola conversation is very specific and very fair if you want to have a perspective on it.
Is it fair for African American to not consider Queen Nzinga not a hero?
Absolutely.
What
that's just our opinion of the history.
Yeah,
but I do hate if the reason you're doing it is because you're coming from the construct of race that was taught to you.
Nobody coming from a construct of race.
She's the same race.
You just made that up.
No, I'm not making it up. What I mean, no, I'm not making it up.
She's the same race. Like, I don't get it.
Okay. I'm not making it up. What I'm saying is,
she says no ratio.
Yeah, there was no. Yeah,
he would be considered in the same race with us. So it's not even. We're not even basing it off of race.
No, I understand what you're trying to say.
Who was the president of the Confederacy? What was his name?
Come on, Douglas
Jefferson Davis.
Jefferson Davis.
Right. Now,
Okay.
an African American has the right not to hold Jefferson Davis as a hero because of his stance, right, towards our population of people.
Right.
The same way we should have that same right to be able to look at Queen Nzinga, who sold slaves, right? We should have that same right to look at her and say she's not a hero.
Nah, you messed that up.
What?
Yeah. She
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
have the same stance as Jefferson had. As a matter of fact, she fought against. As a matter of fact, she fought against colonial powers. As a matter of fact, she was trying to save her country. As a matter of fact, she was fighting against warring factions inside of her goddamn
That's
nation.
irrelevant.
As a matter of fact, she fought against other Africans
How is
trying
that
to enslave
irrelevant?
her people. Y'all slap ass crazy.
That's
That's why you can't
irrelevant,
say the
bro.
Africans.
How is it
It's not
irrelevant?
irrelevant. It
So
only
you
becomes
no,
irrelevant.
Sheffrin, you can't say it's irrelevant. You can say you choose to hold the one issue that you hold with her as enough reason for why you dislike her, but you don't remove history. But part of the reason I think you're removing the rest of the things that Uncle's my opinion. So this is not fact. But the reason I think you're trying to remove the rest of her history, because I don't mind you did not liking her. I don't mind that. So that's not why I'm saying this. But the reason I think you're doing it is because I know you don't think you're coming from the construct of race. What I'm saying is we only know Black in general because of how Black was taught to us. Now, where to your credit, Sheffrin, I want to give you credit here because when you get specific, I can't argue that. And like I said, if you feel like I'm connected, like when y'all asked me that question, I was honest. When y'all asked me the question of if I was in her tribe, I might be proud of it, and if I was in the other tribe, I might not be. That's fair. Humans can do that. And so, yeah, if you're telling me that you know you're connected and you don't fuck with that because you're in that tribe, because that's how all humans would do it. They would know their connection to decide what side they're on. As African Americans, quite often we don't know our connection. And so all we do is accept the construct of race that says, oh, they were Black people, so that's us. I'm not saying you guys are doing it, but that's the danger when you don't be specific. We allow our African American, our people to broad brush, and we were taught to broad brush.
But that's the point, though, because it's called slave. That's what it's called. It's called slavery. It forces you into a position of broad brush because you don't know who the hell you is. So, matter of fact,
we
some
was the
of us on this
descendants
phone.
of slaves.
Come on, man, hold
we
on,
know
I can't
exactly who we is.
I can't yell. Some of us on this phone.
My name's Montoya Smith. I don't know, have no clue who the fuck I am.
Some of us on this phone could actually be from Angola and was in the kingdom and got captured by the people attacking Angola and sold to the Portuguese. Then what would you say? Then she would be a hero. I'm saying it again. Actually, some of us on this phone right now could have been, right?
I'm tired
in the kingdom of Angola, right? Our forefathers looked at her as being a queen, and we got captured in one of the wars that she was fighting. At that point, Chef, you would no longer hate that lady. You'd be like, oh, I'm an Angolian, and she was fighting for our liberation, and I got caught up in it. You wouldn't be mad at her no more, Chef. The only reason you're mad at her because they realized who we are.
Listen.
We don't know who we are. So in general, you hate it, period. I get it, bro. But Montoya is making that point.
I'm gonna make
that everybody else knows their history to the degree that gave in that example. So the only reason we can't do it is due to what happened to us. And if we just broad brush,
is it possible though, Montoya?
Go ahead.
Is it possible that a person can take a stance and say that they are against slavers? Do I have to be connected or believe? Listen, do I have to have a construct of race to make this human choice? Right?
Okay. Yeah, right.
I don't.
So
have
what happens
to have,
is then you just hate everybody then, because everybody's done.
No, listen.
Yeah.
That's what. That's what. Your point is fine, but you just know that you hate everybody.
Hold on. A person can have a position.
Hate all
Hold on.
No, that's a great stance, but you hate all humans to make that.
No, this is what human beings do. A person can say, I'm against abortion. I don't care what color you think the abortion, the people that practice abortion, I don't give a fuck about their height, their so-called race, their religion. I'm against abortion. And people who
and then you hate all countries in the United,
I'm against them. So I'm
you hate
saying
all states in the United States.
I'm saying that as a human being, right? The Jews, whether those so-called groups like was caught up in that Hitler shit. It's Jews that wasn't, their families wasn't caught up in that shit. They still not gonna celebrate fucking Hitler as a goddamn as a brilliant war tactician and a hero.
And what Unc said earlier agrees with what you just said. When you know the specifics, most people do.
But now you know the specifics, and you're still saying that.
No, I don't. I don't know. Like, no, none of us hardly knows, but you may have done your research.
No, we didn't read Nzinga whole history on this motherfucker. It's nothing left for the goddamn. It's nothing else left, yo. We even went Montoya. We even went over her sexuality. You get it? We done went into every goddamn thing, yo.
So so you hate everybody then, Chef? No problem.
Hate everybody. We're being specific. Listen,
every group. No, every group.
I didn't say who said hate. Who said hate?
You said you have to take a stance against all slavers, so you take a stance against all.
So
humans.
who said hate? So how did you?
Okay, take the word hate out. I repeated. You said take a stance against all slavers.
Yeah,
all humans have been slavers.
Right. So I take a stance against all slavers in America.
So who
I look, I don't fuck with them. Historically, I look back at them, they wasn't good people to me. They're not going to be heroes to me.
Right.
Why can't I make that same assessment of fucking Nzinga when we know that she sold slaves?
You can, brother. Just know that you're hating every group.
Who said hate? Fuck it.
And I'm just saying, like
what do you say? You don't want slavers? You don't fuck with slavers. I thought that means you don't fuck with them.
No, if I say I don't fuck with you, that don't mean I hate you.
Okay, my bad. I don't want to put hate on you. My bad.
Yeah, I look at it like, you know, we have this. I think it's, for me, when I look at it, is like when I see African Americans, right? I think we psychologically have the kings and queen concept, right? That when we look back at Africa, and specifically Africa, we kind of pull out the kings and the queens and we celebrate them without really accessing the damage that they do, and the damage just that a monarchy does within itself, right?
Right. That's what all humans have done. So that's what I'm saying. When people teach history, if you make that mistake, you will hate all of history.
And if you give me enough time, bro, I hate all of them. But what I'm saying is that,
are you willing to admit that the tribe you came from maybe fought and traded in slaves?
It's possible.
Here's where the rubber meets the road. So now we're basically saying, hold on, watch this. I'm letting y'all know the conditions was created where during that time period, you'd be hard pressed to find people not fighting for their survival, snatching and grabbing each other. So the tribes that we all came from, right, potentially was actually fighting and trading and doing all that shit in slaves. So we're
go get that source. Go get that source.
It's common sense. It's right there in front of your face. Because guess what? Hold on.
No, I agree with you. Right?
Okay.
I agree with you.
Hold on.
Go get that source.
Hold on. So you came. So okay.
Go get that source.
Yeah.
I ain't like
listen,
y'all.
I agree with you, right? Listen, I agree with you, right? But listen, I don't know about them other tribes, but I know about goddamn Nzinga. You understand? And I know about her shit for certain. I ain't got to fucking guess and goddamn speculate and goddamn do a mathematical equation. I know what she did, and I can bang on her.
Right. And it does what? How does it serve?
Hey, Montoya. What's happening? Let me get in there real quick. Let me get in right quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, man. I wanted to try to give Montoya the assist. When he's talking about no other group is kind of contextualized like how we're contextualized when it comes to wrongdoing, right? When they say Africans kill Africans, right? To use a modern example, when they say black on black crime, nobody ever uses that phrase in the context of saying white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime because it's a silly premise, right? That's what he's getting at. When you say African on African, or Africans enslaved Africans, what the implication there is, what it's doing is putting a pathology on it, right? It's saying
psychology of it. That's all I'm talking about.
No, that's not.
He just said that he would say.
No, hold on.
Hold on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I asked him if he would say Africans.
Hold on, Sosa.
He said, yeah.
Hold on, Sosa. Not psychology. I said pathology. When you say black on black crime, the implication is this group of people is so deranged that they literally cannibalize their own, right? And if a white person kills a white person, nobody would ever contextualize it as white on white crime or Asian crime, because it's a non-starter. It doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? So just because I happen to
based on proximity, that's why it makes no sense.
Right. Just because I share the same continent with you, you know what I'm saying? You got people right here in America, African Americans, blood versus Crips and all the rest of it. That's just a human being.
What he do.
And hold on, Montoya. And when they say Africans enslaved Africans, really it's a trick bag, dog. It's some mind game shit.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
I still don't get it because if I say
Anthony, let Anthony speak.
If I say to you, Native Americans,
right now, bro.
Native Americans got involved in slavery, right? Native Americans enslaved other Native Americans. You don't have an issue with that, right?
Or are you talking to me or the other brother?
Haskell. If I said Native Americans enslaved other Native Americans, you don't have an issue with that. Then you would, right? And then you would be like, which ones? Then I'd be
all right. Look, because all right, listen. I wouldn't have an issue with somebody saying white on white crime either, because if a white person kill a white person, technically, to use that phrasing would be technically correct. So saying Native Americans enslave other Native Americans, technically it's correct,
right?
But it implies a premise. There's a premise behind that. And
what's the premise behind Native Americans enslaved Native Americans?
Hold on. What Montoya was saying is, no other group is contextualized that way, and there's a reason for that. Would you agree with that? Would you agree with that, Sosa? The idea that no other group is contextualized as being like cannibalistic of their group when we talk about wrongdoing. Would you agree with that?
No, because I just gave an example: Native Americans enslaved other Native Americans.
No.
Relation to the crime context.
Let me say it one more time, Sosa.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard the term white on white crime, Asian on Asian crime, Arab? Have you ever heard anybody?
It's not necessarily referred to like that, but that's different.
No, it ain't different.
No, he's making the point.
Based on the point.
I hold on. Like we're trying to hash it out. What I'm saying is that's different when we're talking about Africa. Because
it's not different.
When we say Africans enslave other Africans, we're talking about the
fighting to say black on black.
You talking about geography. People who live.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you say black on black, that's not the same as saying African.
They're
right. Okay, but all right. Then
one is a color.
Okay. Hold on. Then I'll come into your zone then, right?
Yeah, because one is
Let's
a color.
Talk about. Hold on. Let's talk about the world wars. Nobody ever says Europeans killed other Europeans during the world wars.
Right? They call it world war.
But see, and that's what we disagree, because I hear that shit.
No, you don't.
Please pull it up. Every time you say it, I want to see that.
Like history books. Ain't nobody saying that. That's what I think Haskell is saying.
No, you don't, bro. Nobody's gonna say Europeans, because there's an implication there. So would you agree with that? If I say,
they never say it was a European war.
Yeah, that's what
no
I
one
was saying.
said that. They said it's a world war.
They do say European war. They do say that shit. Bro.
They don't. Yo, they say it's a world war.
You're being disingenuous.
You can literally look up the
European war.
But
it's not literally look up the European war, bro. Like, don't even play like that.
Okay,
you're You're being willfully obtuse now. You're being disingenuous, bro. Yes, they do say European wars, but they don't put it in the context of Europeans are killing other Europeans. Meaning
what
that
is war then?
meaning
What the
that
hell is war
kinfolk are
Do it
killing
mean
other
they was
kinfolk.
tickling
They don't
each
put
other?
it that way.
Do they put it that way though, Chef?
They
Chef,
gotta
come
be
on
if
now,
they
bro.
talking about war. They don't mean
Chef.
that they was out there tickling each other. They was killing each other.
Nah, but Chef, that's Chef. Hold on, let me hear you reason, bro. That's besides the Chef. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Of course, it's warfare.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Right, but ain't nobody. If you say a European killed another European, there is an implication there that these two people belong to to the same group, and there's a kinship there, and they're in essence cannibalizing each other. Would you agree that that's the implied context when you say that?
But we do look at European. But we do look at Europeans as a monolithic group.
Not us. No, Chef.
Let me read.
Hold on. Let me just talk to Chef real quick. Right.
Go ahead.
Would you agree that if you say Europeans killed other Europeans, then there's an implied context there that two members of the same group are cannibalizing and warring against each other? Would you agree with my premise that, putting it in that way implies that?
I guess, yeah.
Right. Now, if you agree with that, bro, then you would know that like that, you know what I'm saying? It's dishonest, like it's inherently disingenuous, bro.
So when we say, are we wrong for saying Europeans enslaved Africans?
No, technically, technically you're not wrong. No, but that's a different thing.
That would be wrong.
Yeah, let me read this right here. This is
that's
slavery.
two continents, and we're making a general blanket statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
All European nations didn't enslave Africa.
But don't use all.
Right?
Let's leave all out because nobody's saying all.
No, but the implication again, if we say Europeans enslaved Africans, right, or Europeans colonized Africa, right? We was it all European nations? No, it wasn't. But we just lumped them all in together. Why? Because the nations that colonized Africa, they did come from Europe. Like, it's just so it goes back and forth. In some instances, like what Haskell just said, in some instances, yes, you are absolutely right, with the implication of it, right? But it goes back and forth. Every time we use Africa in the context that we use, we're not being wrong either. He's implying that every time we use
every time. I never said
Listen,
every time.
I'm gonna read from the wiki. This is white slavery. White slavery refers to the chattel slavery of Europeans, whether by non-Europeans, such as West Asian and North Africans, or by other Europeans.
You know how to use it? Yeah. All right. Got it?
Yo, what's all that noise?
Yeah. Do you see that? White slavery refers to chattel slavery. White slavery refers to the chattel slavery of Europeans, whether by non-Europeans, such as West Asians and North Africans, or by other Europeans. For example, galley slaves or Viking thrall. See? Europeans.
So hold on. When you say see though, brother, understand that I've been explaining that context is what's given to us. So for the fact that we even look up white slavery, or you can look up black slavery, that's a context that was given to us. This context is very new.
Forget about the white slavery. I'm focusing on the fact that they are referring to Europeans enslaving Europeans. It's in the conversation.
You have to get that whole article. That's how they start.
But they don't put it in that context typically, right? The idea of Africans doing bad things to other African, that's a typical, that's
because we're not in their conversation.
Yeah,
we engaged in our conversation.
Nah, but Chef, come on, we ain't got to be necessarily
in their
conversation.
First argument was that they don't
we
do
know
it.
their media.
If they
we
don't
see
do
their
it. Show me that they do it. I show you that they don't do it. It's not typical.
He just showed y'all. He just showed y'all it, yo.
Well, he showed it.
But that's but
y'all
Chef,
can move. Y'all can move off y'all
no.
point.
But
language
Chef,
that was
that's
given
move
to
off
us.
y'all point, or
So
y'all
if
can
you're
keep
only gonna
arguing.
look it up under the context of white on white, like that's the context that was given to us.
He just showed y'all the exact same
right,
thing.
but he's using the context.
Okay,
Like,
and
you
we're
know,
using
y'all
the
missing that.
context.
Yeah,
And we're
because we talk
using the
about
context.
That context was given to us. We should talk above that.
God, yo.
I'm
And
with
the
you.
point, so awesome job, yo. Let them keep at it, yo.
You said
Hey, but
awesome
Chef,
job, but
Chef,
I'll
would
tell you
you
this,
agree?
when you go into a history class, you ain't
Hey,
gonna study
Chef.
white slavery. You're gonna study it by who it happened to and who did it with, who they did it with. Like the brother said about the European context. If a European does it to a European, then you would say you think it's them cannibalizing their own. But if you were to find out these two European groups were complete enemies, then you'd be like, oh, that wasn't them cannibalizing their own, so it makes you wrong.
Right,
We do the
Chef,
same thing with
hey,
Africa.
Chef and Sosa, I know y'all playing right now, bro.
No,
Y'all
we
playing
not.
dumb, bro.
I'm dead serious.
Y'all playing dumb,
Hey, can
bro.
I ask Chef a question? Can I
Y'all
ask Chef
playing dumb, bro, because a
his
nigga
article?
read a one-off. He read a
Who's
one-off
that?
thing somewhere in
That's
some
all you
article.
need.
Y'all,
That's
no,
all
it
you
ain't all you need, man. Crackers ain't walking around talking about
Hey,
Europeans did this to Europeans, bro. Come on, man. They not doing that, bro. And y'all know that.
But Haskell, he just proved what y'all said don't happen.
That's a one-off, Chef. That's
It doesn't matter.
Because he looked it up under white slavery. The whole the whole fucking thing.
Hold on. I know Sosa ain't gonna write that article himself. I know he ain't just gonna do
But
that.
Chef, because one goofy dude
I
wrote an
guarantee you
article,
it come
bro.
from
One
white
article.
I guarantee you that came from white
But he
people.
looked it up under white slavery. It's my fucking point, though.
So it exists.
Because if I look it up under European slavery, you gonna be like, yo, you use European slavery.
Right. That conversation in that context exists in the world. That's all he did. That's all he showed.
All right, that's fine. But again, Chef.
Y'all said
Chef, the point is, but Chef, keep it 100, man. Keep it a buck, bro. When they say Africans did this to other Africans, there's an implication there. In that example he gave,
I agree with you. Yes, I agree to that.
In that example that he gave, that implication isn't there. They're just generally using the term European.
So
Like
if you agree that the implication is there, I may have done a bad job of explaining it. But I
agree with you.
I am concerned about the implication, and I'm telling you, sometimes when I listen to y'all in this conversation, sometimes y'all are making that implication.
Yeah,
that's the psychology, and that's the danger.
Listen, I agree with you in Haskell. Some things that said about Africa in the context is definitely loaded. I agree.
And sometimes I hear the mistake being made in this group, and I was challenging us to simply be better in how we talk. And that's why I had no problem when y'all went specific to Angola. That was very different than the conversation of the day. And so if we can agree to that, I was just challenging, because I told y'all I wasn't battling y'all the way I heard y'all battling me. I said, no, I'm challenging you to be better on how we talk, and this group should be better so that we can show others how to talk about the continent. The more we can be specific, the more our people can learn to stop referring to it in that bad context, which gives bad implications to the continent. We should be better than that.
The same conversation we had today is the same conversation we've been having. We start off general, and then we get specific.
Hey, brother, you wanted to ask me a question? Go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you. I didn't get a chance to listen to your whole article that you read the other day. I didn't get a chance to listen to your whole article that you read the other day, but I did hear when you first started off saying in the 15th century that they couldn't get the boats on the coast of West Africa. Now, was you? So I didn't get to hear the rest. So, was you alluding to that, saying that they never could, or was the article just stating the fact that they just couldn't get there during the 15th century? That's all I wanted to ask.
No. It was talking about a specific part of West Africa, right, where they couldn't get the boats close. They had to actually build on an island, right? The island that was off the coast of Africa had
I forgot the name of that
better. What was it? Amena? Was that on the island? Yeah,
yeah, but what I'm saying is was that only just the 15th century, or that was during the whole slave
no,
trade?
it was just talking about that specific region at that particular time.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
like after the 15th century, they was able to.
No, when they went further down the coast, like the
Oh,
Dutch,
they had to go.
yeah, they
okay.
made ports. They made ports that was in favor, better. The coast was in better conditions in some spots where they could, but it was very few. So for the most part, they relied on Africans, right, that can navigate in their canoes across the currents and you know what I mean, the different shit to get to the boats. They had to dock way off land. So the point was that Africans had to assist, right, right, because you know the Europeans, their boats couldn't even get to port, right, and they ain't have the ability to get. And then the pestilence and things that was going on in Africa, the white people called it the white man's death. You know what I mean? Because of the diseases of Africa, they wasn't used to the climate and all of that. So it was a lot of factors where they used the Africans as middlemen. That was the point of the article.
Right. So when people be going to them dungeons and they looking like, damn, our ancestors was standing here, and you know how people were saying that they would have like the church people saying the prayers to the slaves. So like all of that shit is just myth. And I'm asking this genuinely. I don't know. I'm asking this genuinely. You know,
no, that's actual history, yo.
That's real. Yeah,
no, I'm saying but it was the white, so they'd be bringing the white people on to the coast too, though, right? It wouldn't just be like they'd be bringing the slaves to the boats.
Because in time they started building ports on the coastline.
Right. So that's what I was leading to when I said after the 15th century they was able to break and bring more people, more whatever European nations onto the coast of Africa instead of being like we're gonna rely on these Africans to bring slaves over.
No,
you get what I'm saying?
They still relied on the Africans to go get them from the interior and bring them to the.
Oh yeah, I no doubt. Damn, I wanted to say something else, but I can't think of the tribe because I did this cultural anthropology class. And we had to look at this video. The one dude be shouting out to school in Cleveland. It's called Tri-C. It's like a little community college, but I had to do this one. Watch this one video on some tribe in Africa, and they was talking about the British people coming in and how they was just sitting on horses with knives or swords or whatever. And they had, you know, them guns trying to fight on an open field. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know, that's where they fucked up. But yeah, no, you know, it was crazy because they was like telling their own story. But it was pretty sweet. When I get a chance, I'm gonna try to drop that link on Unc's page or whatever. But what was something else I wanted to say? I think I got a friend that talks a lot about European history, a white dude, and he's a Catholic. You know, we be debating about religion and stuff. But he when he breaks that shit down about European history and them battling out with each other, like he really goes all the way down into like not only the actual nations, but he breaks down the kings and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's I think it's not fair to Africa that they don't break down the kings and shit like that. But I get what y'all saying.
Yeah. And that's
I think it's more so like a social thing that we need to get out of us.
That's what I do. Maybe Montoya missed that, man. We went down a song, but you gotta understand certain things are more documented.
A lot of time it wasn't being done. I'm just challenging. I'm just challenging you not to generalize. If y'all got the specifics, stay specific. I'm just challenging.
I'm just saying, listen, but we did do that, but you gotta understand some things, right? Especially based on where we are. Some things are more documented in European history that they have access to. So they can dig deep, right? Where we might have to say song out. You see what I'm saying?
That's my point. Since we can't,
we can only go as deep as we have, right? Certain shit.
But we still have to be aware when the implications are an issue and how. Because why study history if we're not going to use it to help us move forward? We're just studying it for the sake of studying.
No, what I'm saying is that certain things we're not accessible to, bro. We can only use what we have knowledge of, what we have right now. We can't make sure.
We still have to be aware of, now if we just use and broad brush at a time where we imply something that shouldn't be applied, that's dangerous for us even learning the history. And we have to be aware of that, or we'll keep talking in the context that was given to us.
That's what I said.
Black on black crime is a context that was given to us.
Yeah, but I'm saying maybe you miss because we do go into we don't
I'm
say.
not saying I didn't miss it. I'm saying I'm challenging us to stay specific. We grow up all our lives. I did too. We grow up all our lives hearing Africa in a bad context, whether we realize it or not. I'm not talking about that you just hear Africa is bad. We literally have to learn later in our lives, oh, Africa is actually not a country. Because as a kid, you're going to hear it in the context as if it's a country. Because we as adults talk about it in the wrong context. We're still talking about it in the wrong context. So I'm not beating y'all up saying you didn't get specific. That's why I accepted Chef's conversation on Angola today and never disagreed with it. We might come to a different conclusion, but that doesn't go against the psychology of what I'm talking about. The brother used pathology. Pathology is all about psychology. And we should be aware, if we're going to learn this history, we should learn how to speak about it as specific as possible whenever possible. I'm not missing that you're saying we can't always do that, but we still, that doesn't mean that don't mean we're allowed to fall back on language that was handed to us that provides bad implication on how we as African Americans may even look at where we are from, whether we know or not. If Central and West Africa mostly participated, but we use a bad implication for a kid, for a middle schooler, for a high schooler, they don't know if that includes West Africa or not because we use the bad context.
That's right.
Like
I got a question.
I would more have a just for where we just pick up where we got it and then correct us where we're wrong because we do be specific. So you have to tell us when we're not being specific and tell us right then.
Yeah, no doubt. What happened was I was arguing because I listened to a long period of y'all not being, and then y'all broke down that y'all had done it earlier. If y'all remember yesterday, I said, "Well, keep it there."
That's what I'm saying. Because sometimes people pop in at different times where we already.
But I'm going for 2 hours and a half.
Yeah, because we already know what we talk about. But go ahead.
Yeah, who had that question?
Get up.
Who had that question?
Hey, this street, man. I wanted to ask you a question, man, and I don't want you to cuss me out. I'm new to the scene, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are we even Africans? You know, we like 16, 19, we're like 400 years here. Language been cut off.
No,
customs been
not
cut
at
off.
all. Not at all.
We're new people.
We're not continental Africans. We're actually Americans, African Americans. We're culturally and socially and genetically, so they can look at our genetics and then realize that that a lot of it, some of us, half of it might come from different places in Africa, right? But then a lot of it has a lot of Indo-European markers in it. So the reality is we're culturally and socially African American. We're a brand new clan, a brand new group, and we got a fucked up view of history based off what was given to us, yo. And I'm trying to change that. Simple as that, bro. Simple as that. Pseudo killers in general. We just having a dispute right now.
So we should not even get mad at Queen Zinga. We should not even get mad at the white folks. Hey, it is what it is.
It ain't. I don't think it's about getting mad though. I don't think nobody.
But it's worth hearing how he's coming because here's the dialogue. I love this brother asking this question.
But I get what Chef's saying though. Like, you know, if we look at Nzinga, like she traded Africans, right? Possibly she traded us. So, you know, from a broad context, she wasn't necessarily wrong or whatever the case may be. But if you traded me, if you sold me, you are op. You know what I'm saying?
Different.
Like,
if you remember earlier, I agree with that. Because
yeah, like,
I agree with that because it's the correct context. See, the way we were talking broader before, and I've done a good job with Angola, so I'm not saying this specifically today, but I'm still trying to really help navigate when being specific. I don't give a fuck what you say. I might see her as a hero, and Chef has a right not to see her as a hero. But like Unc said, if we were to go study our own personal history, and then it might be like what you just said, brother. You may find out you from the tribe that makes her the op, and you don't fuck with her because when they asked me that tonight, when they wasn't understanding me, they thought they were gonna trip me up. But I'm being consistent, and I was sincere. When he said, "Well, if you from the tribe, she fucked up. Would you like her?" I honestly said I probably wouldn't, because I'm not trying to be right here. I'm trying to be consistent and understand how to navigate context.
But if you don't know if she
if we're a new
op,
clan, why would we give a damn?
yeah, but listen, if you
hold
don't
on a
know
minute.
if she a op, then she can't be your hero. If
Hold
you
on,
don't know if she
Sosa.
op yet.
Hold on, Sosa. Hold on, Sosa. Street that made a point. He said, so then should we be mad at white people? Well, what I will tell you is the Americans, okay, the European Americans that started America have a history of breeding slaves in America once slavery was illegal. They also have a history of Jim Crow. They have a history of having to even have a civil rights movement. They have a history of bananas that we can hold them accountable for.
And we're aware
Simple
of
as
that.
that.
And
We
we are
don't
aware
even
of that.
gotta mention. We ain't even gotta mention
Slave breeding.
the outside of American part. We can just deal with the
and we're
history
aware of
Where that
that
slave
was
breeding
trapped.
force at?
Hold on, bro. we can just deal with the history of Africans in America and hold them accountable for that.
Right.
That's simple, bro.
No. And like this, if you think about the example we're using now, if we decide, and it's cool that, and like I said, I love that we go past America, right? But in going past America, if you were to do your own DNA, that's why I said it's real consistent with what Unc's saying right now. See, we're knowing what happened in this part. Unfortunately, due to our history, we don't know most of this African stuff, so we try to go learn it on our own and stuff like this. So you may look at Nzinga and decide either way, and I got no problem with that. I'm not being inconsistent here. If you find out your own, you can find out you're in her tribe and still decide I don't fuck with her for doing it. That's all fine and dandy. But it's dope if you have the conversation specifically, because our people need to hear it that way. They've never heard our people specify. We always, generally, not we always. I'm saying outside of this group is what I'm saying. That's why it's so important that this group stay away from the broader context.
But don't the white folks do it too?
Fuck them. Our people need to help. Why learn history? Why learn history? Why learn history if it can't help you? The white folks did it to us, and that's why we do it now.
No. What I'm saying is, no. What I'm saying is, okay, white folks didn't like each other, either. Even in North America, before Bacon's Rebellion, I believe that's when the term white folks came in. So white folks used to say Irish American, I'm Italian American, and they didn't even fuck with each other like that. Exactly. And then somewhere it turned, and Bacon's Rebellion, when that white man and them slaves was together, and they were just servants, it wasn't called slavery yet.
Right.
And they was together. He's like, nah, we got to do something to stop this because these white folks and black folks is getting together. So we're going to turn white, black,
and
whatever.
Since that time, we understand race the way we responded today because of that moment. Prior to that, race was not thought in the context that the world knows it today. Race is the least distinctive, the least distinctive of all humans.
But what about the conditions that they were in, man? They were fighting against the British. They were fighting against the Native Americans, man. What would you do? You know what I'm saying?
But I'm not talking about black. I'm talking about, I don't think I'm real still focused on is that's when the context came. So we have to be smarter as a group that leads our people to not talk in that context. Once we teach people that's where it came from, then we shouldn't continue talking in the context when we can avoid it.
You already hammered you. We got you when you go do it.
Then I thought Nzinga sent slaves to like infiltrate the little whatever European, British, or the French or whatever. I thought
all that. That's why it's nuts.
Yeah, man. She was a royalist, bro. She was a royalist. She was cared about the throne, nigga. She wasn't
cared about the throne.
She was a piece of shit. Yeah, she was.
How did they just say that like that though?
She was a whole piece of shit.
You can just tell y'all African Americans with no understanding of world power.
I'm sick of
African Americans, yo. Ain't with no
Islam.
Local
neighborhood. Reading this book, I'm already.
Let me give y'all a
Islam
personal example. Let me give you a personal example of learning history.
He was a piece of shit.
And then getting
that Islam and
I'm gonna give you a real example of me. This is me personally, because I wasn't down to nobody at all tonight. That's never been my thought. But I want to give it my own personal with Nzinga. So the first time
I learned about Nzinga, there was somebody was actually highlighting, and it was the context for me to get out. Even though I still refer to African Americans as kings and queens or whatever, just in case you didn't know that. But I'm definitely.
Nah, you need to stop that.
Yeah, let me get it back. Let me just hear me out. So I'm very aware that
shit is cringy,
Can
bro.
I make another point? I wasn't gonna make this point without admitting that I do that, because otherwise you're gonna think I'm bullshitting. So I do it, but don't focus on that yet. So I got it initially on some romanticized shit, kings and queen, right? And then can't understand that it ain't gonna be but one king and one queen, so the majority of motherfuckers ain't that. So it's stupid to say that we're kings and queens in that context. So I want to let you know I know that. Here it is. I want to show you my own bad context. So when I first ever learned about Nzinga, first thing I ever learned about was how I was learning about how she had that negotiation with the Portuguese king or whatever. Come to find out, she done made a motherfucker bend over and sit on his back. That's how I learned it initially. And I was like, damn, that's fucked up. This is how context matters. So I learned, I was like, damn, this fucked up. Then I read motherfucking Destruction of Black Civilization. Come to find out.
Goddamn Chancellor Williams, I swear to God. Go ahead.
It is. Come to find out, they was trying to play her, and based on the context of how they saw her as the queen, it was an honor for that guy to bend over and keep her on the same level because they didn't want her to sit down. So here it is. So the first context, I'm thinking, oh, this is fucked up. Then I learned more context and come to find out this wasn't as bad. But in my American context, it's fucked up. She's sitting on this dude's back. But the real context of their culture was it was an honor to back her up like that. That changes the whole context.
Stay right there. Do you know the rest of that story?
Go ahead.
Yeah, nigga, do you? Hope you know it.
The rest of the story about the servant that he left about the servant that she sat on the back of.
No, you made that up. You made that up.
I made that up.
Yeah, because it don't say necessarily. You can say whatever you want to say, but it don't necessarily had to been a servant. And none of this shit you saying. They don't know. But keep going.
What?
No, they don't.
Bet
100
on that, huh?
I bet 100 on that, my nigga.
God,
all right,
Joe.
you gonna lose that. You gonna lose that, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, y'all teaching me right now. I'm open to listening.
You know I got the book.
An attendant. Hold on. What is an attendant? What is an attendant?
No, servant. You realize I got the book, right?
Yeah. What is an attendant?
No, servant.
No, an attendant.
No, she was a servant.
No, you know I listen to all the lady lectures, don't you? They wrote the book, right?
Yeah. If somebody use you as a chair, you ain't no attendant,
bro. Go to it and play it. Go to it and play it. I know you talking about, huh?
Tell him again, Haskell.
Very familiar.
Is messing all of this up. Yo.
I'm not, that's not why.
I ain't never seen your
why that was the context. It's not that somebody sat on their back.
The context is understanding the colonial powers of the day and how they treated people they was dealing with. That's the real context, bro. And by her sitting on her back, Montoya is right. It allowed her to sit on equal footings with the Europeans. It don't matter who back she was sitting on, bro. Like,
especially if the person on her back wanted her to do it. Am I wrong?
No, it didn't, yo. Y'all fucking it up, yo.
She thought she was
African Americans like a motherfucker, yo.
Let me at least tell Montoya what happened. Let me at least tell Montoya what happened.
Hey, Chef Wild, bro.
Let me at least tell Montoya what happened.
Talk about human beings.
Let me
He
tell
was a horrible person.
Let me tell Montoya what happened. Let me tell Montoya the rest of the story.
I want to hear that. I like to learn.
And if you watch the lecture, she tells you the same shit in the lecture, bro. It's in the book. That's why I got the book. But
what happened to the servant?
She said that, when she got up, she left the servant there. And the Portuguese was like, yo, because he made a chair. He said, oh, aren't you going to take your chair with you? She said, where I'm from, we got many chairs. And
no. She wrong for that. How y'all taking that statement? Y'all serious right now?
If that happens, nigga, I got
what are you saying?
What you saying?
She threw away a whole human being,
a whole person. Like,
can anybody pull it up?
Yeah, that's
Anybody
fucked up.
pull it up? That's
Yo, we talking about global politics at that moment, yo.
Oh, see, here
So
we go.
what
Here
was
we go.
that?
She's
Oh,
trying
fuck
to
it.
let you know that nigga, our focus right here in this room is on this deal we brokering. You
You
trying to
making
make me focus on sitting in the motherfucking chair. It's a chair, nigga.
So
Fuck
why
you
she throw the
concerned.
human being away like that?
It's
tell
not
you that I have
it's
plenty
not about the
servants
human
and
being at
slaves
that
like
point.
that.
It's about the nation. Y'all just don't see that.
There you go.
Then I
Boy,
can't
boy,
make
you ain't
sense.
never heard that.
Y'all
You ain't never
stop
heard that.
like
That's that
African
story.
Americans
Yeah,
worrying about
chef.
sitting on somebody's back. The
Yeah,
whole
Boy, you ain't
thing
never heard
wasn't
I'm
that
saying
story,
you
dude.
too tender-hearted, bro. He talking about running an empire. Like you ain't got the gall for it.
Muscle. Yeah.
nothing.
What I'm
None they
saying is,
ain't got the
I
goal.
I'm
can,
just
I
saying
can
she was a
respect that.
tyrant and she didn't give a fuck
Yeah,
She's
about
a
human
tyrant.
beings.
Yeah, most
She's
cases.
not a tyrant.
And
Yeah,
here's the
most
thing,
Period.
if you
Adolf
watch
Hitler
the
would be
lady,
considered a tyrant.
if you
Yeah,
watch
but here
the
it is. It
lecture
is.
by the
It's
lady,
very few. It's
the,
very
the,
few great kings and queens in human history. There's very few. That's true.
but I'm
If
saying,
any.
like, if you watch the lecture
There's
with
a
that
few.
same lady, bro, she tell you that she's like, yo, she said the lady's a goddamn royalist. She said so. She said if you want to get in politics, then you need to understand that you gonna motherfucking lie, cheat, and steal. She's like, I like her, but some of the shit she did, I probably couldn't stomach it, nigga. That's the lady that
I
admire.
know. I know. She was what Haskell just said. Yo, she was a.
But why you saying she ain't say the shit? I'm telling you in the lecture, like,
No, I'm
you
saying.
bet me
Listen,
$100.
No, all I'm just
yo,
saying is he respects politics on that level, so it doesn't bother him like it bothers y'all. That's all I'm just saying.
No,
right? Y'all just
Politics.
done with it
So
right
what
now.
it's not that it
treaty?
Y'all
bothers
just
What
me.
can't
what
make it.
what treaty was this lady writing up, right? That makes her a great political leader. Like what throwing away human beings and agreeing to give away 13,000 people a year. Y'all saying that shit is great?
Hey, I will agree
Man,
with
where you
Chef
get them
on
numbers
this
from,
though.
Chef?
She is
Chef, where you get them
overrated
numbers
though
from?
as a strategist. Like I don't know what is her big feather in her cap. Like she ain't. What does she really
I can help.
accomplish?
I can help.
Giving away 13,000 Africans to
She
the
was
people who
able to
wanted
raise
slaves a year.
major armies over and over again and defeat everybody around her for 40 years straight.
40 years.
They actually study her in these in like positions like at the academy.
Don't
They
nobody
study her.
study her.
She was a tactician.
Don't
They study
nobody
her.
study her.
They study her tactics.
No, they
Like
don't.
she was so astute. She was so astute
No,
at
they
understanding
don't.
world politics, bro.
I ain't never.
Like she understood. Okay, fuck.
I ain't never
People
heard
ain't gonna
that.
talk the
Source up.
same time, nigga.
Source up.
So here it is. Here it is. Here it is. So what happens is, unfortunately, the reality is again, and it's no problem. It's no problem, and it's very normal. It's very normal that people, and it don't matter. You know, Gus said, there's no right or wrong in this. For the most part, when people find out the entire history of rulers, people typically have a problem because most people are not rulers. So there's nothing wrong with that, brother. You find her not like her. You know what I'm saying? It's fine for Aunt to like her. You know what I'm saying? I choose in this instance because growing up in a country where I don't have a lot of heroes outside of this country, I, like Uncle always talks about this. While I don't agree with him on his, just being honest, he knows this. While I don't agree with him on the Egyptian history stuff, where we've agreed is because of our history as African Americans specifically, there has to be some allowance for us. It don't have to be, but we think it should be some allowance for us to attaching to things versus so that we don't fall into the psychology or Malcolm talk about hating the, you know what I'm saying? You can't love a tree and hate the roots. And so since we only learn bad things about the history, it's very normal that initially a lot of us been through this. We're all going to attach to certain things that are not actual history, but we have to appreciate that process to be on this phone, on this Zoom today. We went through some romanticized history shit to keep getting thorough. All of y'all getting a group of y'all that are more thorough, wanting to be more accurate. And that's how we're getting more real history. I really appreciate y'all for that. But it's pretty normal that we're going to attach to some things. And Sheffrin, you don't have to, but I like to give some leeway with that just because at the end of the day, there's no leaders in world history that we're going to compare her to that somehow going to be better her in their atrocities. That's what, especially during the kingdom, that period is considered the kingdom period or whatever. And so in the kingdom period, all those people have atrocities. So you could definitely take the position of I got a friend who's like this. He don't fuck with no kings or queens. I have to respect his position because he's, I respect his position. If you honor any kings or queens, then it's gonna come with atrocities that you just probably hadn't learned about yet, or you, like we're doing today, learns about those atrocities, accepts them, and says, well, based on what she was competing, he decides that there's more pros than cons. For you, Jeff, you have a right to take one con or however many cons you think you have and decide she ain't shit. You have a right to do that, bro. But we shouldn't put none of that. The opinion shouldn't be put on each other. But the reason we have to search for straws once again is because of what happened to us. And the brother who asked, are we Africans? We all know this. We are a different group of people. I don't see it to our advantage to learn history and start looking for accountability in a historical complex if those people are no longer in place to help you today. Reparations make sense when you can pinpoint, like Unc pointed out, what exactly happened in this country. So that's when it makes sense. When you cannot pinpoint it, then it doesn't make sense to learn that part of history to the degree that you have a problem with someone you could make a good relationship with. And all you want to do is say, y'all did that shit to us. It serves no purpose. Don't learn history just for the sake of learning.
I was on Chef's side. Now I done moved to Unc's side. And because Chef, I'm right. I'm like, yeah, man, fuck them damn slavers. Anybody got anything to do with my great and kids getting sold off, all that type of shit. I got a problem. But I think about it, I said, man, we're new people, man, we're a new clan. We might as well just forget all that. Yeah, I tell their history, bad history, good history too. They tell all that shit. So, and then, you know what? They move on. They say, never again. We're going to be the most powerful people on the motherfucking planet. So we got to do just the same way and be like, okay, we did this, we did that. And now let's be the powerful people on the planet.
Again.
Yeah,
all right, my boy. Have a good one, man. For sure.
It has to be done.
Can y'all see the screen?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so fuck it. Let me show you what the world teach y'all about this African queen. This PBS right here. Video, 6th graders through 8th graders, 9th to 12th grade. African Greatest Civilizations collection. Okay, it's a Nzinga, 1581, 1663, was a fearless warrior queen, skilled negotiator, and outstanding military general who fought against the Portuguese and the expanding slave trade in Central Africa. In her lifetime, she ruled over 2 kingdoms, Ndongo and Mataba, and remains an icon in Angola today. As I go through these different websites, Europeans repeatedly say who she was. You get to the goddamn African Americans, then she's a piece of shit and a fucking cross dresser. I'm appalled at this point. Simple as that. I'm appalled.
Show where she where they based the general's tactics off her fighting style.
What? That is not in this one.
I didn't know about that because I know guerrilla warfare in American history started with the Gullah Geechee and shit.
With the what?
Now look up George.
What'd you say, Sosa?
What'd you say, Sosa?
You say what?
When they talk about the guerrilla warfare, at least in America, they talk about the Gullah Geechee down in Florida. But go ahead.
And look up George Washington.
Nzinga died in 63. She had made her mark as an outstanding example of female governance, as an exceptional negotiator, a politician, and military general. Yo, I teach my daughters about Nzinga.
What in the world is female governance?
I'm gonna definitely, if I get fortunate enough to have a daughter, Nzinga will be one of her heroes.
Yeah,
why? Just because she's a woman? Just because she's a woman.
Y'all tripping.
I said if I have a daughter, I'm gonna teach her that.
I got that, but I'm saying though, like even that article got this little weird kind of feminist slant to it. Like, what is female governance? What is that?
Yo,
Like the
remember they
whole
was fighting against that. Remember in her country, they felt like a female shouldn't rule. You know that, right?
yeah, but
So she was
but
fighting against that too, yo. You
yeah,
know
but
that,
who
right?
cares? Like that isn't noteworthy. Like
Yes.
that
No.
article has a whole
No.
slant of like they're really praising her for being a woman and being shrewd. Like who cares, bro?
No, Haskell, hold on. You do realize in her own country, they felt like a woman shouldn't rule. You do get that, right?
I got that.
Right. And the Portuguese played on that. Say, oh man, y'all got a woman. Y'all know you ain't supposed to have no woman ruling. And they was actually trying to get her out of there for that, for being a woman, yo. But
Man,
the
they
truth
might have
is, yo,
been
the
right
cream
though.
rise to the top. That's the truth. That
They
she
tried
just was better than all them niggas.
take over her country, and she didn't allow that shit, dog.
Right.
How they gonna be right?
There were
Man, I don't know, man.
When her brother took over, they fucked the country up.
Right.
Bro, look like she was just putting band-aids on goddamn
40 years. The rest of the
You know what
country,
I'm
the rest
saying?
of the country was being ran over in them 40 years.
Yeah,
40 fucking years. Like you
eventually
understand a 40-year war, dog? 40 years of war?
Yeah, but hold on, Montoya. You don't
Yo,
get
that's
credit
40.
for
Your
you don't
wars
get
don't even last that
hold
long,
on.
yo.
You don't
I'm
get credit for
48.
hold on. You don't get credit for no valiant, you know what I'm saying? I don't do the moral victories. What was the end of what was
Wow, boy, y'all.
what was it?
So you
No,
ain't
seriously
all black
though.
people
What
then.
was no
Who the
Montoya?
fuck you
Hold on,
fuck
calm
with?
down, bro. You being
She ain't
emotional.
kicked none of them Europeans
What
out.
was the eventual
What the
outcome in the end? What happened?
Oh yeah. Well, we got no black heroes based on what you saying.
No,
None.
we
I
do.
don't
Well,
I
who?
don't
Tell
really
me who
care
they
about
are.
no
Who your
heroes
heroes?
anyway.
Oh,
I ain't
I
mad
can
at
tell
you.
you. You want me to
Yeah,
read?
clearly, that's fine. We got none.
Harriet Tubman. She was against slavery. And Zenga enslaved motherfuckers. What is wrong with y'all?
Yeah,
So
right
when
quick, Chef.
so
Though, hold on,
hold on.
right quick,
So when
Montoya.
she
Hold on, bro.
what was
Hold on, right
like my
quick,
man
bro.
said, what was the eventual
Montoya,
end?
hold on, right
So
quick.
she
Montoya,
so
hold on, bro.
okay, go ahead.
I wanted to answer to my question though. What eventually happened with Nzinga and her country?
Once she died, they took over.
They was colonized.
Nah,
Yeah,
they
once
took
she
over
died.
before she
Once
died.
she died.
Don't do that.
Once she died.
No, she was alive when he took over. She conceded eventually.
Okay, I thought when she died.
Who conceded? Who you talking about?
Yeah, I thought it was
Nzinga, didn't she?
No,
No, it
man.
was-
She's no, nigga. No, nigga.
Nah.
No.
You sure?
I'm positive. Matter of fact, at her old age, Angola said, fuck it. No, the Portuguese say, fuck it, let's have peace. You know what? You are the queen. They gave up. They say, fuck it.
Yeah.
Hold on, man. I gotta Google, bro. Hold on.
Yo, trust me, yo. They was like, all right, you good, shorty. They was like, yo, we tired of fighting this crazy bitch.
Yeah, you're a Christian now, and that's all we wanted.
You made that up, man. Go
And
ahead.
you
That's
giving
it,
us
man.
all
None
the
of your-
slaves we want, right? You're a good ally. You doing everything we needed you to do. For us
Yeah,
to
he
get
said, but then they go. If that's the case, then they go take over as soon as she died. Oh, dog.
Right. I know, man. No, the chef
Come on,
just
dog.
talking
Y'all
crazy,
tripping.
yo. Yeah, chef.
I don't give two shits about what y'all think. She did good.
And
She
you and the
sold.
other brother, I'm
She
just
Hey,
saying.
you know what this remind me of?
When Harriet Tubman died, we were still enslaved. So did she win based on the way y'all doing it?
You know what
We
this
wasn't
remind me
still
of?
enslaved when Harriet Tubman died. What are you talking about?
Hey, chef, you know what this remind me of? And when I was living in Jamaica going to school and we learned about the Maroons, right? I used to see them as heroes until I found out,
that they traded on y'all.
Right. There was skilled warriors and all the rest of it, tactical and blah, 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 blah. They was giving the British that work to the point where the British made concessions. Is like, all right, man, look, we ain't got no work for y'all. Y'all could go over here, have your little space over here. But
if those other slaves run away to y'all,
yeah,
bring
they
them
say,
back
hey,
up.
just look out. You know what I'm saying? If one of them other niggas break free, you know what I'm saying? Just let us get that. So within that context, and me not being a Maroon, I can't look at them as no hero just because they
not
shrewd
champions.
So think about what you just said.
and
So hear this, brother. So the context that we have been taught in since that Bacon Rebellion part is why you can't look at them as such. And I'm not saying they should be heroes. What I'm saying is that the only people that would do that are us as African Americans.
No, the British are heroes.
No,
See
listen.
what they did? The British abolished slavery, right?
What?
And they
Nah, you
forced
gooking,
everybody else. They
You
forced
tripping.
everybody else, including those Africans, to abolish slavery. They actually went to war to end it.
Nah, Chef, you
They
tripping,
said this
bro.
is madness.
So you skip over all the years when they started the shit, though?
Yeah, you Chef, you
I
tripping,
didn't.
bro.
No, I didn't.
I'm saying,
I
you know,
highlight
the greatest empire in the entire world was the British Empire that went around. They enslaved the Chinese.
Yeah,
they
Chef,
enslaved
I
the
can't rock
Africans.
with you on
They
that.
enslaved the
Wow.
South Americans, and they enslaved the Native Americans. Now there's some heroes.
If Nzinga, if
like
Nzinga would have
it's
did
the
that,
largest empire the world's ever known.
listen,
It stretched the entire world.
If Nzinga would have fought a war to abolish slavery, right? I would have said, now she's a hero.
So this motherfucker, so we got pseudo killers. Jeff just told us the British are heroes.
Yeah, they abolished slavery and then they fought other
Hey,
motherfuckers.
Chef, bro, you tripping, bro. You tripping right now, bro.
So this is who I've been arguing with for 2 days, y'all.
You see how y'all will give white people no credit, but y'all will give a slaving, psychopath, black queen all the fucking credit in the world.
British, hit this.
Hey,
Nzinga
Chef,
ain't shit.
boy.
I was just making a point. I was just making a point. I was just making a point.
Hey, that must be that North African DNA.
Say all that ridiculous shit.
Yo, what kind of point you making, Chef?
I was making a point how Unc can make all this ridiculous ass points of why she's a hero. Now I tell y'all of a nation that abolished slavery and for other nations to abolish it, and y'all said I'm fucking crazy.
Yeah, yo, you out your
Damn,
mind.
nigga, they was the one who made the institution in the first place. How we gonna give a bitch? How we gonna give a? That's like a bitch stealing my coat and then giving me my shit back.
Listen,
Bitch, you supposed to give me my shit back.
If Unc and them don't care,
you don't get no credit for that.
13,000 a
Yo,
year.
you sound crazy.
That's
crazy.
how I see what y'all saying. Sounds fucking
Okay.
crazy.
All right, so here go the source. Look, we right here, we coming with UNESCO.
Now,
just gonna ask you.
Pull up the British
Hold
abolishment
on for a minute.
slavery.
Hold on for a
Please
minute.
pull that up.
All right, hold on. Let me
Nobody's
answer this for
arguing
you.
with you, dog.
And see it.
Man,
see it
can I yell, yo?
Right?
Listen,
hey,
I want to.
Jeff, nobody's arguing with you on
Hold on,
that.
you're on Toya. I just want to read the source so I can't yell. Can y'all see the source on the screen?
Ever abolish slavery?
Can y'all see the source on the screen, yo? Can y'all see the source?
Yeah, I can see it. I can see it.
Here you go, Haskell. Look, it say, in spite of numerous attempts to capture her, Nzinga thwarted every plot. After her death, the Portuguese occupation was extended deep into the interior of the continent, right, in order to supply slaves to the slave trading posts. It say with 7,000 soldiers from Nzinga's army being shipped to Brazil as slaves. So no matter what you say, as long as Nzinga had control over her kingdom, they wasn't allowed to go deep into the interior Africa. Y'all niggas wilding at this point.
What is you talking about?
We just read it. That's what we're talking about. What you
That makes no man. Y'all nuts.
Here you go. It's the Nzinga. It's called the resistance.
Heroes. British
It's
heroes.
called resistance.
Yes.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, Chef. That one ain't gonna age well, my boy.
I know it's not. I know it's not. I know
Here's
it's
the
not.
thing.
I'm trying to sound ridiculous and see who the fuck would agree with it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because motherfuckers are agreeing with a goddamn slaver. And they're the victims of slavery. I don't understand this shit.
Bro, you could. You could have that. The other brother that was asking about Nzinga, he was pointing, the gut brother that pointed out the situation about, I think, the Maroons or whatever. And so I just want to remind you, I'm going to say this real quick again. So the reality is the way you understood the Maroons when you thought they was dope, and then you found that out. And I'm just simply saying that's how all history goes. No group. Every group would hate their history if we treated it that way.
No, it did not. No.
So y'all ain't gonna get a British no credit. Y'all ain't gonna get a British no credit.
Yo, you crazy, man. You're bananas, yo. You really can see.
So the British don't get no credit, right?
And Nzinga tried to, and Nzinga aligned herself with I'll be like she fought two colonial powers. Like no, she fought with the Portuguese to trade with the Portuguese. When the Dutch came, she didn't fight the Dutch. She aligned with the Dutch. She was on a team. Then the Dutch got beat by the Portuguese, and then she ended up setting up another kingdom, but in the middle of the center of Africa. So she went from being a little man. She basically went from being Scarface to Sosa. She eventually became the plug.
She got painted into a corner, is what you're saying, Sosa? She got painted into a corner?
Yeah, she set up. It's strategic. She set up in a location to be right there because she was the middleman from them getting slaves from the interior. So once she died and she was gone, then now they took her position and got into the interior. You know what I'm saying? But
so we're not. So what happens is when we're telling you we fuck with her, it's not that anything y'all are saying is not understood.
Unc said she wasn't a slave, Montoya.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
see who you aligned with?
Well, hold on. I don't know if she's. I don't know that. So I have to. I respect whatever y'all tell me. But I want to hear this. But I'm just talking about the context
13,000 slaves per year. You don't know if.
But here it is. What I'm saying is.
Nigga said this who you associate.
So because we
bad company, Montoya.
Because we don't have our own history, we are talking about this history simply in the context of as African Americans and finding parts of history to demonize. And I'm just telling you that if you go study any country's history, right? They're going to point out some things that happened, but just generally speaking, the way they pick out their history is a one that serves to bring loyalty to their cause and their people. This is how that's why it's called history. This is how history is taught. Right. And so what I'm saying is, if you dissect all history, countries would hate themselves. That's what we're doing right now.
I will say this though. I will say this to speak to Montoya's point, man. It's different when that pressure on, bro, because when you at war, bro, all that moral stuff go out the window. Because even with Tubman, you bring up Tubman, right? Somebody could look at Tubman and say, "Oh, she was a murderer," because she whacked a couple of them people who ain't want to come with her because she knew the likelihood if they was to go back, they probably
didn't.
Yeah, she did. What you mean?
Oh, she
wrote. No, listen, Chef. She wrote it in her memoirs herself. She said I had a whack.
I ain't never seen that shit.
Yeah, she said I had to put my hold on. She said I had to put my gun on a couple people who I tried to help because they were so stuck in that slave mentality. She's like, I had to put that iron on them.
She killed them?
She said that.
Oh, she killed them.
Hold on, let me source. I'm gonna look for that.
All right, and let me add on to what the brother's saying. I won't even be clear. I hope you can hear this.
Whoa.
I'm not even when I'm pointing out the way the history is. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Montoya, I'm saying, I just want to make this point.
Yeah,
I think your point is very valid. The dangerousness of what they're doing. You know what they just did? You can't find one European source that calls her a slaver. They call it everything else but that. There are plenty of people in history that they call notorious slavers. Historically. Why isn't she represented in European? Because Europeans respect what she did, bro.
Yeah,
we the only ones calling her a
slaves.
damn slaver.
She got
Find a source that says that about her, yo. They all say the Portuguese were slavers. Hold on, bro. They say the Portuguese were slavers. They say the French were slavers, but they never say Nzinga and them were slavers. Why not? What point? What am I missing here?
Maybe
I was talking to Montoya.
Yeah, you ain't missing nothing, brother. You ain't missing nothing. Cause cool, Chef, you have a very strong. I respect your position with being against all slavers. Okay. But as humans, I can make I'm gonna say you're making a mistake based on some level of emotional attachment to her.
Was she a slaver, Montoya?
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not. No, I don't know the history.
Conversation at this
No,
point.
no, I don't. No, I'm being honest. I don't know the. But here it is. Let me listen to what the point is.
Yo, we up here talking about Queen Nzinga, and you saying you don't even know enough to know if she was a slaver. That is the crux of this argument.
No, that's for you. You
know
that
for all of us. That's what this shit is about. Please tell them what it's about.
Okay, hold on. Let me for the brother that just spoke before you and to answer Aunt's question. So I'm talking about how history is understood. So when I was even explaining to the brother when I was just saying that countries wouldn't even like themselves, and he said, well, to Montoya's point, when you're under pressure, you'll do whatever. I'm not even saying what you're saying, brother. I'm talking about objectively understanding how history is understood. I'm not justifying or excusing negative history. I'm just talking about when you understand how history is correctly used. If we do what we're doing today, you could do it about all history, and there's nothing for humans to be proud of. That would serve no purpose. And if that's how we use history, history would not be a subject in education.
But we're being very specific, yo.
It's to grow. So why do you find white people now tearing down these Confederate statues now? Because they say, you know what? I no longer want to be associated with these people. These people are not heroes, and they should not be fucking displayed in our goddamn, you know what I'm saying, in public place. You want to put that shit in the museum, right? When you go to Angola, it's a big ass statue of the biggest slaver in Angola, the white man standing up that mother.
Right. So good point. Let's further explain. Let's go further explore that point though. Very good point. Good comeback. So here's what's happening in the context. So the millennials, each generation gets better. So the millennials got frustrated, had a boiling point, and even the whites are tearing down these statues around the country, right? The white kids, the white millennials are. Here's been the backlash, the systematic response to the country has been to falsely accuse our public education system of teaching CRT. CRT is only a graduate level study. It's never been taught in public schools, but the conservatives have misused the term, said they could apply it to public school education so they can continue to whitewash. They're so upset that these kids are saying, oh, we don't want to be associated with that. And they're making sure that they whitewash history even more to ensure the next generation doesn't buy it. And what do they couch it as? They're going to teach us to take white people and tell us we're guilty for everything. It's a political play. It's full bullshit. So you're right. Kids learning it the wrong way because they say they're not going to be proud of our country. That's how history is used effectively, even by indigenous countries with oral history. When they tell the kids the oral history, they don't tell them the fucked up shit they did. You have to use history that's how
propaganda.
That's not even
that's why it's called his story.
No. It's he was correct in what he just said, though. He was absolutely correct in what he just said about this shit being politics and what they trying to teach our kids right now. What he just said was actually absolutely what the conservatives are trying to do right now. They're trying to literally whitewash education. They're trying to rewrite in certain private schools right now. You already have a whole different curriculum. You see what I'm saying? They already are being taught that slavery wasn't even a crime. You see what I'm saying?
That's not what I was going at.
That's what Unc was saying.
That's not what I was going at when they made a statement because they were doing that shit. But hold on,
furthering the point that what the kids did, the way the kids reacted.
Hold on, let me explain because what I want to say is that it's one time at a certain point that was not offensive, right? Because in time the mental aptitude of a nation grows. See what I'm saying? So 40, 50 years ago wasn't an issue. But now as history has become more, right? As history become more widespread, right? And it's being taught universally what happened historically, accurately, right? Now you have a civilization of people, the mentality is changing. And they understand how we're looking back at Nzinga going, hold on. She's not a hero, right? Get her out of here. That's what we're saying. No different than a white person looking at somebody from the past and saying, you know what? We should not be worshiping that guy. He should not be displayed on the playground for our kids to see. You see what I'm saying? Like if we do talk about it, we need to talk about him. What
I don't like the way y'all doing that right now.
So what happens is, so what you're saying from a personal standpoint is very valid. However, it is against how history is effectively used. So, and it's not, so how this is, so when you go down the rabbit in full, when you go down the rabbit hole in full, us as African Americans, because we're on the bad side of it, it's okay for us to say we don't fuck with George Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson as black, based on our experience. It's cool. If the United States decides to act like the forefathers didn't create this country, you really hurt the seams of the entire country. Not that I give a fuck about saving America, but just understand every country uses history the same way, and you only use history to be effective for your future. That's why the white people are fighting back with the CRT stuff. They're doing it foolishly, and they're going over the top with their racism. I'm not agreeing with it, but the reason they're doing it is they don't want history to be misused to where you can just cinemize and look back on a motherfucker and be like, oh, that motherfucker ain't shit, over something that's not okay today. Because that takes it out of context. So,
but Montoya, we not Angola.
Do y'all see
the context is that
do y'all see the
context
screen?
is that this
Do y'all
shit
see
shouldn't
the
be in the
source?
goddamn playground. That's why
Hold
I'm
on,
not
do y'all
gonna give
see
a damn
the-
about
okay.
the other shit. It's
Do-
that
do
this
you
shit
see the
should be in a
source?
museum. That's
Do
the
you see the
context.
source? So can you see the source?
Source of what?
Right here. You see it on the screen?
East Africa's most powerful slave trade of the 18th century.
No. Hold on. This the nigga I can't stand right here. So let's read it.
Right.
Tipu Tip, East Africa's most powerful and richest slave trader in the 18th century. Tipu was an Arab Zanzibar slave trader who sold tens of thousands of people into bondage in the Arabian Peninsula and beyond. So why don't they speak of Nzinga like this? Why did they speak of him? Let me finish my point.
We just read she sold tens of thousands into
No.
slavery.
Hold
what
on.
are you talking about?
I'm saying, what is the difference between her and him?
I definitely
Can y'all
understand.
make the determination? See,
All right,
this
Montoya,
what the
is
rubber
the-
meets the road.
Hold on, Montoya said. Well, what you say, Montoya?
I absolutely understand what Ank's point is. I knew it was before he even gave this article, but his point is simply that
So it's propaganda then. If Nzinga is not talked about, right? In the same way that he is,
not
right?
at all.
When it comes to slavery, then it's some propaganda going on.
No.
Gotta be.
I agree. You know what I think
Can
it
we
is
pull
to
up the
answer the
source on
question?
Nzinga and slavery,
I
and
think
let's see if her crimes of fucking slavery match that fucking nigga right there. Let's see. Let's see who did it.
Because in reality they did the same thing, but they don't
Exactly. Let's see who did it better, my niggas.
I think what it is with Nzinga, bro, to be honest with you.
Pull it up then. Pull it up, Chef.
Hold on, Montoya. The propaganda is I think why they celebrate Nzinga, and not for our people. I'm talking about white folks. They celebrate her like because she's a woman. It's some woman's empowerment stuff. I think that's what's behind that, bro.
Okay. Y'all bullshitting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring it to you. Hold on. Here you go. Here go the source. While we talking shit. All right. While niggas is talking, nigga, I'm killing them niggas as they sleepwalking. Here you go. This your man, right? Let's see what he's known. It says a Tippy, your homeboy. It says he was an Afro-Omanian Irish slave trade explorer, governor, plantation owner. He worked for succession of the sultans of Zanzibar. Tipu Tip traded in slaves in Zanzibar clove plantations. As part of a large, lucrative ivory trade, he led many trading expeditions in Central Africa. It's a constructing profitable trading posts deep into the region. He brought ivory from local suppliers and resold it for profit at coastal ports. He was also the most well-known slave trader in Africa, supplying much of the world with black slaves. This nigga was supplying, dude. He wasn't fighting for no motherfucking kingdom. He was doing it like the white people do, for riches and wealth and building power. That's not why she did it. She did it for the survival of a fucking nation. She was being attacked. She was being invaded. Y'all tripping.
Yeah.
The
Hey, you
difference
know
here.
what, Chef? I mean, you got to see his point right there. With it is different, bro. Like,
am I saying that nigga is a good nigga?
It's crazy
I'm
to me.
against
Nah, but
slavery.
Chef, it ain't
I'm
about
saying
that
fuck
though.
him too. Well,
Nah,
is he
Chef,
acting
this.
like we're saying that that's a good nigga?
Nah,
We
Chef,
don't think you're doing that,
it ain't
Chef.
about.
But
It ain't
just
about.
also say
It ain't
that you don't
about good
fuck
or
with
bad.
nobody in those times.
Hold
Like
on,
you don't have
Montoya.
you don't fuck with
what
nobody
he
in those
did-
times,
hold
right?
on. What he did
Montoya,
was
hold
holding
on.
up a worse person than her and saying, this is the level of motherfucker that
That's
I
fair,
can't
Chef.
fuck
I understand what you're saying. Chef,
Are
but
you
do you also
serious?
admit that you
Chef.
don't fuck with nobody at that time? You don't fuck with nobody
But
at that
Chef,
time.
this what he's saying though,
Do you
bro.
admit that?
If your family, if your family survival was at stake and you was under pressure, you know what I'm saying? No telling what you would do to another person.
I'm not bigging him up at all.
Nah, but Chef, listen though. It ain't about.
Listen,
It ain't about good. But hold on, Chef. No, I'm saying though, can you see?
has the same sentiments
what,
about this nigga Tipple Tip.
Hold on right quick, Chef.
Is not in
He's asking you
disagreement
something
about
else though. He's not asking you about
Nah,
Tipple Tip.
Chef,
He's not
hold
asking
on,
you about
bro.
him. So quit making that
So
point.
why
Chef.
would we bring
The
him
brother
up?
ain't asking you about him. Answer the question. He's not asking you about Tipple Tip. He's asking you another question.
Hold on right quick, man. Can you see what I'm coming from though? Where with Nzinga, it's like you under so much pressure, bro. Like you about to get ran over. You know what I'm saying? Like your people could die. You under pressure. You know what I'm saying? So you make immoral decisions just for survival. Can you get where he coming? The point he's making as far as that goes.
Listen, I never disagreed with people in dire circumstances make that. I'm saying she's not a hero that should be celebrated. Now, let me share the screen. And let's see.
I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that.
That's all he was saying.
Let me ask you real quick questions, Chef. So when you say you agree that if people in desperate situations, so her choice was to be enslaved or get some firearms at a time when the world enslaved slaves. The world does this as a industry. The world does this industry. We were already doing it prior to dealing with Europeans. Enslavement is something that humans have done throughout history. But see, and again, I'm not saying I justify it. What I'm saying is, in a world in which all groups did it, are you also saying you just don't fuck with that period in history at all?
No, all right. So
just say that.
If all people did it, right, then we can.
You don't fuck with nobody.
So we can justify why Tipple Tib would do it.
No. I'm just saying. So just saying.
Order
So
of the
just say
day.
you don't fuck with nobody.
No, hold on.
Then your position makes sense.
It was always people against slavery, yo. What are y'all talking about?
No, I'm saying you don't fuck with no leaders. Because
he just showed somebody who wasn't. He just showed somebody who wasn't a leader, and I had the same disdain for him.
No, I know, but I'm saying at that time, you fuck with no so you don't have any leaders. You're like my other guy partner. He don't fuck with no kings and queens. You're like that kind of dude.
And Shaka Zulu did Shaka Zulu get involved in none of that type of stuff?
Shit, Shaka Zulu was Nzinga. Nah.
No, I'm saying he wasn't. He didn't sell humans and all that, right?
Nah,
like
I don't think he left too many niggas around to be sold.
He just fucked other niggas up.
Yeah, he was thorough.
Yeah, he just killed them, dog.
Yeah, when nobody left, he was like, "You got anybody?" Like,
he just killed him. Yeah, he just killed him.
Yeah, he just killed left. That's awesome.
Yeah, he just killed him, dog. Like I'm saying, when we start doing what we're doing with history, there will be never. And cool if you don't ever want no heroes. I'm just saying, if we're gonna be historians and we're gonna just now get sensitive and dismiss
my hero Martin Luther
everybody.
King. Booker T. Washington. Who they enslaved?
But Martin Luther slept with white women.
No, he didn't.
I don't know. So what's up, man? Haskell, you got all these
Y'all
guys.
just making shit up.
Nah, he did though.
But I mean, but we do understand. But are we just
bro.
losing sight of that what we're doing now with this history? There's no everybody gets beat up if you just because the thing is what I'm saying is humans do what humans do. Like I don't even fuck with racial context. Right?
Yo,
but
y'all
what I'm
didn't
saying
even know she was a slaver though. See, this is the point. Y'all didn't even know it.
I can tell you the fight is where.
But even if you find out that she's a slaver, doesn't change that I understand the power of politics at that time and her fighting off her country. Because here's the reason it does it for me.
She was your hero. She was your hero.
She's still my hero. She's still my hero.
Right.
Here's how.
And then when we pointed out that she was a goddamn slaver,
she's still my hero.
It didn't even change for you. So just admit.
But I'm gonna say, but here's why
you at a point where you don't care, yo.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Oh,
what happens
God,
is,
yo.
I'm gonna tell you.
Do you like the nigga Tipple Tab?
I'm finna be very consistent.
Hold on, what about the nigga Tipple Tab?
I don't fuck with him. I don't fuck with him. All right, go. Let me tell you how I'm gonna be very consistent. Let me tell you how I'm gonna be very consistent because I've been consistent. So what I said from the very beginning is, and I've said this to Unc, it fucked me up the first time I ever heard, which was taught to me by some white people, saying, what about, I was in college having these battles and it fucked me up. What about Africans enslaving Africans? Because I only had an American context at the time, I thought it was the exact same thing I knew of Americans, right? So I go do my own research. And then I end up getting out of the context that y'all agreed with earlier of just saying Africans doing African and realize, damn, why do I say this? Because of the pathology that is given to me and by white people. So but here it is. It's about to apply to this shit right now. It's about to apply to this shit right now. So at the moment I started realizing that that gets done nowhere, and everybody is specific to one another. And when I realized this is just what humans do, then at that point,
leave Tipple Tab alone at this point. Then
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Hey,
I didn't hear. Say it again. Say it again.
Hey, did Nzinga trade in slaves outside of the context of staving off impending colonization? Did she ever trade like that?
Of course she did.
Yes.
No,
she did it for money.
I
want to hear Chef. Did she ever trade outside of the context of like being on the impending, you know what I'm saying?
She did it for money. I'm about to show you.
A lot of times she wasn't under the impending boom. She was growing, she was expanding.
Right.
Oh yeah, she the ops, bro. She the ops, bro.
They got you let them get you with that quick one like that.
Hold on.
You ain't hear my, can I get my side of it?
Yeah, can Nzinga the ops, bro.
Okay, now can I get my point on it? Can I get my point?
Get your point.
There was never a time since she opened her eyes that she wasn't under the pressure from the colonial powers. She wasn't in that environment. She don't even know what that feel like.
All right, cool.
And those writing, Chef, the Portuguese, she was with this tribe called the Imbangalas, right? They're like fierce warriors, right? The Portuguese didn't even want to go see her because they was like, nah, them niggas eat people, bro. The motherfuckers, so they wanted to send people out to see her. Motherfucker was scared to even go out there and see her. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, like that's how she had shit on lock like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't. Like, she wouldn't press every time, bro. Like she had a fucking strong.
She caused a lot of fucking conflict.
Yeah,
she went looking for shit once she got in the power. Look,
Chef will say anything.
No,
but I'm just saying, like all the shit he's saying is that you just apply it to every world leader, and he don't fuck with no world leader.
We talking about her, yo. Like we gotta stop. Like you say, don't go general. Then when we go specific, you go general again.
That's true.
Like, yo. What's the issue? Like I'm lost. You say skate forward, we skate forward. When we start skating forward, what you say? Nah, nigga, skate backwards now. You're confusing me, Montoya.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why don't you just admit you don't fuck with no leaders of that time period?
Yo,
like, that's what
listen.
Like, why don't you admit that?
No,
that's what you're doing.
We're being specific, right? And we're dealing with somebody, yo. Can we deal with her, yo?
But I'm saying, will you admit that you don't fuck with no leaders?
So now you're going general again. You want me to speak about everybody in that time period when we at a specific time and a specific
eat or
person.
be eat, yo. You eat or be eat. Go ahead, read your source.
All right, since y'all didn't know that she was a slaver, right?
All right, go ahead.
Unc said,
it's gonna say it. It's gonna say she's a slaver.
Look, yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
It's
All
gonna
right,
say
go
she
ahead.
a slaver. Watch this.
We
And
read
if you
this
don't know
early.
this is a slaver, if you don't know this is a slaver, then there's something wrong with you,
All
right?
right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. By the late 1630s, Nzinga had expanded her influence to the north and south of Matamba.
Mm-hmm.
Using her forces, she cut off the rulers of from the Portuguese controlled coast, capturing parts of the Kawango River and bringing the region's key slave supplying lands under her control.
Mm-hmm.
She also expanded her territory to the north, and in doing so, established diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of the Congo, Dutch merchants who were increasingly active in the area. And Nzinga also established a lucrative slave trade with the Dutch, who purchased as many as 13,000 slaves per year from Nzinga's kingdom. Okay. Is that a slaver, Unc?
No, that's a person that expanded the empire, fighting against the
Nah,
guy
bro.
daggone,
I can't even let you go with that.
Portuguese.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
One
but
of the main
expanding
slave
the
traders in the
empire
African
is
slave trade. What I just
Yeah.
heard from what Shepard read is she one of the main ones.
It
Hey,
gets
somebody,
even worse. Here we go.
hey, somebody asked her for the link, y'all.
All right,
No,
I'm
you
about
gotta
to put
read
it
the
in.
next.
I'm about to put
This, yeah, hey, just by the way, I already looked this up for you read. I'm
What
reading
source is this?
Yeah.
This a wiki source.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I've been looking at it before you even read it.
By
Hey,
the
Chef,
mid
so you're not
16.
gonna go to the next, hold on, Chef. You're not
Hold
gonna go
on.
to the next paragraph?
Man, listen, I'm doing me, yo. Like you didn't
Oh, you
did you,
skipping.
yo.
See how you
No,
doing it?
you do
Baptist
yours
minister,
the way you
cut
want to
and
do it.
paste.
You
Okay.
done made. I'm making my key points.
Yo, we read that already, yo, but you
Whatever
gotta read the
your
whole
key
thing because
points-
it's key.
Look, they
Now go
said
ahead.
they didn't know.
About information now. That's always fair. You got to be fair to the information.
Be fair to who? What are y'all
You
talking
skipping.
about?
Yo, you
You
skipping.
don't cherry pick information. You know,
Yeah, read the whole thing. Let's read the whole thing. Let's read
He
the
don't
whole
want to
thing.
read the whole thing.
I'm
'Cause he
making
know.
my points.
Well,
We
now
already read this
my point,
already.
that means you're cherry picking information. You don't
How
cherry
am
pick.
I'm going to the shit that I want to bring out.
Really?
What are y'all talking about?
That's
Yo,
called
we not in
confirmation
church, yo.
bias and delivering information, Chef.
God, fuck it. I'm
and
done.
we done read through this before.
Yeah, like 20 times.
20 times, but
Know
we're
this.
just summarizing.
Know this.
What
No,
is
and
going to change in this article? What am I
don't-
leaving out that's going to make you say that she
No, when
wasn't a
Ung did,
slave?
because we went through this before. When Ung did it, I
You
made
made
y'all
us
read
read
every line.
every
And
damn
then it brought it in
sentence.
context, yo.
Yeah, you
There was
gotta
a
have
reason why she
always
did
gotta have
that.
context. You always gotta have context.
Y'all tripping, yo. The reason she
We're
did
not
all
being,
that,
not being
yo, it was major for her to
academic here.
control.
We're gonna
All right,
start
I'm going to keep reading.
context.
Let me read it all, and let's see if the context changed at all. Since y'all think that if I read it all, the context of her being
I'm
a
not
slaver
saying that, but you
is
always
going to change. No,
information
please,
and
please, Montoya, because
Yeah.
y'all acting like I'm doing something like being disingenuous.
I don't think you're doing that.
I'm
I just think
hiding
you
something.
I think you right on point, Chef.
It's a
Yeah,
Wikipedia article. I can't hide it. I'm not hiding nothing. And Unc know this.
It's a Bible, nigga, and the preacher
Oh,
cut and paste the
God,
shit,
yo.
and everybody got access to it. But after you
Hey,
taught
can we
the
hear him read
sermon
it at
and
least,
cut
though?
and paste it, it kill you.
Hey,
Hey,
just so
can we
you
hear-
know,
can we at least
Chef,
hear him read it,
I think
though?
he's a slaver. Just by the way, I mean, let you know that. I'm just real adamant about.
It sounded
giving
like she was
context.
like one of the main ones. Like she was like key.
There's no way around it. And everybody said, even Montoya, he just took a quick
That's
read
what it's
of it.
looking like,
It's
yo.
done to everybday.
In
Unc is
her
the
day,
only
But
one
I
saying
she locked it
Chef,
down.
only thing
Nah,
I'm saying
Lily
is,
Day.
yeah, I'm not arguing with you, Chef. I just really believe, like, even when I deliver information, I try to give people full context. I just think it's fair that you give full context, even though you may be right. Just give all the full context.
Hey,
That's all
can
I'm
we hear him? Can we hear him read it though?
saying. Yeah, that's what I want to do.
All right. She continued to occasionally send peace overtures to the Portuguese, even suggesting a military alliance with them, but only if they supported her return to Ndongo. She also refused to be readmitted to the Christian faith, which became a point of contention between the two parties. In 1641, forces from the Dutch West India Company, working in alliance with the Kingdom of Congo, seized Lundu, driving out the Portuguese and setting up the Directorate of Longo Angola. The fall of Landa was a major blow to the Portuguese, and Nzinga quickly dispatched an embassy to the Dutch-controlled city. Hoping to form a Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese, Nzinga requested an immediate alliance and offered to open the slave trade to them. Man,
keep going, you get it. But I'm saying that
Hey, but
you.
Chef, so far it is
Chef,
within the context.
That helps you. That just give more
But
context.
Chef, so far it's still within the context of her position in her nation to not get potentially overran by Portugal.
Man, he know that, man.
I
He
doing
know that.
business with him.
What?
I understand it. Don't get
Hold on,
twisted.
she's taking over. Listen, at this point, she's taking over. We're talking about when she's rising in power, gaining more territory. This is what we're talking about.
Riding in power. So we're gonna forget about the whole section above that when she was chased out of there by her fucking brother. Come on, man. We ain't doing this shit, yo. This ain't what we're doing.
You asked me to read it.
I'm going back. No, finish reading it though. You stop. Keep going.
Yeah, because y'all start. Okay.
Since it's the slave section.
Yeah. All right. Where was I? Hoping to form a Afro-Dutch coalition against the Portuguese, and Nzinga requested an immediate alliance and offered to open up the slave trade to them. Though she was concerned that the Kingdom of Congo, her people's traditional northern rivals, was growing to power, too powerful, the Dutch accepted her offer of alliance and sent their own ambassador and soldiers, some of whom brought their wives, to her court, soon assisting her in her fight against the Portuguese. Having lost large amounts of territory and forced to retreat to Masangano, the Portuguese governor attempted to make peace with Nzinga, but she refused these overtures. Nzinga moved her capital to Cavani.
So Chef, hold on.
Oh my God! Now he's stopping me again.
I'm not. I'm saying, so you do realize what's going on here. She part of her giving slaves to the Dutch or offering them that is to get that alliance. That's part of the agreement in the alliance. Like it's what kingdoms do. It's like I watch this shit all day long.
Can I ask a question?
Like there is no way around it. It's either fuck with the Dutch or get ate up by the Portuguese, yo.
Hey,
but
I
you
got
can keep
question.
reading, yo. I just want to keep it in context.
No. Hold up. Let me ask this question real quick for How many years was it from the time she started working with the Portuguese selling slaves to the time that she stopped? And how many slaves were sold during that time?
She never stopped.
She never was working with the Portuguese.
When her heart started working.
I mean, not the Portuguese, the Dutch. My fault. The Dutch.
She stopped
Dutch.
stopped selling them when her heart stopped.
That's when you stop.
No, yo, she was fucking with the Portuguese to run out. I know she was fucking with the Dutch for alliances to make her more powerful, to stave off. So she had to make a choice between two groups.
Nah, she was still.
Yo, she used them as trading partners.
Yeah, she traded the Portuguese.
What were they trading?
They were trading the only thing they had. The only thing you could trade was the slaves, because the slaves was the oil on the time.
It was more than slave. They had what they call banzos, but it was body was a premium, but they also
99% slaves, so they decentralized everything.
It was 99%.
That's not the world the Africans had. They had trade with a lot of goods and everything. When the Portuguese and the Spaniards and then all them bitches came, they changed the trade strictly to the oil, to the slaves. I know y'all familiar with oil towns, where these towns.
All you gotta do is look up. Google banzos. That's the term they use. That she traded slaves in banzos. I read this also in the book. Just look that up. It'll tell you that it was mostly slave, but they also traded what called banzos.
His only point is mostly, not all.
Yeah, the banzos ended up
But it's only mostly. Unc's point.
Man, I'm trying to say they decentralized this shit.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
y'all,
but I'm saying the brother that's fighting you just admitted that it's mostly slaves, which is your only point. Y'all not in disagreement. So just because they sold benzos and they're mostly selling slaves, and Unc's only point is that they mostly sold slaves.
We already know that bodies. Yeah.
So another question. So
no.
Did we blame her just as much as we blame the white man for putting us in slavery? She was up.
You gotta let me finish the point, though, yo.
Facts, truth.
I'm just saying.
Truth. I didn't even hear you, Truth. Let me finish my point and then bring that back up.
Go ahead, finish on. Go ahead, finish on.
I want to show you.
I thought I was reading.
Man, go ahead, man.
They hassled
but Truth came in.
They hassled me to read this shit.
No, Truth came in.
Is it okay to ask you to pause and let him give you some context?
Yeah, be quick.
He don't gotta give me context. I can
for the group.
So if I'm not reading English, I pretty much believe that all y'all brothers.
I said, is it okay for all of us to
understand this shit?
Is it okay for all of us to get this?
But y'all do understand
to what you're reading.
Truth asked the question.
So y'all need to give y'all context to what I'm reading.
No, Truth asked the question.
I'm talking to Montoya.
I always enjoy context. I love
it. How long and how many bodies, huh?
Right. So when I'm reading,
go ahead, Chef.
So when I'm reading, it's cool for Unc to stop me and give his context to what I'm reading for my point.
Chef, go ahead, Chef. What's your point?
So it's not my point no more. When I'm reading, give me commentary.
What's your point, Chef?
Can the dialogue not be that you read it and people share their different contexts? Why couldn't it be that? It's not. I'm just saying, is that not good dialogue that everybody? If somebody,
y'all don't see what Unc is interjecting his point.
No, I'm not.
Everything that I read.
Well, like, brother, you stopped to give your context.
Everything that I read.
She's been an enslaver as you read it. Unc gives some of his context, but I'm saying for a dialogue among.
The Chef is making his point, though. Come on, let's get it. The Chef is one making his point. Let's get it.
Right.
And when you're reading something, though, you can't all share context.
Stop right there.
Chef is making a point.
She was at war. Can't you see that she did it for this and that reason?
Why is that a problem?
Give a shit. I keep telling Unc, that's not my point. I don't give a shit.
But if you leave that out, then you're lying.
No, my point was she was a slaver. I'm showing you she was a slaver. Unc is the only one on here that disagrees that she was a slaver. Do y'all understand that?
Yeah, we've been understood that, bro. That's
never been so what? Why do he get to make a point about her political reasons when the whole point is that she was a slaver? He can go do 20 videos about her political aspirations, her political pressure, and anything else that he feel like made her do it. The fact
made her do it.
That you believe made her do it.
I believe.
Yes.
You add your own shit to it. I'm telling you what it is.
It's my point.
So here it is, Chef. We understand your point. So you got a problem with him saying, Chef, can you consider this? And you just simply saying, no, I don't fuck with it. And then
I reject all his considerations.
That's no problem.
Point.
But
he didn't put a hard line in the sand, right? When we have a crucial point where everybody else that then heard this or read this article can agree that she's a slaver. He's sitting here for 6 hours saying she wasn't. And we didn't read it 50 times, 50 different articles. Fuck it. I'm not reading this shit no more. This is ridiculous.
Where you at? Hey, watch this. I dare you pick up where you was reading.
Ridiculous at this point, yo. And ain't nobody saying nothing to this man, and he's bad shit wrong.
All right, go ahead. Finish reading.
He's wrong.
I know. Finish reading.
So, her new wealth and her famous reputation, Nzinga was able to reclaim large parts of Indigo from 1641 to 1644. However, her expansion caused alarm amongst other African kingdoms. In one infamous incident, she invaded the Wandu region of Congo, which had been in revolt against the Congolese king. Though these lands had never been part of Indigo, Nzinga refused to withdraw and added the conquest to her kingdom, an act which greatly offended the Congolese king, Garcia II. The Dutch, hoping to preserve their alliance with both Congo and Nzinga,
brokered a peace, but relations between Nzinga and other regional leaders remained strained. In addition, her former husband and ally, Kasanji, feared her growing power in the region and formed a coalition of Bangala leaders against Nzinga, invading her lands in Matamba, though they made little progress. By the mid-1640s, her success had won her support of many Ndogan nobles, with the nobility flocking to her side. Nzinga was able to collect more tribute, which she in turn sold to Dutch more tribute in the form of slaves, which she in turn sold to the Dutch in exchange for firearms, thereby increasing the military and economic power. By 1644, she considered Garcia II of Congo to be her only political equal in the region, while the Portuguese viewed her as their most potent adversary in Africa.
So if y'all want to think that lady just a slaver, I'm telling you she buying power. I'm telling you she buying guns. I'm telling you she's modernizing her damn state. I don't know what the hell y'all see. All y'all can see is
What
slaves.
has any of that done for us?
Yeah. Let me ask you this.
Man,
Other than get us
all
enslaved.
right, man, fuck it. Fuck it,
What,
yo.
let me just ask a question since you want to slave.
Suppose you was part of the empire, yo.
But listen,
you don't know if your ancestors weren't part of that empire, though, bro.
But forget that. Listen,
so we got to tread lightly, though. We got to tread lightly.
Yeah, this is the danger, bro. Like where you're at now, the question, like what you're asking, like when you say, what has that done for us? Like that's the problem with having fucked up context and actually applying the what has it done for us, because we don't understand history. We don't since we're not connected, and to apply what has that done for us is accepting a context of race that was given to us. I'm
talking about for me as a black man, with the
like
Nzinga taking over her country and the white man coming in and colonizing it after whatever she did, they still colonized it. What did it do for me? And the people that
so here it is. It didn't do anything for you, right? So let me hear this. So what I'm saying is, so I hope that you're telling me then that you're reading this just like you read about the conquistadors taking over South America.
Yep. Yep. It's just another nation and another war, and we got to stop making ourselves in 2021 these people.
Right. That's the danger.
I agree with you.
Let me ask you this. She wasn't a slave, right? Okay. Did Queen Nzinga have a slave-based economy?
Yeah, that's the only economy that was there.
Okay. All right.
So I'm saying, once again, when we had this conversation.
That is bananas.
Once again, hold on.
We got him on record, Chef. We got him on record.
Hold on.
Joe.
So wait, I just want to hold on. I want to go down the line.
Be right.
I just want to go down the line.
Context.
Because
he's willing to be honest right now. He's being honest, but you got to hear the context. The context always matters.
We already, Montoya.
He don't got no problem. He said it. He said it.
Nobody knows the context.
She wasn't a slaver.
Nobody knows the context more than me and Chef. I just want to say, trust me, we know the context.
Okay, so let him say it then.
So since I'm not a Baptist minister, picking and choosing through the Bible or picking and choosing through the history, if we keep leaving out the point that her land was invaded, that before those invaders came in, they had a bustling economy that wasn't based off of selling lives. Do we all agree to this? Yes or no? Sheffrin?
I agree to that.
Sheffrin?
I'm stupid as shit right now.
Okay.
I don't need
Sosa.
I couldn't even hear
Sosa.
you.
Did they have a slave-based economy I can go to right now?
Sosa was the whole economy in that area with all them kingdoms based off of selling slaves, and that's it. Was 90% of that selling bodies? Yes or no, Sosa?
From the 1500s to the 1800s. So
I'm saying without the Portuguese and them niggas in there, was their whole economy based? They wasn't trading nothing but bodies. The majority. Was that the truth? Prior to the Europeans.
Well, prior to, there you go with this.
Asking you, bro.
I think it's from 1543 to 1640.
I'm asking you prior to the Europe.
Europeans coming in, bro.
Talk
You
about
just say I
Nzinga.
don't want to answer the question.
Talk about
Well, you don't
Nzinga.
have an answer.
Either one of them been willing to answer. Like, goddamn, we
Talk
honest
about
with
is
y'all. Why y'all don't?
during Nzinga's period, it was slave-based economy from her birth to.
No,
That ain't what he
no.
asked you though. Answer
I'm
the question.
asking you.
She asked it, was Angola a slave-based economy?
No. I said prior to the Europeans coming in, was those African nations, was their whole business strictly that, bro?
We already agreed to that we can't. Well, we can.
So say it again.
I'm asking you now.
If you already agreed, just say the shit again.
Yeah.
You agree?
Hold on,
And then
Montoya. I have to give.
Chef said I'm stupid enough because he don't want to answer the shit either.
Montoya, I have to
I'm
give
not even
context.
listening at this point.
I know you can't because you're scared.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
scared of
done.
context.
You don't
You
want
just
me to
want
give
to hold on
context?
to one fucking blunt.
This man for 6 hours been saying this lady ain't a damn slaver, and we done read it backwards and forwards. And for some reason, Montoya, you still sitting here listening to him about some crazy ass context of some irrelevant ass.
Wow, irrelevant. Wow.
It's irrelevant.
Like, context always matter. Or why the fuck should we learn?
Because he didn't switch this shit.
Why the fuck
I
learn
haven't
history?
switched anything, bro.
Montoya, when it comes to the European, when it comes to pre-European, we're at a standstill with the European because they backed us up all the way to 600 AD because we think that they were. And they say, they keep saying before Islam, 600 AD.
You think they were what?
We're not even
That
talking about
that there was
Islam right
an
now.
intertrade, that there was an intertrade within African, that they were African-based economy. I don't know specifically about Angola though. I don't know
Okay, so here it is. So here it is. So
there's a reason why I was
so here it
asking
is.
that.
Here it is. Again, going now this as much as y'all tired of me hearing it, hear me say this, but I gotta say it again.
Come on, so don't go back to the
I
generalization.
got to because of what you just said. But the reason I have to is because you're still operating and not understanding how big fucking Africa is.
Let me
A
just
lot. Africa's so big.
Listen, I was being.
3 months.
Hold on,
so
hold on.
big.
Let me do it like this. Let me do it like this, Montoya. We think that there was slavery on the coast of Africa, the western coast, the eastern coast, central, northern, probably everywhere but the southern. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where we think the shit was going at. Those southern parts of Africa that better. But they wanted prior to 600 AD. You know what I'm saying that's what
Chef, put the link in the chat, bro. Adsha want the link.
So just to show you what
I'm learning though.
So what I'm
I just want to finish my point
though.
though.
So where I'm at.
Let finish. I'll get this.
I'm just trying to finish my point. So since as honest men, we can agree that situation wasn't in play in that particular ecology, then we must also admit that the Europeans came in and changed the ecology to the point where you couldn't even get no money not unless you had slaves. Right. Point blank, you wasn't feeding the nation. All y'all niggas is done. Who did that? The Europeans.
did.
So now
So
you're
allowing it to
asking
happen.
a lady, right, who's being attacked on all fronts. She's being attacked inside of her own motherfucking kingdom. She's being attacked by outside African nations. They all think she's a fucking knucklehead woman.
I'm being
point blank.
What's with these? What's with you harping on this woman thing, bro? These little
because it is what it is.
Feminist talking points, bro.
No, he's just telling what it is.
about women.
I'm trying to show. I'm trying to make a point, yo.
Yeah, brother. If that's just
calling
what
a
it
lady
is,
and shit.
no, here
Yeah,
it is.
no,
Here it
this
is,
is important.
brother. If that's what it is, he's
That's
not
what it
siding with
is,
it.
yo.
He's just telling what it is. Like people got to be able to understand. Like if that's what it is, and he's just saying it, he's not saying he's for it or against it. He's just telling what it is. If that's what the history is, there's no harping on it. You're just telling what it is. And if you tell what it is,
I'm
you're
not
on
trying
one
to
side or the other.
overemphasize. Listen,
Montoya,
I'm
was
not
she
trying to
a slaver?
overemphasize.
Yeah, he isn't. He's just telling what it is.
Listen, I'm not saying because she was a woman she was
Yeah,
able
he's
to do
not.
this. That's
He's
not
just
what
telling
I'm
what it
saying.
is.
I'm saying that in her own kingdom, where she was born and raised, the men in that kingdom tried to kill her. The one she trusted and loved. And then when they did it wrong, they had to come back and call her, yo. Remember,
We
she
got
got
to keep listening to a
ostracized.
sob story.
It's not a sob story. I'm trying to make a point.
Well,
See,
the
y'all
sob story
don't
to prove.
Joe.
Y'all
Like,
do
that's
it
what
on
I'm
purpose.
saying.
I don't
This
want to
con-
hear it.
It's
No,
not a
but just
sob
don't
story.
listen,
I'm trying to
bruh.
give you
But
the
here's the thing.
I
environment.
don't want to hear it, yo.
Okay, just don't listen then,
If she
Chef.
ain't like her life, the bitch could have killed herself. But when you
Hey, you
start
tripping,
selling
Chef.
13,000 people a fucking year because you had a hard life, that's
A
one
hard
fucking
life.
life. That's one fucking life. Fuck
No,
her.
that's why Tippy
Okay,
did that.
cool. Chef, keep that energy. You can have it, bruh. Here's what I want you to do.
13,000 people.
Here's what I
She
want you to
raiding other
realize.
African villages.
Okay,
She
but here's
raiding
what I want you to
other
realize. Here's
people
what
sitting there.
Okay,
minding
cool.
their
You can
business.
have it, Chef. But I want you to realize when I let you have it.
They minding their business. She raiding people and then selling them.
Oh, you made that
Once
up.
you
You
get
ain't
it out,
find
I
that.
want
You
to.
ain't read that nowhere.
I got something to say once you get it all out, because you can have it, bro.
He was doing what are y'all
Okay,
talking
nobody's
about?
Disagreeing. Nobody's disagreeing.
So why do he keep bringing up?
I can answer that question. Here's the why. Can I answer the why? Can I answer the why? You just ask a question. Let me answer it. So let me answer it, Chef. Let me answer it, Chef. You ask
she
why.
had the right to do that to people.
No,
because she had a bad fucking life.
You said no. You said why. I got another answer besides any of that shit. So my answer ain't none of that shit. So here's my answer to the why. Because I always say context matters. The answer to the why.
They raped her.
No, that's
they
not.
sterilized her. They told her
they
she
did all
couldn't
that.
be king.
All right, get it all out, Chef. I'm gonna let you get it all out.
Please let me get it all out.
Yeah, please
let
get
me
it out.
get it all out.
Go ahead, brother.
You can't be king because
none of these ain't my answers. But you just
they told her all of these things. These people were fighting. All of this. Yeah, she had such a fucking harsh life that she became queen and then she turned into a fucking monster and made boys dress up like women and had sex with them. She was sick and then was selling people. The hell wrong? Fuck her.
Okay, cool. You can fuck her. So I just want you to realize. And now, can I finally say this?
You gotta say fuck her.
Hold on.
I've
been trying to say this after I let him finish now. I want this to be understood.
She was a maniac.
Damn, see, I thought you was done. You got it out there? Keep going, bro. Keep going.
Wrote reports.
Keep going, bro. Get it all out. I need you to get it all out.
The
so I can tell you why Uncle give you this context.
The white people.
You saying why is he doing this? I want to answer that question because everything you saying don't got nothing to do with why he's doing it.
They were scared of this bitch was going to eat them.
Right.
This bitch was crazy.
Exactly. Cool.
Y'all saying she's a hero.
Okay, cool.
What's wrong with y'all?
Okay, I'll tell you what's wrong with us. Okay, here we go. Here's my answer to your question. I want to finally answer one of your questions. So here's the why Unc's doing it, and here's what's wrong with us. Here's the answer to that.
I'm having fun, y'all. I'm having fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel you. So here's the answer for you finally. So with all that stuff, and I've told you, you have a right to hate her. So I'm giving you that. But I just want you to understand the reason Unc was walking through that context is because what he's actually breaking down is at the time, based on what's going, you can still hate her. So we ain't saying you gotta like her. But I want you to realize that at that time, due to that becoming the main economy, you're actually asking a country to try to defend itself without currency. Unfortunately, we were the fucking currency.
Yeah, it's great for the people that she defended. You see what I'm saying? And it was just
But the brother that you're talking now, just realize, imagine America, check it out. Imagine America defending itself and using no money to do so at this moment.
With
like just take away all money. Like none of us got money.
I understand what you said. What I'm saying is she did the best for the people that benefited from it. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, no, I don't see what you're saying. I need you to understand context. Context is literally, we have no concept for being in America and all our money goes away and somebody invades us. We have no concept of what that looks like.
I ain't mad at her, yo.
I'm not trying to make you like her. I just want to realize that right now we say we're going to be an accurate history talking people, and we're about to use a perspective that allows the times what everybody is doing at the time because it's become the new economy. Because
are y'all trying to? She wasn't slave raiding?
Yeah, everybody didn't have a goddamn.
Hold on. I said
Hold
I
on, bro.
said she was
You
a
keep on
slave
saying
raper.
this economy thing, though.
Everybody
Hold
didn't
on.
have a
Let me
slave-based
talk about the
economy, bro.
economy. Who made it the economy? Before people came in and started
Or did y'all disregard
enslaving
everything
people.
Unc said?
It's right, y'all, like, come on now.
Or y'all not listening to how Unc explained it? Because that was the accurate history, bro. So the answer, you should have an answer. Unc was explaining that part. But y'all want to cut them off because I don't think y'all want to put in perspective that it literally would be like Russia invading us and America's broke right now. Y'all don't want to put that in perspective.
What I'm saying is,
You
what y'all trying to
did
say
ever think of
is
it that way before this moment?
people
Because
thinking of us like we in the
study,
context. We are the
study
victims of
history if
that
you're gonna
war.
lack context and perspective? It's useless to study history that way.
No, I'm just saying, I'm talking about the perspective of right now. We are the victims of that war. I'm talking about history.
Oh, yeah, you think
we
you
are
are,
the
but you're
victims of
putting
that
it in
war.
the context.
Montoya, you just said it. No, Montoya, you said we. You just used we in that sense, the same way that Truth is doing now.
No, I'm saying
I wanted to
we.
say something.
I'm saying we as this group
but I didn't want to cut you off.
No, I'm saying we as this group teaching it. Why would we study history out of context?
No, you
maybe
in the context. I'm just putting it deeper in the context. We the victims.
Exactly.
Fucked up. We're the only we're trying to be victims of something that doesn't.
Yo said we trying to be.
I'm not trying to be nothing. I'm just admitting what it is. Like, yo, they sold us into slavery. We over here for a reason. We didn't get here by accident. We didn't stumble on North America.
Oh, they heard us saying we got here by accident. That's what they're hearing us say.
You said we wasn't victims.
I'm talking about you. I ain't even talking about right now. Like,
yeah,
that's what you're hearing. You hearing me? You're hearing me suggest that we got here by accident. You're hearing that I'm suggesting.
Are we victims of slavery?
No, I hear you trying to change the subject because that you taking what I said out of context. So now you're trying to change the subject.
I'm trying to change the subject.
Yeah, because you're taking what I said out of context. You're trying to make it seem like I said something. I was talking about something that I wasn't.
Okay, tell me how.
We're talking about us being the victims of Nzinga empowering her country.
So you think you're a victim of it without knowing your history?
I don't think I'm a victim. I'm just thinking that we ended up at the end of the bad end of the stick. If you want to say it like that.
Do we disregard when Unc said if we were to go find our history, we know who we were or not?
Hey, Truth, can you show your ancestry joint? Because his people come from Angola.
Okay, got you. Yeah. And I've already acknowledged that if you know that, I give
we're
him that.
having a perfect conversation for this because you just challenged him on that, Montoya, and his lineage goes.
But I already agreed to that earlier.
Angola.
I'm cool with that, Chef. Did you hear me agree with that earlier? I don't know who's who on this thing. So what I'm saying is, I already agreed. So yeah, if that's his history, I told him very validly. I understand that. So yeah,
we're showing you that Angola, that Angolan slave trade, right, have repercussions on the people that's over here right now. And then Nzinga was the motherfucking main broker of this shit.
So that's cool.
Why would that be a hero to him? In what context could this bitch be a hero to him? Make it make sense.
I'm not. Yeah, I agree with that.
This is Adja, man.
What's up,
you
bro?
gonna keep cutting me off. I can tell you why, but y'all niggas don't want to hear.
Yeah, this is Adja, man. I mean, Nzinga lived what a few decades, right? A few decades. So, but the slave trade went over 300 years. So even if your DNA says Angola, that doesn't necessarily mean it was from Nzinga that did the trading on that. Right now. Everybody's kind of talking past each other in a way, because for me, I agree with you, Chef. She was a slaver, right? Ankh, I agree with him in a sense, in that she was a tactician. And at the time, the things that were happening in the area, she moved in a way to protect herself and her group. Now, the groups it's kind of weird because, if you go back to history, it's like different countries, so they might not have been looking at it as that person is my brother or something. We're looking at it from a different place.
They wasn't.
You're right. We're looking at it from a different place. We're looking back and we're saying, man, that's messed up what they did. But that's from where we're standing now.
Facts.
Because if we were back there, all of us that are talking,
y'all be on my
most of
side.
us would have been doing the same thing.
What about the
We'd
people
either been
that she's enslaving? Put yourself in her in the enslaver's shoes, not hers. Put yourself.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what
So
I'm
you're
saying
saying
is
that all the Africans.
No. This is what I'm saying, and then I'll listen. This is what I'm saying. This trade went on for 300 years or so, right? So, or more actually. So, people that got over here, they're people, maybe not them, because it's not going to be the majority of people doing it. It's the people with the guns and the power that are going to be running the business. And so your tribe or your group might at some point have had the guns and the power and was doing it to another group. But over that long period of time, another group could have got the power and did it to your group. So you could have ended up over here, even though your group, quote unquote, that doesn't mean you could have been a farmer. You see what I'm saying? But your group, quote unquote, your king, quote unquote, could have been trading other people. And then later on, he loses power. It's like having multiple warlords in the area right now. They got warlords in Africa right now. Groups that are fighting each other right now. You see how chaotic it is. And it's kind of like that. It must have been a crazy scene. So I agree with Chef that she was a slaver. And it's hard for Ankh to say because
he loves her.
He loves her. And
no, that's not the truth. Nope.
But you can't say, I don't know how you can't say that she's a slaver. You know what I mean? I just look. It is. She was. You know what I mean?
Okay.
To me, it's she was.
Let him make his 40 rocker right now.
She was a tactician, and you can study her military strategies today to learn how to operate in situations. That doesn't mean you're going to do the same things she did, or be unethical or immoral if you can avoid it. But you can study her moves to see how to move. And so I agree with that part of it.
So listen. My point is, and I've been trying to say it, but I always get cut off at it. There's a certain ecology that has popped up. And I try to give the example of when there's bustling economies in a particular area and somebody find oil. When they find the oil, the bustling economy stops. Nobody wants little fruits and vegetables or grains and shit that you had. They now want to get you the money, which is the oil. So all those jobs are lost. Now you got to start working either in the coal mine or working in the oil industry to make your money. I'm saying this is exactly what happened in Africa. The people were the gold, the money, the oil. This is the environment the lady was raised in. I bring up the point that she's a lady because the men in her community ostracized her right to the moment that they needed her back. Then they tried to use her. She was like, okay, motherfuckers, since you really don't like me or want me, you really just want what I got. I'm going to work on y'all head, niggas, in my community. I'm going to work on the outside niggas in my community trying to enslave us. And I'm going to work on the bitches that started the whole thing. What y'all can't accept is that bitch was searched. She got all them bitches. Every last one of them. Simple as that. She outthought them, right?
Why she ain't outthink the Dutch?
Hold on. See how he do it? See?
Why she ain't outthink the Dutch and get them out her country?
Because she partnered up with the Dutch.
Bad.
The Dutch was
smart.
Absolutely, the Dutch made themselves a reliable partner.
She was so bad and so smart. She was so bad and so smart.
I don't want to get into a back and forth. I just want to finish my statement. Now, if you want to go ahead and talk, Chef, you can go ahead and talk, Chef.
I'm gonna let
Like,
you
she was
finish,
so
and then I'll
she was
just finish.
such a brilliant warrior. She was so smart. She was so tactful, and she couldn't get them fucking white people up out of there though.
She ain't had to. She got them
Only thing
about
she
her
managed to
motherfucking
do,
space.
only thing she managed to do
She
was
got them
make
about her
money and
space.
sell niggas. That's what she was able to do. Make money and sell niggas. Did all that shit for nothing. The hell?
So let me finish my point. She partnered with the Dutch,
Right.
which sent her troops, which made her army stronger, which made her a formidable power in the area. She did what she was supposed to do. So now, everybody on the panel, fuck all that shit. Since y'all brave, warrior, well-thinking minded individuals, so this is what I'm gonna ask y'all niggas. I'm asking right now, and don't talk me to death. Be strong with it. If not slaves, then what was she gonna do? I'm listening for your answers. Everybody take their time. Build a nation in that time period with all the same things going on. And I want y'all to make it like she made it without no slaves. And
The
I'm
same way the
listening
white
for your
man do now.
answers.
They over
And
there
don't
digging up
fuck it up.
minerals right now in her homeland.
Okay, hold on.
Digging up minerals.
So are you going first? Are you going first?
I'm just saying, you can look at the screen right now. My people.
No.
It
I asked
says
a real specific.
my lineage literally came through the slave trade, bro. I'm the victim.
I asked a very specific question right now.
Was she right or wrong?
No, I'm asking you a very specific question right now. I want you to do what she did without fucking with slaves. That means without no money. That means without no negotiating power. That means with none of that. Go ahead and make that work. Hold on,
Who
wait.
made that the
Y'all gotta listen,
Who
bro.
made that the money?
Hey, bro, because that's what it was.
Who made it that way?
The Europeans.
So what the fuck? She was easily influenced.
No.
Now she done
Listen,
lost all my
bro,
respect.
listen.
She done lost all my respect now because she was easily influenced by your
No.
He could have said, I'm not selling them.
No. Do you see what y'all doing? I asked y'all to explain to us. Hold on. Since y'all have a better. No, I'm asking y'all. Y'all have a better way of doing it. So now I'm asking you. Y'all, we all got
she was working
true
for
story. True story. Go ahead and explain to us how she could have maneuvered around all that. Go ahead, bro. Please stick to that. This is interesting. This is real interesting. Everybody will get.
Sound like she worked for them white people.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Truth.
Yeah, she
Explain
could have
what she
sold
should have did.
gold. There's a many
what?
things in Africa she could have sold.
Okay, go ahead. So we got.
She could have organized Africa against the European because Mansa Musa left a many a gold before. Like I don't even know what's going on with her.
Look, I'm telling you, man. Like,
what other
Mansa
products?
Musa went all over the world dropping off gold. What happened to that shit? We all couldn't unify.
Right. She could have asked Mansa Musa.
Y'all just gonna let these motherfucking Europeans come? Yo, real talk. When we really get into it, and until today, I didn't even think about it like this. But real talk, we gotta expose a lot of this shit because a lot of that shit ain't true. They ready to make a movie about Nzinga, and I don't even respect them no more.
I'm gonna shoot that motherfucking movie did.
Whoa. Y'all see what y'all not doing? Hold on.
I'm gonna shoot that bitch
Y'all did exactly what I
is,
knew y'all was gonna do. Y'all was gonna laugh off the point, and y'all wasn't going to give us a strategy on how she should have did that without the slaves.
She should have
mobilized.
I don't know. I wasn't there at that time.
Okay, Truth. Now Truth on. Who's next? Who's
I
next?
gave it
Truth is
before.
out of it.
Hold
Hold on.
slave trade. Never mind. Let me be quiet.
Hold on,
She should
Truth.
have mobilized. She should have
Truth.
mobilized.
Whoa. So hold on, so I want Truth to know. Truth, you have died, and all you people have died with you. You have no answer. Go ahead, Sosa. Come on, Sosa. Trying to make the people survive. Sosa, hold on, bro. You got 1 million people under your reign, nigga. You trying to make them survive. Go ahead, bro. No slaves allowed, bro. Play the African American shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, you take those 1 million people, right? And you take the same skill. You got to unify those tribes, and you run the Europeans out.
You don't got no money. You don't got no guns. Hold on, whoa. You don't got no guns. And no money.
Take their guns after you kill them.
Yeah, her next them guns. We already talked about them.
You take their guns
Them
if
guns
you
weren't shit.
No. This is Sosa turn. Go ahead, Sosa.
Shaka Zulu did it.
Yeah. So them guns weren't shit. We talking about 15 years more, 15,
Shaka
40.
Zulu did it.
That's the matchstick. That's the matchstick gun. Them guns weren't shit.
He stabbed everybody.
Yeah. Them Africans get out maneuver them whack ass.
Now you gotta let Sosa go. Come on, Sosa, explain it. Go ahead, Sosa.
Like I said, mobilize them troops and run the Europeans out because
mobilize some troops and run the Europeans out.
What
Hold
were the
on,
Europeans trading? What did they want from the European that was so bad that it was worth exchanging bodies? Bro, don't say the guns because the guns were that powerful. If the guns were that powerful, they would never gave them to them, bro. They would just took the shit. You understand me?
Sosa, hold on, Sosa. You know you gotta fight other niggas trying to snatch your ass up. That's part of the equation, bro. You're not. They not. If it was like they wasn't listening, they was trying to take their shit. They wasn't trying to hang together. Remember that? They was trying to kill that kingdom. Don't forget that. I think she would have did it. She was trying to bring niggas together.
She never tried to.
She tried to take over the slave market to make money.
Never tried to take over, bro. She just wanted to be king.
No, she did.
She wanted control over the slave market.
Y'all remember what Shaka did? No, do y'all remember what Shaka did, yo?
What? Yeah, you keep changing. I don't want to talk about Shaka, bro. She
wanted. Yeah, but Shaka ain't letting them white people with. Nah, Shaka wasn't with that shit.
Oh man, you don't want to talk about Shaka, yo.
She never tried to. That's why I keep arguing. She never tried to end the slavery. That was never her goal. She was trying to get.
No, that's your goal. No, we're not talking about her. We're saying so you would end slavery. Keep talking about what you would do. Fuck Zinga. It's your turn, King. You the king right now.
I just told you I would mobilize the force and I would push them out.
What forces would you gonna mobilize? Just your forces?
You said there's a million people. No, she was.
No,
she
I'm
had
just giving it a rational. I'm trying to get. You need the same conditions, the same amount of people she had. So you gotta do what she had.
They still had vassals. They still had a kingdom. You know what I'm saying?
So
it's just that they weren't interested in ending the slave trade. That's the problem is that they never were interested in the slave trade.
So you're not gonna give us a valuable different thing, or because you about to die with truth with all you people.
How are you gonna die, bro?
If I was a citizen of
no, you did. No.
I would be like, yeah, she was a great queen.
You know,
Truth,
what I mean? You did.
As a victim
died.
of
Your
her
people
slave trade, I can't say that.
No, Truth. You out of this one. Come on, Sosa. Survive, bro.
I already gave you my answer, bro.
Okay, so you gonna mobilize nobody. You wouldn't have did shit because some other people would have ate you alive. You was done. Next, where you at?
Let me ask you this. Hold on.
No, don't ask me that. We going down the line.
Let me ask you this. If that was the case, right, and you're right, where did she get the money from if she was ousted to mobilize her forces without money? How's she doing?
Got the money from. Man, you know where she got the bread from.
How did she get the money to start? How did she get the money?
She got the bread from, yo.
My direct descendants. She sold my direct descendants, yo.
Yeah, where'd she get the bread from? She was forced out. Where's she
keep Sosa, you ran out of time. You haven't done it done.
So she got the guns to be able to help her hold off the Portuguese for 40 years, right? And so this brother is saying somehow he's gonna do it without the guns.
Without no money, because slaves is money. No, I don't know how you gonna feed yourself, nigga.
She did it for 40 years, but she had to get guns to do
it. Wait. She got the guns to go against her rivals that was already in Africa, not Portuguese. The Congo is working with the Portuguese, and she's working with the Portuguese.
Yeah, that's what
with these white folks. She got
bro. No. Who's speaking right now? Everybody speaks supposed to give us away. Come on, stick to this is fun right now. I want to see how y'all smart niggas do it.
Right. I ain't that smart, but this street, man.
You saying she had guns to fight her rivals in Africa. No, you can't use the guns because you ain't got no slaves to get the guns. So you done with the guns. You're officially dead now. Your rivals would have ate you up. You're done. You're out of there. Next, can I get the next person, please?
Because what Uncle saying is exactly what happened to the kingdoms that didn't do it, and you think we're justifying
all I'm
it.
saying is, what
Unc said, truth, you talk some heavy truth.
What Unc said was Nzinga wasn't a slaver.
She definitely was a slave, but she was one of the main ones. I'm kind of mad at
so
her now.
wait.
I just learned this today. I really didn't know that till we just had this conversation.
No, I'm with y'all. So all y'all on this phone said y'all wasn't the slaves, right? Correct?
No,
you would have. Everybody saying no, right?
I'm just trying to give you an alternative when it's time.
No. It's everybody saying no. Everybody says no. Y'all officially out the game. Off the board.
That's not true.
Y'all off the board.
13,000.
Y'all off the board. For the record, man, I love y'all. Listen, I love the way y'all doing it. I love how y'all just
I get the slavery, African American thing. I'm an African American, was caught up in it. But I'm letting you know, during that time period, all y'all that wasn't getting in that right there, y'all have officially lost your kingdom and you're
if
done.
you giving Nzinga an excuse, you gotta give these
no,
motherfucking
you talking
Europeans
from
an
heaven,
excuse
truth. You
too,
out
though,
the
bro.
game, truth. I'm in the game, truth. Because guess what, truth? Y'all was other kingdoms. I was fighting y'all. I got it up on y'all. I got the guns on y'all. And guess what? It was hold on, truth.
Everybody was trying to be king of the mountain. You telling the truth, but you neglecting other trades, though. You neglecting other trades.
Okay, let's come in. Come on.
Let's
y'all.
talk about it. Let's talk about it.
No. Hold on. Go ahead. Listen, it's your turn now. You're not using slaves, am I correct?
I'm not using slaves. I'm going to use a model that was used on the west coast of Africa.
All right, go for
it. Sape people and in Sierra Leone. You talk about the Portuguese and their relationship with the people of Angola and Nzinga, but they also had a relationship along the western coast of Africa with the people. Like I said, the Sape, they sold ivory, and Angola does have elephants now. Now it would be at the cost of the lives of the elephants. I don't know how that would impact your ecology, but you can sell ivory. You have gold. You look at the natural resources in Angola.
You got elephants.
They got platinum.
I want to go
nickel,
next.
chrome. They have iron. They have copper, manganese, quartz, zinc, all that type of shit. But
yeah, we doing good now.
One more thing.
Go ahead, bro.
The Portuguese. This is the last thing.
No, who are you selling it to, y'all?
Let them finish.
Europeans.
Wait, the last thing with the Portuguese, you can sell. Hold on, you can sell, or you can do a deal with them to sell sugar or produce sugar there, because sugar was a major import. That is the reason for the slave trade regarding the Portuguese. They started that
rice
in the Atlantic.
too.
Yeah, but they was taking people for the rice. Now you gotta be careful with the rice. They'll take you for that. But with the sugar, you can also make liquor like rum and stuff like that. So there's ways to make money with them. But I would agree with you, that at that time they want people. So there's ways to make money, but they probably would still want the people.
That's
the point.
Hold on. Let me
They
look.
can make their own rum. They can get their own sugar plantations by having y'all working at. Come on, yo.
Let me show you what other African nations was trading instead of slaves, right? Trade links between the Portuguese at the Gola Bay increased the power of the Zulu kingdom. The Zulu traded ivory and cattle in return for their guns and cloth from the Portuguese. Wow. I guess that you said that was the only trade going on. That was the only thing that motherfucking Europeans wanted from Africans. Yo.
Hey, chef, wasn't the Zulu in the 1800s closer to the
Zulu? No, they was before the 1800s, but their kingdom lasted up into the 1800s. Yeah.
So which period are we talking about with this trade with the cattle and stuff? You know,
the trade with it was.
I got it on the screen. It was
up into the 1800s.
So hold on. We need to keep the context. So if we're gonna if you're gonna be the Zulu and do what the Zulu did, then be the Zulu. Here you go.
No, I was showing
Zulu
that
kingdom
that they could sell other things.
That's fine, yo. Yo, Zulu was powerful, yo.
Jesus Christ, yo.
No, I'm saying, hold on.
You just said Nzinga was powerful.
No, listen. The Zulu were powerful because they did what? They genocided other nations, bro.
All right,
I'm with the Zulu model, my nigga.
No,
here you go. Look. Here you go.
You were
Zulu
saying
kingdom
that
as a genocidal and post-genocidal society in 1810 to the present. This is when Shaka actually ruled. It's right here, bro.
But
no, I'm just saying. So they destroyed other African nations to make a mighty empire where nigga they did it the way they wanted to do it.
Listen,
so I get it. That's the way to do that.
No, you were saying that they didn't have nothing else.
No, I'm saying you officially in the game, but you got to do it like Shaka and them did it. You still killing niggas all the way out.
And when
you
right,
you have survived. Too. Hold on. Sheffin has survived. He has used the Zulu model, which didn't require slaves. You just got to kill other tribes and put them in your empire.
That's cool.
No,
I'm with you.
I don't even know if the Zulus sold slaves.
They didn't sell slaves. No, they didn't. They
record of
just
them
smashed
selling-
out all other groups and made a mighty empire. That's what they
But
did.
wasn't the Zulus too in like a different location? Like Shaka Zulu took
Yeah,
over
they
this
was,
empire.
yo,
It's
but they
not even
still could have
using guns.
Yeah, but
contacts.
He didn't use guns to take over.
Yeah, they
these
didn't
other
fuck. No,
empires.
the Zulus actually. They didn't fuck with that.
He was using his own weaponry, and guess what? When that
No,
Gatling gun and stuff
He
showed up down in South
destroyed
America,
y'all niggas. He destroyed. So me and Chef is the only group left. The rest of y'all niggas either got caught up in a slave, or Chef and them killed all y'all niggas, or y'all
I'm a
niggas been in
last
this
two, nigga.
empire. That's the truth.
So Nzinga couldn't have used no other. I'm showing that
You
the point.
just proved it. You just proved it, yo. Either
Right.
or.
Right. So she didn't have to do it.
She did.
chose to.
Yo, it was either smash out. Look, listen,
Jesus
bro.
Christ.
Listen,
It was
the
a choice.
Zulu. Are we trying to act like we don't understand Zulu imperial? The nigga was like, you would say he was like one of the great Roman Empire. He was like Rome. Y'all gonna try to act like that ain't what he did? He was an imperialist.
I'm lost. Right, but
I'm
the thing
saying-
about it though, with the Zulu were fighting with spears, right?
No, y'all missing the point, yo.
No, I
The
understand what you're
Zulu.
saying.
Listen,
That's why I'm telling you, them guns
Chef
were in
has,
later on.
listen, Chef has survived. Remember, I asked all y'all, right? I think whatchamacallit.
I'm alive too, nigga.
Oh, yeah, you alive.
So
no,
let me ask you-
hold on.
so Chef-
we haven't
so
figured
Chef-
you. Listen, you're a little sneaky. We haven't figured you out yet. I don't know yet. We're gonna see, but we know for sure that using the Zulu model, that Chef would have had a mighty kingdom, and he would have looked the white boys in the face and say, "Nigga, fuck you. I ain't selling you shit."
Right.
Right. But what was this shit? Y'all would hate him because he destroyed other African nations. He just wiped them out. Or you become a Zulu. Y'all know how that went down. He went
Right.
all in on that.
No, we just be
I'm thinking, I'm with him with that.
No, we just
hold
be
on,
Zulus,
no.
nigga. Ain't talking
I'm with
about-
the Shaka model and I'm with the Nzinga model.
What?
Absolutely.
You have a choice. You have a choice between the African who sold African group that sold slaves and the African group that didn't.
You
And
asking the
gonna
wrong
say
question,
you're
brother.
now you got a choice. And you saying you'll still rock with the motherfuckers that are sell
Come
slaves.
on, Chef. You didn't say that fairly. You say
he
say it
did.
fairly. Say you got a choice between you got a choice between somebody
What's the choice,
who is
Chef? And I ain't
slaves
here.
and
What's
a
the
choice
choice?
between a group that kills other Africans. He
Yeah,
just
that's
said
the choice,
he
bro.
sell
The
slaves.
context,
Montoya,
the
don't do
context
the
we're
Africans
talking
like that.
about
You
is slavery.
No, I'm saying those are the
People having war with each other.
We trying to
That's
stop talking
not
about
my issue. We're talking
Really?
about slavery.
So I thought it was about life, Chef.
Oh,
Chef,
fuck
we
it.
talking about
No,
imperialism,
Yeah,
yo.
hey, Chef, when he got you, brother, you can't get upset.
Chef, I'm talking
If
about.
y'all
I
feel
know
like
what I'm
he
saying,
got
Chef.
me, if y'all feel
Chef,
like you
no,
got
Chef.
me
I'm saying I agree.
at a
You just rather
ridiculous
kill the other
point.
niggas around you than enslave them.
Oh God.
Why
That's
y'all
the
acting
truth.
like why you
that's the
acting like
models
everybody
that's
cool though?
That's the model.
Africans
Yo,
ain't
you
cool with
won, Chef.
everybody.
Chef, I'm
Who
not mad
said
at your
they
model,
was?
Chef.
What are y'all?
Chef,
The
have you ever
thing
read the
is,
history of the
though,
Zulus? Are you
the
being
thing
funny
is,
now?
though,
Oh,
The Zulus
the
would have
thing
made
is,
it. Yo, the
yo,
Zulus
you
actually made
asked,
it and
you
Tushana
asked
died.
for other,
Hey, how about
listen,
this? My bigger
you
point
asked
all
for
night.
other
My
models
bigger
to
point than
trade.
either one of these. My
He
bigger point
asked for,
all night. Oh, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
but
The
he
question was
asked
up
for
there. The
other
question about
models
what
to
they
trade. What could they have traded other than slaves? Right? I showed it.
But no, you
That's
didn't. You
point.
went all the way somewhere else. I'm talking about in that region right there,
No,
yo.
I show
Make it make
Africans.
sense.
I show African. So you telling me that Angola didn't have the same shit as the damn
Obviously,
Zulu?
so why?
Angola was the
So you
main
trying to say that
trading
he
port.
wouldn't sell that? Are
He
y'all
did
trying to
because
convince
he
More
me?
slaves went from Angola into the Caribbean islands than anywhere else in the world.
Huh?
Like most of the slaves of
slavery,
the
did have a large
transatlantic
amount, yeah.
slave
slavery
trade was
wasn't
sold
abolished
through
in
Angola.
Shaka Zulu time by the British.
Yeah, and Unc already read that the resources they had in there was ivory, diamond. You read the
Right.
shit earlier, huh?
Yeah,
You
they
already read
got
what they had in
some
there.
other shit they can sell, bro.
Man, that wasn't what they
the
wanted. So
thing
y'all
is,
trying to act like
you
that
gotta
wasn't.
understand. All right, she was a queen, and at the time, she wanted to be a queen. Like she wanted to be like all the other kings. She was a woman, and she was a woman in a man's world. So she was trying to build her shit, and she used the motherfucking slaves to build her fucking empire. And that's what it was.
She felt like she should have inherited the
It is
throne.
what it is.
She felt like
y'all add y'all shit in that now.
So
That's
slavery
not
at
what
the time
happened.
was how Bitcoin is today. It was big.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fact. She told
That's facts. That's facts. Because if you think about it, you got to think about the demand. It don't matter what you want to sell instead of slaves.
Right.
If you're gonna get the biggest, so basically, like what I said, you can sell other things, but if the demand is, you know what, we got sugar colonies in Angola. And in Brazil, we need niggas to come and work over here. We need people. So go on over there, hit some guns and drugs.
I'm here in Mexico, and it's an island. I mean, not an island, but it's an area called Yalapa, right? Yalapa, you can only get there by boat. They haven't changed. Their people is still doing this, whatever they want to do on their shit. They don't even let the government bring a road into their shit because they don't want their shit to change. So I don't know how Queen Nzinga, with her mighty military, could not have stopped it. I mean, not have stopped it, but could not have found another means of money other than selling millions of people, because most of the slaves came through Angola.
Man, they didn't want that
They care about the other slaves though.
The market wasn't open for that. Yo, they wanted this. Are y'all serious right now? It was the market.
I understand what you're saying. The market wasn't like that for that, but it's like that.
Yo,
she ain't had to do
global
what she did.
Listen, it was the
other ways
global.
to make money, bro.
Listen, man, it wasn't the global gold trade, my nigga. It was the global slave trade.
She didn't have
Obviously,
to do it.
gold wasn't that slick. It was the people
Who
was
got
more
rich
worth.
though? The Europeans.
Right.
Only people got rich was the Europeans.
That's in retrospect though, because we assuming
so
that
I
these
look at it
niggas
like look at it like the drug trade, yo. It's niggas that sit at the top that's making the real money. You got the niggas in the middle that's working. She a worker.
Damn, it's so sad that this
She a
group
worker.
is
She facilitates the
Pretty
trade.
much. We
sad.
said that
That's
6
a fact.
hours ago.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then
y'all
she
got the
worked her
context
way up to the
all-
plug though. She did
y'all got
work her way up to the
all
goddamn
over
pop
the
that.
place. Like everything
And
we're
she was the
saying
plug though.
is
She was
so
the plug.
Americanized, this
Like real
ratchet.
talk, she was the plug.
The thing is,
That's
right?
amazing.
Earlier,
Man, y'all
said,
missing out.
right?
Hey,
She was the
Montoya,
plug,
did you hear my point I was making, Montoya?
Oh, bro,
About you took the
I
Zulu model or the whatchamacallit model you would have made. Did you get that?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Like,
we got
What
it.
are they talking about?
It
Damn, fairy tale.
don't mean that she wasn't the plug.
people
Shaka
want to
did
lose
something different.
context of the. I understand your point. They want to lose the context of the times, and so the options that people are coming up with today
Y'all
is
saving
basically.
Zinga. I ain't saving her no more.
Check it out. I'm not even making the point about a Zinga, but what the context of the time is to suggest that, which is cool. I'm not saying anybody in this room might not have been the one to do it different, but when you have unfortunately, a big portion of the continent experiencing this, and most of them falling in similar ways, and here it is, and I want to make it real clear that I am not saying that the slave trade started with Europeans. However, the context of the slave trade during the transatlantic period becoming the main economy, if you remember the context, y'all talking about the drug trade, it's the same way in certain cities. Like, for example, I always talk about this in America to give some analogy that's a good context, I think, is like in a city like Baltimore where Uncle them grew up or whatever, not necessarily his particular area, but Baltimore, for example. So like in cities like Chicago and Baltimore, youth unemployment is as high as 40 or 50%. Around the country, for example, it's around 17%. So in those cities where there's high youth unemployment, sometimes the only job that's hiring is the drug trade. That's how the transatlantic slave trade became at one point. So even economies that did not necessarily want to participate, if they were powerful enough and didn't want to be overran, they got on board because it became the only game in town. And we were in that, in the country, in the continent of Africa, in those countries, to a degree, the human capital obviously is the biggest loss, but there became a point when it was the only capital. And so for people that say you could trade other things, yes, other things got traded, but when we admit that was mostly the biggest portion of the trade, that's the reality of the economy. You think I'm saying this as an excuse. It's just realizing the true context. Or if I were to go study a country and say, well, damn, why did they do it? And then when I go look at it, it's not whether I justify or agree with it. It just ends up making sense when you understand how the economy was working at that time.
Yeah, I'm saying that it's not like the drug game in Baltimore, right? It's not, it's because it was the most lucrative game in town. Why am I going to tell Ivy what I can get top dollar if I go snatch these bodies?
So it's like the drug game in Baltimore, where he just said wasn't actually true about Baltimore.
No. He's talking about people being in a position, the only thing higher the drug game. No, it's about this shit popping right here. I can make top dollar on this shit. So fuck that Ivory. She ain't giving money to the Ivory. Fuck the Ivory. Fuck them diamonds. We got guns. We strong enough. There's a tribe right there. We finna go in there, raid them niggas right there, and take bodies over there.
Because truth be told, there's jobs in Baltimore. There are jobs in Baltimore. People just choose to go sell drugs because they make more money selling drugs.
Thank you, Truth. Thank you.
Truth. I want to know about
brother. When youth unemployment is 40 to 50%, and you actually
it's because these niggas is out there on the corner selling motherfucking big ass bags, motherfucker. When I say big ass bags, I'm talking about they making $1,000.
He's about to tell you about Baltimore. Let him tell you about Baltimore, yo. Let him go ahead. Go ahead, Montoya.
No, I thought he was going.
Let me just say this, and y'all can do the Baltimore thing. I was just trying to say that there were other choices to be made, but the most lucrative shit was bodies, bro. Right? It's not like they were forced to get bodies. It's that the shit was, some might have been forced or might have been on the auction, but there were other shit. It was just, that shit paid the most money. That's why
the same economics are being played out right now today.
Right. So when you understand,
just made all that up, man.
Right. And when you hear this, when you understand,
y'all crazy, man.
I'm not crazy. I'm telling you, they got jobs.
Yeah, y'all. Yeah, I appreciate
I'm talking
y'all
about good jobs, paying
history.
17, 18 an hour.
I appreciate this switching history, though.
When do we get to the justifying part? I mean, I have an issue with the title of the thing.
I see what Unc is saying. Can I read something? Can I read something?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're trying to say.
This is street. I'm reading from Wikipedia. It says slavery was a part of the economic structure of African society for many centuries, although the extent varied. Ibn Battuta, who visited the ancient kingdom of Mali in the mid-14th century, I guess that's in early 1300s, recounts that the local inhabitants viewed with each other in the number of slaves and servants they had, and was himself given a slave boy as a hospitality gift. The forms of slavery in Africa were closely related to kinship structures. In many African communities where land could not be owned, enslavement of individuals was used as a means to increase the influence a person had and expand connections that made slaves a permanent part of a master's lineage, and the children of slaves could become closely connected with the larger family ties. So during the 1300s, it was already going on, and people was giving away slaves to people. They were like, "What the fuck?" That's why
they already covered that, but they reject that.
So, is that how you justifying? Is that how y'all justifying slavery?
We already been.
So for me, it's not about justifying slavery. It's about just understanding slavery.
Yeah, let's not go there, yo. Let's not go there. They weren't trying to justify it. I hope they weren't.
Yeah, they is.
Shit.
Yeah, they is. They justify everything about Nzinga, her slave trade, because
now's the Nzinga slave trade.
Like they justified that shit.
I just need to know, are we justifying our own slavery or the transatlantic slave trade?
So for me, I'm not justifying any. I'm just saying,
Trans and Zinga.
You really study history and realize what humans have done throughout history, then the unfortunate reality is
now you generalize it. That's
I agree all across the board.
The
All humans can
realization
do the
that
same
Nzinga
thing.
was one of them. She was one of the main slave traders in history. In modern history,
at
in
her
our history.
time, at her time,
Nobody says that, but y'all niggas on this
at her
train,
time, she tells
In
you
her
that
time,
at
I think she was the
time,
biggest.
she tell you that at her time, there was only one
So
person.
what do we
that
do
she
with
considered
what
a
do we do
rival.
with that? Once y'all know that, what we do with that?
See, now you were talking what we do with that.
We telling
We teach the truth. We teach the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all wanna be
Hey,
objective?
what we do with
Montoya.
that.
Montoya,
being
you can do
objective?
whatever you want with it.
Are we being objective?
Yeah.
Because slavery is bad all across the board, so there's no justification, period.
We said that they reject that, bro. They reject that. They
Name me who rejected it, so they need to come up to the step.
indentured servitude is better, bro. That's how they put it, bro. Like that's not the same.
Who I don't know. I wasn't part of that conversation, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Whoever justifies slavery, come forward. Come be a man. Stand up.
Step up.
So are you doing a clickbait title? Are you really justifying slavery? Because objectively, you cannot be owning a human being. That's wrong.
You talking about me?
But you can get land.
I'm gonna be literally justifying it.
Somebody gave the title.
Okay, so let me be clear here.
I don't get the
wrong, but I'm
Hey,
like
Fortune,
anyone to sit there and say I
I don't know
wouldn't
what
do
the
it.
title is.
50 Cent.
Fortune,
It's
what's the
your
title?
show. It's your album, Unc. It's your show.
No, it's not. Your chef did that. I ain't
So,
did that.
so for those everybody that
up.
rejects slavery, for everybody
Oh,
that
that's some
rejects slavery, so for all of you that reject slavery, are y'all saying that y'all don't understand why it was done?
Man, we already
That's not what we saying. We saying objectively.
We already get all the
objectively,
content.
slavery is bad. Period.
Objectively, just simplifying history like that.
No, right is right, wrong is wrong. It's like saying
just doing right and wrong on history like that. Okay, cool. All right,
Hey, Montoya.
Okay, let's move on to Shaka Zulu. He was
that's cool. That's cool. No, that's cool.
absorbing them
Like, that's all
African
we doing.
kingdoms, killing them like that.
That's all it was.
Hey,
Damn,
let me tell
we
you
didn't have to
this,
do no
Montoya.
hours if we was gonna just do it. Slavery was wrong.
I'm going back
That's
to
all we was
title.
doing the whole time.
We got 30 niggas talking and ain't addressing the title.
What's the title?
Yeah, that's all we was doing. Yeah, slavery wrong to the motherfucker. I'm out. That's all we was doing all the last 2 hours.
Are we
For the last 2 days?
We gotta have 30 niggas. We gotta have 30 niggas explain why it's okay. Because guns are yeah. What's up?
Yeah. That's all they've been doing for the past
There you
2
go,
hours.
A Trey. I like your energy. What's the name of the show, Trey?
Wait. I'm going back to title. That's why I seen a picture of Unc looking crazy as hell in the still picture, smiling, talking about his justification. I'm like, damn, Unc, put that shit down.
Yo, who wrote that title? I ain't write that damn
Hey,
title.
I wrote the title, but it fit though.
It fit on. That's why the picture stuck on the thumbnail.
This is a song on Unc's album, yo. I'm judging by the single.
Okay, so the dude with the new energy, you just found out Chef wrote the title, so now you can't even go at your boy like
No,
that.
it's absolute. I'm with him. What's the name of the show again? What I write?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
It says justifying Africa's involvement in slavery.
Yes.
So
tell them why Nzinga wasn't a slave.
Fortune, are you thinking that I'm justifying slavery, or am I telling the historical context of the situation in Angola? What do you think I'm doing?
Well, first of all, when it's 30 niggas talking, it's hard to make out who. That's why I'm asking the question. I see what you're coming from now, but whoever made the title, unless it's tongue-in-cheek or they really believe that, they should
Chef
be
made
making
the
that
title.
case.
Chef made the title.
Chef made the title. The one that hates slavery.
I hate slavery. And
But now,
said,
so
Nzinga,
is basically you understand where he's coming from, and that's what I thought we were doing, was talking about putting things in context. I
Every
didn't know
time
the
we
title.
said that she should have did something different, Unc said you got to understand the time. She was a great
No,
warrior.
I said
It was
I
her
gave y'all a
against the
chance
world,
to do
nigga.
something
She stayed
different.
at
You didn't
home.
even make it
Tell you what Unc should have said.
So she didn't make it so.
So even the young brother just admitted he
I made
understood
it,
where
nigga.
I'm coming from. He said it. He said
This what
he
you
understand where I'm
should
coming
have said, Unc. What you should have said, Unc, was there's no context in which owning another human being is right. No, in no way, shape, or form is owning another human being right. But what I have done, what Queen Nzinga done, you goddamn right. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Period. Point blank.
And
That's what
Corey,
you
how
should have
would
said,
you have regarded the
and you
people
would have
that you
been really
enslaved?
clear.
How would you have regarded the people that you enslaved? Because they're not your people, right?
They would have been slaves. I'm not saying
Exactly.
they wasn't slaves.
Right. Fuck them, right?
No, I'm saying
Yeah.
these ain't your people. This is not no kumbaya shit. We going against the
Whoever,
odds.
if they wasn't on my team, I don't give a fuck if they was my next door neighbor, bro. When it's time to get down to business and do what I need to do for the majority of the people, right? If you niggas ain't on the team, you niggas is slaves or whatever y'all want to call them, motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck what y'all call them niggas. They ain't on my team.
I believe that.
That's what you
I
should have
believe other
said.
Africans shared that mentality. So it's
Did
be
say.
cautious when you point the finger, because niggas did that to themselves like they doing it today.
I'm saying it's only wrong because my people was caught up in it, right? Because I'm the descendant of it. But had I been on the side that's profiting from it, right? You see these billionaires and trillionaires in the world right now today, them motherfuckers was owning slaves and they control the whole world still to this day, bro. So all them niggas that's crying and talking about, slavery is wrong, guess what? All the other motherfuckers is doing it. So if you don't get down, you're going to be laying down. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? Where we at right now? We end up being one of the ones that was laying down. What we should have been doing is going to the East Coast, snatching them niggas, bringing them to the West Coast and selling them motherfuckers. Maybe we be one of the billionaires.
Strong enough to work over here, yo. You ain't got no Ethiopian niggas over here.
Who's talking right now? I fucks with this.
You know what, like going to the East Coast and
Let's
telling
concrete.
that's a fucking
So
wall.
concrete, if I understand, concrete, you're the one that's done your history and know you were on the bad side of the Angolians, right?
Nah,
I gotta make sure
I caught the flux. That's why it was bad to me. That's why she was wrong.
Gotcha.
Right?
So you got
because I
subjective
caught the
morality.
flux. Now, if some other niggas caught the flux, right, I wouldn't give a fuck about it. What I'd be doing is trying to capitalize off of it. What everybody else in the world is doing right now, still today, they capitalizing off of the transatlantic slave, bro.
Right.
That's what they doing. Everybody, all the billionaires and trillionaires right now, today. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta be a rich African today than an African American, right?
No, you got to be an African that's all about getting that money and who about the betterment of the majority, and fuck them couple niggas that don't want to get down.
Ain't no couple. It wasn't a demand for a couple niggas though. They would have took you if somebody just put you on the boat.
He already said.
Listen. It's over 3 billion people on the continent of Africa, bro. Most of them didn't get sold in the slave trade, bro.
Not that many, goddamn, not that many.
However many. What is it? $1 billion?
Like a
It's
billion.
only about $1 billion. I'm gonna tell you this. Most of them didn't get sold in the slave trade, bro.
Understand the context.
Most of them didn't.
That's because the slave trade only happened in a particular area. It happened across the whole continent.
This is what humans do. All groups have done it, and that's how it roll, man.
Generalization.
The white folk admit
nobody saying the shit right. That's nobody saying the shit right though. That's shit right.
Slave trade really didn't even start. The question is this though. The question that everybody likes.
We went from hating white people about slavery to now this shit is completely justified and some.
Oh, it's not justified
because we found out that Africa.
Who went from hating white people?
You ain't never heard me say
I'm
speaking in general. I never said they was wrong just because they had
I'm speaking in general. Like, so we go from as a group of African Americans. So we're saying now the logic of it is right. Let me get this straight. The logic of it is at first white people were wrong for enslaving us and the torture, all of the shit that we went through, right? To now that we find out and we got to accept that Africans played a role in it. Now it's moving to a point of the logic of the time and the economics, and that's just the way it is. What?
I understand why, Chef. The reason why, Chef, because in the 1300s we was already doing it, right? And then the white folks, right, Spain, everybody started coming around that coast that they were looking for China, right? Spices.
I think it was the same kind of slavery.
When they start setting out ports, We over there offered them slaves. They didn't even know nothing about it.
No, you gotta understand how it started.
That's not true.
We
ain't
No,
them for slaves.
We ain't.
Y'all
They knew
ain't
about
understand how the
slaves.
whole slave
That
trade
ain't
started. Yo,
I
we
think
gotta
what the
go
brother
back
just
to
said,
but they knew.
Let me ask you the question though, Fortune. That I ask everybody else.
We ain't do shit.
Should Queen Nzinga be a hero to African Americans?
No. Queen
She should be a
Nzinga should not be a
She should be a
hero to African
controversial figure. She should
I
be a
think
controversial figure, and
I
you
think
should
she
eat
should be
the
a
fish and spit
superhero.
out the bones.
I think she, yeah, because
Yeah.